daughter of Ishmael Abraham's son, sister of Nebaioth. Now was her name Mahalath? Was it not Basemath? But all his sins were forgiven. As to the patriarch, Saul was, and 1 year old when he began to reign, and he reigned, and 2 years over Israel. Now, was he only 1 year old? But all his sins were forgiven, so that he was like a newborn child. Armana cursed people who paid bribes for their appointments. Rmi cited this verse in their regard, "You shall not make to be with me gods of silver or gods of gold shall you make for yourselves." Said R. Josiah, "And the philosopher's cloak that he wears is the mere covering of an ass." Said R. Asian, "As to one who was appointed through a bribe, they do not stand up before him and they do not call him rabbi, and the philosopher's cloak that he wears is the mere covering of an ass." Arzira and one of the rabbis were in session. There passed by one of those who was appointed through a bribe. Said one of the rabbis to Arzira, "Let us devote ourselves to learning Tannite traditions and not rise up before him." Jacob of the village of Nabariah interpreted the following verse: "Woe to him who says to a piece of wood, awake. To a dumb stone, arise. Can this give revelation? Will he give instruction? Behold, it is overlaid with gold and silver. Wasn't he appointed because of a bribe? And there is no breath in it, he knows nothing. Woe to those that say they want to be appointed. But the Lord is in his holy temple, let all the earth keep silence before him. Lo, all your sessions should be in your own land." Rabbis of Caesarea say, they do make appointments of elders overseas on the stipulation that they return to the land. R. Isaac bar Naaman was in Gaza, and they appointed him an elder on the stipulation that he return to the land. R. Zamana was in Tyre, and they appointed him an elder on the stipulation that he return to the land. Also R. Jonah was in Pitka, and he would not accept appointment. He said, "I shall not accept appointment before my teacher is appointed," so they appointed his teacher. Said R. Hama, Judah b. Titus was in Rome, and they appointed him an elder on the stipulation that he return to the land. Simeon bar Vava was very poor, and men less than himself were appointed, but he was not appointed. Simeon bar Vava was an expert in the pearl of all matters, but he did not have a loaf of bread to eat. And R. Yohanan cited in his regard the verse, "Again I saw that under the sun the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise, nor riches to the intelligent, nor favor to the men of skill, but time and chance happen to them all." He said, "Whoever does not know the deeds of Abraham should acquaint himself with the great deeds of the ancestors of this man." Simeon bar Vava was very poor, and R. Abahu sent him a letter in which he included a gift, saying, "On account of this gift rise, come to the land of Israel. Who will remove the dust from your eyes, R. Yohanan?" Abahu, son of the lowlands, has been appointed, while Simeon, native of Ephraia, has not been appointed. 3:3 The flutist plays before them, until they reach the Temple Mount. They reached the Temple Mount, even Agrippa the king puts the basket on his shoulder and enters, until he reaches the temple court. He reached the temple court, and the Levites sang the song, "I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast drawn me up, and hast not let my foes rejoice over me." The pigeons that on top of the baskets were burnt offerings, but that are in their hands are given to the priests. While the basket is still on his shoulder, he recites from "I declare this day to the Lord," until he finishes the entire passage. R. Judah says, "Up to a wandering Aramean was my father." He reaches "a wandering Aramean was my father," he takes the basket down front his shoulder and holds it by its rim, and a priest puts his hand beneath it and waves it, and recites from "a wandering Aramean was my father," until he finishes the entire passage, and he places it beside the altar, and he bows down and departs. At first anyone who knows to read recites the passage of the confession without assistance, but anyone who does not know to read, lead him through the reading. When those who could not read ordained that would lead through the reading those who know and those who do not know. The rich bring their first fruits to the temple in baskets with plating and gold, but the poor bring them in baskets of peeled willow branches. and the basket and the first fruits are given to the priests. Arhuna said, this is the sense of the Mishnah teaching, then the priest shall take the basket from your hand. There is a Tannite authority who reverses matters so as to juxtapose the gift of the first fruits to another gift. Aryase taught as a Tannite statement, they did not place the pigeons on top of the baskets, so as not to dirty the first fruits, but they would suspend them, tying them outside the baskets from the words, I declare this day to the Lord. A certain elder repeated as a Tannite statement before Arzira, the farmer goes back and starts fresh at I declare this day to the Lord. Now does someone make the declaration and go back and repeat it? Explain the passage to mean, I already have declared. Arhuna raised the question, placing the basket of fruit in the hands of the priest, what is the law as to the actions permitting the utilization of the first fruits in advance of making the declaration? Said Armatinaya, what you say applies to a case when one went back and took them and they are in the status of first fruits that have been set down. Arjuna raised the question, if one set down the first fruits at night. It has been taught on Tannite authority, he places the first fruits at the southwestern corner of the altar, before the Lord. Might one suppose this is at the western side of the altar? Scripture says, and set it down before the altar of the Lord your God. If it is before the altar, might one suppose it is at the southern side of the altar? Scripture says, before the Lord. How so? He presents the first fruits at the southwestern corner of the altar and sets them down on the southern side of the altar. It has been taught on Tannite authority, the response is done only by an individual farmer. Not only so, but they relied on the formulation of scripture to prove the point, and you shall respond. Arjuna raised the question, what is the law as to presenting the first fruits in silver baskets? Arjuna and Jeremiah one said, he goes back and corrects his reading if in Aramaic he said utensil in place of the word basket. The other has the translator go back on account of the Aramaic for unleavened bread with various herbs. And we do not know which of the two authorities said this, and which one said that. In line with the fact that Arjuna raised the question, what is the law as to presenting the first fruits in silver baskets, we may conclude that Arjuna is the one who has the translator go back and correct himself if he used the word utensil, since to him the type of object in which the first fruits were to be brought makes a difference. So he had the translator say the Aramaic word for basket. For Arphinius said, the translator goes back and corrects himself if he said, fatlings and young doves, and he should say, doves and young doves. 3:4 R. Simeon B. Nanas says, may decorate the first fruits other than the 7 kinds. R. Akaba says, they may decorate the first fruits only with the 7 kinds. R. Simeon says, 3 types of first fruits, 1, the first fruits, 2, the supplement of first fruits and 3, the decorations the first fruits. The supplement of first fruits the same kinds. But the decorations the first fruits different kinds. The supplement of first fruits must be consumed in cleanness, and it is exempt from the doubtfully tithe produce, but the decorations the first fruits are subject to doubtfully tithe produce. Said Aryase, all parties concur that they decorate first fruits with produce from overseas, for people will not err and suppose that they are bringing first fruits from abroad. Where there is a dispute, it concerns decorating first fruits with produce from Ammon and Moab. He who says may decorate the first fruits other than the 7 kinds holds that they may decorate first fruits with produce from Ammon and Moab. He who says they may decorate the first fruits only with the 7 kinds holds that they may not decorate first fruits with produce from Ammon and Moab. Said Armana, all parties concur that they may not decorate first fruits with produce from Ammon and Moab, for people will err and suppose that they are bringing first fruits from Ammon and Moab. Where there is a dispute, it concerns decorating first fruits with produce from overseas. He who says may decorate the first fruits other than the 7 kinds holds that they may decorate first fruits with produce from overseas. He who says they may decorate the first fruits only with the 7 kinds holds that they may not decorate first fruits with produce from overseas. But the decorations the first fruits different kinds, it has been taught on Tannite authority, meritorious to bring them in 7 containers, but if he brings them in 1 container, he has fulfilled his obligation. How does he arrange? He brings barley and puts at the bottom, and something else on top of it. On top of these, wheat, and something else on top of it. On top of these, olives, and something else on top of it. On top of these, dates, and something else on top of it. On top of these, pomegranates, and something else on top of it. On top of all these, figure surrounds these with grape clusters, on the outside. They would not go up one at a time, but rather, one district after another. They would not walk all day long, but only for 2/3 of the day. The officers of the synagogue would go up together with them. And they would sleep outside, in the open area of the town. They would not enter the houses in the town, because of corpse uncleanness through overshadowing. And they are required a burnt offering and a peace offering. Would not treat them on their way home in the same manner as they treated them on their way toward. They would not treat them in the same manner as they treat the first fruits. It is exempt from the doubtfully tithed produce. 3:5 Under what circumstances did say the supplement of first fruits as the first fruits? When it comes from the land. But if does not come from the land, not as the first fruits. Why have said, the first fruits as property of the priest? Because he may use them to purchase slaves, real estate, or an unclean animal, and a creditor may extract them in his debt, and the wife in her marriage contract, just as a Torah scroll. Our Judah says, may give them only to an associate, and the Israelites give him the as a favor. But sages say, they give them to the priestly guard and they divide among them as they do with the holy things of the temple. Aryane in the name of Arhaya bar Vava, they asked Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, what is the law as to a man selling a scroll of the Torah to raise funds to get married? He said to them, yes. To study Torah. He said to them, yes. To save his life they didn't ask, and he didn't answer. From the perspective of Aryase there is no problem understanding why they didn't ask and he didn't answer. But from the perspective of Aryase, if they asked him, why did he not answer them? When our Hananiah came, our Phinehas, our Yohanan in the name of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, a man may sell a scroll of the Torah to raise funds to get married, to study Torah, or to save his life. It has been taught on Tanite authority, he who imposes a vow on his son to study Torah, he may nonetheless fill a jug of water for him and kindle a light for him. Our Jacob bar Edi in the name of our Jonathan, also he may buy things for him in the marketplace. Where they differ, it is because in the one case we speak of a man, in the other case of a woman. And if it was a well-known man, they apply to him the rule governing a woman. There was the case of a man who imposed a vow on his son to study Torah. The case came before Aryase bar Halafta, and he permitted him to fill a jug of water for him and to kindle a light for him. It has been taught on Tanite authority, he who sells a scroll of the Torah that belonged to his father will never see a sign of a blessing. And whoever keeps a scroll of the Torah in his house concerning him Scripture says, wealth and riches are in his house and his righteousness lasts forever. Tractate Shabbat. The Israelite household at rest recapitulates the celebration of God at the moment of the conclusion and perfection of creation, Gen 2:1, 4. At that hour the Israelite household, like creation at sunset marking the end of the 6th day of creation, is sanctified. The household is separated from the profane world and distinguished as God's domain. With all things in place and in order, at the sunset that marks the advent of the 7th day, the rest that marks the perfection of creation descends. The sanctification takes place through that very act of perfect repose that recapitulates the rest celebrated at the climax of creation. Like God at the celebration of creation, now man achieves perfect, appropriate rest. This takes place when time, circumstance, and space, too, come together. The advent of the Sabbath marks the time, the household marks the space, and the conduct of home and family life marks the circumstance. It is here, therefore, within the interiorities of the Israelite household, in the system of the halakha, where time counts, where we take the measure of space, and where the particularities of private conduct behind the household walls make all the difference. As the advent of the Sabbath, of holy time, requires preparation in the temple, so the same time imposes upon the household a set of rules of sanctification. The written Torah has set the stage. The Sabbath marks the celebration of creation's perfection. Food for the day is to be prepared in advance. Fire is not to be kindled on that day, thus no cooking. Servile labor is not to be carried out on that day, not by the householder and his dependents, not even by his chattel. The where matters as much as the when and the how. People are supposed to stay in their place, let each person remain in place, let no one leave his place on the seventh day, understanding by place the private domain of the household. Sages then make of the Sabbath the first and most important statement of their system, celebrating the stasis of creation, the perfection of the Creator's work, all evoked every time the word Sabbath resonated with the sounds of the beginnings, the melodies of the restoration. I dimensions, space, time, and the Sabbath. A. Space. B. Time. 2. Preparing for the Sabbath, light, food, and clothing. A. The Sabbath lamp. B. Food for the Sabbath. C. Ornaments for animals, clothing for persons. 3. Prohibited acts of labor on the Sabbath, not transporting objects from one domain to another. A. The generative categories of prohibited acts of labor. B. Domains and the prohibition of transporting objects from one domain to another. C. The prohibition of carrying on the Sabbath across the lines of domains. D. Throwing objects from one domain to another. 4. Prohibited acts of labor. A. What constitutes a whole act of labor? B. Healing on the Sabbath. C. Not tying, clothing, and beds. V. Actions that are permitted on the Sabbath. A. Saving objects from a fire on the Sabbath. B. Handling objects on the Sabbath in private domain. C. Circumcision on the Sabbath. D. Preparing food for man and beast. E. Seemly and unseemly behavior on the Sabbath. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 1. 1:1 Transporting objects from one domain to another. The Sabbath are 2, which are 4 inside, and 2 which are 4 outside. How so? The beggar stands outside and the householder inside. The beggar stuck his hand inside and put into the hand of the householder, or if he took from inside it and brought it out, the beggar is liable, the householder is exempt. The householder stuck his hand outside and put into the hand of the beggar, or if he took from it and brought it inside, the householder is liable, and the beggar is exempt. The beggar stuck his hand inside, and the householder took from it, or if put something in it and he removed it, both of them are exempt. The householder put his hand outside and the beggar took from it, or if put something into it and brought it back inside, both of them are exempt. Is the meaning of 2 sorts, which yield 4 subdivisions, to impose liability, and of 2 sorts, which yield 4 subdivisions, to declare exempt from punishment? 4 subdivision S to impart liability, and 4 to exempt from punishment? That is, we have noted in M that there are 2 categories which are 4 within private domain, and 2 which are 4 in public domain. The 2 are to impose liability on taking an object out of private domain and bringing the object into private domain, so that if a single individual does the entire act, he then bears liability on 2 counts. Or are there 4 possibilities under each category, liability and exemption therefrom? Let us infer the answer from the following. Oaths are of 2 sorts, which yield 4 subdivisions. Said Aryase, the Mishnah itself has stated thus, oaths are of 2 sorts, which yield 4 subdivisions. Is it not to impose liability? And similarly, therefore, transportation on the Sabbath is of 2 sorts, which yield 4 subdivisions is to impose liability. Said RBA, there, all of are meant to impose liability. But here, we come to repeat the tradition liability and exemption from liability. So is that to say, 4 to impart liability, and 4 to exempt from liability, and has it not been taught, the doors of the sanctuary are two, which are four? Now do you to state imposing liability and exempting from liability? Should we not then repeat the tradition in such wise that there are 12 exempt? We have come with the purpose of teaching only a transaction involving exemption from liability in the context of one involving liability. Said Arhaya Bar Abba, why is it that exempt from liability which we repeat here? It is permitted, said Aryase, the poor man and the rich man are one and the same, but sages numbered them as two. Bringing an object into private domain and taking it out of private domain is one transaction, but sages have numbered them as two transactions. Transporting an object on the Sabbath from one domain to another, does not the act of bringing fall within taking an object from one domain to another? Does not bringing an object into a domain fall within that same principle? Let us derive evidence, from what Aryase said in the name of Ar Yohanan. If one has brought half a dried fig into private domain and carried half a dried fig out from private domain to public domain, he is liable. And how do we know that transporting an object out from one domain to another domain is deemed to be an act of labor? R. Samuel B. Naaman in the name of R. Jonathan derived it from here. So Moses gave command, and word was proclaimed throughout the camp. Let neither man nor woman do anything more for the offering for the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing. The people thus refrained from taking objects out from their houses and from handing them over to the temple treasurers, or from taking something out of their hands and bringing it into the temple treasury. R. Hezekiah in the name of R. Ilah, you may even derive the prohibition against bringing an object inside. Just as the people refrained from taking objects out of their homes to give them to the temple treasurers, so the treasurers refrained from receiving those objects and bringing them into the temple treasury. R. Hezekiah in the name of R. Aha derived the rule governing all of them from the following verse, and do not carry a burden out of your houses on the Sabbath, and don't do any work. Aryase in the name of R. Yohanan, if one brought in a half of a dried fig and took out a half of a dried fig, he is liable whole fig from private to public domain. What R. Yohanan has said does not accord with the view of Aryase. For it has been taught, if one took out a half of a fig and went and took out another half of a fig in a single spell of inadvertence, he is liable. If this was in two spells of inadvertence, he is exempt. Aryase said, if it was in a single spell of inadvertence, and it was a single domain, he is liable. Even if it was in a single spell of inadvertence, but if it involves two domains, or if it involved two spells of inadvertence but only a single domain, the man is exempt. Now here is our question: if in the view of Aryase, two distinct acts of bringing out are deemed not to join together, is it not an argument of fortiori that one act of bringing in and another act of taking out? It follows that what R. Yohanan has said is not in accord with the view of Aryase. Said R. Ilah, it is not the end of the matter if two doorways are open into two different streets. But even if the two open into a single street, also Aryase will concur. For Aryase compares the matter of distinct domains to the matter of distinct spells of inadvertence in such a way as to impose liability. Just as Aryase compares distinct domains to distinct spells of inadvertence so as to exempt liability, so he compares the matter of domains to spells of inadvertence to impose liability. The result is that if one took an entire fig out of this doorway, and an entire fig out of that doorway, in a single spell of inadvertence, is it possible that he is not liable on two counts? Among these same lines, in the present case, he is equivalently liable. R. Yudan said, R. Yase compares the matter of distinct domains to the matter of eating a piece of forbidden food. If, on the other hand, he ate a number of olives, bulks of forbidden food within the time it takes to eat a number of half loaves of bread, but this was in a single span of inadvertence, the man is liable only on a single count. Rabbis of Caesarea say, instead of comparing the matter before us to the consumption of forbidden fat, compare it to the matter of the Sabbath itself. If one has woven a single thread into one garment, and a single thread into another garment, is it possible that he is not exempt? If, furthermore, he wove a number of threads into a number of garments in a single span of inadvertence, he is liable on only one count. Aryase in the name of Yohanan, he who takes an object from private to public domain is liable only when he puts the object down. Jacob bar Ada in the name of Yohanan, he is liable only if he both takes the object up and puts it down. Zira raised the following possibility: since he is liable if he takes up the object in private domain, then it is the case that if he takes it up in order to put it down again, then if he took up the object to eat it, but changed his mind and decided to set it down, he would not be liable. What Yohanan has said does not accord with the view of Aryase. For it has been taught, if one took out from private to public domain a half of a fig and put it down, and then he went back and took out another half of a fig, if he put the second half within 4 cubits of the first, he is liable, and if not, he is exempt. Aryase says, if he merely carried the second half fig over the first half, he is liable, but if not, he is exempt. It follows that Aryase treats walking with the fig as equivalent to setting it down. For just as Aryase treats walking with the object as equivalent to setting it down, so as to impose liability, so Aryase will treat walking with the object as equivalent to setting it down, so as to exempt from liability. It follows that once the man has carried out the half fig, it is as if he has st it down there. That is not entirely so, since you may interpret the case to involve one in which the first half fig was set down within 4 cubits of the line dividing private from public domain, that is, the doorway. Would this accord with that which is taught, and if not, he is exempt? Said Rabba son of Arpapi, interpret the case to speak of a doorway that was 5 cubits wide, and the man took one fig out into the threshold on one side, and the other one at the other side. But lo, he then has not brought the second half fig out into the area 4 cubits from the first half figure. There we have learned in the Mishnah, there is he who carries out a single act of eating and is liable on its account for 4 sin offerings and 1 guilt offering, an unclean person who ate forbidden fat, and it was remnant, of holy things, and it was on the Day of Atonement. Our Meir says, if it was the Sabbath and he took it out in his mouth, he is liable. They said to him, that is not of the same classification. For this one is liable on the count of carrying, while that one is liable on account of putting the fat down. Who is it that answered him? They said to him, it is Aryase. In that case the opinions of Aryase are inconsistent. There he has not treated carrying the object as equivalent to putting it down, while here, as we have seen, he treats carrying the object as equivalent to putting it down. Said Aryudan, interpret the case to be one in which the man was lying on the threshold, partly inside the house, while his mouth was located outside, and he put out his hand and took the fat and ate it. So lo, he did not carry. Said Aryane, if one swallowed a half of an olive's bulk and vomited it up, and then he swallowed it again, he is liable. If he put half a fig into his mouth and went and took it out into public domain, he is exempt. Then what is the difference between this case and the one before it? There his cheek has enjoyed the benefit of an olive's bulk of prohibited fat in all. But here the man has not been engaged in the transportation of a complete fig. Said Aryase, there are occasions in which one may be engaged in the transportation of a complete fig and still be exempt. What would be a practical case? If one took out from private to public domain a half of a fig, and put it down, and he went back and took another half of a fig out, and he did not yet put down the second half fig before the first half was burned, lo, this is a case in which the man was engaged in the transportation of a whole fig, and yet he is exempt. It is because at the earlier stage in the argument the comparison to the matter of consuming forbidden fat that he has made. Said Yohanan, he who takes an object from private domain to public domain through neutral domain, is liable. This matter is derived from the rule, he who intends to take an object out by carrying it before him, and the burden slips around onto his back, is exempt. But if he planned to take it out on his back, and it slipped around and he turned out to transport it before him, he is liable. Now is it possible that will not between himself and the sides of the road at the wall? Said Aryase, interpret the case as follows, the man was facing backward, toward the wall, and the pack was facing outward, and already, to begin with, the pack on his back was carried forth from private to public domain. Arhaya bar Abba asked before Armana, but this is not the normal way of carrying an object from private to public domain. He said to him, that is how expert carriers do things. But whence is the source? It derives from what Ar Mayasha in the name of Ar Yohanan said, he who took foodstuffs from private domain and put them down on the threshold of the house. Lo, is the threshold not in the category of neutral domain? And Ar Yase was embarrassed that he had not stated this obvious proof himself. Arhuna in the name of Rab, all concur in the case of one who throws, that he is liable. All parties take the view that the airspace over a piece of neutral domain is not equivalent to the actual neutral domain itself. Where they differ, it concerns taking an object. Ben Azai declares the person exempt on the count of transporting the object, since, if the object passes through neutral domain, it is as if it has come to rest there. And sages declare him liable. Ben Azai treats carrying the object as equivalent to putting it down there. And sages do not treat carrying the object as equivalent to putting it down there. Arhista asked Arhuna, in the theory of Ben Azai, then, a person will never be liable for transporting an object 4 cubits in the public domain. Once he has taken up the object out of private domain, it is as if he has put it down cubit by cubit in public domain, he will be exempt. Arjuda in the name of Rab, all concur in the case of one who takes an object out that he is exempt. All parties take the view that transporting the object is equivalent to putting it down. Where they differ, it concerns tossing the object. Ben Azai declares the person exempt, and sages impose liability. Ben Azai treats the airspace over neutral domain as equivalent to the actual neutral domain itself. Sages do not treat the airspace over neutral domain as equivalent to the actual neutral domain itself. There is a Tannaitic passage supporting the position of this party, and one supporting the position of that party. The Tannaitic tradition supporting the view of Arhuna is as follows: if a person was standing in public domain and he threw an object to a shed or pen through neutral domain, he is liable. And if he took the object out of neutral domain, he is exempt. The following Tannaitic passage supports the view of Arjuda: he who took foodstuffs from private domain and put them down on the threshold of the house, whether he then went and took it out or someone else took it out, is exempt from liability to a sin offering, for he has not completely performed his prohibited act of labor at one time. Lo, if he had done it at one fell swoop, he would have been liable. Ben Azai declares the man exempt if he had done it at one fell swoop. And lo, we have learned, our Meir says, if it was the Sabbath. They said to him, that is not of the same sort of transgression, for this one is liable on the count of carrying, while that one is liable on account of putting down. In the view of Arhuna, this position does not accord with the opinion of Ben Azai. But in the view of Arjuda, this position accords neither with Ben Azai nor with rabbis. Said Arhinana, who said this? They said to him, it is sages who accord with the theory of Ben Azai. Ar Yohanan raised the following question: if one was standing in public domain, and he tossed an object, but, before it fell to the ground, he went ahead and caught it, what is the law? Is this situation not covered by the following pericope of the Mishnah? He who throws an object, if another person caught it, if a dog caught it, or if it burned up in a fire intervening in its flight path, he is exempt. Ar Samuel in the name of Arzira, if one jumped up and seized the object in mid-flight. Lo, if the object had come to rest, the one who threw it would be liable. For what difference is there between the object's coming to rest on the ground and its coming to rest in his hand? There, why is he liable? There one party tossed the object and another party caught it. But here the one who tossed the object is the one who caught it. Then it should surely be obvious to that the man is exempt. If the man had thrown the ball with his right hand and stuck out his left hand and caught it, is it possible that he should not be liable? From this case of his own mouth. Is his mouth not equivalent to the other party? So too in this case, his left hand is equivalent to the other party. Said R. Yudan, it is self-evident to R. Yohanan that if he tossed the object with his right hand and caught it with his left hand, he is liable. Where he has a question, it is the case in which he tossed it with his right hand and caught it with his right hand. Rabbis of Caesarea, R. Shimei in the name of R. Aha, even if he tossed the object with his right hand and caught it with his left, it is a question to whether the man is liable. If you invoke the argument about catching it in his mouth, namely, that since his mouth serves to eat food, it is equivalent to another party, then in this case, can it be argued that his hand is equivalent to another party? Armana asked, if so, then if a man carried a fig out from private to public domain using both of his hands, he should be exempt, on the grounds of two separate parties performing a single act of labor. Said to him Arhaya bar Ada, but in this case it is one and the same man who does the act of labor. For has it not been taught, if an individual did the action, he is liable. If 2 or 3 people did it, they are exempt. Said R. Yohanan, if one was standing in public domain and collected some rain from the contained airspace of private domain, and took the rain back into public domain, he is liable. R. Bun bar Haya in the name of R. Zira, it deals with the case of his collecting. Lo, if he had caught it in his hand, he would have been exempt. What is the difference between another party's putting the rain into his hand, in which case he is liable, and heaven's putting it into his hand? The stated distinction accords with the view of Rabbi, for Rabbi treats the contained airspace of the courtyard as equivalent to the actual courtyard itself. If one was standing inside private domain with his hand full of fruit, and he stuck his hand out the window into public domain, and at that instant, the Sabbath day became sanctified, he is forbidden from bringing his hand back inside the window. R. Aha in the name of RBA, this accords with the view of him who said, it is forbidden to utilize the airspace within 10 cubits of the ground. There are Tanaim who teach, it is permitted. They wish to explain as follows, he who said that it is permitted speaks of a case in which there is a demarcated territory of 4 cubits. He who said that it is forbidden speaks of a case in which there is not an area of 4 cubits. Said R. Yase B. R. Bun, whether it is a case of the former or the latter, it is forbidden according to the view of him who said, it is forbidden to utilize the airspace of public domain within 10 cubits of the ground. What is the upshot of the matter? He who said that it is forbidden speaks of a case in which the hand is lower than 10 handbreadths from the ground, and he who said that it is permitted holds that the hand is above 10 handbreadths from the ground. R. Judah in the name of Samuel, and that rule applies when the hand of the beggar is within 10 cubits of the ground. R. Zira said, and it is the case, also, only if the beggar's hand also is at least 4 cubits from the wall. But if his hand is less than 4 cubits from the wall, his hand is in neutral domain. R. Eliezer in the name of R. Simeon Karsna, it applies, further, when the beggar was facing the street. But if the beggar was facing the wall, the space between him and the wall is regarded as neutral domain. R. Histah in the name of Ashi, in the case of a reed, poked into the ground of public domain, 10 handbreadths in height to make use of the space from inside the reed to public domain, or from public domain to the space inside the reed, Rab said, a chair in front of a building that stands in the public domain 10 handbreadths high and 4 cubits broad, he who makes use of it for transporting objects from within the house to the public domain or vice versa is liable. R. Hashaya taught, a candlestick standing in the public domain, 10 handbreadths high, with the holders at the top 4 cubits in breadth, he who utilizes what is in and takes the contents to the public domain, or from the public domain to the candlestick, is liable. Said Armana, the law covers not only a candlestick, but even a reed 10 handbreadths high, with a table placed on its top. He who takes objects located there into the public domain, or from the public domain there, is liable. How do we know that the airspace 10 handbreadths above the ground constitutes a different domain? R. Abahu in the name of R. Simeon B. Lakish, there I will meet with you, and from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubim that are upon the ark of the testimony, and it is written, You have seen for yourselves that I have talked with you from heaven. Just as speaking stated elsewhere refers to a distinct domain, so speaking stated here refers to a distinct domain. But was the ark not 9 handbreadths high? The members of the household of Aryane said, the mercy seat was a handbreadth. Arzira asked, how do we know that the mercy seat was a handbreadth in height? Our Hananiah bar Samuel taught, to all utensils that were in the temple the Torah assigned a length, breadth, and height, except for the mercy seat, to which the Torah assigned a length and breadth, but not a height. You may derive from the smallest utensil in the temple, and you shall make around it a frame a handbreadth wide, and a molding of gold around the frame. Just as here we have the height of a handbreadth, so there the height is a handbreadth. Or perhaps the meaning is, you shall make a molding of gold around the frame, meaning, just as here, the height is any measure at all, so there it may be any measure at all. What is the upshot of the matter? Our Eliezer bar Jacob says, and the priest shall dip his finger in the blood and sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord in front of the veil. And front can only be a handbreadth. Our Yase raised the question, now in the case of a tall cupboard which stands in the house, of whatever height, is it possible that one is not permitted to make use of what is in it, taking it out of the cupboard and using it in the house, or to put something from the rest of the house back into the cupboard? But deals with the time that the priest is in the various directions. Now the attempted proof poses no problems to the view of him who says that all measurements were in accord with the standard of 6 handbreadths to a cubit. But in accord with him who said that the measure had 5 handbreadths to a cubit. Would the ark then not have been 7.5 handbreadths? The scriptural dimension is a cubit and a half, hence, 7.5 handbreadths, not 9. Our Jacob bar Aha said, a member of the house of Aryane with our Simeon b. Yehosedek. One party derives the measurement from the height of the ark, and the other party derives the measurements from the height of a wagon. It stands to reason that it is the member of the house of Aryane who derives the measurement from that of the ark, for the members of the household of Aryane said, the mercy seat was a handbreadth in height. Then our Simeon b. Yehosedek derives the stated measurement from the wagon. Arzira asked, how do we know that the wagons were 10 handbreadths high? Said our Yase, and even if you say they were 10 handbreadths high, did not our Nehemiah teach, the upholstered wagons were vaulted like tilted carts? Now in the case of a hole in the public domain, 10 handbreadths deep and 4 broad, is it possible to suppose that it is not forbidden to make use of what is in it in the public domain, or what is in the public domain in it? But when they extended the boards from one wagon to the next, they were straight-walled, both of them are exempt. Our Jacob bar Aha in the name of Hezekiah, rabbis in the name of our Yohanan, because Rab asked Rabbi, if another party lifted up a burden and put it on someone's shoulder, and the latter forgot and took it out. In the second cycle, he said to him, he is liable, for the case is not parallel to that one. Rabbi's theory is that since the man moved his feet, it is as if he has moved the burden as well. Within the theory of Rabbi, if someone was standing in public domain and tossed an object, and then went ahead and caught it in private domain, what is the law? Is it not the view of Rabbi that one treats the contained airspace within partitions as equivalent to the actual ground of the partitioned off space? No, the question is to be phrased differently. If one was standing in private domain and tossed an object and went ahead and caught it in the public domain, what is the law? There is an available teaching as follows: Rabbi declares the man exempt, unless the object actually comes to rest. Said our Abban, Rabbi, Ben Azai, and our Akiba, all three have stated essentially the same principle. Rabbi treats the contained airspace within partitions as equivalent to the actual contained area itself. Ben Azai treats the airspace of neutral domain as equivalent to the actual domain itself. R. Akiba treats the space of public domain as equivalent to actual public domain. There are 4 domains so far as the Sabbath is concerned: private domain, public domain, neutral domain, and closed alleyways. What is private domain? A ditch 10 deep and 4 wide, and so too, amount 10 handbreadths high and 4 wide. This constitutes absolutely private domain. What is public domain? A high road or a public square, and open alleyways. This constitutes absolutely public domain. They do not transport an object from private domain into public domain, and they do not transport an object from public domain into private domain. And if one transported an object out, or brought an object in, advertently, he is liable for a sin offering. Deliberately, he is subject to the punishment of extirpation. Or he is stoned. The same rules apply to the one who takes out and the one who brings in, the one who stretches out, and the one who throws in. He is liable. But the sea, a valley, a colonnade, and a threshold ground are neither private domain nor public domain. They do not carry out of, or put into, such places. But if one carried out or put into, he is exempt. Said R. Joseph, we also have learned all of them the Mishnah, as follows. As to the status of the sea, we have learned there, he who throws an object to a distance of 4 cubits into the sea is exempt. It not only in the case 4 cubits into the sea, but even if one throws an object any distance into the sea, he is exempt. For the entire sea is regarded as neutral domain. A valley, as we have learned, in the summer a valley is private domain so far as the Sabbath is concerned, and public domain so far as uncleanness is concerned. In the rainy season it is public domain for both purposes. If you maintain that in the latter instance it is regarded as private domain for both purposes, then it will never require the provision of a wall made up of cattle yokes. For we have learned, if they surrounded by a fence made from cattle yokes, they may move objects within the area. As to a colonnade, we have learned, and so in the case of a viaduct, one may move objects underneath it from one place to another on the Sabbath, the words of R. Judah. And sages prohibit doing so. As to a threshold, we have learned, he who takes out food and put it down on the threshold, whether he then went and took it out, or someone else took it out, is exempt from liability to a sin offering, for he has not completely performed his prohibited act of labor at one time. Lo, if he had completely performed the act of labor at one time, he would have been liable. Ben Azai says, even if he had performed the prohibited act of labor at one time, he would have been exempt. As to the meaning of the word for neutral domain, Carmelit, Arhaya taught, it follows the meaning of barley which is tender and fully ripened. It is not green or dried up but middling. Here too, it is not public domain nor private domain but neutral domain. What is the definition of neutral domain? Aryase in the name of Ar Yohanan, it would be, for example, typified by the store of Bar Yustinai. A courtyard belonging to public domain, with blind alleyways, they prepared an Arab, they are permitted. They did not prepare an Arab, they are prohibited. Arzira in the name of Ar Judah, Arzira bar Hinana in the name of Ar Hinana, the market stalls among the colonnades are regarded as neutral domain. Ar Samuel bar Haya bar Judah in the name of Ar Hanana, the decorations of the pillars are regarded as neutral domain. That is why they have to be 3 cubits high. Haya son of Rab, whatever impedes access to the public domain is regarded as neutral domain. Rabbis of Caesarea, even thorns or glass. It is a question whether that is the case even if these are not 3 handbreadths high. And said Aryase, the threshold of which they spoke is one which is 4 handbreadths broad and is not 10 high. If you say it is 10 high and 4 broad, it constitutes a domain unto itself. But that is on condition that one not exchange positions. Rather, the threshold with which we deal is one which is not 4 handbreadths broad or 10 high. As to a threshold before a door, others say, so long as the door of the house is open, the whole of the threshold is regarded as inside the house. If the door is closed, the whole of the threshold is regarded as outside of the house. How shall we interpret this case? If the threshold is roofed over, then even if the door is closed, the whole of the threshold is equivalent to the inside of the house. If the threshold is not roofed over, then even if the door is open, the whole of it is regarded as equivalent to the out of doors. But this is how we must interpret the case of which the rule has spoken. It is a threshold which is partially roofed over and partially unroofed. What is the meaning of the statement that, when it is closed, the whole of the threshold is regarded as equivalent to the outside? It is permitted to make use of objects taken from the area of the threshold outside, and vice versa. In the case of a door with an aperture in it, it is forbidden to take objects from the threshold and pass them into the aperture, or from the aperture and pass them to the threshold. R. Nathan says, when it is closed, the whole of the threshold is equivalent to the outside. When the door is open, half of the threshold is equivalent to the inside of the house, and half of it to the outside. For did we not reason as follows, in the case of a threshold of 4 handbreadths, once one has closed the door, the whole of the threshold is equivalent to the outside. Also when the door is open, half of the threshold should be regarded as inside and half as outside. 1:2 A man should not sit down before the barber close to the afternoon, unless he already has prayed. Nor should a man go into a bathhouse or into a tannery, nor to eat, nor to enter into judgment. But if they began, they do not break off. They interrupt to say the Shema. But they do not interrupt to say the prayer. We have learned, close to the afternoon prayer. Arhaya taught, close to nightfall. The Mishnah as we have it must be supplemented by Arhaya's version, and Arhaya's version likewise must be supplemented by the Mishnah as we have it. If Arhaya's version had been available, but not that of the Mishnah, we should have supposed that the rule not to applies only to nightfall, and not to the afternoon prayer. It was necessary therefore to have the formulation of the Mishnah as we have it. For if the version of the Mishnah were in hand, as we have it, and we had not learned the version of Arhaya, we should have supposed that the rule pertains solely to the time of the afternoon prayer, and if both versions referred solely to the matter of nightfall, we should have supposed that the rule pertains solely to nightfall. From that which it was taught in, the afternoon prayer, and that which Arhaya the elder taught nightfall, even nightfall, this that we learned afterwards, is considered to denote the afternoon prayer. Hananiah, son of the brother of Arhashaya, said, the Mishnah speaks of common folk. What Arhaya has taught speaks of associates. Rabbis of Caesarea say, the formulation of the Mishnah accords with the view of Judah, while the formulation of Arhaya accords with the view of rabbis, before the barber close to the afternoon prayer unless he already will have prayed, nor at that time should a man go into a bathhouse. What is the point at which we regard a haircut as having begun? It is when the barber begins to shave. And has it not been taught, if one sat down to get a haircut, and they came and told him that his father had died, lo, this one should finish the entire haircut? This same rule applies both to him who gives, and him who gets, the haircut. This applies once the customer has been covered with the barber's covering. What is the point at which the bath begins? Zerakan in the name of Hananiah said, it is the point at which one removes his undergarments. Rab said, it is the point at which one removes his shoe. That is in line with the following, Joshua b. Levi would hear the lesson of his grandson every Friday afternoon. One time he forgot and went into the bath of Tiberias. Now he was leaning on the shoulder of Arhaya b. He remembered that he had not heard the child's lesson while he was in the bath and he went out of the bath. What happened? Darasi said, he had anointed himself. Eliezer b. Yase said, he had already removed his garments. Said to him Arhaya bar ba, did not Rabbi teach us, if they had begun, they do not interrupt? He said to him, Haya, my son, is it a small thing in your eyes that whoever hears a passage of Torah from his grandson is as if he hears it from Mount Sinai? What is the scriptural basis for this statement? Make them known to your children and your children's children how on the day that you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb. That is to say, it is like the day on which you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb. Hezekiah, Jeremiah, Arhaya in the name of Yohanan, if you can trace the authority behind a tradition to Moses, do so, and if not, put the first or and the last last. Gidul said, whoever says a tradition in the name of the one who said it should imagine that the authority for the tradition is standing before him. What is the scriptural basis for that statement? Surely a man goes about as a shadow. Many a man proclaims his own loyalty, but a faithful man who can find? Many a man proclaims his own loyalty. This refers to most people. But a faithful man who can find? This refers to Arzira, for Arzira said, we pay no attention to the traditions of our Sheshet, because he is blind. And Arzira said to Aryase, does my lord know Bar Petea, that you cite traditions in his name? He said to him, Ar. Yohanan said them in his name. Said Arzira to Rba Bar Zabeda, does my lord know Rab, that you cite traditions in his name? He said to him, Ar. Ada Bar Ava said them in his name. Nor into a tannery. Now look here. One is supposed to keep distant from someone who smells bad, and yet you teach this. How then can you say this? The rule refers to the point at which he has put on his work clothes. Nor to eat. What is the beginning of the eating of a meal? Rba in the name of Rabbi, once one has washed his hands. Rah said, that statement refers in particular to the sanctification of wine. Rba said, that statement refers to the blessing. Rab washed his hands. He indicated to Haya, his son, to mix the wine. He wanted to give it to him. Said to him, we already have begun the meal. There was the story of Ar Mayasha and Ar Samuel bar Ar Isaac, were sitting and eating in one of the upper synagogues. The time for saying the afternoon prayer came. Ar Samuel bar Ar Isaac got up to pray. Said to him Ar Mayasha, and did you not teach us, Rabbi, but if they began, they do not break off? And further, Hezekiah taught, whoever is exempt from the requirement of doing a given deed and does it is called taki. He said to him, and has it not been taught, a newly married man is exempt? As to a groom, if he wanted to recite the Shema, he may do so. And did not our Simeon be? Gamaliel teach, not everyone who is minded to assume the name may assume it. Said to him, I can interpret the cited passage to accord with the view of Rabban Gamaliel, for he has said, I shall not accept your view and remove the yoke of the kingdom of heaven from myself even for a single moment. Nor to enter judgment, our Jeremiah and our Joseph, one said, once they have gone into session in court. The other said, once the judges have heard the claims of the contending parties. If they began, they do not interrupt. They interrupt to say the Shema, but they do not interrupt it for saying the prayer. Said Ar-Aha, the recitation of the Shema derives from the authority of the Torah, while the recitation of the prayer does not derive from the authority of the Torah. Said Rba, as to the recitation of the Shema, the time for saying it is fixed, while the time for saying the prayer is not fixed. Said Aryase, recitation of the Shema need not be accompanied by appropriate concentration, while saying the prayer must be accompanied by appropriate concentration. Said Armana, I asked the following question before Aryase, and even if you say that reciting the Shema does not require appropriate intention, the opening 3 verses of scripture still do require appropriate intention. Since they are only a few, one can pay appropriate attention. Ar Yohanan said in the name of Ar Simeon b. Yohe, as to people such as ourselves, who are occupied in the study of Torah, even for the recitation of the Shema we do not interrupt our studies. Ar Yohanan made that statement in his own name, as to people such as ourselves, who are not occupied in the study of Torah, even for saying the prayer, we do interrupt our studies. This one is consistent with his views expressed elsewhere, and so is that one. Ar Yohanan is consistent with other statements of his, for Ar Yohanan said, would that people prayed all day long. Why? Because prayer never goes to waste. Ar Simeon b. Yohe is consistent with his views expressed elsewhere, for Ar Simeon b. Yohe said, if I were standing at Mount Sinai at the time that the Torah was given to Israel, I would have beseeched the merciful God to create for that man 2 mouths, one with which to labor in Torah, the other to serve all my needs in general. He retracted and remarked, "Now if when we have only one mouth, the world cannot stand on account of the slander that it speaks, if there were two mouths, how much the more so?" Said our Yase before our Jeremiah, the statement of our Yohanan accords with the view of our Hananiah b. Akiba. For it has been taught, those who write scrolls, tefillin, and mezuzot interrupt their work for recitation of the Shema, but they do not interrupt their work to recite the prayer. Our Hananiah b. Akiba says, just as they interrupt their work for reciting the Shema, so they interrupt it for prayer, for putting on tefillin, and for doing all of the other religious duties of the Torah. But does not our Simeon b. Yohei concur that they interrupt their work to make a tabernacle and to prepare a lulab? And does not our Simeon b. Yohei concur in the view? One learns in order to carry out the commandments, not in order not to carry them out. It would have been better for him if he had not been created? Said our Yohanan, he who studies not with the intention of carrying out what he learns, it would have been better for him if his backbone had been turned on his face, and if he had not come forth into the world. The reason for the view of our Simeon b. Yohei is this is to be repeated, and that is to be repeated, and they do not interrupt one thing which is to be repeated on account of something else which is to be repeated. And have we not learned, he who reads from that point on does not lose, since he is in the status of a man who reads in the Torah? Lo, this at its proper time is more beloved than the words of Torah. Said our Yudan, since our Simeon b. Yohei was very sharp in learning the words of Torah, therefore he took the view that is not more beloved to him than words of Torah. Said our B. Mari, have we not learned, is like a man who is reading in the Torah? Lo, when it is read at the right time, it is equivalent to the Mishnah. Our Simeon b. Yohei is consistent with opinions of his expressed elsewhere, for our Simeon b. Yohei said, he who is occupied with scripture is involved in a virtuous deed which is not really virtuous at all. But rabbis treat the scripture as of equivalent worth to the Mishnah. 1:3 A tailor should not go out carrying his needle near nightfall, lest he forget and cross, nor ascribe with his pen. And one should not search his clothes, or read by the light of a lamp. Nonetheless they state, a teacher sees where the children are reading, but he does not read. Similarly, a man's ab should not eat a meal with a woman's ab, because it leads to transgression. A tailor should not go out carrying his needle near nightfall, lest he forget and cross a boundary, nor a carpenter with the beam on his shoulder, nor a dyer with the color sample behind his ear, nor a money changer with the dinar behind his ear, nor a wool carder with a cord around his neck. But if they went forth, all of them are exempt. The words of our Meir. Our Judah says, a craftsman in the usual way of his craft, he is liable. But all the other men go out thus. The opinions assigned to our Meir are at variance with one another. For we have learned there, and if she went out carrying one of these, she is liable to a sin offering, the words of our Meir. Yet here he says this. Our Mana without specifying a further authority. Our Abin in the name of our Yohanan, there it is the usual way for a woman to go into the public domain, while here unimportant folk go out bearing these objects. The opinions attributed to rabbis likewise are at variance with one another, for we have learned there, and sages declare her exempt in the case of a spice box and a perfume flask. Therefore, in the case of transporting into public domain a needle which has a hole, liable. But we deal with a craftsman who goes forth in the usual way of his craft, said our Yase bar Abin, interpret the rule to speak of a case of a woman who is a hairdresser. And on the Sabbath one should not search his clothes for fleas, this is forbidden even on other days of the week because it is not Gentile. He who picks vermin out of his garments, lo, this one should squeeze them and toss them out, on condition that he not squeeze them. Abba Saul says, he takes them off and tosses them out, on condition that he not kill them. Hezekiah said, he who kills a louse on the Sabbath is as one who kills a camel. Samuel would cut off the hand and foot of the louse and put it in front of a child. Our Yase b. Arbun would put it into a flask. Said our Simeon b. Halapta, And have we not derived the law stated by Hezekiah from the case of the snail? But does the snail have sinews and bones? And has it not been taught? Anything which does not have sinews and bones does not live for more than 6 months. Ar Yasebar Arbun stated in the name of Arzebad, once in every 7 years the Holy One, blessed be he, changes things about in his world for the entire length of his body, to the backbone. Arhaya taught, but he may make use of a light inside a cup or inside a dish, and he need not scruple about the matter. There is he who wants to explain that this is because it is only for a moment. There is he who wishes to explain that this is because of cleanliness and because of avoiding the danger. What is the practical difference between? To dry out the lettuce. In the view of him who said that one may use the light for a brief moment, it is prohibited to do so. And in the view of him who said that it is because of cleanliness and avoiding danger to life, it is permitted to do so. Our Jeremiah went up to visit Arasi. He mixed a cup of wine for him. He permitted him to look into the cup. His wife said to him, "Look what he is doing." He said to her, "He follows the theory of his master, for it has been taught by Arhaya, he may make use of a light to see what is inside a cup or a dish, and he need not scruple about the matter." Or read by the light of a lamp, Samuel said, "This rule has been taught only in the case of a person reading by himself. But in the case of two, since they can stop one another, it is permitted." The following Tannaitic teaching of Samuel differs from his view, applies equally to the lamp which one can tilt and the lamp which one cannot tilt. Ulla bar Ishmael in the name of R. Eliezer, even if it is any height at all. In the view of R. Eliezer, even if the lamp is of any height, even if it is located in another room, even if it is located before a mirror. It has been taught, lest one forget and tilt the lamp. Said R. Ishmael, "One time I read by the light of a lamp and I wanted to tilt it and I said, how great are the words of sages, who rule." R. Nathan says, he most certainly did tilt it. And written on his notebook is the following, Ishmael b. Elisha tilted a lamp on the Sabbath. When the sanctuary will be rebuilt, he will bring a sin offering. There we have learned, do not trust yourself until the day of your death. There was the story of a certain pious man, who was sitting and repeating the tradition as follows, do not trust yourself until the days of your old age. He thought, for example, me. A shade came to him in the form of a woman and tested him, and then he began to regret it and said to him, do not be troubled. I am a spirit. Now go and conform to your fellows. Nonetheless they state, etc., said R. Eliezer, in any case in which we have learned, nonetheless, we deal with the law revealed to Moses at Sinai. What does the teacher review? He follows the chapter headings, the key verses. It has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, children prepare their chapters on Sabbath nights with the light of a lamp. What is the upshot of the matter? The reason is that the students want the light to go out, and the teachers do not want the light to go out. Similarly, etc., it has been taught, said R. Simeon b. Eliezer, come and see how far the keeping of cleanness has spread. For the ancients did not decree, making a rule that a clean man should not eat a meal with a menstruating woman. For the ancients did not eat with menstruating women. But the ancients did rule, a zab should not eat a meal with a woman, because it leads to transgression. For it has been said, for you had little before I came, and it has increased abundantly, and the Lord has blessed you wherever I turned. But now when shall I provide for my own household also? These mentioned by name were princes in their families, and their fathers' houses increased greatly. For they did not make a decree saying that a clean person should not eat with an unclean person. Rather they said, a man zab should not eat a meal with a woman zab. Lo, a man zab may eat with a woman afflicted with Sara'at, but shall dwell outside his tent 7 days. The text says outside of his tent, not outside of her tent. A man afflicted with Sara'at may not eat with a woman zab. But a man afflicted with Sara'at may not eat with a woman similarly afflicted. It has been taught, for the house of Shammai say, a Zab who is an abstainer should not eat with a Zab who is of the common folk. And the house of Hillel permit. What is the reason for the view of the house of Hillel? This one is unclean as a Zab and so is that one. What is the reason for the view of the house of Shammai? For the abstainer will get used to eating with the other at the time at which he is unclean, and accordingly, he will also get used to eating with the other at the time that he is clean. Arhaya the elder instructed Rab, if you can eat all of your unconsecrated food in a state of cultic cleanness for the entire year, by all means do so. If not, then try to do it for at least 7 days in the year. On this basis, R. Phineas B. Yair says, heedfulness leads to cleanliness, cleanliness leads to cultic purity leads to holiness, holiness leads to modesty, modesty leads to the fear of sin leads to the Holy Spirit leads to the piety leads to the resurrection of the dead, and the resurrection of the dead leads to Elijah, blessed be his memory. Heedfulness leads to cleanliness, and when he has made an end of atoning. Cleanliness leads to cultic purity, and the priest shall make atonement for it, and it will be clean. Cultic purity leads to holiness and purify it and hallow it. Holiness leads to modesty, for thus says the high and lofty one who inhabits eternity, whose name is holy, I dwell in the high and holy place, and also with him who is of a contrite and humble spirit, to revive the heart of the contrite. Modesty leads to fear of sin, the reward for modesty and fear of the Lord is riches and honor and life. Said R. Isaac bar Eliezer, what wisdom made as a crown for her head, modesty makes as the imprint of her shoe. For it is written, the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. And it is written, the reward for modesty and fear of the Lord is riches and honor and life. The fear of sin leads to the Holy Spirit as it is written, then you will understand the fear of the Lord and find the knowledge of God. The Holy Spirit leads to piety as it is written, of old thou didst speak in a vision to thy faithful ones. Piety leads to the resurrection of the dead as it is written, I will cause breath to enter you, and you shall live. The resurrection of the dead leads to Elijah, of blessed memory as it is written, behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the great and terrible day of the Lord comes, and he will turn the hearts of fathers to their children, and the hearts of children to their fathers. It has been taught in the name of our Meir, whoever lives permanently in the land of Israel, eats his unconsecrated produce in a state of cultic cleanness, speaks in the holy language, and recites the Shema morning and night may be certain that he belongs among those who will live in the world to come. 1:4 These are some of the laws which they stated in the upper room of Hananiah b. Hezekiah b. Gurion when they went up to visit him. And 18 rules did they decree on that very day. And that day was as harsh for Israel as the day on which the golden calf was made. R. Eliezer says, on that day they overfilled sea measure. R. Joshua says, on that day they leveled the sea measure. Said to him R. Eliezer, if the measure was not filled, and they filled it, it would have been well. It may be compared to a jug full of nuts. As much sesame seed as you add, it will hold. Said to him R. Joshua, if it had been filled up and they emptied it a bit, it would have been well. It may be compared to a jug filled with oil. As much water as you add has the effect of scattering the oil. R. Joshua of Anaiah taught, the disciples of the house of Shammai took positions down below and killed disciples of the house of Hillel. It has been taught, 6 of them went upstairs, and the rest of them took positions with swords and spears. It has been taught, 18 rules did they decree, in 18 matters they formed the majority, and concerning 18 matters they disputed. These are the matters on which they issued decrees: bread prepared by Gentiles, their cheese, their oil, and their daughters, their semen and urine, the laws governing one who has suffered a nocturnal emission, the laws covering the uncleanness of Gentile territory. There we have learned, these render heave offering unfit, he who eats food unclean in the first remove, and he who eats food unclean in the second remove, he who drinks unclean liquid, he whose head and the greater part of whose body enter drawn water, one who was clean, on whose head and the greater part of whose body 3 logs of drawn water fall, a holy book, hands, a T-bolyam, and food and utensils which have been made unclean by unclean liquids. Rabbis of Caesarea said, as to the decrees in outnumbered, they are only 7, and these are other, he upon whom darkness fell, on the eve of the Sabbath, while he was on the road, hands over his purse to a Gentile. And along these same lines, a man's ab should not eat a meal with a woman's ab because it leads to transgression. All movable objects convey uncleanness through overshadowing if they are as thick as an ox goad. How do they gather grapes in a grave area? He who leaves his utensils under a water spout. Concerning 6 matters of doubt do they burn food in the status of heave offering. Said Aryase B. Arbun, also concerning what grows from seed in the status of heave offering. These are the matters concerning which they made decrees, these first 10. As to the rest of the items, they derive from that which are Simeon b. Yohei has taught, on that day they made a decree against their bread, cheese, wine, vinegar, brine, mouris, what they brew, pickle, salt, pounded wheat, groats and grits, their language and their testimony, gifts given by them, their sons and their daughters, and their firstlings. Their bread, the law was an irregular measure, said Aryase. I raised this question before our Jacob bar Aha, what is the meaning of an irregular measure? For thus do we maintain, in a place in which bread prepared by Israelites is readily available, it is logical that bread produced by Gentiles should be forbidden. But they acted irregularly and permitted it? Or, in a place in which bread prepared by Israelites is not readily available, it is logical that bread produced by Gentiles should be permitted? But they acted irregularly and prohibited it? Said Armana, and does irregular legislation apply to a matter of prohibition, and is not bread tantamount to that which a Gentile has cooked? Thus do we therefore state the matter, in a place in which food prepared by Israelites is not readily available, it is logical that food produced by Gentiles should be permitted. But they acted irregularly and prohibited it? But thus is the proper version, in a place in which Israelite bread is not readily available, it was logical that bread prepared by Gentiles should be forbidden. But they acted irregularly and permitted it, because it is a matter of the preservation of life. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of our Jacob bar Aha, in accord with the position of him who permits, this is on condition that from a baker. But they do not practice the law in such wise. They said before Arhiah the elder, R. Simeon b. Yohei taught so likewise, you shall purchase food from them for money, that you may eat, and you shall also buy water of them for money, that you may drink. Just as water is something which does not change from its natural state, so anything which is not changed from its natural state. They objected, lo, their liverwort, apricots, pickled, parched corn, and water are permitted. All of them pose no difficulties, for they can be soaked and made to return to their original state. Parched corn, why? Aryase b. Arbun in the name of Rab. Any food which is eaten as is, raw, is not subject to the prohibition against eating food cooked by Gentiles. And it can serve as an Arab tabshalin. How then does Arhiah the elder interpret, you shall purchase food from them for money, that you may eat, and you shall also buy water of them for money, that you may drink? With food you shall purchase. Once you have fed him, break him. If he is hard on you, purchase with food. And if not, give him ample funds. They say that thus did our Jonathan do, when he saw a Gentile of high standing came to town, he would send him. If then a case of an orphan or a widow would come up, he would then find favor. Their cheese, said our Jeremiah, milk produced by a Gentile's cow, why is it forbidden? Because of the mixture an unclean beast. But so it has been taught in a Tannaitic tradition, an Israelite may sit at the other side of his corral, and a Gentile may milk the cows and bring the milk to him, and he need not scruple. RBA in the name of our Judah, our Simon in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, as to milk produced by a Gentile, why is it prohibited? Because of its having been left exposed. And let curdle? Said our Samuel bar our Isaac, because of the poison located in the cracks. And so it is taught in a Tannaitic tradition, there are three kinds of venom, one which floats, one which sinks, and one which like a net-like film. In the time of our Jeremiah the water tank of the great synagogue was left uncovered. They drank once and did not die, then went and did it again and died. Now I say that it was because of venom which had sunk to the bottom. Workers were farming in a field. A pitcher of water was left uncovered. They drank from it, but did not die. Then they went and drank again from the water, and they died. Now I say that it was because of venom which had sunk to the bottom. Brine, vinegar, fish brine, oil, and honey are permitted on account of the law of uncovered liquids. But our Simeon prohibits. Sages concur with our Simeon in a case in which one saw it bite into the liquid. And so it has been taught, as for a watermelon at which a mouse gnawed, and 10 men later ate from it without being poisoned the rest of the watermelon, lo, this still is forbidden. And so in the case of a jug of wine which was left uncovered, and later 10 men drank from it without being poisoned the rest of the wine, lo, this is forbidden. Who forbade their oil? Judah said, Daniel forbade it, and Daniel resolved. Ar Aha, Ar Tanhum bar Haya in the name of Ar Yohanan, and some say it is in the name of Ar Joshua b. Levi, because saw that were go up to the royal mountain they were put to death on account. Who permitted it? Rabbi and his court. In three settings Ar Judah the patriarch is referred to as Ar Rabbi, in the context of writs of divorce, oil, and producing an abortion in the shape of a sandal. In consequence they referred to his court as the permissive court. Any court which gave a lenient ruling in three matters is called a permissive court. Said Ar Yudan b. Ar Ishmael, Rabbi's court differed from him in the matter of the writ of divorce. Ar Yohanan raised the question, and have we not learned in the Mishnah, for a court has not got the power to nullify the opinion of another court unless it is greater than it in wisdom and in numbers? Now how is it possible that Rabbi and his court should permit what Daniel and his colleagues had prohibited? Ar Yohanan is consistent with his opinion expressed elsewhere. For Ar Yohanan said, I have received it as a tradition from Ar Eliezer b. Ar Sadok that any decree which a court should issue, and which the majority of the community should not accept upon itself, is no decree. They looked into the matter and found out in the case of the decree against oil that the majority of the community had not accepted. Isaac bar Samuel bar Marta went down to Nisibis. He found Simlai, the southerner, sitting and expounding. Rabbi and his court permitted oil. Samuel accepted and ate. Rab, eat. He said to him, Samuel ate. If you do not do the same, I shall decree concerning you that you are a rebellious elder. Replied to him, when I was still there, I learned that Simlai, the southerner, rejected said to him, did say this in his own name? Did he not say it in the name of Rabbi and his court? Samuel nagged him about the matter until he too ate oil prepared by Gentiles. Their daughters, said Ar Eliezer, in 7 places it is written, you should not intermarry with them. Hence how can you claim that it was prohibited as one of the 18 matters? Said Ar Abin, this is to prohibit intermarriage with the 7 peoples. The verse applies only to the 7 and not to other nations. Ar Joshua Anaya taught, prohibiting eggs cooked by them. Ar Ishmael taught, the ostrich. This refers to an ostrich egg. Their semen, but did not Ar Aha say, Ar Hinana in the name of Ar Yohanan, the semen of a Gentile is insusceptible to uncleanness, for it is not possible for semen to emerge without some urine as well. As to one who has suffered a nocturnal emission, Ar Ba bar Aha in the name of Rabbi, he may repeat laws, though he may not repeat sayings pertaining to lore. It has been taught in the name of Ar Yaseh, he may repeat laws which he knows well, but that is on condition that he may not lay out his learning in the Mishnah. And there is he who wishes to propose, and that is on condition that he not make mention of the divine name. And concerning the laws about territory of the Gentiles, did not Ar Zira bar Abina in the name of Ar Jeremiah say, Yaseh b. Yozer of Sarada and Yaseh b. Yohanan of Jerusalem decreed that the territory of the Gentiles should be unclean, and likewise that is the case for glass utensils? Ar Yaseh said, Ar Judah b. Tabai. Ar Judah said, Ar Judah b. Tabai and Simeon b. Shada made a decree concerning metal utensils. Hillel and Shammai made a decree concerning the cleanness of hands. Ar Yaseh b. Arbun in the name of Ar Levi, that was the law as they had received it, but they had forgotten it, and then the pairs went and came to the same conclusion as their predecessors. This serves to teach you that in the case of any matter for which a court is prepared to give up its life, in the end that matter will endure in their hand. This is in line with that which was said to Moses at Sinai, and accords with that which our Mana said, for it is no trifle for you. And if it is a trifle for you, why should that be the case? Because you do not devotedly labor in it. For it is your life. Under what circumstances is it your life? When you devotedly labor in it. Samuel said, that statement applies, in particular, to the 18 matters. But as to matters other than these 18, even a lesser court may nullify the ruling of another court. They objected, lo, there is the matter of the additional rules of the 7th year. And in this connection even Ar Yohanan said it raised questions against it. Ar Charispeda in the name of Ar Yohanan, Rabban Gamaliel and his court released the prohibitions laid out in the first 2 chapters. Ar Yohanan raised the question, and have we not learned, a court has not got the power to nullify the opinion of another court unless it is greater than it in wisdom and in numbers. Ar Abun introduced, Ar Judah in the name of Samuel. That statement applies, in particular, to all laws except for the 18 matters. Lo, as to matters included under the 18, even a superior court may not nullify the decisions, for was prepared to stand at the cost of their lives. Said Ar Mana, is not the opposite more reasonable? Since the decisions were made under duress, these surely may be nullified. They objected, lo, there is the case of oil. Lo, it is one of the 18 matters. Yet Ar Yohanan raised questions about that matter. Ar Kahana son of Ar Haya bar Abba, Ar Aha produced the statement in the name of Ar Yohanan, they nullified the decree against oil nullified. Naaman son of Ar Samuel bar Naamani in the name of Ar Samuel bar Naamani, as to the 5 animals designated as sin offerings which are left to die, if the court wanted to nullify this ruling, it may do so. Said Ar Haya bar Atta, that which you have said applies to a case in which the animal is not set aside to be left to die, but rather are to go for the purchase of a free will offering. But as to offering such a beast itself on the altar, an animal designated as a sin offering which has been left to die is never offered on the altar. 1:5 The house of Shammai say, they do not soak ink, dyes tufts, or vetches, unless there is sufficient time for them to be soaked while it is still day. And the house of Hillel permit. What is the scriptural basis for the view of the house of Shammai? The house of Shammai say, 6 days shall you labor and do all your work complete all while it is still day. And what is the scriptural basis for the view of the house of Hillel? 6 days shall you labor and on the 7th. How do the house of Hillel interpret the scriptural verse cited by the house of Shammai? 6 days shall you labor and do all your work speaks in particular of work done by manual laborers. How do the house of Shammai interpret the verse cited by the house of Hillel, 6 days shall you labor, and on the 7th? It is in line with that which is taught, they open the irrigation channel for a vegetable patch on the eve of the Sabbath at dusk, and it continues to absorb water through the Sabbath day. They put an eye salve on the eye, and a poultice on a sore, on the eve of Sabbath at dusk. And they continue to undergo healing throughout the entire Sabbath day. They put sulfur under dishes on the eve of the Sabbath at dusk, and they continue to be sulfured on the Sabbath. They put a perfume brazier on coals on the eve of the Sabbath at dusk. They do not put wheat into the water-driven wheels unless there is sufficient time for it to be ground. Said Ar Haggai, it is because they make noise. Said to him Ar Yaseh, that is good enough for, my lord, Ar Judah. But as to the view of rabbis, the reason? Because each drop has not begun to drip. Here, each grain of wheat has not commenced, said Ar Yasabi Ar Bun, it is because he may forget and drive in the peg. The house of Shammai stated one argument to the house of Hillel, and they could not answer them. The house of Hillel stated one argument to the house of Shammai, and they could not answer them. Said to them the house of Hillel, to the house of Shammai, do you not concede that, they lay down olive press beams and suspend wine press rollers at dusk? And they could not answer them. Said Arzira, if it were not that I do not want to poke my head among the lions, I should supply a further argument. There, each drop of liquid already is uprooted from its place. The house of Shammai said to the house of Hillel, do you not concede that, they do not roast meat, onions, and eggs on the eve of the Sabbath at dusk, unless there is time for them to be roasted while it is still day, to be subject to the same rule? And they could not answer them. Said Arzira, if it were not that I do not want to poke my head among the lions, I should offer a reason. There it is usual to turn the food over. But here what can you say? Said Aryudan, if the food was roasted like the food of Bandarosai. They have prohibited roasting anything which is usually turned over, unless the meat can be entirely roasted while it is still day. Said Armana, is it not reasonable that that is so? For may reply to them, how can you produce a reply to us on the basis of something that is usually roasted all that is necessary while it is still day, in regard to something that is not usually kept while it is still day? 1:6 The house of Shammai says, they do not put bundles of flax into the oven unless there is time for them to steam off while it is still day. And wool into the cauldron unless there is sufficient time for it to absorb the color while it is still day. And the house of Hillel permit. What do the house of Shammai profit? Said Arabahu, for instance, to villagers, who are not meticulous. Judah in the name of Samuel, and in a case in which the cauldron is movable. But if the cauldron was fixed, it is forbidden, for the dyer will be concerned that his dye not be totally consumed, and so he will add water. Samuel in the name of Arabahu, the house of Hillel derive the law governing acts of labor that are permitted from the governing acts of labor that are forbidden. If one had done so on the Sabbath, it is possible that it is not forbidden? Along these same lines then, if he did so on Friday while it is still light, it is permitted. The house of Shammai say, they do not spread out nets for wild beasts, fowl, or fish, unless there is sufficient time for them to be caught while it is still day. And the house of Hillel permit. Was caught by the eve of the holiday. Who lets know? If the trap was in disarray, it is obvious that the beast was caught while it was still day. If it was not in disarray, then it is obvious that nothing was trapped in it while it was still day. Even if the trap was in disarray, one takes account of the possibility that a beast was not trapped while it was yet daylight. Said Ar Yasabi Ar Bun, one spreads a net in the forest. You should know that that is the case. For lo, we have learned, fish. Does it not speak of a place in which fish are abundant? Along these same lines, here too we speak of a place in which wild beasts and fowl are abundant. Arhaya in the name of Rab declared that that rule is indeed the law. They considered ruling that they are permitted on the next day. Ar Hezekiah and Ar Utziel b Arhonia of Beth Oron, they are permitted literally. They contemplated ruling that in a case of doubt the matter is permitted. Ar Hananiah and Ar Jonathan both maintain, in the case of a doubt such as this, it is forbidden. Ar Yohanan said, in a case of doubt such as this, it is permitted. Arhaya the elder and Ar Simeon b. Rabbi one said, what comes from a Gentile requires preparation. The other said, what comes from a Gentile does not require preparation. Now we do not know which authority held this opinion, and which one held that opinion. On the basis of the following. Rab tarried in coming before Arhaya the elder. He said to him, where were you? And he said to him, a caravan came by, and I ate the figures. It must follow that is the one who held, what comes from a Gentile does not require preparation in advance of the festival day. A disciple of Arsimai went to Antiochus, and they served him Damascene plums, and he ate them. A disciple of Ar Joshua b. Levi went there, and they brought him Damascene plums, and he did not eat them, and he went and reported the matter before his master. He replied, Now look. He follows the custom in accord with the theory of Arsimi. For Arsimi said, what comes from a Gentile does not require preparation in advance of the festival day. Arabau in the name of Ar Joshua b. Levi, lumps of dripping grapes in the vineyard lo, these are forbidden. Arhuna in the name of Rab, late dates on the palm tree lo, these are permitted. 1:8 The house of Shammai say, they do not sell to a Gentile or bear a burden with him, and they do not lift up a burden onto his back, unless there is sufficient time for him to reach a nearby place. And the house of Hillel permit. What is the definition of a nearby place? It would accord with that which Mar Samuel said, for instance, from Hutra to Nehardia. Here too that criterion applies. There is he who wishes to say, until he reaches his house. And there is he who wishes to say, until he reaches his village. Our Akaba says, sufficient time for him to go out the door before the day is sanctified. Said Ar Yohanan, this represents the view of Ar Yaseh. Our Akaba's purpose is to amplify the opinion of the house of Hillel. They do not hand over to a Gentile on the stipulation that he will take it out. If he took it and went out on his own, one is not subject to. They do not hand over to a dog so that he will take it and go out. If he took it and went out on his own, one is not subject. It has been taught, Israelite workmen who were working with a Gentile in the case of in an Israelite's household, it is prohibited. In the case of in a Gentile's household, it is permitted. Our Simeon b. Eliezer says, if he was hired by the day, whether working in the household of an Israelite or working in the household of a Gentile, it is prohibited. If he was hired as a contractor, working in the household of an Israelite is permitted. Working in the household of a Gentile is prohibited. Under what circumstances? In the case of working on what is plucked. But as to working on what is not yet plucked, it is prohibited. And in another town, one way or the other, it is permitted. What is the meaning of one way or the other? Whether the crops are plucked or not yet plucked, whether as a day laborer or as a contractor. Said Ar-Ila, whether the crop is plucked or not yet plucked, only on condition that as a contractor. Ar Simeon Barbersna in the name of Ar-Aha, in regard to rules for the Sabbath, for mourning, and for the governance of idolatry, the law is in accord with the rulings of Ar Simeon b. Eliezer. They do not send letters with a Gentile either on Friday or on Thursday. The house of Shammai prohibit doing so even on Wednesday. And the house of Hillel permit. They said concerning Ar Yaseh the priest that writing of his was never found in the hand of a Gentile. They do not set sail on the Great Sea either on Friday or on Thursday. The house of Shammai prohibit doing so even on Wednesday. And the house of Hillel permit. But if it was because of a dire necessity, then, for instance, in the case of from Tyre to Sidon, it is permitted to make such a trip, even on Friday. They do not set sail with a ship, neither on the eve of the Sabbath nor on Thursday. The house of Shammai prohibit doing so even on Wednesday. And the house of Hillel permit. If it was to a near place, for example, from Tyre to Sidon, it is permitted. They do not besiege a Gentile town less than 3 days before the Sabbath. That which you have said applies to making an optional war. But as to making an obligatory war, even on the Sabbath. For so we find that Jericho was conquered only on the Sabbath. For it is written, you shall march around the city, all the men of war going around the city once. Thus shall you do for 6 days. And it is written, and on the 7th day you shall march around the city 7 times. And it is written, until it falls, even on the Sabbath. 1:9 The house of Shammai say, they do not give hides to a tanner, or clothing to a Gentile laundryman, unless there is sufficient time for them to be done while it is still day. And in the case of all of them, the house of Hillel permit, while the sun is still shining. Said Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, the household of father had the habit of giving white clothes to a Gentile laundryman 3 days before the Sabbath. And these and those concur that they lay down olive press beams and wine press rollers. What constitutes sufficient time? It accords with that which our Yohanan said in the name of Arhonia, sufficient time to walk 4 mills. And here, if one handed over his garments to a Gentile laundryman, and came and found him working on it on the Sabbath, it is forbidden. Said our Yudan, and why not have the Israelite tell the Gentile not to work on that day on his clothing? Said our Yudan, father of our Matina, that which you say applies to a case in which the Gentile works as a favor for the Israelite. But if it is for a fee, then the Gentile is doing work for himself. Said our Simeon b. Gamaliel, the household of father, etc., they referred only to white ones. Lo, as to colored ones, that is not the case. Accordingly, we infer that white ones are harder to do than colored ones. And these and those concur, etc., both our Samuel and our Yase b. Hananah say, each drop already has been uprooted from its place. Our Aha said our Yase bar Hananah asked, what is the law on touching the flowing liquid? Rabbis of Caesarea say, there was a dispute on this matter between our Yohanan and our Yase bar Hananah. Our Yohanan said, it is forbidden. Our Yase bar Hananah said, it is permitted. There is a Tannaitic statement contrary to the view of our Yase bar Hananah, and they do concur that one should not touch the flowing liquid. 110 They do not roast meat, onions, and eggs, unless there is time for them to be roasted while it is still day. They do not put bread into an oven at dusk, nor cakes on the coals, unless there is time for them to form a crust on the top surface while it is still day. Our Eliezer says, sufficient time for its bottom surface to form a crust. Our Bun bar Kahana in the name of rabbis, a dish that had sufficiently cooked may remain on an oven, the flame of which had not been covered with ashes. Our Zira asked, as to meat, onions, and eggs, if they are simmered, they deteriorate. In the case of this dish, if it simmers, it is an improvement, and yet you say this. This statement speaks only of hot water. Our Samuel came our Zira asked, as to hot liquids which were sufficiently heated, it is forbidden to keep them on an oven the fire of which has not been covered with ashes. Our Bibi in the name of our Yohanan, a dish of ox meat which had cooked as is the food of Banderosai, it is permitted to put it back on the oven which has had its flame tamped down with ashes. Now this accords with that which our Jacob bar Ada said in the name of our Yohanan, he who sets a pot over coals they admonish him that, when the pot cooks as is the food of Banderosai, it is forbidden. Our Aha, our Tanhum bar Haya in the name of our Simeon b. Rabbi, hot water that has been sufficiently heated it is permitted to put it back on a stove the fire of which has not been covered with ashes. Our Zira asked, to keep it there is forbidden, but to put it back there is permitted. This statement referred only to one's Passover offering. Our Aha in the name of our Simeon b. Rabbi, a Passover offering which had been sufficiently roasted it is permitted to put it back on an oven the fire of which has not been covered with ashes. They do not put bread into an oven, etc. Our Jacob bar Aha in the name of Arasi, women are more prompt with regard to bread than to a cooked dish. What is the difference between bread and a cooked dish? In the case of a cooked dish, it is usually eaten while boiling. Bread is not usually eaten boiling. There they say, hot bread brings heat with it. As to one bitten by a hornet, he should put something cool on the bite. If bitten by a scorpion, put on something hot. He who confuses these two rules is in danger. Our Eliezer concurs in the case of show bread, for it is called bread only when its upper face has formed a crust in the oven. 111 They lower the Passover offering into an oven at dusk. And they light the fire in the fireplace of the house of the hearth. But in the provinces, there is sufficient time for the flame to catch over the larger part of. Our Judah says, in the case of charcoal any quantity whatsoever. There we have learned, after nightfall they went out and roasted their Passover offerings, and you say this. Said our Yase, Associations are meticulous. If the Passover offering is whole, one may put it back into the oven. But if it was cut into pieces, one may not put it back onto the flame. R. Samuel, in the name of R. Zira, it is because of being invalid. Said R. Yase, that is so. As to eating it, you are not able to do so, for it is written, do not eat any of it raw or boiled with water, but roasted, its head with its legs and its inner parts. As to roasting it, you are not able to do so, since one may not be in the position of roasting meat on the Sabbath. Now if you say that it is permitted to put it back chopped up and not whole, then the owner may very well not complete roasting it as much as is necessary prior to the sundown on Friday. If you say that it is forbidden to put it back chopped up and not whole, then the owner will take care to complete roasting it as much as is required while it is still day on Friday. R. Eliezer B. R. Yase asked, if one roasted it whole, and then cut it up, what is the law about putting it back into the oven and basting it? R. Zira, R. Judah, in the name of Rab, 4 sorts of fires, any amount whatsoever. A fire made from olive scraps, mulch, oil, and pits. If such a fire has caught any amount at all, it is permitted. RBA, in the name of Arhaya bar Ashi, in the case of a wicker basket filled with pits, if they are packed close together, they may be kindled only if the fire will catch over the greater part of them while it is still day, but if they are scattered in the basket, it is permitted if the fire catches the greater part of each piece. Now does dispute. The one deals with solid ones, and in the other case we deal with mushy ones. R. Yase, in the name of R. Jeremiah, R. Hananiah produced the matter in the name of Rab, in the case of a fire with coals on the bottom and wood on the top, once the flame has come into the space between the 2 layers, it is permitted. R. Helbo, in the name of R. Huna, in the case of a beam, the larger part of its circumference. Does the greater part of its circumference mean in a single place or over the entire circumference of the whole beam? The following tradition is available. It must be so affected by the flame that it is no longer usable for any sort of work. The point of the statement of the Mishnah is that also in the case of charcoal, any quantity whatsoever. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 2. 2:1 With what do they kindle and with what do they not kindle? They do not kindle with cedar fiber, uncarded flax, raw silk, wick of bast, wick of the desert, or seaweed, with pitch, wax, castor oil, oil burned, the fat tail, or tallow. Nahum the Mede says, they kindle with melted tallow. And sages say, all the same is that which is melted and that which is not melted, they do not kindle with it. Not with cedar fiber, Arhaya bar Ba said, it is the woolly substance of cedar twigs. Ar-aha, in the name of Arhaya, cedar wood. They say, they are one and the same thing. Nor with uncarded flax, Arhinana, in the name of Arphineus, it is linen that has not been hatcheled. This is in line with that verse which you may cite in scripture. And the strong shall become tow. And not with raw silk, the Cicero's blossom. Said R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, I inquired among all the seafarers, and they told me that it is called coca. Nor with wick of bast, ornata. Nor with wick of the desert, this is meant literally. Nor with seaweed, it is similar to flax. With pitch or wax, up to this point we have dealt with wicks. From this point onward we deal with fuel for the lamp. R. Abau, in the name of R. Yohanan, it is because the flame is drawn backward, and the householder may forget and remove the wick. Furthermore, the flame may not kindle over the greater part of the oil. R. Zira asked, if that is the principal consideration, then the rule should be that the wick must be kindled over the greater part of the oil in the lamp. R. Samuel, R. Abau, in the name of R. Yohanan, the wick must be kindled over the greater part of the oil in the lamp. Associates objected, lo, there is the case of wax. Lo, it is a case in which the flame has not kindled the greater part of the fuel. RBA bar Mammal objected, lo, there is the case of a lantern. Lo, here is a case in which the flame has not kindled the greater part of the fuel. Said R. Shimei, did not R. Zira say, R. Judah, in the name of Rab, there are 4 sorts of fires in which, if the flame is burning in any amount whatever, the fire is valid for use on the Sabbath. A fire made of pulp, mulch, olive oil, and pits any part there is further evidence from the following. Arta-Halafa asked Arhisda, and did not Rabbi teach us, in the case of a Sabbath which coincided with the festival of Hanukkah, when it is forbidden to examine a coin by the light of a lamp. Lo, in this case one does not forget and remove the wick. Since the problem of forgetfulness cannot be in play here, there must be another reason. Hence the reason can only be on the count of the flame's not kindling the greater part of the fuel. And not with castor oil, Aryase in the name of Arhaya, it is oil of ivy seeds. Arjona, Arzira in the name of Arjuda, it is a fowl, and its name is kickbird. Ishmael taught, the water hen, this refers to the kickbird. Nor with oil burned, said Arhisda, that is to say that it is prohibited to light a fire out of holy things, which will continue burning on the Sabbath. And have we not learned, and they light the fire in the fireplace of the house of the hearth? But in the provinces, they do so only if there is sufficient time for the flame to catch over the larger part of the wood. Said Aryase, in connection with the Sabbath, it is written, in it you shall not do any work. This work goes on by itself. Nonetheless, in this matter the Torah has ruled, they do not burn holy things on a festival day. And it is not necessary to state, on the Sabbath. On what grounds do you hold that view? And you shall let none of it remain until the morning, anything that remains until the morning you shall burn. After 2 mornings, one, the morning of the 15th, the other, the morning of the 16th. And it is written, but what remains of the flesh of the sacrifice on the 3rd day shall be burned with fire. What is the law on kindling a fire with fuel consisting of leaven? He who derives the rule from that governing remnant will prohibit doing so, and he who does not derive the rule from that governing remnant will deem it permitted. Aha in the name of Arhisda, that is to say that it is permitted to kindle a fire of holy things, and it may continue to burn through the Sabbath. And lo, we have learned, they do not kindle a light for the festival day with heave offering oil burned. This is because of the prohibition of doing so on a festival day that coincided with a Friday. If so, then they should not kindle a lamp with heave offering oil that is to be burned by night, because they do not burn holy things by night. Said Yohanan, in this matter they have followed the reasoning of Ishmael. Just as Ishmael said, as to an infant the time for circumcision for whom had passed, he is circumcised whether by day or by night, so if the time has passed, it is burned whether by day or by night. And is there such a thing as heave offering oil, the time of which has passed? Arjuda Barpazi, since it has been made unclean, it falls into the category of something whose time has passed. Aryase taught before Yohanan, how do we know from scripture that all of those who are to be circumcised should be circumcised only by day? Scripture states, and on the day said to him Yohanan, and is there this? All those who are liable to immerse do so under ordinary circumstances by day, except for the menstruating woman and the woman after childbirth, who immerse only by night. A menstruating woman whose time had passed may immerse whether by day or by night. Arhaya bar Abba explained the matter to the Tyrians, a menstruating woman whose time had passed may immerse whether by day or by night. There they say, even if her time had passed, on account of her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. A woman member of the household of our rabbi did they see immersing in the usual way by day. It was said that her usual time had passed. A menstruating woman who had an accident and who was thereby immersed. Shimei in the name of Rab, she is clean so far as having sexual relations is concerned, but unclean so far as working with food to be prepared in conditions of cleanness is concerned. Eliezer in the name of Hananah, she is unclean both so far as sexual relations and so far as preparing food requiring conditions of cleanness are concerned. What is the scriptural basis for this position? Then it shall be washed a second time and be clean. Just as the first washing must be with full knowledge and intent, so the second must be likewise. And how do we know that the first washing must be with full knowledge and consent? Then the priest shall command that they wash the thing in which is the disease, and he shall shut it up 7 days more. This must be with full knowledge and consent. Now lo, we see that the rabbis push up the time of intercalating the year. Naman in the name of Mana, it is a religious duty to push matters up, so as to be conscientious about carrying out religious duties. An Israelite girl who came to kindle a lamp from a priest girl, she dips the wick in oil in the status of heave offering which is fit for burning, and so lights the lamp for her. Arhuna in the name of Aryane, it was a time of an onslaught of wolves, and the court did not go and annul. Just as you say there, the court did not go and annul the law, so here the court did not go and annul the law. As regards a priest's cattle which were standing in a barn next to an Israelite's cattle. And so the garments of a priest which were being woven near the garments of an Israelite, lo, the Israelite may kindle on their account oil burning. As regards an Israelite who was sitting in the shop of a priest, lo, this one may fill for him a lamp with oil burning, and the Israelite may go up to the attic or down to the cellar, in order to do what is needful to the priest but not what is needful to the Israelite. If the Israelite was a partner in the ownership of the store with the priest. And so in the case of a priest who was dining in the home of an Israelite, lo, this priest may kindle for him a lamp filled with oil in the status of heave offering which is fit for burning. Even though the priest later got up and left, they do not obligate the Israelite to put out the lamp, until it goes out by itself. Hananiah bar Akbari was going to do some work with Arhiah of Sephores. When he was ready to go, would fill a lamp for with oil burned. But have we not got the following principle, to do what is needful to the priest but not what is needful to the Israelite? They reply, but if the priest did not do so, the other would not come. They contemplated ruling that when he got home, he should put it out. Said Hananiah, it was through that he stayed awake and got up in the morning. Ada the servant asked Rmi, if I dip wicks in vinegar with the vinegar preventing the wicks from burning when they are charred, may I use it? He said to him, it is annulled in relationship to the wicks. That is the ruling which Judah b. Pazi gave to members of the household of Nehemiah. Rmi took a wick. Arliah did not accept such a wick. Does Arliah not concur with the view of Rmi? He scribbled on the count of possible misappropriation. And would he trust this servant to treat holy things in a sloppy way? Gamaliel Zuga asked Rasi, what is the law as to adding unconsecrated oil and kindling the whole? He said to him, did not Hoshea teach, they do not obligate him to put it out? Said Abahu, Jonathan b. Akime taught me the following, as regards the daughter of a priest who had in her hand a lamp filled with oil burning, on the eve of the Sabbath at the time of sunset, lo, this one may add any small amount of unconsecrated oil to the lamp and may kindle it for the Sabbath. Said to him Arzira, and what is the character? He said to him, he is a great man, an expert in our Mishnah, and Arhiah of Kapartaman expressed that fact before Rabbi, who appointed him a sage. And not with tallow, our Barona said, in the case of tallow, one may drip into it any amount of oil and kindle such a lamp for the Sabbath. Aryase raised this question, how shall we interpret this matter? If we deal with tallow that has been thoroughly crushed, then even if one did not put oil into it. And Samuel taught, anything which they pulverize and which does not congeal, that is in the category of what is thoroughly crushed. And if we deal with tallow which has not been thoroughly crushed, then even if one put oil into it. Hananiah came, Barana in the name of Rab, tallow which one has chopped up, and the innards of fish they kindle a lamp with them. Arhiah bar Ashi came late to Rab. He said to him, where were you? He said to him, I was looking for olive oil. He said to him, and did you not have the innards of fish? There is a Tanite authority who teaches, they may kindle the lamp with naphtha. There is a Tanite authority who teaches, they may not kindle the lamp with naphtha. Said Arhisda, the one who said, they kindle a lamp with it, speaks of the black kind. The one who said, they do not kindle a lamp with it, speaks of the white kind, which is highly flammable and therefore dangerous. 2:2 They do not kindle for the festival day with oil burned. R. Ishmael says, they do not kindle with tar, and sages permit all kinds of oils, sesame oil, nut oil, radish oil, fish oil, tar, and naphtha. R. Tarfon says, they kindle only with olive oil. Lo, all of the other items listed above are permitted for use in the lamp for the festival day. R. Ishmael says, they do not kindle the Sabbath lamp with tar, because of the honor owing to the Sabbath. What is the difference between tar and the innards of fish? As to the innards of fish, so long as they are aflame, they do not produce a bad odor. Once they have gone out, they do. As to tar, whether it has gone or is aflame, it smells bad. It is so that you will not rule, since it has a bad smell, one should have to keep 4 cubits from it. On that account it was necessary to say, they do not make use of it for a Sabbath lamp. And sages permit all kinds of oils. R. Tarfon says, they kindle only with olive oil. R. Yohanan b. Nuri got up on his feet and said, what will the people in Babylonia do, who have only sesame oil? What will the people in Media do, who have only nut oil? What will the people in Alexandria do, who have only radish oil? What will the people of Cappadocia do, who have neither one nor the other? You have only what they have actually stated. It has been taught, R. Simeon b. Eleazar says, they do not kindle with balsam, because it is in the category of sap. 2:3 With nothing which exudes from a tree do they light, except for flax. And nothing which exudes from a tree contracts uncleanness through overshadowing except for flax. A wick made of cloth which one twisted but did not singe. R. Eliezer says, it is susceptible to uncleanness, and they do not kindle with it. R. Akiba says, it is insusceptible to uncleanness, and they do kindle with it. Said R. Simeon bar R. Isaac, it is written, that a lamp may be set up to burn continually. Drew the inference that you have only flax that produces a suitable flame. It has been taught, R. Simeon b. Eleazar says, whatever exudes from a tree is not subject to the rule concerning 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths, and they make use of it for sikuk, except for flax. Said R. Yase, they have treated it as equivalent to thick thin clothes. For we have learned, thick thin clothes are not subject to the rule of 3 by 3 finger breadths. Said R. Eleazar, they derived the law that flax falls under the category of tent from the statements concerning the tabernacle. For it is written, moreover you shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen. And it is written, they shall have linen turbans upon their heads. You derive the meaning of the word for linen from its equivalent usage and the fact that, at that point, linen refers to flax, from the indication in reference to turbans. R. Eleazar asked, what is the law as to treating under the category of tent a covering made of the hide of an unclean beast? Is it not written, the covering of seal skin? R. Judah, R. Nehemiah, and rabbis, R. Judah says, they were referred to by the name of their color, violet. R. Nehemiah said, they were ermine skins. Rabbis say, it was a species of clean wild beast which flourishes in the wilderness. This accords with what R. Eleazar b. R. Yase said, R. Abau in the name of R. Simeon b. Lachish in the name of R. Meir, there was a species of clean wild beast that the Holy One, blessed be he, created for Moses in the wilderness. Once he had carried out the work of the tabernacle, making use of it, the beast was hidden away. R. Abun said, it was called a unicorn. R. Hoshea taught, it was because it had only one horn. This will please the Lord more than an ox, or a bull with horns and hoofs. With horns is what the All-Merciful wrote. There we have learned, less than 3 by 3 handbreadths which one used to stop up a hole in the bathhouse, to empty out a cooking pot, or to wipe off the millstones. Whether kept in readiness or not kept in readiness, is still susceptible to uncleanness, the words of R. Eliezer. R. Joshua says, whether kept in readiness or not kept in readiness, it is insusceptible to uncleanness. R. Akiba says, that which is kept in readiness is susceptible, and that which is not kept in readiness is insusceptible. What is the difference between being kept in readiness and not being kept in readiness? It is the difference between being kept ready for use in the house and being thrown out into the dung heap. And have we not learned, our Eliezer says, also a new patch is in their status. Now a person does not say, also, unless he concurs with what has gone before. Whether the woman has kept it in readiness by hanging it on a peg, or whether she has not kept it in readiness by hanging it on a peg. Accordingly, what he says in the one place imparts meaning on what he says in the other, and vice versa. What he says in one place imparts meaning on what he says in the other, in the view of our Eliezer, if the woman twisted the rag. What he says in the other place imparts meaning on what he says here. The rule that it is insusceptible applies when the woman did not designate the continued usefulness of the rag by hanging it up. But if she did designate it as useful by hanging it up, it remains susceptible to uncleanness. Then what is the reasoning behind the view of our Eliezer? The rag turns out to be in the status of a utensil which on the Sabbath has been rendered insusceptible to uncleanness. But merely because the woman has twisted the rag, has she not rendered it insusceptible to uncleanness? For expert waiters want her to twist it? But in any event, is it not the case that while it is still daylight, our Eliezer in the name of our Hoshea, on account of a festival day which coincided with a Friday? But does not the process of removing the rag from the status of susceptibility to uncleanness take place on its own? Said our Yase Br Bun, interpret the matter to speak of which is precisely 3 by 3 finger breadths. Our Aha, our Simon in the name of our Simeon Najira one has made into a band, it is insusceptible to uncleanness, and when the woman dipped the wick into the oil, has she not made it into such a band? Our Zira, our Yane, our Jeremiah in the name of our Joshua b. Levi. It would be appropriate that the law should accord with the view of our Akaba, for he has made a ruling encompassing the principles of both of the other authorities. But the law follows only the view of our Joshua, and it is one of the lenient rulings pertinent to 3 by 3 finger breadths. It is not the end of the matter that the cloth is insusceptible to uncleanness. But even if it is unclean, this is important to take account of the principle expressed by Rab, for Rab said, on the festival day they kindle the lamp with utensils, but not with sherds of utensils. 2:4 A person should not pierce an eggshell with oil and put it on the opening of a lamp so that will drip, even if it is made out of earthenware. And our Judah permits. But if the potter joined it to begin with, it is permitted, because it is one utensil. A person may not fill a dish with oil and put it beside a lamp and place the head of the wick into it, so that it will draw. And our Judah permits. Because the begun on each and every drop. Or perhaps the reason is different, namely, so that the householder will not forget and tip the lamp. What is the practical difference between these two reasons? Containers made out of palm branches. If you maintain that the reason is that the flame has not caught on each drop of oil prior to the Sabbath, lo, in this case also the same rule applies. If you say that the reason is concerned that the man not forget and tip the lamp, lo, in this case, he will not forget and tip the lamp. But if the potter joined it to begin with to the lamp, it is permitted. It is different in this case, for the whole constitutes one utensil. If had said, joined it with plaster or with gypsum, then it would be fine. Our Judah is consistent with rulings stated elsewhere. For our Judah said, flowing liquid is regarded as a single entity. It has been taught, if there is a single wick drawing from 2 cups, dishes, or plates of oil, it is forbidden. Our Judah permits such an arrangement. Our Hananiah in the name of our Phinehas, our Judah is consistent with views expressed elsewhere, for our Judah said, flowing liquid is regarded as a single entity. 2:5 He who puts out a lamp because he is afraid of Gentiles, thugs, a bad spirit, or if it is so that a sick person might sleep, is exempt. To spare the lamp, the oil, the wick, he is liable. And our Yase exempts in all instances except for the wick, because he makes charcoal. Said our Samuel bar our Isaac, because of Gentiles, it is specifically to Gentiles who pose a danger, and likewise, thugs. Our Yase asked, if it is on account of thugs who pose a danger, then it should be taught in the language, it is permitted. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of Aryase b. Hananiah, it is permitted. What is the difference between saving from what is in the lamp and saving from what is in the olive? Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of Arshila, they have reasoned as follows: saving oil from the body of the wick itself is different from saving it from outside of the body of the wick, said R. Yohanan. R. Yase said R. Simeon, both maintain the same principle. Just as R. Yase has said, only if he will have need of the wick itself, so R. Simeon has said, only if he has need of the thing itself. What is the sort of need for the wick itself? Rabbis of Caesarea, R. Eliezer in the name of R. Hananiah, expert servants char the wicks. This is in line with that which is stated, the hair of their heads was not singed. What is the meaning of singeing them? Trimming them by singeing them. There we have learned, all who cause damage are exempt, except for him who sets fire to a stack of grain and him who makes a wound. Bar Kappara said, even if he does not require the blood or the ashes. The following passage of the Mishnah differs from the view of R. Yohanan: if one's ox set fire to a stack of grain on the Sabbath, he is liable. But if he set fire to a stack of grain on the Sabbath, he is not liable. Now if one's ox set fire to a stack of grain on the Sabbath, he is liable, and is this not a case in which it was done without need? And here, further, if he himself set fire to the grain on the Sabbath, he is exempt, and that is even the case when he did so without necessity. It has been taught, whoever becomes liable to the death penalty for a deed done inadvertently brings a sin offering. Said R. Hananiah, son of R. Hillel, since it was a deed done without necessity, he is liable to the death penalty. There is the following: he who kills a beast shall make it good, and he who kills a man shall be put to death. Just as in the case of one who kills a beast, there is no point of differentiation between inadvertent and deliberate action, so far as liability to paying damages is concerned, so in the case of killing a human being, there should be no point of differentiation between inadvertent and deliberate action, so far as liability to paying damages is concerned. Now there is the following problem for the position of Bar Kappara. As to kindling a fire, to which the Torah makes explicit reference, in respect to all other acts of prohibited labor listed in the Torah, all of them produce liability only if done on the basis of need, while in this case, will one be liable even if it is done not for its intrinsic purpose? Said R. Yase, this is a valid question if one maintains the theory of R. Yohanan, who has maintained that the matter of kindling a fire serves as an analogy for all other prohibited acts of labor listed in the Torah. R. Eliezer maintains that the specific reference in Scripture to kindling a fire serves to provide a rule only as to itself. But does R. Eliezer not maintain that the specification of individual acts of labor in the Torah serves to impose liability upon one for each distinct act of labor he performs on the Sabbath? In the name of R. Eliezer, the following teaching is available: the reference of Scripture, when speaking of sin offerings, to them, serves the purpose of imposing liability individually for each act for which one is subject to bringing a sin offering. We may then set aside consideration of kindling the fire. As to making a wound, the generative analogy which establishes the category of liability for making a wound itself is subject to liability only when done for need. Will then the secondary application of that generative rule produce liability if it is done not for need? R. Yase b. R. Bun said, there was in fact a dispute between R. Eliezer and R. Yohanan. One of them said, the act of slaughter is the principal and generative category, and the act of making a wound is a secondary amplification of it. But the other said, matters are reversed. If one made a fire and blew it out with a single breath, one is liable on both counts. Said R. Abadimi, brother of R. Yase, that is to say, if one blew on utensils and thereby broke them, he pays full damages. He who stirs up coals on the Sabbath is liable for a sin offering. R. Simeon b. Eliezer says in the name of R. Eliezer b. R. Sadok, he is liable for 2 sin offerings, for he puts out the ones on top and makes the ones on the bottom glow. He who stirs up coals in order to warm himself by them is exempt. R. Jacob bar Aha said, this latter rule is subject to the dispute accords with the view of him who said that one is liable for only a single sin offering. But in accord with the view of him who said, he is liable for 2 sin offerings, he is liable. R. Abahu said in the name of R. Yohanan, in the present instance there is no liability on 2 counts, though it is imputed to the man as if he were liable on 2 counts. Said R. Yudan, there the man does not want the fire to glow and he does not want to put out the coals, while here he wants the fire to glow and he does not want to put it out. Kindled a fire and cooked. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, he is liable on 2 counts. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, he is liable on only 1 count. He who maintains that he is liable on 2 counts holds that he is liable on the count of kindling the fire and also on the count of cooking thereon. He who holds that he is liable on 1 count only, on which count is the liability incurred? R. Judah says, it is on the count of kindling a fire. R. Yaseh says, it is on the count of cooking. Now there is this problem for the view of R. Yaseh, the kindling of a fire is explicitly prohibited by the Torah. Shall we then say that one is not liable on the count of kindling a fire, but he is liable on the count of cooking? A non-priest who served in the temple on the Sabbath, or a blemished priest who served at the altar while in a state of uncleanness, Arhiah the elder said, such a one is liable on 2 counts. Bar Kappara said, he is liable on 1 count. Bar Kappara objected to Arhiah the elder, the sacrificial service is permitted for the priest to do on the Sabbath. Should a non-priest be liable on that count? He challenged it and he answered him, and lo, there is the case of the handful of meal offering. Before the handful is removed, it is forbidden to both priests and non-priests. Once it is taken out, is forbidden to non-priests but permitted to priests. Said to him, that case is different. For it is written, an outsider shall not eat of a holy thing. And lo, there is the case of pinching a bird's neck. Before the act has taken place, is forbidden both to this one and to that one. Once its neck has been pinched, it is forbidden to non-priests but then is permitted to priests. He said to him, that case is different, for it is written, a non-priest, i.e. shall not eat of a holy thing. He said to him, lo, there is the case of produce liable for the separation of tithes, from which tithes have not yet been designated. Prior to the point of designation, it is forbidden both to this party and to that. Once the tithes have been designated by the farmer, they are forbidden to non-priests but permitted to priests. He said to him, that case is different, for it is written, a non-priest shall not eat of a holy thing. They said, let us go out and see what is to be learned elsewhere. They went out and heard the following statement, R. Yaseh says, one is liable on both counts. R. Simeon says, he is liable on only 1 count. He who said that one is liable on 1 count only holds that it is on the count of being a non-priest alone. And he who said that he is liable on 2 counts maintains that he is liable on the count of being a non-priest. And as to the other count? Is it because of slaughtering the animal? Lo, slaughter performed by a non-priest is nonetheless a valid act. Rather, it is on the count of transporting the blood, tossing it, and receiving it. But that cannot be so, since the sole liability is on account of violating a detail of the laws of Sabbath rest. Lo, the sole operative consideration, therefore, can only be on the count of the burning up of the limbs and parts that were consumed on the altar all night. In the view of R. Judah, who said, it is on the count of kindling a fire, there is no problem. In the view of R. Yaseh, who said, it is on the count of cooking, what sort of cooking is at hand here? Since the man had in mind that the parts be consumed on the altar, it is as if he has cooked them. 2:6 On account of 3 transgressions do women die in childbirth, because they are not meticulous in the laws of menstrual separation, in the dough offering, and in the kindling of a lamp. There is a Tannite authority who repeats the formulation as, die young. There is a Tannite authority who repeats it as, die in childbirth. He who repeats the tradition in the language, die young, adduces in evidence that which was taught in the name of our Judah, on account of vows, children die young. And what is an appropriate scriptural proof text? In vain have I smitten your children. And he who repeats the tradition in the language, die in childbirth, adduces in evidence this view, Satan takes up his prosecution only in a time of danger. Our Phineas, our Jeremiah in the name of our Barba, it is written, and he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall inquire for him by the judgment of the Urim before the Lord. In accord with the plan of the Urim is not written here, but rather, by the judgment of the Urim. This teaches that when the Israelites go forth to battle, the court above goes into session in their regard, deciding whether they will win or lose. Said our Barba, when you go forth against your enemies and are in camp, then you shall keep yourself from every evil thing. Is the meaning, then, that if one does not go forth, he does not have to keep himself in this way? Rather, it is on the basis of this statement of Scripture that we learn that Satan takes up his prosecution only in a time of danger. Said our if harm should befall him on the journey, lo, will harm not befall in the home? Rather, it is on the strength of this statement that we learn that Satan takes up his prosecution only in a time of danger. Our Bisna in the name of our it is written, this day is a day of distress, of rebuke, and of disgrace. Lo, is that not the case on any other day? Rather, it is on the strength of this statement that we learn that Satan takes up his prosecution only in a time of danger. Our Ava bar Nigri, it is written, when he is tried, let him come forth guilty. Let him come forth justified is not written here, but rather, let him come forth guilty. It is on the strength of this statement that we learn that Satan takes up his prosecution only in a time of danger. Said Rba Barkina, in the case of a board stretched from one roof to the next, even if it is ever so broad, it is forbidden to walk across it? Why? For on this basis we learn that Satan takes up his prosecution only in a time of danger. Rab said, he who dwells in a shaky house turns the angel of death into his creditor. It is written, let death come upon them. This is in line with that verse which you may read. When you make your neighbor a loan of any sort. Said our Levi, in 3 situations Satan is waiting to prosecute, he who makes a trip all by himself, he who sleeps by himself in a closed-up house, and he who sets sail on the great sea. Said our Isaac bar Marian, if it were not written, thus says the Lord, who makes a way into the sea, a path in the mighty waters, if a man set sail on the sea, he would die. Rabbis say, who makes a way in the sea applies, in particular, from Pentecost to Tabernacles. A path in the mighty waters relates, in particular, from Tabernacles to Hanukkah. Our Yase, son of Artanhum of Kapar-Ajan was in Asiya. He was going to set sail between Tabernacles and Hanukkah. A matron saw him and said to him, is this when they make trips? His father appeared to him, and he also did not have a burial. Nonetheless he did not listen either to this one or to that one, but he went overseas. Our Cohen, brother of our Barba, was a sailor. He was going to set sail between Tabernacles and Hanukkah. He said to his brother, pray for me. He said to him, all right, but if you see the community praying for rain at that same time, do not rely on my prayer. But when you bind up the branches of your lulab, bind your feet together as well. Because they are not meticulous in the laws of menstrual separation, in those covering the dough offering, and in those covering the kindling of a lamp for the Sabbath. The first man was the lifeblood of the world. And it is written, whoever sheds the blood of man by man shall his blood be shed. But Eve caused him to die. Therefore the religious requirement covering menstrual separation was assigned to woman. And as to dough offering, the first man was the clean dough offering for the world, for it is written, but a flow would well up from the ground and water the whole face of the earth. And it is written, then the Lord God formed man of dust from the ground. This accords with that which our Yase bar Kasirta said, when a woman kneads her dough with water, she then raises up the dough offering from it. Now Eve caused him to die. Therefore the religious requirement covering the separation of dough offering was assigned to woman. The kindling of a lamp for the Sabbath, the first man was the light of the world, since it is written, the spirit of man is the lamp of the Lord. But Eve caused him to die. Therefore the religious requirement concerning kindling a lamp for the Sabbath was assigned to woman. It has been taught, Aryase says, there are 3 threats to life to which women are subject. And these are they, the religious duties involving menstrual uncleanness, separation of dough offering, and kindling the Sabbath lamp. 2:7 3 things must a man state in his house on the eve of Sabbath at dusk: have you tithed? Have you prepared the Arab? Kindle the lamp. It is a matter of doubt whether or not it is getting dark. They do not tithe that which is certainly untithed, and they do not immerse utensils, and they do not kindle lamps. But they do tithe that which is doubtfully tithed produce, and they do prepare the Arab, and they do cover up what is to be kept hot. It has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, the laws of holy things, purification water, and rendering food susceptible to uncleanness truly are the essentials of the Torah. And all 3 of them are given over to ordinary folk. The laws covering holy things, as we have learned, if a commoner said, I have set aside from it a quarter log of wine for holy things, he is believed. Purification water, for we have learned, all are believed to testify concerning the purification rite. Rendering food susceptible to uncleanness, as we have learned, and in the case of all of them, a commoner is believed to testify, they are insusceptible to uncleanness. Would it not have been more appropriate to follow the following order? Kindle the lamp for the Sabbath, then have you tithed? Have you prepared the Arab? Said Arhaya bar Abba, if you treat a minor matter stringently, the householder also will apply the law meticulously to himself with respect to a minor matter. Said Haggai, R. Samuel bar R. Isaac would give instructions in his house in this way: if you have prepared the Arab, then kindle the lamp. And why did he not ask, have you separated tithe? The reason is that whatever he would eat, he would buy in the market. The following story concerns our Eliezer, who was dying on the eve of the Sabbath at dusk. Hyrcanus, his son, came in to remove his phylacteries. He said to him, my son, you have neglected the religious duty covering lighting the Sabbath lamp, which is a matter of Sabbath rest, and for the neglect of which one is liable to extirpation, and you have come to remove my phylacteries, which are only an optional matter and subject merely to a religious duty. The son went out crying, saying, woe is me, that father's mind is deranged. He said to him, it is your mind that is deranged. My mind is not deranged. When his disciples saw that he had answered him with an intelligent statement, they came in to him and asked him questions, and he answered them, saying, of what is unclean, unclean, and of what is clean, clean, and at the end, he said, clean, and his soul expired. They said, it is obvious that our master is clean. Our Joshua came in and removed his phylacteries and embraced and kissed him, weeping and saying, my master, the vow against you has been released. My master, the chariot of Israel and its horsemen. They do not immerse utensils, the Mishnah speaks of large utensils. But as to small ones, one may practice cunning and immerse them. How is this done? Lr Hashaya taught, a man may draw water with an unclean utensil, dipping it into the cistern for that purpose, and, in that way, he practices deception in its regard and immerses it. It has been taught, if one's dipper fell into the cistern, or his utensils fell into a cistern, he practices deception in their regard and immerses them. There were 2 Amoraim. One said, the law speaks of utensils that were made unclean by a father of uncleanness. And the other said, the law speaks of utensils that were made unclean by an offspring of uncleanness. The one who held the view that it speaks of an offspring of uncleanness objected to the one who held the view that it speaks of a father of uncleanness, but even if this is done on an ordinary day, lo, surely, the process of purification requires the setting of the sun. He said to him, we deal with one who wishes to use the utensils for unconsecrated food to be eaten in accord with the rules of cleanness. Our Jeremiah and our Zira in the name of our Bar Ashi, a smart woman will rinse off a cup here, a dish there, and a plate over there, and so turn out to sprinkle water on the dust of her house on the Sabbath. But they do tithe that which is doubtfully tithe produce, our Yase in the name of our Abahu, our Hezekiah in the name of our Judah B. Pazi, who has properly separated the tithes from this produce, who has not done so. They do prepare the Arab and they do cover up what is to be kept hot. Said our Bar Ashi, that which you say concerns preparing the Arab union for courtyards. See, but as to the Arab meal covering the union of Sabbath boundaries, that is a matter of the law of the Torah. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 3. 3:1 A double stove which have heated with stubble or straw they put cooked food on it. With peat or with wood, one may not put on it until he has swept it out, or until he has covered it with ashes. The house of Shammai say, hot water but not cooked food. And the house of Hillel say, hot water and cooked food. The house of Shammai say, they take off but they do not put it back. And the house of Hillel say, also, they put it back. The meaning of the Mishnah is that they may keep cooked food on the stove. The formulation of the Mishnah's rule accords with the principle of our Judah. For it has been taught as a Tanite rule, 2 double stoves which are paired, one of them swept out and with its ashes covered, and one of them not swept out and with its ashes covered. They keep something on the one which has been swept out and had its ashes covered. And what is it that they keep on it? The house of Shammai say, they do not keep anything at all on it. And the house of Hillel say, they keep on it hot water but not cooked food. One removed the cooking pot, all concur that he should not put it back, the words of our Meir. Our Judah says, the house of Shammai say, hot water, but not cooked food. And the house of Hillel say, hot water and cooked food. He removed, the house of Shammai say, he should not put it back. And the house of Hillel say, he may put it back. Our Helbo, our Anan in the name of Rab, they have taught the tradition using the language of, upon it. Lo, as to putting food into it, one may not do so. To what extent? Ullah said, up to a third? Said Armana, one may put it back up to the place at which he makes a crevice. Said Ar Yasebi Arbun, because this is the area in which the hand may reach, hence the heat is moderate and there will be no cooking. This accords with that which our Zira said in the name of our Judah, it is permitted to temper cold water on the Sabbath by contact with a temperature of heat which the hand can endure, and it is forbidden to temper cold water by contact with a temperature which the hand cannot endure. And even in a situation where the hand cannot endure, to what extent? Our Judah ben Pazi, our Simon in the name of our Yase bar Hanana, up to the point that one puts one's hand in it and it becomes burnt. Our Hashia bar Gazara was serving as waiter for our Zira, and he brought before him boiling dishes. Asked him, how was it prepared? He said to him, the spit on which the pot was resting had been cleared of ashes, and I put the pot there. He said to him, don't do that again. But clear away the area where the spit is resting, and then pile up 3 bricks, and put the pot on the bricks. Our Abba gave instructions in Bozrach to fill up a large utensil with ashes and put on 3 bricks, and put onto them. Daniel, son of Arkatana, in the name of Arasi, the spines of palm branches are in the category of peat and wood. That which you have said applies to a case in which they had been fresh but dried up afterward. But if to begin with they were dried up, they are in the status of stubble or straw. Cattle pies there is a Tanite authority who teaches, they are in the status of peat and wood. There is a Tanite authority who teaches, they are in the status of stubble and straw. He who maintains that they are in the status of peat and wood speaks of thin ones. He who maintains that they are in the status of stubble and straw speaks of thick ones. He who sweeps out the ashes must he do so until he sweeps out all that is necessary. Since it is taught, he who sweeps out the ashes has to sweep with his hand, that would imply that one must sweep out all that is necessary. He who covers over the fire with ashes must he do so all that is necessary. Since it is taught, one may put flax stalks on it, that implies that if one has not covered over all of the coals, it suffices. And in what context was this statement laid down? It had to do with a festival day that coincided with a Friday. In that context, said our Asian, one may put flax stalks on it. If one covered the fire with ashes, and it flamed up again, what is the law? Arhaya the elder came home, and he decided that it is permitted. They asked before Arzira, Arhashaya, Hananiah, associates of the rabbis, from the outset? After the fact. Rmi came by and heard, and he wanted to urge them to retract this ruling. Said to them Hananiah, associate of the rabbis, what was. Said Samuel bar Sosirtai, that is why the question as to the ruling to begin with is required. Said Mana, I raised this question before Rba, son of Papi, if you say that the ruling applies only after the fact, then even if one did not cook food on the fire to begin with. For it has been taught, one who tithes his produce or who cooks on the Sabbath, be inadvertently, he may eat. Deliberately, he may not eat it, the words of Meir. Judah says, he did so inadvertently, he may eat it at the end of the Sabbath. If he did so deliberately, he may not eat it. Yohanan Hassandler says, inadvertently, it may be eaten at the end of the Sabbath by others, but not by him. Deliberately, it should not be eaten either by him or by others. Samuel accords with the view of Yohanan Hassandler. When Rab gave instructions within the circle of associates, he would rule in accord with Meir. When he did so in public, he would rule in accord with Yohanan Hassandler. Simeon bar Karsna said, it was in accord with the view of Ishmael br Yaseh that he addressed them. For Ishmael br Yaseh taught in the name of his father, in the case of something on account of the deliberate doing of which one is liable to extirpation and on account of the inadvertent doing of which one is liable for a sin offering, which one did on the Sabbath, whether one did so inadvertently or deliberately it is prohibited both for him and for others. But in the case of something on account of which people are not liable for the deliberate doing of which to extirpation and on account of the inadvertent doing of which to a sin offering, which one did on the Sabbath inadvertently it may be eaten at the end of the Sabbath by others, but not by him he did so deliberately, it may not be eaten. They asked before Yohanan, and as to you, how do you rule in this matter? He said to them, as for me, I know only the following ruling of the Mishnah, one who tithes his produce or who cooks food on the Sabbath if he does so unintentionally, he may eat the food he has prepared but if he does so intentionally, he may nor eat the food. Hisda heard this statement and remarked, the laws covering the Sabbath have been released. Huna in the name of Rab, and so did Arhai repeat. At first they laid down the following ruling, he who forgot cooked food on the stove, and the day was sanctified inadvertently, one may eat that food deliberately, one may not eat that food. Then people were suspect of putting food on the fire deliberately and claiming, we forgot. Accordingly, they declared the food prohibited even in the case of one who forgot. And yet here you say this. Said Ila, the people were suspect of deliberately putting the food on the fire, but they were not suspect of deliberately cooking it. So they imposed a penalty in the case of one who leaves food on the stove, but they did not impose a penalty in the case of one who inadvertently cooked it. They reverted to rule, in the case of anything which has been boiled down and for which such treatment is good it is prohibited. But in the case of anything which has been boiled down and for which such treatment is not good it is permitted. What is a cooked item which is boiled down and for which such treatment is good? For example cabbage, beans, and chopped meat. Said Tanhum bar Ila, also the tips of turnips and the tips of leeks did they treat as a dish which is boiled down and for which such treatment is good. As to eggs, what is their status? Yaseh in the name of Ishmael br Yaseh. Father came home and found hot water and permitted it. He found eggs, and he prohibited them. Samuel bar Nathan in the name of Hama bar Hananiah, father and I went up to the hot springs of Gadar, and they brought before us eggs as small as crab apples, and they tasted as luscious as apricots. It has been taught, a woman should not fill a pot with peas and pulse and put it into the oven on the eve of the Sabbath at dusk. If she put them in, at the end of the Sabbath they are forbidden for as long as they take to prepare fresh. Our Aha said, in a case of doing so intentionally, the law accords with our Meir. Our Yase said, in a case of doing so inadvertently, the law accords with our Judah. Said our Mana, well did our Yase rule. He who plants seed on the Sabbath, if he did so inadvertently, may preserve. But if he did so deliberately, he must uproot. But in the case of the 7th year, whether this is done inadvertently or deliberately, he must uproot. Our Judah says, matters are precisely the opposite. In the case of one who plants on the Sabbath, whether one has done the deed inadvertently or deliberately, one must uproot. In the case of the 7th year, inadvertently, he may allow the plants to grow. Deliberately, he must uproot them. Why? Because the consideration is Sabbath enjoyment. Now in this case, once you instruct to wait until after the Sabbath so as to prepare them, it is as if one has not derived any pleasure from the Sabbath. And what is the reasoning behind the rabbi's view? Because they count out the years in the case of the 7th year. But they do not count out for the Sabbath. Another matter, Israelites are suspect of violating the law of the 7th year, but they are not suspect of violating the law of the Sabbath. What would be a practical case? If the farmer made a planting within 30 days before the onset of the sabbatical year, and the sabbatical year took effect, if you say that the principal consideration is suspicion, that consideration does not apply. If you say that the consideration has to do with counting the years, does that consideration not apply? If the farmer planted the tree within 30 days of the end of the sabbatical year and the beginning of the 8th year, if you say that the principal consideration is suspicion, that consideration most certainly does apply. If you say that the consideration has to do with counting the years, does that consideration apply? The cited passage accords well with the one who has said that the operative consideration is with counting the years. But from the viewpoint of him who said that the operative consideration is suspicion, they impose a penalty upon inadvertent violation of the law on account of deliberate violation of the law. If one removed the pot while it was still day, he puts it back while it was still day. If he removed it after it had gotten dark, he puts it back after it had gotten dark. If he removed the pot while it was still day, and then the day became sanctified. Our Simon our Eleazar, in the name of our Hashiah, I was serving our Hiah the elder, and I brought him hot water from the lower story to the upper story and brought it back and put it onto the stove again. Said our Jeremiah b. our Simeon, even from a stove which produced little heat a stove which produced much, that is permitted. Said our Mi, many times I sat in session before our Hashiah, and I never heard this teaching from him. Said our Zerakan to our Zira, if he did not hear from him that it is permitted, then it must be forbidden. If the kettle was suspended on a peg, and one put it on a bench, we may rule, if were sooty, it is permitted, but if not, it is forbidden. Said our Yohanan b. our Mary, that rule applies if he did not remove his hand from it. But if he removed his hand from it, it is forbidden. 3:2 An oven which have heated with stubble or with straw, one should not put anything either into it or on top of it. A single stove which have heated with stubble or with straw, lo, this is equivalent to a double stove. With peat or with wood, lo, it is equivalent to an oven. Bar Kappara taught, it is forbidden even to put anything near it. Our Shimei put a pot near the heated air of an oven. Said to him our Mana, and has not Bar Kappara taught, it is forbidden even to put anything near it. Our Mana gave a lenient rule to women, permitting them to spread out their garments before the heated air of an oven. Our Yudan b. our Ishmael gave a decision that, in time of need, one may clear out the ashes of an oven and put 3 bricks inside, and then place on them. But this was on the stipulation that they not let the neighbors know. Said our Yase, as to laws of the Sabbath, with respect to a single stove, you are guided by the rules governing heating the stove up. But as to matters of uncleanness, the single stove follows the rules governing the purpose for which it is made. 3:3 They do not put an egg beside a kettle so that it will be cooked. And one should not crack it into wrappings. And Aryase permits. And one should nor bury it in sand or in road dirt so that it will be roasted. MSHS, the people of Tiberias brought a pipe of cold water through a spring of hot water. Sages said to them, if on the Sabbath, is in the status of hot water which has been heated on the Sabbath. It is prohibited for use in washing and in drinking. On the festival day, is in the status of hot water which has been heated on the festival day. It is prohibited for use in washing, but permitted for use in drinking. A miliarum which is clear of ashes they drink from it on the Sabbath. An antiki, even though it is clear of ashes they do not drink from it. There we have learned, an apple in the status of heave offering which one chopped up and placed in dough, as a result of which the dough was leavened low, this dough is forbidden. It has been taught, Aryase permits. Araha, Arabau in the name of Aryase bar Hananah, where they differ, it is in the case of the apples causing leavening through its juice. But as to its causing leavening through its substance, all parties concur that is permitted. Aryase is consistent with his positions held elsewhere, for just as he has said there, the effect of leavening on the part of the apple is not wholly established, so he maintains here that the work of cooking the food is not wholly established. It has been taught, said Yohanan bar Mary, that rule applies in a case in which he did not remove his hand from the kettle. But if he removed his hand from the kettle, it is forbidden. An unripe fig which one stored in straw, and so too a cake which one stored under coals, if part of it is in the open, one may take it on the Sabbath. But if not, one may not take it. Eliezer b. Tadai says, one may spear them with a spit or with a knife and take them on the Sabbath. The view of our Eliezer bar Tadai is in accord with the view of our Simeon. For it has been taught, a person should not drag a bed, chair, bench, or sitting chair, because he thereby makes a ditch. Our Simeon permits doing so. Rba in the name of Arhuna, Haggai in the name of Zira, Yase in the name of Ila, sages concur with our Simeon in the case of a chair, the feet of which are sunk in mud, that it is permitted to move it about. Just as you maintain that it is permitted to move it about, along these same lines, it is permitted to put it back. Said Yase, we also have learned, they may be handled on the Sabbath. Said Yase br Bun, this represents the view of our Simeon. Said Yase, the Mishnah itself has made the same point, no utensils may be dragged, except for a wagon, since it merely presses the earth, and lo, we have learned the seventh year, you can maintain the view that the laws of the sabbatical year accord with the view of our Simeon. Our Simeon permits aftergrowths in the seventh year, and yet you say this? Interpret it to speak about the seventh year and the view of our Simeon. Even though our Simeon permits the aftergrowths of the seventh year, he does maintain the basic view of the applicability of the laws of the seventh year and the sanctity of the seventh year. And we have learned on Tannite authority with respect to the view of our Simeon, the plants are insusceptible so far as becoming unclean, and one need not scruple on account of the seventh year or the sanctity of the seventh year. There they say, what has been heated in the sun is permitted, while what is a secondary effect having been heated in the sun is forbidden. Rabbis here, by contrast, say, both utilizing the sun and utilizing what is comparable to the sun is permitted. The Mishnah before us stands at variance with the view of rabbis over here, and one should not bury it in sand or in road dirt so that it will be roasted. That case is different, for in doing so, one makes a ditch. If the law had spoken of utilizing flour, it would have been a valid criticism. The following Tannaitic teaching stands at variance with the position of the rabbis over there, for it has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, they roll an egg on a roof of burning mortar, but they do not roll eggs on boiling dirt. How do rabbis over there interpret this rule? They interpret it by siding with those who differ from Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel. According to the rabbis here, the story involving the people of Tiberias, the Mishnah ends. In accord with the rabbis there, the Mishnah does not end as in the case of the people of Tiberias mshs, the people of Tiberias brought a pipe, etc. At first they would stop up the stoppers to the bath on the eve of the Sabbath, and people would come in and wash on the Sabbath. They were suspect of filling the with wood on the eve of the Sabbath, so that the fire would continue burning on the Sabbath. Accordingly, they prohibited washing in the water on the Sabbath, but they permitted merely perspiring there. They then suspected the people of going in and washing and then saying, "We were only perspiring," the prohibited both washing and perspiring. There were there 2 baths. They were suspect of opening up the boards bathing in the sweet water, saying, "We bathed in the salty water." They forbade use of the entire installation. But when the people observed the secondary prohibitions imposed by the sages gradually permitted them the entire apparatus once again, progressing to the point at which they permitted them to use cave water and even the hot springs of Tiberias. But in any event they did not permit them to bring towels. Who then permitted bringing towels to the baths? It was Arhanan B. Akiba. For it has been taught, 3 things did Arhanan B. Akiba permit: he permitted using a little boat in the sea, he permitted drawing water from a balcony on the Sabbath, and he permitted bringing towels. There we have learned, he who bathes in cave water or in the water of Tiberias and dried himself, even with 10 towels, may not then carry them in his hand. Said Samuel, "What will be done to this one who has reasoned matters out without actually studying or serving as a disciple to a sage?" For did the cited passage of the Mishnah apply prior to their permitting the bringing of towels to the bath house? Are Jeremiah and are Zirah, are Judah in the name of Samuel, it was Rabbi who permitted bringing towels. It has been taught, they may not rinse off either with hot water or with cold water. Said Ar Judah Bar Pazi, and this Tannaitic teaching applied before sages permitted using the hot springs of Tiberias. For it has been taught, he who washes in the water of Tiberias others should not sprinkle him. But he sprinkles himself. Rabban Simeon B. Manasseh says, also, he should not sprinkle on himself, for he thereby increases the mist and hardens the ground. Aha bar Isaac went to bathe with Ba bar Mammal in the bath of the 3 graces. He saw a man sprinkling on himself. He said to him, "Doing it this way is forbidden on the Sabbath, because one thereby increases the mist and hardens the ground." As to Arabahu, others sprinkle each other, and the water fell on him as well, and he said, "Va." Levanti went to bathe with Jonah. He saw a man sprinkling on himself. He said, "We do not need to take account of the opinions of isolated individuals." Isaac the elder went to bathe with Rabbi. He said to him, "What is the law as to putting a cruse into the water of a round pot?" He said to him, "Take water from the first, round vessel, and put it into another vessel, and warm the oil flask in that." Jacob bar Edi in the name of Joshua b. Levi, it is permissible to ask questions about the laws of the bathhouse in the bathhouse itself, laws of the privy in the privy itself as follows. Simeon b. Eleazar went up to bathe with Meir. He said to him, "What is the law as to our rinsing off?" He said to him, "It is forbidden." "What is the law as to our wiping ourselves off?" He said to him, "It is forbidden." But did not Samuel ask Rab, "What is the law as to answering, Amen, in a filthy place?" He said to him, "It is forbidden." And, furthermore, it is forbidden for me to say to you, forbidden. There are Tannite authorities who teach, one may not raise questions about the laws of the bathhouse in the bathhouse, and about the laws of the privy in the privy. If this was done on a festival day, the water is in the status of hot water which has been heated on the festival day, etc., as to hot water heated on the festival, and so too, hot water heated on the eve of the Sabbath for use on the Sabbath. Rab and Samuel one of them said, one may with such water wash one's face, hands, and feet. The other said, one may with such water wash his entire body, limb by limb. Now we do not know which authority made this statement, and which made that statement. On the basis of that which Samuel has said, one washes with that water his face, hands, and feet, it follows that Rab is the one who has said, one may wash with that water his entire body, limb by limb. A certain philosopher asked Bar Kappara, Ablat asked Levi Sarasa, why should it be permitted to drink the water but forbidden to wash in it? He said to him, if you saw a eunuch making out with your wife, wouldn't you be upset? He said, yes. He said, why? Can he do anything to her? He said, that she should become wanton. He said to him, here too, the point is that the people should not become wanton. When the philosopher had gone out, his disciples said to him, Rabbi, this one you pushed away with a mere reed. What are you going to say to us? He said to him, but what every one must eat, that only may be prepared by you a miliarum which is clear of ashes they drink from it on the Sabbath, lo, if it is not clear of ashes, one may not do so. Said our Asian, it is because the coals may touch the body. Said our Hananiah, son of our Hillel, it is because the air will come into the utensil, and the coals inside will glow. Said our Yasebi our Bun, it is because the object is made in parts. The owner will be concerned that the adhesive not be consumed, so he will add water. And Antiki, even though it is clear of ashes they do not drink from it, our Hananiah, our Yase, our Ahaba in the name of our Yohanan, it is because it will be heated up by its sides. Rabbis of Caesarea, our Huna in the name of Rab, if it was swept out and open, it is permitted. 3:4 A kettle which one removed. One should not put cold water into it so that it may get warm. But one may put into it or into a cup so that will cool off. Rba the son of Arhiah Barba, Arhiah in the name of our Yohanan. They have taught only that one may pour the cold water into a cup. Lo, as to into, that may not. Armana posed a question before Rba, our Yohanan's teaching does not explain the latter. Nor does he explain the former so that the cold water may get warm, which implies that to cool the hot water in this manner is not. Rba bar Kahana, Arhiah bar Ashi in the name of Rab, if it is to glaze them, it is prohibited to do so. If it is to temper the cold, it is permitted to do so. It has been taught, they put hot water into cold water, but not cold water into hot water, in accord with the view of the house of Shammai. And the house of Hillel say, they put hot water into cold water, or cold water into hot water. Under what circumstances? In the case of a cup, but as to a bath, they put hot water into cold water, but as to putting cold water into hot water, that is forbidden. And our Simeon permits doing so. The view of Rab accords with the opinion of our Simeon b. Manasseh, our Yohanan accords with our Yohanan b. Nuri. It has been taught, our Yohanan b. Nuri prohibits. One may draw a jug of water and put it over against the fire, not so that it will be heated, but so as to temper its chill. A man may go down and immerse in cold water and come up and heat himself by the fire, the words of our Meir. And sages prohibit doing so. The reasoning of our Meir is clear. But what is the logic behind the view of the rabbis? They accord with that which our Zirah said in the name of our Judah, it is permitted to temper the cold of water in a place in which one may put his hand, but it is forbidden to temper the cold of the water in a place in which one may not put his hand. Even as to doing so in a place in the oven in which the hand may not go, to what extent? Our Judah bar Pazi, our Simon in the name of our Yasebi. Hananiah. So far as a place in which one may put his hand and it will be burned. All concur with regard to pouring the hot water from the first vessel, in which it has been heated, into a second vessel, that it is permitted. What is the difference between the first and the second vessel? Said our Yase, as to the latter, the hand can touch the vessel. As to the former, the hand cannot touch the vessel. Said our Jonah, in neither instance can the hand touch. But they have imposed a requirement that one keep distant from the first vessel. But they have not imposed an equivalent requirement to keep distant from the second vessel. Said our Mana, a dish of rice supports the view of father. For if you pour it from one dish to another, while it is being poured it continues to boil. 3:5 The pan or pot which one has taken off the stove while it is boiling, one may not put spices into it, but he may put into in a plate or a dish. R. Judah says, into anything may one put, except what has vinegar or fish brine. What is the law as to putting spices in on the bottom, and pouring boiling food on top of spices? R. Jonah said, it is forbidden, for what is poured out is what is in the original pot. Support for the position of R. Jonah derives from the following: it is all the same whether one had cooked in a pot or had poured boiling water into the pot. Said R. Yase, there we speak of a clay utensil, which absorbs liquid that the spices not be cooked. R. Yase B. R. Bun objected, and lo, it has been taught, the same rule applies to a copper kettle. Can you say that a copper kettle absorbs what is the law as to pouring out the contents of the original pot, in which food has been brought to the boiling point, through the spout of the pot? Said R. Hananiah, son of R. Hillel, it is subject to the same dispute of R. Jonah and R. Yase. R. Isaac Bar Gopeta asked before R. Mana, if one did so on the Sabbath, is he liable on the count of cooking on that day? If he did so with milk and meat, is he liable on the count of cooking the two together? He said to him, the answer accords with what R. Zira said, what falls into the definition of that which is a real dumpling? It is any which has been cooked in a fire beneath it. Here too, what is in the status of that which certainly has been cooked? It is that which has been cooked in a fire beneath it. R. Judah says, into anything may one put spices, except what has vinegar or fish brine in it. In the view of R. Judah, anything salted falls into the category of fish brine, and wine falls into the category of vinegar. 3:6 They do not put a utensil under a lamp to catch the oil. But if one put it there while it is still day, it is permitted. But they do not use any of that oil, since it is not something which was prepared. R. Haggai asked, if the flame, kindled prior to sunset, went out while it was still daylight on Friday, but the householder found out about it only after it had gotten dark. Associates asked, if the flame went out on the Sabbath, but the householder found out about it only on the following Sabbath. Said R. Yohanan, you have nothing that is in fact available and not regarded as ready and designated for use on the Sabbath except for one thing alone. R. Eliezer objected, lo, there is the case of the oil in the lamp itself. Lo, it is available for use, and yet it is not regarded as prepared in advance for use on the Sabbath. R. Simeon B. Lachish objected, lo, there is the case of grain used for seed. It is available and in hand, and yet not regarded as ready for use. The seed was so designated to begin with, to be planted in the ground and to disintegrate in the soil. They objected, lo, there is the case of eggs being hatched. Lo, they are available for use, and yet they are not regarded as prepared in advance for use. They were set aside to begin with to hatch. R. Jeremiah objected, lo, there is the case of fruits used in decorating a tabernacle. Lo, they are ready, and yet they are not regarded as prepared. That case is different, for R. Abamari, brother of R. Yase, said, 7 days of the festival of tabernacles, they are regarded as null in respect to the tabernacle itself. From that point onward are they regarded as designated for use. R. Hinanah objected, lo, there is the case of tufts of wool. So lo, they are available for use, and yet they are not regarded as ready for that purpose. Here has spoken of utensils, while there you have referred to food. R. Nisa objected, lo, there is the case of pieces of fruit which have dried up because the householder has ignored them. Lo, they are available for use, yet they are not regarded as having been prepared for the Sabbath. Here of utensils, while what has been stated there concerns food. 3:7 They carry a new lamp, but not an old one. R. Simeon says, any sort of lamp do they carry, except for a lamp which is burning on the Sabbath. R. Hayabar Aha objected, and lo, we have learned, a basket may be turned over for chickens, so they may run up and down it by themselves, one may not move them. They say, this rule represents the opinion of our Judah. It has been taught, they carry a new lamp, but not an old one, the words of our Judah. Our Meir says, all sorts of lamps do they carry, except for a lamp which one has lit on that very Sabbath. Our Simeon says, all sorts of lamps do they carry, except for a lamp which is burning on the Sabbath. The flame went out, it is permitted to carry it. Our Jeremiah and our Ba, both in the name of our Yohanan, one said, in the view of our Meir, whatever sort of object is generally designated for a purpose prohibited may not be. The other said, whatever sort of object has been specifically designated for a purpose prohibited may not be. Now we do not know which authority made the one statement, and which made the other. On the basis of that which our Hananiah said, our Jeremiah asked, is the brick not designated for a purpose prohibited on the Sabbath? He who holds the position that that which is designated for a prohibited purpose all the more so designated. But he who maintains designated not designated in general. The following passage of the Mishnah stands at variance with the view of him who said, whatever is designated for a prohibited purpose is forbidden, for we have learned there, its device, when it may be slipped off, is not connected to it, and is not measured with it, and is not afforded protection with it in the tent of a corpse, and they do not drag the trundle on the Sabbath when there are coins on. It has been taught, if there were coins on, and they fell off, may be dragged. Said our Sheshet, this represents the view of our Simeon. For our Simeon says, if the fire in the lamp went out, it is permitted to carry it. They said, why do we not interpret the passage to be in accord with the opinion of all parties, in a case in which one has forgotten? You cannot maintain that view, for we have learned there, if it may not be slipped off, it is connected to it, and it is measured with it, and it affords protection with it in the tent of a corpse, and they do drag the trundle on the Sabbath even though there are coins in the chest. Do you now have the alternative of maintaining that this statement represents the view of all parties, in a case in which the householder has forgotten the coins? The following passage of the Mishnah stands at variance with the view of him who said that that which is designated for a prohibited purpose is prohibited. For we have learned, a stone which is located on the mouth of a jar, one may turn the jar onto its side, so that the stone falls off. RBA in the name of Arhaya bar Ashi, Rab interpreted the passage to speak of a case of forgetfulness. Now as to the latter part of the same passage of the Mishnah, if the jar was among other jars, the owner may lift up the jar and then turn the jar on its side so the stone will fall off. Here too Rab interprets the matter to speak of a case in which there is an aspect of forgetfulness. There is a further passage of the Mishnah which stands at variance with the position of him who has said, whatever sort of object has been designated for a purpose prohibited on the Sabbath is prohibited. For we have learned, a basket may be turned over for chickens, so that they may run up and down it. In this regard, it has been taught, if the chickens ran up the basket on their own, it is forbidden to carry it about. Said Arbun bar Haya before Arzira, interpret the passage to speak of a case in which the basket is repulsive. He said to him, and has not our Hashaya taught? Even if it was a basket large enough for a CS volume, or a Tarkab's volume. Now do you have the possibility of saying that baskets of such size may be repulsive? Our Jeremiah in the name of Rab, the law follows the view of our Meir. Samuel said, the law follows the view of our Judah. Our Joshua b. Levi said, the law follows the view of our Simeon. They asked before our Yohanan, now as for you, what do you say? He said to them, as for me, I have only what the Tannaitic statement says, any sort of lamp do they carry, except for a lamp which is burning that very Sabbath. Our Simeon b. Lachish gave a decision in Tripolis, a small candlestick may be carried about. Our Helbo and our Abahu. Before our Helbo they did not bring a lamp, and before our Abahu they did bring such a lamp. Our Yase came up to visit our Tanhum bar Haya. He wanted to bring before him. He said to him, in our presence our Yase the Galilean went up to Yase b. Hananah. He wanted to bring. He said to him, who permitted you to do so? The following tradition, moreover, is available. Rab and R Yohanan are those who prohibited doing so, on the one hand, and R Joshua b. Levi and R Simeon b. Lachish are those who permit, on the other hand. R Eleazar bar Hananah, there was a case in which they carried a shaft with a receptacle for a lamp beneath a lamp on the Sabbath. Now how shall we interpret this precedent? If the law accords with our Meir, then even such a receptacle should be forbidden. If the law accords with our Simeon, then even carrying the lamp itself should be permitted. But we have to interpret the story to accord with the view of our Judah, for it is our Judah who maintains, a lamp is apt to become repulsive, while a receptacle is not apt to become repulsive. It has been taught, a lamp which is on a plank, if one tilts the plank, and the lamp falls off. Said R Yohanan, one who does such a thing is nearly liable to bring a sin offering. If he tips it forward, on the count of moving the flame about, and if he tips it backward, on the count of putting out the flame. Samuel bar Abel before R Yaseh, this is so if he put the flame out. He said to him, let your mind be at ease. How shall we explain this matter? If the law is framed in accord with the view of our Meir, then even moving the plank should be forbidden. If the law accords with our Simeon, then even the lamp should be permitted. Rather, here we deal with the view of our Judah, for our Judah said, the lamp may through use become repulsive, but the plank will not be repulsive. It has been taught, if one has made the stipulation in advance, then it should be permitted. How shall we interpret this ruling? If it is framed in accord with the view of our Meir, then even if one made the stated stipulation, it is forbidden. If the law accords with our Simeon, then even if there was no such stipulation, it should be permitted to move the plank. Rather we must interpret the statement to conform to the theory of our Judah, for our Judah said, the lamp itself may become repulsive. Why then do you insist on interpreting the matter in accord with our Judah? For it has been taught, in the case of a lamp that is placed behind a door one may open and close the door on the Sabbath, on condition that one not intend either to put the lamp's flame out or to make it glow more brightly. Rab and Samuel interpret this passage to speak of one who has forgotten, but they curse one who does it that way, citing the following verse of Scripture, may the Lord cut off from the tents of Jacob, for the man who does this, any to witness or answer, or to bring an offering to the Lord of hosts, is in accord with one who maintains that whatever is generally designated for a use prohibited on the Sabbath is prohibited. It cannot accord with our Meir, and, so far as our Simeon is concerned, if one has made such a stipulation, it is permitted to do so. But a cup, a dish, and a lantern which they extinguished one should not move from their place. Our Tabi in the name of our Hisdah, that accords even with the view of our Simeon. For while he has said there that it is permitted, he concurs here that it is forbidden. For if you tell a person that he is permitted, then he may very well put out them and make use of them. Said Armana, at first we considered maintaining the view that where they differ, it has to do with a case in which the flame went out. The mice dragged away the wick, when the wick is compressed into the candlestick. But even if you say we do not deal with a case in which the mice drag the wick away, or even if you say that it is not compressed into the wick, in a case in which there is still oil in the lamp after it has gone out, there we have learned, one may lift up his child, even though the child has a stone in his hand, or a basket, even though it contains a stone. In this regard a member of the house of Rabbi taught, a stone and food in. In fact, we should not have maintained this view at all. For lo, our Romanos someone removed a basket from the house of Rabbi, full of coals, and this was on the Sabbath. Now can you maintain that the coals were tightly packed together? But we deal with a case in which the basket also, said our Abahu, to be interpreted as a case in which there was some incense in the basket of coals. Rba bar Haya in the name of our Yohanan, as to a counter it is forbidden to move it about. Rmi gave a decision that it is permitted to do so. R Jeremiah saw them carrying it about in a large piece of cloth, and he did not object to what they were doing. Members of the house of Aryane say, up to 3 handbreadths it is in the status of a chair. From that point onward it is in the status of a ladder. Said R Yase B R Bun, he who permits carrying it about accords with the view of R Simeon. For it has been taught, a person should not drag a bed, chair, bench, or sitting chair on the ground on the Sabbath, because he thereby makes a ditch. R. Simeon permits doing so. RBA in the name of R Huna, R Haggai in the name of R Zira, R Yase in the name of R Ila, sages concur with R Simeon in the case of a chair, the legs of which are sunk in mud, that it is permitted to carry it about. Just as you say it is permitted to carry it about, so along these same lines, it is permitted to put it back into its original place. Said R Yase, we too also have learned, it may be moved about on the Sabbath. Said R Yase B R Bun, this represents the view of R Simeon. Said R Yase B R Bun, the Mishnah itself has made the same point, no utensils may be dragged, except for a wagon, since the latter merely presses the earth without breaking the surface. R Huna in the name of Rab, the matter has been stated with reference to the Sabbath. Hezekiah in the name of the house of R Hannah, the matter has been stated with reference to whether or not the object establishes the presumptive right to remain in its given location. R Yase in the name of the household of R Yane, it was stated with reference to the matter of uncleanness. R Aha Bar Hinana, R Yase in the name of R Yohanan, as to a small candelabrum, it is permitted to move it about. And is it not a utensil? And is not everything in the house regarded as ready for use on the Sabbath? Said R Yase B R Bun, interpret the case to be one in which the man took the object with him for business. Or perhaps the object came to hand only at dark on the eve of the Sabbath, and you should not draw any conclusions from that fact. 3:8 They put a utensil under a lamp to catch the sparks. But one may not put water into it, because he thereby puts out. Here you say, on the Sabbath they do not put a utensil under a lamp to capture the sparks, nor should one put water into it, because he thereby puts out the sparks, while here you say, they do put a utensil under the lamp. For here it is the rule because the householder needs the oil, and there it is the rule because he does not need the sparks. But on the Sabbath one may not put water into it, because he thereby puts out the sparks. R Samuel in the name of R Zira, this represents the view of R Yase. R Yase said, we considered ruling, where R Yase and rabbis differ it is only in a case in which one may make a partition of utensils. But as to making a partition of water itself, there is no dispute at all. But on the basis of what R Samuel has said in the name of R Zira, this represents the view of R Yase. It follows that even if one has made a wall of water against the fire, there still is a dispute. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 4. 4:1 With what do they cover, and with what do they not cover up? They do not cover with peat, compost, salt, lime, or sand, whether wet or dry. Or with straw, grape skins, flocking, or grass, when wet. But they do cover up with them when they are dry. They cover up with cloth, produce, the wings of a dove, hackled flax, and carpenter's sawdust. R Judah prohibits in the case of soft and permits in the case of coarse. The reason is that these things both boil and cause boiling, so while it is still day the cook will remove them. The food may lose some of their heat in his hand, and then he will put them back, and they will continue to add heat. Accordingly, sages have forbidden covering up food in them. Now this ruling before us accords in particular with the view of R Eliezer B. Azariah, who says, a basket does he turn onto its side, and he removes the food. It also is in accord with rabbis from over there, who say, if it was a kettle, it is permitted. There we have learned, if it is a matter of doubt whether or not it is getting dark, they do cover up what is to be kept hot. The reason, then, is that it has not gotten dark. But if it had gotten dark, one would not have been allowed to cover the food over at all there they say, that is because of the possibility of cutting short time available for learning in the study house. Said RBA, it is because of the possibility that if you rule in that way, that it is permitted to do so, then the householder will not do all that is necessary while it is still daylight. If you tell the householder that it is forbidden, then he will do everything that is necessary while it is still daylight. What is the practical difference between these two reasons? It is the case of putting into snow or other cold substances things one wants to keep cold. In the view of RBA, it is permitted to do so. In the view of rabbis from over there, it remains prohibited. And contrariwise, they have forbidden leaving food on the stove on account of the possibility of covering it up. They forbade using a stove for keeping food warm, in the case of a stove which produces only a small amount of hot air, on account of the possibility of one's then using a stove which produces a great deal of hot air. They forbade keeping warm on the Sabbath itself food that had been thoroughly cooked, because food that had not been thoroughly cooked. They forbade keeping water hot because keep food hot that had been cooked thoroughly. Then they retracted and permitted keeping water hot. Said Arzira, that is to say that it is permitted to cover food with cool ashes. There is the following story: the daughter of Aryane was serving before her father, and she brought before him a boiling dish on the Sabbath. He said to her, "How was it made?" She said to him, "The pot was kept warm like a hoe in peat." He said to her, "Do not do it that way, but put the pot into a basket, and put the basket into peat." Said Arzira, "In this regard Ar-Hanana differs." Ar-Aha expounded in the name of Ar-Hanana, if one places peat beneath and straw on either side, it is forbidden. And Aryane concurs in this ruling. If mixed up, what is the law as to using it for a covering? Let us derive the rule from the following: they cover up food to keep it hot with cloth, produce, and the wings of a dove. Aryase b. Pazi in the name of Aryase bar Hanana, that rule applies in a case in which the decay in them is not far advanced. But if the decay is far advanced, it is forbidden to cover food in them. And not in sand, there we have learned, they put the corpse in sand so that it will keep. Sand may have two effects, either increasing heat or increasing cooling. As to straw, straw is like a bailee, it returns just what you give to it. With any sort of substance one might have to keep away from the wall of a house, they may not cover food. Said Aryase, that is to say, with the things concerning which we have learned there, they do cover food. That which you have said implies that such substances as may be used for covering food also need not be kept 4 cubits away from the shared wall. Ar-Haggai objected, and has it not been taught, he who rents a house to his fellow the latter may not turn it into a storage house for grain? On what account? Is it not because it will ferment? Said Ar-Hananiah, no, the operative consideration is that it will attract mice. Said Ar-Phineas b. Ar-Hananiah, if the operative consideration were that it will attract mice, then we let the law state into a storage house for any purpose whatsoever. Accordingly, Ar-Haggai raised a very good question indeed. Ar-Shammai objected, lo, there is the case of stones. One has to keep them 4 cubits from the wall, and, if so, it should be forbidden to cover food with them. Said Aryase, it is not that stones increase the heat, but they make an indentation and thus ruin the floor support of the wall. And lo, it has been taught, they do not cover food with stones. Interpret the statement to refer to stones made of silver. There is then a Tannite authority who teaches, they do cover food with stones. And there is a Tannite authority who teaches, they do not cover food with stones. Said Ar-Hisda, he who has said, they do cover food with stones, speaks of stones containing gold or copper. He who has said, they do not cover food with stones, speaks of stones containing silver. They do not cover up with them when they are wet. M4:1e It is not the end of the matter that they may not do so when they are wet. But even if they were dry and were artificially moistened, on the analogy of flocking rags. For are not flocking rags in the category of things which had been dried and then were moistened? Ar Yohanan bar Sheila, that is to say that if one gathers things that sages have listed for use when they are dry, he has to leave out a bit and not fill the entire utensil with them, for when he comes to remove the food, he may spill some of it and wet down the covering. There we have learned, and so is the rule with new olive peat. But with respect to old olive peat, the oven is clean. What is the definition of new and of old? Ar Yaseh Br Bun in the name of Ar Yohanan, new peat has been dug in the preceding 12 months, and old peat has been dug more than 12 months ago. Ar Judah Bar Pazi in the name of Ar Jeremiah Bar Hananah, that rule applies in a case in which the decay in them is not far advanced. But if the decay is far advanced, it is forbidden to cover food in them, hackled flax and carpenter's sawdust. We have learned the formulation of the Mishnah using the word nisaret, while teachers of the house of Rabbi read, neorid. And this indicates that both words bear the same meaning. 4:2 They cover up with fresh hides, and they carry them, with wool shearings, but they do not carry them. How does one? He takes off the cover, and fall off. R. Eliezer B. Azariah says, a basket does he turn on its side, and he removes, lest he should take it and not be able to put it back. And sages say, he takes and puts it back. R. Judah B. Pazi in the name of R. Jonathan, that which you say applies when they are with the householder. B. But if they are in storage, it is not in such an instance that the rule applies. R. Judah and R. Yohanan, that which you say applies when they are in storage. But if they are with the householder, it is not in such an instance that the rule applies. R. Jeremiah in the name of Rab, they spread out mats on trays of bricks on the Sabbath. Said R. Simeon B. Rab, I did not hear this teaching from father. But my sister reported to me in his name, an egg born on the festival they set up a utensil against it to keep it from rolling, but they do not turn a dish over on it. Samuel said, they may turn a dish over on it. Said Armana, but that is on the condition that the utensil should not touch the egg itself. Ar-Hashaya taught, as to a beehive, they spread a sheet on it in the dry season on account of the sun, and in the rainy season on account of the rain. Does he concur with Rab or with Samuel? Here on top of, there under. Ar-Bisna in the name of Ar-Yaseh Bar Hananah, it is forbidden to carry the teeth of a comb used for weaving veils. There were nets spread on the ground, and they were drying up in the sun. They came and asked Rab, what is the law about carrying them out of the sun? He said to them, consider using them to place them under your heads, and on the strength of that possible use on the Sabbath, he permitted them to carry the nets. Ar-Zirah in the name of Ar-Jeremiah, as to the sawed-off tops of logs, to which one gave thought prior to the Sabbath, it is permitted to carry them about. Ar-Jonah and Ar-Yaseh went up to the session of Bar-Olah. There was a bench there, as well as tops of logs. They came and asked him, what is the law on moving them about? He said to them, if you gave thought to them in advance, it is permitted to move them about, and if not, you are not permitted to carry them about. Ar-Halipta Bar Saul taught, as to wool shearings concerning which in advance of the Sabbath one gave thought, it is permitted to move them about on the Sabbath. Ar-Yaseh B. Saul taught, a pile of beams to which one gave thought on the preceding day it is permitted to move them about. Ar-Yaseh, Ar-Hananah in the name of Ar-Ishmael B. Ar-Jacob Bar Aha, Ar-Jacob Bar Edi, Ar-Hananah in the name of Ar-Ishmael B. Ar-Yaseh, father was a tanner, and he would say to us, tie the tassels, and you will be permitted to carry them about tomorrow. Hezekiah said, even if he squeezes them. Rab said, straw which one chopped up for lying does not require binding. But if he chopped it to form tents, then it does require binding. Ar-Abba Bar Hannah said, whether it is for lying on the straw or using it for a tent, it does have to be bound up. Said Ar-Hezekiah, but the binding up to which Rab referred in the case of using the straw for tents is not the same as the binding up to which Ar-Abba Bar Hannah referred for using the straw for some sort of utensils. When Rab refers to binding up the straw for tents, he requires that the man bind all of the thorns and brambles on the straw. When Ar-Abba Bar Hannah refers to binding the straw for use as utensils, he requires binding so that the straw may fit the description of some specific utensil. If you rule that the straw has to be bound so that the brambles and thorns also are bound up, there is no actual deed greater than that. Ar-Jacob Bar Edi in the name of Ar-Jonathan, a person should never refrain from going to the schoolhouse. For lo, How many times has this law been presented as a question in Yavneh, a little ship used for riding on the Jordan, on what account is it susceptible to uncleanness? And no one replied to this question, until our Hananabi Antigonos came and taught in his town. As to the small boat used for riding on the Jordan, why is it susceptible to uncleanness? Because they fill it with produce and transport it from water to land, and from land to water. And a further matter did he teach, straw which one chopped, whether for lying on it or for using it for a tent, must be tied up. They replied, Lo, there is the sort of boat in Ashkelon. Said our Isaac bar Eliezer, that case is different, for part of it is in the water, and part on land. The view of our Ba bar Hannah accords with the view of our Hananah. For our Hananah said, we were going with Rabbi to the hot springs of Gerar, and he would say to us, choose for yourselves shares of stones, and you may then carry them about tomorrow. Our Zira said, one must scrape the stones. Associates say, one must polish them. Sepharean authorities say, one may merely give thought to them. Our Yohanan said, one must so treat them that they fit the description of a utensil. It turns out that our Hannah bar Abba, our Yohanan, and our Jonathan hold one opinion in common, Rab, our Zira, and our Ishmael bar Yaseh hold one opinion in common, the Sepharean authorities, our Yaseh b. Saul, and our Halipta b. Saul hold one opinion in common. As to the view of associates, there is no one else who shares it. 4:3 He did not cover up while it is still day, he should not cover it up after dark. He covered it up and it became uncovered, it is permitted to cover it up again. One fills a jug and puts it under a pillow or a blanket. If he removed it once it had gotten dark, he may put it back thereafter as well. If he took it off while it was still daylight, and then the day became sanctified RBA in the name of our Judah, if in removing the kettle from the wool flocking, the hole in which the kettle had been placed was spoiled, it is forbidden to put the kettle back. But it is permitted to move the kettle from one stove to another. That is based on the following statement, for our Eliezer said in the name of our Joshua, when I was serving our Hiah the elder, I would bring him hot water from the lower level, putting the kettle back on the upper level of the stove. And they may put the kettle back on the stove. Our Jeremiah said, this accords with the view of our Simeon. That is the case, even if it is from a stove which produces only a small amount of hot air to a stove which produces a large amount of hot air. But as to moving a kettle from the stove to a covering, that is forbidden. Likewise, it is forbidden to move the kettle from being covered to retain the heat to the stove. The issue is whether it is permitted to move the kettle from one covering to another covering. If the pot became uncovered while it was day, one may cover it up while it is still day. If it became uncovered after dark, one may cover it up again after dark. If it became uncovered while it was still day, and then the day became sanctified. It has been taught, they do not cover up hot food or water once it has gotten dark, but they may add cloths or utensils to put over them. And how much of a covering must be on the pot to begin with, so that it is permitted to add further coverings. Our Zerakan in the name of our Hananah, even if there is only a napkin. Said our Zira, but that is on the condition that it is something which does some good. Said our Hananah, everything does some good. Said our Matinah, and that is so. If someone took a rag and put it on his head when it is cold, does the cold not go away somewhat? And just as they do not cover up hot water to begin with on the Sabbath, so they do not cover up snow and ice. Rabbi permits doing so. Samuel bar Abba objected to the first assumption above. And lo, it has been taught, one fills a jug on the Sabbath with cold food or liquid and puts it under a pillow or a blanket to keep it cool. Does this not conform to the view of Rabbi? Here, it is for a little while there, it concerns keeping the arrangement for some time. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 5. 5:1 With what does a beast go out, and with what does it not go out? A camel goes out with its curb, a female camel with its nose ring, a Libyan ass with its bridle, and a horse with its chain. And all beasts which wear a chain go out with a chain and are led by a chain, and they sprinkle on thee and immerse them in place. It has been taught, Ar Ishmael Br Yase in the name of his father, there are 4 domesticated beasts that are led by a curb, and these are they, a horse, mule, asses, and camel. Said Ar Hezekiah, and the mnemonic. And a plague like this plague shall fall on the horses, the mules, the camels, the asses, and whatever beasts may be in those camps. Rab said, the law is in accord with the view of Ar Ishmael Br Yase. A Libyan ass, there is a Tanite authority who gives the word as LDGQS. He who gives the word as LWBDQS cites in support of his view the following verse, and the Libyans and the Ethiopians shall follow in his train. He who gives the word as LGDQS ambados. What is the meaning of the word ambados? It is an ass that goes up. Arjona said. Arhashaya asked, as to proselytes who come from Libya, what is the law on waiting for them for 3 generations? Said Arjona of Basra, Libya indeed is regarded as part of Egypt on the basis of that which we see in the case of an Egyptian bean, when it is green they call it Libyan, when it is dry, they call it an Egyptian bean. Accordingly, a proselyte from Libya must wait for 3 generations. That is to say, a Libyan is regarded as an Egyptian. R. Isaac Bar Naaman in the name of R. Ashaya, the law is in accord with the opinion of the disciple. But in the view of sages, all sorts of mules fall into a single category. R. Samuel in the name of R. Zira, just as you make that point with respect to the prohibition, so the same point applies with regard to all other beasts in respect to the absence of such a prohibition. And a horse with its chain, and has it not been taught, a ring of man is susceptible to uncleanness as an ornament. A ring of a beast and one serving a utensil, and all other rings when not attached to something susceptible to uncleanness, are insusceptible to uncleanness. Interpret the law to speak of made to lead them. And will the chain not make some sort of a ditch? The law accords with the view of R. Simeon, for it has been taught, a person should not drag a bed, chair, bench, or sitting chair on the ground on the Sabbath, because he thereby makes a ditch. But R. Simeon permits doing so. Said R. Hinana, it accords with the following, which is taught, a door which is dragged on the ground, a reed mat which is dragged, and screens which are dragged they open and close them on the Sabbath, and it goes without saying, on the festival. And so too it has been taught, reed mats if they were tied and suspended onto the place, they open and close them on the Sabbath, and it goes without saying, on the festival. They sprinkle on the chains if they become unclean and immerse them in place without removing them, there we have learned, and she should not immerse when dressed in them, unless she loosens them, and here you say this? Said Armana, here they lie loosely, while there, they are tightly put on. 5:2 An ass goes out with its saddle cloth when it is tied onto him. Rams go out strapped up. And female go forth strapped over their tails, under their tails, or wearing protective cloths. And goats go forth bound. Ar Yase prohibits in the case of all of them, except for the case of ewes wearing protective cloths. Ar Judah says, goats go forth with bound udders to keep them dry, but not to collect the milk. Samuel said, that is the case if it is tied to him in advance of the Sabbath. Hanin of Jipta said before Samuel, R. Hiabar Ashi did not practice the law in that way. He said to him, that was the practice with regard to the fodder bag. For it has been taught, rams go out with the fodder bag. R. Ahabar Papa objected before R. Zira, lo, it has been taught, a rope tied onto a cow one may tie onto the crib, and one tied onto the crib one may attach onto the cow. Now there is no problem in the former part of the rule, that if it is tied onto the cow, one may tie the other end onto the crib. But if the rope is tied onto the crib, and one ties it onto the cow, will it not turn out that one is making use of the sides of the beast on the Sabbath? Said Rabbah, interpret the case to involve loosely tied knots. Said Ar Yase, is there a difference with respect to the prohibition against using the sides of the beast between a knot which is tightly tied and one which is not tightly tied? Said Ar Shimei, interpret the passage to accord with the view of R. Simeon b. Eliezer, for R. Simeon b. Eliezer says, it is permitted to make use of the sides of a beast on the Sabbath. The same rule applies to the sides of a beast and the sides of a tree. Said Armana, one may interpret the passage to speak of tying a rope onto a rope. Rams go out strapped at the male organ, one puts a tanned hide against the heart, and it protects the female. Female sheep go forth strapped over their tails. There is a Tannite authority who repeats the word as shwzwt, and there is a Tannite authority who repeats the word as swzwt. He who repeats the word as swzwt holds that it means, prepared, as we read, and lo, a woman meets him, dressed as a harlot, wily of heart. He who holds that it means shwzwt alludes to the use of the same word in this statement, they do not strap a knife. As to protective cloths, it is something soft and thick. As to tying something under their tails, it is so that a male will not mount them. Arabun in the name of Arhaya, so they are called the land of Kabul to this day. It is a land which does not yield produce. Judah says, goats go forth with bound udders to keep them dry, but not to collect the milk, it has been taught. Judah b. Vidura says, whether it is to keep them dry or to collect the milk, it is forbidden. Judah b. Vidura ruled quite properly. But what is the reason for the view of rabbis? Yaseh brba in the name of Judah, Yohanan produced the same tradition in the name of Rab. The law accords with the view of him who says, whether it is to keep them dry or to collect the milk, it is forbidden, since who in the world will know the difference? 5:3 And with what does not go out? A camel does not go out with a pad, nor with 4 legs bound together or with a hoof tied back to the shoulder. And so is the rule for all other beasts. One should not tie camels to one another and lead them. But one puts the ropes into his hand and leads them, so long as he does not twist. Is like a rock to level the crookedness. Bound refers to binding the foreleg. With the hoof tied refers to tying both the hooves. One should not tie camels to one another and lead them, said RBA, it is so that people will not suspect the man, saying, so and so went out to do his ordinary labor on the Sabbath day. Asi says, it is because of the consideration of mixed seeds. Judah in the name of Samuel said, if it is tied to the neck of the beast, it is prohibited. If it is hung down from the neck of the beast, it is permitted. Arhuna and Judah both in the name of Samuel, one said, if it is from his hand, it is forbidden, and if it is from the neck of the beast, it is permitted. The other reverses matters. He who said, if it is from his hand, it is forbidden, it is because that would constitute carrying a burden on the Sabbath. If it is from the neck of the beast, it is permitted, because it does not constitute a burden for the beast on the Sabbath. He who said, if it is from his hand, it is permitted, holds that view because it is not possible to do things otherwise. If it is from the neck of the beast, it is forbidden, because man is commanded concerning the Sabbath rest of the beast, as he is concerning his own Sabbath rest, as it is said, 6 days you shall do your work, but on the 7th day you shall rest, that your ox and your ass may have rest, and the son of your bondmaid, and the alien, may be refreshed. It has been taught, if the rope hangs more than a handbreadth from the man's hand, it is forbidden, said Arzira, if it is from his hand, it is forbidden. If it is from the neck of the beast, it also is forbidden. If it is a handbreadth from his hand to the neck of the beast, it is furthermore forbidden. Then under what circumstances will it be permitted? Said Yohanan bar Mary, he who does things properly will conduct himself as one does with a Saracen horse or, following. 5:4 An ass does not go out with its saddle cloth when it is not tied to him, or with a bell, even though it is plugged, or with the ladder yoke around its neck, or with a strap on its leg. And fowl do not go forth with ribbons or straps on their legs. And rams do not go forth with a wagon under their fat tail. And ewes do not go forth protected. And a calf does not go out with its rush yoke, or a cow with a hedgehog skin, or with a strap between its horns. The cow of our Eliezer b. Azariah would go out with a strap between its horns, not with the approval of the sages. It has been taught, but it walks about in the courtyard. Our Samuel in the name of Arzira, the rule applies also to the saddle. It has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says an ass goes forth with its saddle when it is tied onto it to keep it warm, and this is on condition that one not tie the band onto it and pass the strap under its tail. Our Jeremiah asked before Arzira, whence do we learn these various rules? For we have learned, the laws of the Sabbath are like mountains suspended from a thread. And you say this. And why did he not reply to him, what is the difference between the latter yoke and the splint? The former is substantial, the latter is insubstantial. Said Arhiah, and why should he not give him an answer on the difference between wearing splints and wearing an amulet prepared by an expert? For it has been taught, it is forbidden for a beast to go forth wearing an amulet prepared by an expert. Said Aramidami, and why should he not reply to him, what is the difference between splints and a bandage on a wound? There is a Tannite authority who teaches, they do not go forth with splints, and there is a Tannite authority who teaches, they do go forth with splints. Said Arhiah bar Ada, it represents a difference of opinion among Tannite authorities. He who has said, they go forth wearing splints, maintains also that they go forth wearing a bandage on a wound. And he who has said, they do not go forth wearing splints, also holds that they do not go forth wearing a bandage on a wound. Rams do not go forth with a wagon under their fat tail, it is because it makes a ditch in the ground. And ewes do not go forth protected with the wood chip in their nose, our Judah said, it is a ball of wool. Our Yaseh in the name of Arhama bar Hanana, it is a root of an herb, and it is called Yahanona. Arzira asked before our Yaseh, is that not to say that it is forbidden for a beast to go forth wearing an amulet made by an expert? He said to him, that is certainly the case, O Babylonian, and should you express surprise about it? A calf does not go out with its rush yoke, Arhunah said, it is a small plough. Arhisdah said, it is a wooden board. Ababar Arhunah said, it is a furcated spear. There is a Tannite authority who repeats the word, Jimon. And there is a Tannite authority who pronounces it, Gymwl. He who says it is in the word Jimon cites the following verse. And he who uses the spelling Gymwl cites this verse, and when she had weaned him, she took him up with her. He who spells the word Gymwn supports the view of Arhunah. He who sees it as Gymwl supports the view of Ababar Arhunah and Arhisdah. Nor a cow with a hedgehog skin tied around the udder, the herdsman puts such a skin around her teat so that it will not give suck to its calf. The cow of our Eliezer b. Azariah would go out with a strap between its horns, not with the approval of the sages. Rba, Rab, and Samuel both of them say, in the view of sages, even is to lead the cow, it is forbidden. Rba in the name of Samuel, if the cow's horns were pierced, it is permitted. Aryase raised this question before Rba, and has not the master learned that which we recite, but with a ring in its nose? Arzira in the name of Samuel, an ox which behaves in a dangerous way goes forth with its halter. And so were our rabbis in the exile accustomed to do. Arleah, Judah in the name of Simeon bar Hiah, a dog goes forth with its muzzle. But if that is to beat the dog with, it is forbidden. If it is so that the dog will not eat the bit, it is permitted. Geneba said, it is merely a law that Eliezer came to teach. And this is in line with that which we have learned, not with the consent of the sages. Our Judah bar Pazi of Bardeleah taught, they said to him, either arise from among us, or remove the strap between the cow's horns. Said our Yaseh b Arbun, but he opposed them. Said our Hananiah, one time the cow went with its strap, and Eliezer's teeth turned black on account of the fasting that he did in penitence. Said our Idi of Hutra, it was his wife. How then do we know that one's wife is called his cow? If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have found out my riddle. There they say that it was his neighbor. And is someone punished on account of what his neighbor does? Said Archires of Didma, it is to teach you that whoever has the possibility of opposing of his neighbor, but does not do so, the neighbor's downfall is blamed upon him. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 6. 6:1 With what does a woman go out, and with what does she not go out? A woman should not go out with woolen ribbons, flaxen ribbons, or with bands around her head, or with a forehead band, head bangles, when they are not sewn on, or with a hair net, into the public domain, nor with a golden city, a necklace, nose rings, a ring lacking a seal, or a needle lacking a hole. But if she went out, she is not liable for a sin offering. Our Naaman bar Jacob said, since the woman loosens, for they interpose her menstrual period, she may forget and walk for 4 cubits. Said Armana, in the beginning we supposed that the prohibition was because she loosened the sewn bindings on these ornaments. But we in fact said nothing worthwhile. That which our Hashaya taught, a basket used for dates may one weave and take apart, on condition. There we have learned, these interpose on human beings, threads of wool, threads of flax, and ribbons on the heads of girls. Our Judah says, those made of wool or hair do not interpose, because water enters into them. Samuel said, we should not list the threads of hair in the opinion of our Judah, but only threads of wool. But as to threads of hair, in the view of all parties, they do not interpose. RBA in the name of our Judah, our Zira in the name of rabbis. If there was a single thread, it interposes. If there were 2, they are subject to doubt. If there were 3, they do not interpose. Our Zira asked, if one tied one hair onto another. If it was one to another, they are reckoned as one, if it was to 2, they are reckoned as 2, if it was to 3, they are reckoned as 3. Our Judah said, a woman who goes down to immerse at the end of her menstrual period ties it up like the tail of a horse. This is a practical law and rely on it. Kahana asked Rab, what is the law on going out wearing court chains? He said to him, so do they rule, it is forbidden to a person to go forth wearing belts. Arhuna decided for the women of the Exilarch's establishment that it is permitted to put a gold kerchief on their wigs. Our Yohanan decided for the members of the household of Bun that it is permitted to put drops of pearl beads over their tunics. Said our Ila, whatever is attached to a garment is in the status of that garment. And we learn thus, a man may not go out with a bell around his neck, but he goes forth with a bell on his garment. There is a Tanite authority who teaches, both this one and that one receive uncleanness. And there is a Tanite authority who teaches, neither this one nor that one receives uncleanness. The one who maintains the view that both this one and that one receive uncleanness speaks of those into which one has put clappers. The one who holds that neither this nor that receives uncleanness speaks of those into which one has not put clappers. But even if one has made clappers for the bells, they should be insusceptible to receive uncleanness. Did not our Abahu, Simeon bar Abba in the name of our Yohanan? In the case of bells put on a cradle, there is a dispute of 2 Amoras. One said, one may bring the cradle in and out, so long as he does not sound the bell. The other said, if the bell sounds, it is forbidden, but if not, it is permitted. There, if the bells are not put there to sound on the Sabbath, they are put there to sound on an ordinary day. But here if the bells are not put there to sound either on an ordinary day or on the Sabbath, then why has one put the clapper in the bell at all? Or with a forehead band, our bun bar haya, it is a kind of charm which one places on the forehead. Head bangles. Fixed dyed. Or with a hair net. A kind of net. It has been taught, our Simeon b. Eliezer permits. Our Aha in the name of Kahana said, the view of our Simeon b. Eliezer accords with the position of Rabbi. Just as Rabbi has said, something which is not visible is permitted, so our Simeon b. Eliezer said, something which is not visible is permitted. On what account are ornaments prohibited? Said RBA, because women are show-offs, and she may untie the ornaments to show them to her neighbors and forget and walk about carrying them. Are halapta b. Saul taught, it is forbidden to send them. Said Armana, they have stated only that it is forbidden to send them. Lo, as to wearing them, that is permitted. It has been taught, they handle a horn to give drink to an infant. They handle a rattle, a notebook, and a mirror, to cover utensils with them. Said Arbun, has the Mishnah not made the point that it is forbidden to wear them? For we have learned, whatever one may forthwith utilize may be sent as a present on a festival day. If you maintain that it is permitted to wear them, it should be permitted to send them as well. And what is the reason for the following rule? They handle a horn to give a drink to an infant, a rattle, a notebook, and a metal mirror to cover utensils with them. This refers to utensils which serve a distinctive purpose. Up to this point we have referred to golden ornaments. And even as to ornaments made of silver? They say in the name of our Jeremiah, it is forbidden. They say in the name of our Jeremiah, it is permitted. Said our Hezekiah, I know the reason for the former ruling and the latter one. There were a lot of little girls in the time of our Jeremiah. He asked our Zirah. He said to him, do not forbid, and do not permit. They do not look into a mirror on the Sabbath. But if it was affixed to the wall, Rabbi permits doing so. And sages prohibit. Aha, in the name of RBA, the reason for the prohibition is that there are times at which a woman may see a gray hair in the mirror, and she may pluck it out and thereby incur liability to a sin offering. As to a man, even on an ordinary day, it is forbidden to look into a mirror, since it is not dignified. 3 matters did they permit to the household of Rabbi: they may look at themselves in a mirror. They may get a haircut in the Gentile manner. And they may teach Greek to their children, because they have dealings with the government. Arabau, in the name of our Yohanan, it is permitted for a man to teach Greek to his daughter, because such learning is an ornament for her. Simeon bar Ba heard and said, it is because Arabau wants to teach his daughter such that he has assigned the teaching to our Yohanan. Arabau heard this and said, may a curse come upon me, if I did not hear it from our Yohanan. It has been taught, they do not go out wearing a chaplet. 3 things were said concerning a chaplet: it is not subject to the prohibitions of diverse materials. R. Simeon b. Eleazar says, also, it is not subject to the prohibition of a crown for a bride. And not with a tiara in the form of a golden city. R. Judah said, for instance, a Jerusalem of gold. Rabbis of Caesarea say, a crown. The tale is told that R. Akiba made for his wife a golden tiara, and the wife of Rabban Gamaliel saw it and was jealous of her. She came and told her husband. He said to her, if you had done what she did, I would have been glad to make one for you. She sold her braids of hair and gave him the proceeds, so that he might labor in the Torah. There we have learned, too, in the name of our Eliezer, a woman may go out into public domain on the Sabbath wearing a golden city, and pigeon flyers are disqualified as witnesses. It has been taught, our Meir declares liable. The shared language between our Meir and rabbis poses no problems. Our Meir declares liable, and sages exempt. The shared language between our Eliezer and rabbis poses no problems. Our Eliezer permits, and sages prohibit. But there is a problem harmonizing the word choices used by our Meir and our Eliezer. Our Meir declares liable for a sin offering, while Eliezer permits doing so to begin with. Our Inyano bar Sisai said in the name of our Eliezer, in any setting in which they have said, she should not go forth, and if she went forth, she is liable to bring a sin offering. A woman may not go forth wearing such an item even in her courtyard. And in any place in which they have said, she may not go forth, but if she did go forth, she is not liable to a sin offering, she is permitted to wear such an item in her courtyard. Rba bar Cohen, in the name of our Sheshet, the Mishnah has made that same point: a hairnet and false locks in the courtyard. Arlaya, in the name of our Simeon bar Haya, even in a case in which they have said, she may not go forth, and if she has gone forth, she is not liable for a sin offering, she is forbidden to go forth wearing such an item in her courtyard. Now as to a man, shall we say that since he is not a show-off, is he permitted? Let us derive from the following: Rabban Gamaliel the son of Rabbi went down to take a stroll in his courtyard on the Sabbath, and a gold key was in his hand. His colleagues were angry with him, because they regarded it as an ornament. This proves that that which is made for ornamental purposes may not be carried about. This further proves that that which is made for both purposes is not to be carried about. This further proves that both to a man and to a woman. This still further proves that even in a case in which they have said, she should not go forth, and if she went forth, she is not liable to a sin offering, nonetheless, she is forbidden to go forth wearing such an object even in her courtyard. 6:2 A man should not go out with a nail-studded sandal, a single sandal if he has no wound on his foot, tefillin, an amulet when it is not by an expert, a breastplate, a helmet, or with greaves. But if he went out, he is not liable to a sin offering. For what reason did they make a decree against wearing a nail-studded sandal? Some say, because pregnant women might see the top of it and miscarry. Some say, because pregnant women might hear the noise of clomping and miscarry. Some say, because, frightened by the sound of the noise, people would press together in flight and kill one another. What is the practical difference? The case of a dasta sandal. He who holds that the principal concern is that pregnant women may see the tops of the nails and miscarry will regard it as permissible to wear that kind of sandal. He who maintains that the principal consideration is that pregnant women might hear the noise of clomping and miscarry, or because, frightened by the sound of the noise, people might press together in flight and kill one another, that sort of sandal remains prohibited, like the others. Now has that decree to begin with not been made at the time of persecution? Since the persecution has passed, that type of sandal should now be permitted. A court has not arisen on the matter and annulled it? And if that is the case, even on a weekday, it is not commonplace for someone to have two pairs of sandals, one for an ordinary day and one for the Sabbath. It has been taught, if one tied a cloth underneath such a sandal, it is permitted. The solace of Yudan Br Ishmael's feet were sore, so they made a covering for nail-studded sandals for him to use. And how many nails may there be in a sandal? Yohanan said, 5, for the 5 books of the Torah. Hananiah said, 7, as in and as your days, so shall your strength be. Rabbis practiced the law in accord with the statement of Hananiah. Aha expounded in the name of Hananiah, 9. Rabbi would put 11 on this one and 13 on the other, that is, the number of priestly cohorts. The sayings of the wise are like goads, and like nails firmly fixed. Just as there are 24 priestly watches, so there may be 24 nails. Yasebi. Hananiah said, the shoemaker's pegging is not counted as one of the nails. Zira raised the question before Bar Zabeda, what is the law as to putting all of them on one shoe? He said to him, it is permitted. He said to him, what is the law as to putting them on one shoe? He said to him, it is permitted. It was taught, they do not scrape off sandals and shoes, but they do anoint and wash them off. Kirispai in the name of Yohanan, Arhiah the elder's former disciples would say, they do scrape them off. The later would say, they do not scrape them off. And I asked Rabbi, who said, they do not scrape them off. Said Zira, now lo, here goes one of the disciples of Arhiah the elder. For the rabbis of Caesarea in the name of Yase bar Hananiah said, the law accords with him who says, they scrape them off, but only with the dull edge of the knife. Said Arhiah bar Ashi, we would be accustomed to sit before Rabbi and anoint and rinse off, but we did not scrape them. They do not rub oil on shoes or sandals. It was taught, a person should not anoint his foot with oil while it is in a shoe, or his foot when it is in a sandal. But he may anoint his foot with oil and then put it into a shoe, or his foot with oil and put it into a sandal. A man may anoint his body with oil and roll about on new leather and need not scruple on that account. But he should not put on a marble table in order to roll about it on it. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel permits doing so. It was taught, a person should not put on new shoes or sandals unless he walked about in them while it was still day. And how much should he have walked about in them? The members of the household of Bar Kappara say, from the schoolhouse of Bar Kappara to the schoolhouse of Ar-Hashiah. The men of Sephoris say, from the synagogue of the Babylonians to the courtyard of Ar-Hama Bar Hananah. The men of Tiberias say, from the great synagogue to the shop of Ar-Hashiah. A sandal whose two straps were broken, or whose strappings were torn, or from which even one sole separated, is insusceptible to uncleanness. If one of its ears tore off, or one of its strappings, or if the larger part of one sole was separated from it, it is susceptible to uncleanness. Our Judah says, if it is the inner one, it is susceptible to uncleanness, if it is the outer one it is not susceptible to uncleanness. Our Jacob bar Aha, our Tabela, Hanin bar Ba in the name of Rab, if the outer strap is broken, it is forbidden to go out in it on the Sabbath. The law accords with the view of our Judah in the matter of the Sabbath. Our Samuel bar our Isaac had a case. He sent our Jacob bar Aha to ask our Hiah bar Ba. He said to him, just as they differ as to uncleanness, so they differ as to the Sabbath. And he gave him a decision in accord with the position of rabbis. Our Samuel bar our Isaac asked, after he heard the statement, the law accords with the view of our Judah, he gave him a decision in accord with the position of rabbis. Our Aha had a case, and he sent and asked our Zirah, who asked our Imeh. He said to him, if the law follows the view of him who said that it is susceptible to uncleanness, it is forbidden to go out wearing it in the public domain on the Sabbath. If the law is in accord with the view of him who said that it is not susceptible to uncleanness, then it is permitted to go out in it on the Sabbath. But he did not derive any useful information from him. It was taught, but one may walk about in a loose sandal until he reaches the door of his courtyard. Our Aha and our Zirah were walking in the street. The sandal of our Aha broke loose. When they reached his gateway, our Zirah said to him, here is the door of your courtyard. When his sandal broke while he was walking about, our Aha would fold a palm branch around it. Our Abahu would tie it up with a binding of soft gum. Our Abahu had the theory that a binding of soft gum is ready for that purpose prior to the Sabbath. Our Jonah pitched it into a confectioner's shop, indicating that even a small quantity of it is valuable. Our Eliezer would remove it. Our Jeremiah raised the question before our Zirah, what is the law as to changing the left sandal for the right one? He said to him, it is permitted. Nonetheless, he said to him, go and see how a sage does it, and rely on his example. He went out and found our Ba bar Mammal, and he asked him, and he permitted it. Said our Yaseh, the Mishnah has treated it as a kind of clothing, for we have learned, with the sandal for the left foot on the right foot it is valid, that which you have said applies to the breadth of the foot, but as to the length, it must cover the larger part of the foot. Nor a single sandal, said our Abba, it is because of the possibility of bringing the man under suspicion. It is so that people will not say, we saw that Mr. So-and-so's sandal snapped, and he carried it under his arm. If he has no wound on his foot, lo, if he has a wound on his foot, he may put on his sandal. On which foot does he put his sandal? Samuel said, on the one on which there is no wound he puts the sandal. If you maintain that he puts it on the foot on which there is a wound, what keeps him from putting his other sandal on the other foot? Our Yohanan said, he puts the sandal on the foot on which he has the wound. Simeon bar Ba was serving before our Yohanan, and he would hand him his sandals in line with that which is taught in the tractate on proper conduct. When one puts on his sandal, he first puts on the one for the right foot and then the one for the left, and when he unbuckles them, he unbuckles the one on the left foot and afterward the one on the right. Said to him our Yohanan, Babylonian, don't do it that way, because the ancients did not do it that way. Rather, when one puts on the sandal, he puts on the one for the left foot and then the one for the right. It is so that it should not appear as if the one on the right has been damaged. Does that then not imply that he puts the sandal on the foot on which the wound is located? He said to him, Yes, O Babylonian. Why should you be surprised about it? They leave home on Friday, near dark, wearing phylacteries, but they do not leave home wearing a nail-studded sandal on Friday at dark. What is the difference between the one and the other? In the case of the former, it is customary to remove it, but in the case of the latter, it is not customary to remove it. What is the definition of an amulet made by an expert? It is any which has served to bring healing, and which did so a second and a third time. Our Abau in the name of our Yohanan, a physician may be relied upon to state, with this amulet I performed a healing, and I did so a second and a third time with it as well. Our Samuel in the name of our Zirah, if the amulet served to bring healing for one man, it is regarded as reliable for one man. If it did so for two, it is reliable for two. If it did so for three, it is reliable for everybody. They go forth wearing an amulet made by an expert, whether it contains writing or is made of roots. But that is on condition that one not put it into a ring or a bracelet. They asked before our Jonathan, what is the law about putting it into a tube? He said to them, but that is on condition that one not put it into a ring or a bracelet. They asked before our Jonathan, what is the law as to going out with a necklace? He said to them, it is subject to the count of an ornament. If it is forbidden on the count of being an ornament, it should have been forbidden for Daniel, have a chain of gold about his neck. If it is forbidden on the count of not carrying a burden on the Sabbath, then we may say, whatever is attached to a garment lo, it is in the status of the garment itself. Ar Yase be ar bun in the name of Ar Yase, in the case of a wound that has healed, they may put on it some sort of poultice, because it serves only to protect it. Ar Abun in the name of rabbis from over there, they may put such a thing on a wound on the Sabbath, because it serves only to protect the wound. Said Ar Tanhuma, the exception is grape leaves, which serve to promote healing. Said Ar Huna, as to the pea root, it is very good for healing, when it has 5 or 7 knots, 9 knots even better, so long as one does not put water on it on the Sabbath. They do not recite a verse of scripture over a wound on the Sabbath. And that formula which they recite against the demon Yebraha is prohibited. If someone said, come and recite this verse over my son, because he is suffering, put on a scroll on him, put phylacteries on him so that he will be able to sleep, it is forbidden. And lo, it has been taught, they would recite the psalm for the afflicted in Jerusalem. Said Ar Yudan, here it is when one already has been afflicted, while there, it is prior to one's having been afflicted. And what is that psalm for the afflicted? O Lord, how many are my foes? Many are rising against me, many are saying of me, there is no help for him in God. And the whole psalm. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High until because you have made the Lord your refuge, the Most High your habitation. 6:3 A woman should not go out with a needle which has a hole, with a ring which has a seal, with a cochlea brooch, with a spice box, or with a perfume flask. And if she went out, she is liable to a sin offering, the words of our Meir. And sages declare exempt in the case of a spice box and a perfume flask. It has been taught, a tailor should not go out carrying his needle on the eve of the Sabbath near nightfall, lest he forget and cross a boundary, nor a carpenter with the beam on his shoulder, nor a dyer with the color sample behind his ear, nor a money changer with the dinar behind his ear, nor a wool corder with a cord around his neck. But if they went forth, all of them are exempt, the words of our Meir. Sages say, a craftsman in the usual way of his craft, he is liable. But all the other men are exempt. The opinions assigned to our Meir are at variance with one another. For we have learned there. And if she went out carrying one of these, she is liable to a sin offering, the words of our Meir. Yet here he says this. Armana without specifying a further authority, Ar Abin in the name of Ar Yohanan, there it is the usual way for a woman to go into the public domain, while here unimportant folk go out bearing these objects. The opinions attributed to rabbis likewise are at variance with one another. For we have learned there, and sages declare her exempt in the case of a spice box and a perfume flask. Lo, a needle which has a hole, one is liable. But we deal only with the craftsman who goes forth in the usual way of his craft who is liable. Said our Abban, interpret the rule to speak of a case of a woman who is a hairdresser. Our Aha in the name of our Abba bar our Naaman, it represents the view of our Nehemiah. For we have learned there, a ring which is of metal, and its seal of coral, is unclean. A ring which is of coral, and its seal of metal, is clean. R. Nehemiah taught it in the opposite way, a ring of metal and its seal of coral our Nehemiah declares insusceptible to uncleanness. For our Nehemiah held, with the ring one follows after the seal, with the yoke, after its curved end, with the rack, after its nails, with the ladder, after its steps, with the crib, after its chains. Said our Ilah, interpret the rule to accord with the view of all authorities. It speaks of a case in which took the ring out intending to use it for the purpose of incising a seal. Our Samuel in the name of our Zirah, if it was suitable for both purposes, if then the woman took it out to incise with it, she is liable, if she took it out as an ornament, she is exempt. And that is the case even though there is a seal, for in this instance the seal is secondary to the ring's ornamental purpose. 6:4 A man should not go out with a sword, bow, shield, club, or spear. And if he went out, he is liable to a sin offering. Our Eliezer says, they are ornaments for him. And sages say, they are nothing but ugly, since it is said, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks, nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. A garter is insusceptible to uncleanness, and they go out in it on the Sabbath. Ankle chains are susceptible to uncleanness, and they do not go out in them on the Sabbath. It is written, and the people of Israel went up out of the land of Egypt equipped for battle. This teaches that they were armed with 5 different types of weapons. What is a club? On the basis of that which our Jacob bar Sisi, our Yase taught, when do they separate heave offering for fame? As soon as the sign pole is removed, this would indicate that it is a kind of spear. What is the scriptural basis for the position of our Eliezer? Gird your sword upon your thigh, O mighty one, in your glory and majesty. What is the scriptural basis for the view of rabbis? They shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks, cutting knives. Our Haya in the name of our Yohanan, a birit is on one leg, while Kabbalim are joined by a chain. Our Judah says, a birit is a knee band. For our Judah said, and we have brought the Lord's offering, what each man found, articles of gold, armlets and bracelets, signet rings, earrings, and beads, to make atonement for ourselves before the Lord. A knee band is an anklet. A bracelet is a kind of chain. This is in line with that which you read, bracelets for her arms. A ring is a clasp. A round shield is a kodshaya. This is in line with that which you read, and I put a ring on your nose. A comb, some say it serves as a covering for the vagina, and some say it serves as a covering for the breasts. It is written, in that day the Lord will take away the finery of the anklets, the headbands, and the crescents. Finery of the anklets, slippers, as you say, tinkling with their feet. Veils are braided bands worn in the hair, as you find, a band with which the hair net is fastened. Crescents are necklace chains. This is in line with the following verse, besides the collars that were about the necks of their camels. Pendants, bracelets, and scarfs, armlets, sashes, and as to the next word, Aquila renders it as, an ornament of the bosom, something which is placed on the belly. Amulets are that which is put on the place where the whispering, for purposes of charming, is done, namely, the ear. Signet rings are finger rings. Nose rings are things one puts on or in the nose. Festal robes are aprons. Mantles are cloaks with a hood. Cloaks are large coverings. Handbags are belts embroidered with figures, pure silk garments which are embroidered with figures. This is in line with that which you read, and he received the gold at their hand and fashioned it with a graving tool. Linen garments are wrappings. Turbans are head coverings, as you read, and I said, let them put a clean turban on his head. So they put a clean turban on his head and clothed him with garments, and the angel of the Lord was standing by. And it is written, you shall be a crown of beauty in the hand of the Lord, and a royal diadem in the hand of your God. Veils are such as are worn by an accused wife, as it is written, the watchmen found me, as they went about in the city, they beat me, they wounded me, they took away my mantle, those watchmen of the walls. 6:5 A woman goes out in hair ribbons, whether made of her own hair or of the hair of another woman or of a beast, and with forehead band, head bangles sewn, a hair net, and false locks, in the courtyard, with wool in her ear, wool in her sandals, wool she has used for a napkin for her menstrual flow, pepper, a lump of salt, and anything she puts into her mouth, on condition that she not first put it there on the Sabbath. And if it fell out, she may not put it back. A false tooth and a gold tooth Rabbi permits, and sages prohibit. Anan bar Imi said before our Judah Manasseh bar Jeremiah, but that is on condition that a girl should not go out wearing ribbons appropriate for an old woman, nor an old woman with ribbons appropriate for a girl. And have we not learned, little girls go out with threads? And in this connection RBA in the name of our Judah, even tied around her neck. Our Samuel in the name of our Zirah, in that case, even if the girl cannot bring thread resembling her hair, she may go forth. But in this case a young girl should not wear what is suitable for an old woman, nor an old woman what is suitable for a young girl. Said Arabahu, whatever rests on the hair is called a lock. Aryane, the wool in the ear of Zirah fell out. He wanted to put it back on the Sabbath. His associates rebuked him. Aryane maintained the view that it is the oil on the wool that does the healing. Sages maintain that it is the wool which does the healing. And did not our Judah state in the name of our Zirah, he who is suffering on account of his ear may not put oil in his ear? Simeon bar Ba in the name of our Hananah, whoever whispers, may put oil on his head and whisper, on the proviso that he not put the oil on with his hand or with a utensil. Aryane maintained the view that the law accords with the opinion of our Yase. His associates hold the position that the law accords with our Judah. And did not our Ba bar Kahana state, our Haya bar Abba in the name of Rab, the law is in accord with the view of our Yase? Aryane holds the view that a man is not treated as equivalent to the earth, and his associates maintain the position that man is treated as equivalent to the earth. And did not our Zirah say, our Haya bar Abba took himself a handful of wool for his earache? He held that man is treated as equivalent to the earth. And that is so. But Aryane maintained that doing so is uncommon, so one may walk 4 cubits carrying such a thing. And associates maintain that doing so is common, and one may walk 4 cubits. Said Armana, I heard a reason for this matter from our Samuel in the name of our Zirah, but I don't know what I heard. What is the upshot of the matter? Said our Yase, it stands to reason that, in the case of a golden tooth, which cost the woman a great deal of money, she should not go forth, since if it should fall out, she will put it back. But as to a false tooth, what difference does it make? There is yet a pertinent reason in this instance. The woman is embarrassed to tell the carpenter, make me another tooth, so, if it should fall out, she will put it back. Our Yase and Rmi, one of them had a toothache, and the other gave him instructions, and the other had an earache, and the one gave him instructions. But we do not know who said this and who said that. On the basis of what our Yase asked the physician of our Jacob bar Aha, what is to be done with the toothache of our Jacob bar Aha, our associate, on the basis of the fact that our Yase never said a needless word his entire life, it follows that he is the one who decided to treat teeth on the Sabbath. Aryane interpreted to speak in particular of pepper and a lump of salt. His associates interpret the qualification to apply to all items. 6:6 People may go out with a sela coin on a bunion. Little girls go out with threads and even chips in their ears. Arabian women veiled. Median women with cloaks looped up over their shoulders. And for any person, but sages spoke concerning prevailing conditions. They go out with a sela coin on a bunion, sore on the sole of the foot. Aha in the name of Rba bar mammal, even a piece of silver foil. We have learned, little girls go out with threads, Rba in the name of Arjuda, even tied around her neck. Abba Barba instructed Samuel, his son, do not accept this version of the Mishnah. Rather. This is the Mishnah, Arabian women go out veiled. Median women go out with cloaks looped up over their shoulders. 6:7 She weights her cloak with a stone, a nut, or a coin, on condition that she not attach the weight first on the Sabbath. It has been taught, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, they have referred to weighting a cloak only with a coin or a stone. Lo, as to a nut it is permitted, because that is something which may be handled on the Sabbath. Said Arada bar Awa, the view of Rabbi Simeon b. Gamaliel accords with the opinion of Meir. Just as Meir has said, if it is something that may be carried about, it is permitted, so Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, if it is something that may be carried about, it is permitted. 6:8 A cripple goes forth with his wooden stump, the words of Meir. And Yase prohibits it. And if it has a receptacle for pads, it is susceptible to uncleanness. His knee pads are susceptible to uncleanness imparted by pressure, they go forth with them on the Sabbath, and they go into a courtyard with them. His chair and its pads are susceptible to uncleanness imparted by pressure, they do not go out with them on the Sabbath, and they do not go in with them into a courtyard. An artificial arm is insusceptible to uncleanness, and they do not go out in it. Samuel said, they go forth in it on the count of its serving as a shoe, and they enter a courtyard wearing it. Aryane raised the following question, they go forth in it since it is a shoe, so it falls into the category of a shoe. They enter the courtyard wearing it. Then is it not a shoe? Said Rba, instead of addressing this question only to the interpretation of Samuel, why not address it to the Mishnah itself? His knee pads are susceptible to uncleanness imparted by pressure to something upon which a zab may lie or sit, they go forth with them on the Sabbath, and they go into a courtyard with them. Said Armana, it must follow that once one interprets this latter statement, there will be no disagreement with the view of Samuel. His chair and its pads are susceptible to uncleanness imparted by pressure, but they do not go out with them on the Sabbath, and they do not go with them into a courtyard. What is the meaning of, an artificial arm is insusceptible to uncleanness? Said Arabahu, it is arm supports. 6:9 Boys go out in garlands, and princes with bells. For any person, but sages spoke concerning prevailing conditions. They go out with a locust's egg, a fox's tooth, a nail from the gallows of an impaled convict, for purposes of healing, the words of Yase. And Meir says, even on a weekday it is prohibited, because of the ways of the Amorite. Boys go out in garlands, garlands of leaves. And princes with bells, Arzira said, bells on his shoulder. What is the meaning of, for any person? Whether poor boys or rich boys? Arila said, it refers to bells on his clothes. What is the meaning of, for any person? Whether adult or minor? The following Tannaitic teaching stands at variance with the view of Arzira, but he goes forth with a bell on his garment. Rather, it must follow, here we speak of adults, there of minors. They go out with a locust's egg, it is good for the ear. And with a fox's tooth, it is good for the teeth. And with a nail from the gallows of an impaled convict, it is good to heal a spider's bite. There is a Tannite authority who presents the Mishnah before us in the opposite language. Our Hananiah in the name of our Yohanan accords with the version of our Mishnah. Our Samuel, our Abahu in the name of our Yohanan, whatever serves to bring healing is not prohibited on the count of the ways of the Amorite. He who says, Dargan, Cardan, lo, this is one of the ways of the Amorites. Our Judah says, they may say Dagon on account of the idol of that name, since it says, to Dagon their God, and to rejoice. He who says, Dani, Dano, lo, this is one of the ways of the Amorites. Our Judah says, this is because of the idol, Dan, since it says, as thy God lives, O Dan, and as the way of Beersheba lives? No, no, it is forbidden on the count of being the ways of the Amorites. Our Judah says, it is forbidden on the count of idolatry, they say to God, depart from us. We do not desire the knowledge of thy ways. Our Haya taught, if a bone got stuck in his mouth, he puts a bone of the same sort on his head, and this is not forbidden as one of the ways of the Amorites. Our Eliezer b. Jacob taught, you shall not eat any flesh with the blood in it. You shall not practice augury or witchcraft. Even though one may not practice augury, still, one pays attention to omens. But that is the case only after the same omen has prefigured an event 3 successive times. For example, for when I came from Paddan, Rachel to my sorrow died in the land of Canaan on the way, when there was still some distance to go to Ephrath, and I buried her there on the way to Ephrath. And Jacob their father said to them, you have bereaved me of my children, Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and now you would take Benjamin, all this has come upon me. Said our Eliezer, they follow what is reported by the sound of an echo. What is the scriptural basis for this view? And your ears shall hear a word behind you, saying, this is the way, walk in it, when you turn to the right or when you turn to the left. Our Eliezer went to a privy and sat down. A Roman quartermaster came along and made him get up and sat down in his place. Said to himself, no one in the world did he push aside except for me. It is not possible for me to leave here until I find out what it's all about. There was a snake in the privy, and it came out and gave a bite on his anus. Recited in his own regard, because you are precious in my eyes, and honored, and I love you, I give men in return for you, peoples in exchange for your life. A disciple of Bar Kappa was going out to cut logs. A field worker saw a snake running after him and said to him, a snake is running after you. The snake left off the disciple and went after the other, and the disciple recited in his own regard, I give men in return for you. Germania, a slave of our Judah the patriarch, went out and wanted to lend money to our Isla. A mad dog came along and wanted to snap at our Isla. Germania shouted at the dog, and it left off our Isla and ran after him, and recited in his own regard, I give men in return for you. Bar Kappa went into a certain town. When he came in, he stubbed his toe. He got up and heard the voice of children reciting this verse, if he comes in single, he shall go out single, if he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. He said, it seems to me I'll accomplish nothing here except for this contusion, and that is just what happened. Our Yohanan and our Simeon b. Lachish wanted to go see Samuel. They said, we shall follow the counsel of an echo. They passed by a class, and heard the voice of the students, now Samuel died. They took that as an omen, and that is just what had happened. Our Jonah and our Yase went up to visit our Aha, who was failing. They said, we shall follow the counsel of an echo. They heard a woman saying to her friend, has the light gone out? The other said to her, the light has not gone out, and the light of Israel will not go out. Our Yohanan was passing through the marketplace, and he saw a man selling sweets. He said to him, do you make a living from these? He said to him, yes. He left him and went away. A while later he came by again. The man said to him, Rabbi, pray for me, for from the time you went by, I have not sold a thing. He said to him, move somewhere else, for sometimes changing your name brings luck, and sometimes changing your location does. 2 disciples of our Hananiah were going out to cut wood. They saw an astrologer. He said, these 2 will go out but not come back. When they went out, an old man met them and said to them, acquire merit by helping me, for I have gone 3 days without tasting any food. They had with them a single circle of figs, which they divided and half of which they gave to him. He ate it and prayed for them. He said to them, "May you live out this day, just as you have helped me to live out this day." They went forth whole and came back whole. There were people in that place who had heard the report. They said to him, "Now did you not say to us that these two would go out and not come back?" He said, "There is a liar in this spot, for his astrological science has fooled me." Even so, they went and looked into the bundles they were bearing, and they found a snake cut in half, one part in the knapsack of one of them, one part in that of the other. They said to the disciples, "Now what sort of thing did you do today?" They repeated the story. He said, "Now what can I do, when the God of the Jews is appeased by a half circle of figs?" Arhuna reports the following story: a certain astrologer converted to Judaism. One time he wanted to go out. He said, "Is this the right time to go out?" Then he retracted and said, "Now did I not cleave unto this holy people in order to leave off these sorts of things? Let us call on the name of our Creator." When he came near a dangerous place, he gave bread to the beast and it ate the bread. What made him fall into danger? That he had fallen into doubt. And what saved him? That he had relied on his Creator. He said to him, "Whoever foretells the future in the end will come upon him." What is the scriptural basis for this statement? For there is no enchantment against Jacob, no divination against Israel. Now it shall be said of Jacob and Israel, "What has God wrought?" For to him will the enchantment. Said Araha bar Zira, "Whoever does not practice enchantment he finds his rightful place even closer than the ministering angels." And what is the scriptural basis for this view? For there is no enchantment against Jacob, no divination against Israel. Now it shall be said of Jacob and Israel, "What has God wrought?" Said Arhanana son of Arabahu, "It was at the halfway point in the days of the world that evil man arose." What is the scriptural basis for this view? For there is no enchantment against Jacob, no divination against Israel. Now it shall be said of Jacob and Israel, "What has God wrought?" Said Jeremiah b. Eliezer, "In the future an echo is going to spread through the tents of the righteous and say, whoever has worked for God let him come and collect his just reward." Barakiah, in the name of Abba bar Kahana, in the future the Holy One, blessed be he, is going to set the place of the righteous closer than the place of the ministering angels. The ministering angels will ask them and say to them, "What has God wrought? What did the Holy One, blessed be he, teach you?" Said Levi bar Haotah, "And did he not do so in this world?" It is in line with that which is said. He answered, "But I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they are not hurt, and the appearance of the 4th is like a son of the gods." And what is the meaning of the scripture, "and they are not hurt"? This teaches that they had been eunuchs but were healed. And the appearance of the first is not written here. Rather, and the appearance of the 4th, they were putting out the fire before him. Is like a son of the gods, said Abin. At that moment an angel came and struck that evil man on his mouth, saying to him, "Correct what you have said. Does he have a son?" He retracted and said, "Nebuchadnezzar said, Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent his angel and delivered his servants, who trusted in him, and set at naught the king's command, and yielded up their bodies rather than serve and worship any god except their own God." It is not written, "Who has sent his son," but rather, "Who has sent his angel." Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 7. 7:1 A general principle did they state concerning the Sabbath: whoever forgets the basic principle of the Sabbath and performed many acts of labor on many different Sabbath days is liable only for a single sin offering. He who knows the principle of the Sabbath and performed many acts of labor on many different Sabbaths is liable for the violation of each and every Sabbath. He who knows that it is the Sabbath and performed many acts of labor on many different Sabbaths is liable for the violation of each and every generative category of labor. He who performs many acts of labor of a single type is liable only for a single sin offering. What is the meaning of this reference to a general principle? Said Aryase B. Arbun, it is to indicate that the generalization before us is more important than the generalization at Tractate Shabbayat. For the restrictions of the Sabbath apply to everything, while those of the seventh year apply only to work in the fields alone. There we have learned, a general principle have they laid down concerning produce of the seventh year. What is the meaning of this reference to a general principle? Said Aryase B. Arbun, it is to indicate that the generalization before us is more important than the generalization concerning tithing. For the rules of the seventh year apply both to food for man and food for beasts, while the rules of tithing apply only to food for man alone. Bar Kappara taught, they have stated a general principle with regard to tithes. What is the purpose of this general principle? Said Aryase B. Arbun, it is to indicate that the principle before us is more important than the one concerning the corner of the field. For tithing applies both to produce which one brings into storage and to produce which one does not bring into storage, while designating the corner of the field applies only to something which one brings into storage. And there is he who wishes to say, what is the meaning of general? It is to indicate that there is a less important rule than this one as well. We have learned, whoever forgets the basic principle of the Sabbath. But there is a Tannite authority of the household of Rabbi who repeats the tradition as follows, whoever does not know the principle of the Sabbath. R. Eliezer concurs with the version of our Mishnah. R. Yohanan repeats the passage in accord with the view of the authority of the house of Rabbi. Lo, it follows, R. Eliezer said, whoever forgets the basic principle of the Sabbath, that if he does not know it to begin with, he is entirely exempt. On the basis of what Rab taught in regard to our passage of the Mishnah and how he interpreted it. What is the definition of one who does not know the very principle of the Sabbath? It would be, for example, a child who was taken captive by Gentiles. That would indicate that the one is the same as the other. Lo, it follows, our Yohanan has said, whoever does not know the principle of the Sabbath, that if he knew but forgot it, he is liable on the basis of what our Samuel said, our Abahu in the name of our Yasebi. Hanana, the entire rule is stated from the viewpoint of our Eliezer. But as to the view of rabbis, one is liable only for a single count. That would indicate that the one is the same as the other. They asked before the son of Aryase, now what have you heard from your father, Aryase, in this regard? He said, he is in accord with the view of our Yohanan. Said to them our Hezekiah, he did not say so. But our Simon bar Zabeda was studying with the son of Aryase, and heard from him the view of our Eliezer. How do we know? And does any one of them, and does one, and does, then, and does, of them, and does one, serves to impose liability for each and every deed? Them to impose liability on all the deeds on a single count. Of them to impose liability for doing a deed analogous to a principal type of prohibited deed. Or perhaps the verse of scripture refers to an act of idolatry. Our Zacchaeus taught before our Yohanan, if before an idol one has sacrificed, burned incense, poured out a libation, in a single spell of inadvertence, he is liable on each count. Said to him our Yohanan, O Babylonian, you crossed 3 rivers and have been swamped. One is liable on only a single count in such a case. Before one has smashed it with his hands, on any of these counts of worshipping the idol, there is only a single count of liability, thus, 1, but there is no multiple count of liability, thus, of them. After one has smashed it with his hands, there is a consideration of multiple counts of liability, thus, of them, but there no longer is the possibility of liability only on a single count, thus, 1. And let matters be so with regard to idolatry, so far as serving an idol is concerned, just as with regard to service of the Most High, with respect to prostrating oneself and serving, so that one is liable for each improperly performed act of service to the Most High, to impose liability for each improper act with regard to prostrating oneself, and to impose liability for completing only part of an action. Our Bun bar Haya in the name of our Samuel bar our Isaac, it is written, if it is the anointed priest who sins, thus bringing guilt on the people. Then let him offer for the sin which he has committed a young bull without blemish to the Lord for a sin offering. It then eliminates the matter of idolatry, on account of which one does not bring a bullock but rather a goat. They objected, Lo, there is the matter of the prohibition of diverse sorts of far and of diverse sorts of sexual liaisons. Lo, should he violate these rules, the anointed priest brings a bullock on account of doing so, for the passage of the Mishnah treats only matters which yield subdivisions of prohibited categories. But as to prohibited fats, there are no subdivisions of further analogous prohibitions deriving from that principal category. Furthermore, as to prohibited sexual liaisons, the law has treated one who merely begins the sexual act as equivalent to the one who completes it. Associates say, 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day is a Sabbath of solemn rest, a holy convocation, you shall do not work, it is a Sabbath to the Lord in all your dwellings. This serves to impose liability for each and every Sabbath. Said Arila, it is written, whoever does any work on it shall be put to death. Thus, on it, and not on its fellow. You maintain that Sabbaths do not join together. They furthermore are treated as separate from one another, said Aryasabi Arbun, just as they do not join together, so they are not treated as utterly separate from one another. An adult who was taken captive among Gentiles, Rab and Samuel, one said, he counts 6 days and then serves the Sabbath. The other said, he observes the Sabbath and then counts 6 days. Isaac bar Eliezer, in the name of Naaman bar Jacob, he counts 6 days and observes the Sabbath, 5 and observes the Sabbath, 4 and observes the Sabbath, 3 and observes the Sabbath, 2 and observes the Sabbath, 1 and observes the Sabbath. Said Armana, if he was taken captive on the 3rd day of the week, he will turn out to do work on the Sabbath. Why should the consideration of the 3rd day be greater than that of the possibility that he was taken captive on the 2nd, since as he proceeds through the weeks, he will end up working on the Sabbath in any event? And if not, should he not have to take account of the possibility of every day being the Sabbath? That would be in line with the following: if one has espoused a woman in the world, R. Jacob bar Aha, R. Yohanan and R. Simeon b. Lakish differ on this case. R. Yohanan said, he takes account of the possibility that he has betrothed every woman in the world. R. Simeon b. Lakish said, he does not take account of that possibility. There he has a remedy. He can marry a convert to Judaism or a freed slave. But here he has no choice. There they say, let him worry lest every day is the Sabbath, but let him work to keep himself alive. We have learned there, said R. Akiba, I asked R. Eliezer, he who performs many acts of prohibited labor on many Sabbaths in a single spell of inadvertence, what is the law? Is he liable for a single offering for all of them, or is he liable for an offering for each and every one? He said to me, he is liable for an offering for each and every such action, on the basis of an argument of fortiori. Now if in the case of a menstruating woman, who does not yield many sorts of subdivisions of transgression or many sorts of sin offerings, one is liable for each and every act of sexual relations, the Sabbath, which yields many sorts of subdivisions of transgression and many sorts of sin offerings on their account, is it not logical that he should be liable for each and every act of labor? I said to him, no. If you have so stated in the case of having sexual relations with a menstruating woman, who is subject to 2 distinct warnings. For the man is subject to warning against having sexual relations with a menstruating woman, and a menstruating woman is subject to warning against having sexual relations with the man. Will you say the same for the Sabbath, to which applies only a single warning? He said to me, he who has sexual relations with minors will prove the matter. For to them applies only a single warning. Yet he is liable for each and every act of sexual relations. I said to him, no. If you have so stated in connection with him who has sexual relations with minors, in which instance, even though there is no warning applicable to them now, there will be such a warning applicable to them in due course, will you so rule in the case of the Sabbath? which is subject to a warning neither now nor in due course. He said to me, he who has sexual relations with a beast will prove the matter. I said to him, the beast is subject to the same rule as the Sabbath. Both are Zira in the name of our Hisda, our Ila in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish say, he asked him about the case in which one deliberately violated the Sabbath, but inadvertently performed forbidden acts of labor. It is in such a case that we have learned many acts of labor, not with regard to doing so on many Sabbaths, that one becomes liable. RBA in the name of our Hisda said, he asked him concerning inadvertent violation of the Sabbath and deliberate performance of many acts of labor. It is in such a case that we have learned, many Sabbaths not with regard to doing many acts of labor, that one becomes liable. Lo, both are Zira in the name of our Hisda, our Ila in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish, say the inquiry concerned deliberate violation of the Sabbath and inadvertent performance of many acts of labor. Did he concur with his answer or did he not concur with his answer? On the basis of what our Samuel, our Abahu in the name of our Yaseh B. our Hanana, the law before us follows only the view of our Eliezer. So far as the view of rabbis is concerned, one is liable only for a single sin offering. RBA in the name of our Hisda said, he asked him about inadvertent violation of the Sabbath and deliberate performance of many acts of forbidden labor. Did he concur with his view or not? Said our Zira before our Yaseh, the following Tanaitic passage indicates that he did not concur with him. For it has been taught, I know that it is the Sabbath, and I know that it is an act of work. But I do not know whether it is an act of labor on account of which one is liable to extirpation, or whether it falls into the category of generative types of work that one has performed. He is liable on each and every act of labor. If it was a series of acts of labor of the same essential sort, by contrast, he is liable for each spell of inadvertence, since there have been many spells of inadvertence. But if it was a single spell of inadvertence, he is liable only on one count. Since he did not reply to the statement, it would indicate that he did not concur with him. Both are Zira in the name of our Hisda, our Ila in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish say, he asked him about a case in which there had been deliberate violation of the Sabbath through inadvertent performance of many acts of forbidden labor. Lo, as to inadvertent violation of the Sabbath through deliberate performance of many acts of forbidden labor, also our Eliezer will concur with our Akaba that he is liable on only one count. If that were the case, then our Akaba should have been able to reply to him, Lo, there is the case of deliberate violation of the Sabbath and inadvertent performance of many acts of forbidden labor. Lo, in this case there are many secondary acts of labor and many sin offerings, and yet you concur with me that one is liable on only one count. Since he did not present this argument to him, that is to say that the same rule applies in both cases. Lo, RBA in the name of our Hisda said, he asked him about the case of an inadvertent violation of the Sabbath and a deliberate performance of many acts of forbidden labor. Lo, if there were a deliberate violation of the Sabbath and inadvertent performance of many acts of forbidden labor, also our Akaba will concur with our Eliezer that he is liable on each and every count. But if so, our Eliezer should be able to reply to him, Lo, there is the case of one who inadvertently violates the Sabbath and deliberately performs many acts of forbidden labor. Lo, there are not, in this case, a great many sorts of subdivisions of transgression and sin offerings, and you concur with me that he is liable on each count. Since he did not give such a reply to him, it follows that he maintains the same position on both counts. Lo, RBA in the name of our Hisda said, he asked him concerning a case in which there was inadvertent violation of the Sabbath and deliberate performance of many acts of forbidden labor, and yet do you not deal here with a case of inadvertent violation of the Sabbath? Our Hezekiah in the name of RBA he asked him two questions, first, about an inadvertent violation of the Sabbath and a deliberate performance of many acts of forbidden labor, in which case he should be liable on each and every count, and, second, deliberate violation of the Sabbath and inadvertent performance of many acts of forbidden labor. What is the law as to treating the secondary kinds of labor as equivalent to the principal form? Said R. Jacob Bardasai, and so did the household of Rabbi teach, he who performs many forbidden acts of labor on many different Sabbath days, in which instance the acts of labor were of a single kind, in a single spell of inadvertence, is he liable for each such action, or on a single count for all of them, many acts of labor? That is to say, if one deliberately violated the Sabbath but inadvertently performed forbidden acts of labor. Lo, both are Zira in the name of our Hisdah, our Ilah in the name of our Simeon b. Lachish say, he asked him about a case in which he had deliberately violated the Sabbath and inadvertently performed forbidden acts of labor. And is a man going to be liable to a sin offering for a deliberate act of desecrating the Sabbath? You assign the liability on the basis of inadvertent acts of labor over and above the deliberate violation of the Sabbath. And along these same lines, in the case of inadvertent violation of the Sabbath and deliberate performance of acts of forbidden labor, you assign the inadvertent violation of the Sabbath priority over the deliberate practice of forbidden acts of labor, to impose liability for each such action. And does not our Eliezer accept the interpretation of Leviticus 4:2, of 1, to impose liability for each prohibited action? There is an available teaching in the name of our Eliezer, an adult who was taken prisoner among Gentiles is liable for each act of violation of the Sabbath. What is the difference between a case in which there have been deliberate violations of the Sabbath and inadvertent practice of many acts of forbidden labor, and a case in which there have been inadvertent violations of the Sabbath and deliberate performance of acts of forbidden labor? Said our Yaseh, and why is one who deliberately violates the Sabbath but inadvertently performs forbidden acts of labor liable on each count? It is because if you say to him, it is a forbidden act of labor, he will cease to do it, and do some other acts of labor instead. And why is one who inadvertently violates the Sabbath but deliberately performs many acts of labor liable only on one count? For if you should say to him, it is the Sabbath, he forthwith will stop his actions. If one inadvertently violated the Sabbath and also inadvertently performed acts of forbidden labor, our Hamnunah says, he is liable on only one count alone. Said to him our Zira, is not that view not a matter of an argument a fortiori? If one who deliberately violated the Sabbath and inadvertently performed acts of forbidden labor is not liable for each such action, he adds, because of inadvertent of Sabbath, should he lose inadvertent acts of labor? Our Jeremiah asked before our Zira, if one harvested a half fig on one Sabbath, doing so deliberately in knowledge that it was the Sabbath, but inadvertently in respect to the prohibition of acts of labor, and if he cut a half fig on another Sabbath, inadvertently doing so as to the Sabbath but deliberately doing so as to the prohibited acts of labor, as to the inadvertent acts of labor involved in this deed, what is the law on their joining together? Is it plausible to say that Sabbaths may be treated as distinct from one another, or that Sabbaths may be treated as joined together to one another? Lo, dishes may be treated as separate from one another, and dishes of food may be treated as joined together. He said to him, I do not know the reason for the rule of the dish. But is it not a teaching of the Mishnah, if one has written a single letter on an ordinary day and another letter on the Sabbath, our Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering, and our Joshua exempts him, said our Azariah before our Mana, interpret the case to involve deliberate action. He said to him, is it not an argument a fortiori? If in the case of a deliberate action, in which instance one does not make distinctions, there also is no issue of joining together, in the case of inadvertent action, where one may divide actions from one another, is it not an argument a fortiori that there should be no joining together? Said our Hananiah, the law has held as you have said only in the case of one's harvesting a half fig deliberately on the Sabbath, and inadvertently performing prohibited acts of labor, and a half fig at twilight, in inadvertence as to the Sabbath but deliberate knowledge as to forbidden acts of labor. As to the inadvertent aspects of the one and the other, what is the law on their joining together? Said our Mana, even though our Yaseh did not say this matter explicitly, he said something along these lines. Our Yaseh raised the question, if one ate half an olive's bulk of forbidden fat in the knowledge that it was holy, but unaware of uncleanness, and then he ate half an olive's bulk of fat in full knowledge of the uncleanness affecting himself but unaware of the fact that the fat was holy with regard to these several spells of uncleanness. What is the law as to their being deemed to join together? The question as it pertains to the Sabbath poses no problems, since the weekdays have intervened between one Sabbath and the next. But as to the menstruating woman, what sort of argument can you make? R. Simeon B. Lakish said, interpret the law to speak of a minor who was menstruating, who had an interval of clean days in the midst of her period. R. Eliezer B. R. Simeon says, this is what he asked him, if he had sexual relations with a single menstruating woman 5 times in a single spell of inadvertence, is he liable for each act or for all of them together? He said to him, he is liable for each such act. Now this poses a problem. If he had harvested and then harvested another one in a single spell of inadvertence, would he have been liable for all of them? Surely he would have been liable on only one count. R. Aha, in the name of R. Hanana, this is what R. Mana asked him. Did not R. Samuel say R. Abahu in the name of R. Yasebi? Hanana, the entire law here accords with the position of R. Eliezer, but so far as rabbis are concerned, he is liable on only a single count. Said R. Yase, interpret the passage in accord with that which R. Aha said in the name of R. Hanana, remove from here. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of R. Nisa, the entire law here accords with the view of R. Eliezer. And whatever is to be inferred from it accords with the opinion of R. Eliezer. 7:2 The generative categories of acts of labor are 40-1, he who sows, plows, reaps, binds sheaves, threshes, winnows, selects, grinds, sifts, kneads, bakes, he who shears wool, washes it, beats it, dyes it, spins, weaves, makes 2 loops, weaves 2 threads, separates 2 threads, ties, unties, sews 2 stitches, tears in order to sew 2 stitches, he who traps a deer, slaughters it, flays it, salts it, cures its hide, scrapes it, and cuts it up. He who writes 2 letters, erases 2 letters in order to write 2 letters, he who builds, tears down, he who puts out a fire, kindles a fire, he who hits with a hammer, he who transports an object from one domain to another. Lo, these are the 40 generative acts of labor. 1. The generative categories of acts of labor prohibited on the Sabbath are 40-1. How from the Torah do we know that there are these generative categories? R. Samuel bar Naaman in the name of R. Jonathan, they stand for the 40-1 times the word, work, is written in the Torah. They ask before R. Aha, are all of the occasions on which the words, acts of labor, are written in the Torah equivalent to 2. Said R. Shion, R. Aha's review of the entire Torah was such that he did not find the word, acts of labor, written there. Was that what they were asking? It was not that, but rather, but one day, when he went into the house to do his work and none of the men of the house was there in the house. And on the 7th day God finished his work which he had done, and he rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had done. R. Simeon B. Yohei taught, for 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord your God, you shall do no work on it. Lo, this reference to the word, work, comes to complete the count of 40-1 acts of labor that are written in the Torah. R. Yasebi R. Bun in the name of R. Samuel bar Naamani, the number stands for the 40-1 times that the words labor and work are written in connection with the building of the tabernacle. Said R. Yasebi Hanana, this is the thing, is not written, but rather, these are the things which the Lord has commanded you to do. The expansion from thing through things of to things is meant to signify that there are both generative categories and also secondary analogies. R. Hanana of Sephoris in the name of R. Abahu, Aleph stands for 1, lamed for 30, he for 5. Thing stands for 1, things for 2. On this basis we learn of the 40-1 aspects of a work that are written in the Torah. Rabbis of Caesarea say, from the basic proof text before you there is nothing lacking in any event. Aleph stands for 1, lamed for 30, and het for 8. The rabbis then do not differentiate between a he and a het. R. Yohanan and R. Simeon B. Lakish spent 3.5 years working on this chapter, and they ultimately produced 40-1 secondary derivatives for each generative category. Where they could show a direct derivation of the derivative from the generative category, they did so, and where they could not find a direct basis, they treated it as equivalent to smiting a hammer on an anvil. The sons of Arhaya the elder spent 6 months studying this chapter. They produced only 6 exemplifications for each item. The sons of Arhaya followed the theory of their father, for it has been taught by Arhaya, he who pulls up, reaps, cuts grapes, harvests olives, cuts dates, and hoes, these are deemed a single category of forbidden labor. Said Ar Sirad, Judah bar Rabbi spent 6 months studying Makshirin. At the end a disciple of Ar Simai came and asked him a question based on that tractate's laws, and he could not answer him. He said, it is quite clear that this one has not passed through the gate of the Torah. 40-1 generative categories of acts of labor, for what purpose? It is to indicate that if one has carried out all of these acts of labor in a single spell of inadvertence, he is liable on only one count. Ar Zakkai taught before Ar Yohanan, one has sacrificed, burned incense, poured out a libation, in a single spell of inadvertence, he is liable on each count. Said to him Ar Yohanan, O Babylonian, you have crossed 3 rivers and have been swamped. One is liable only on a single count in such a case. Before one has smashed with his hands there is only a single count of liability, 1, but there is no multiple count of liability, of them. After one has smashed it with his hands, there is a consideration of multiple counts of liability, of them, but there is no longer the possibility of liability only on a single count, 1. Rba bar Mammal asked before Arzira, and let him be liable on each count. Just as you say with regard to the Sabbath, in it you shall not do any work, this constitutes a general rule: you shall kindle no fire in all your habitations on the Sabbath day. This constitutes a specific aspect of the general rule. What follows is this: was the matter of kindling a fire not part of the general rule? Yet it has been treated as specific, apart from the general rule. That serves to teach you the following: just as kindling a flame is distinctive, in that it is an individual action on account of which, by itself, people are liable, so every individual action should impose equivalent liability by itself. Likewise here, you shall not bow down to them or serve them. You shall not serve them is a generalization, and you shall not bow down to them is a specific application of the generalization. Was not bowing down part of the general rule? Then why has it been singled out from the general rule? It is to indicate that, just as bowing down is distinctive in that it is an individual action, on account of which by itself people are liable, so on account of each individual action by itself people are liable. He said to him, with regard to the exegesis of the scriptures' statements on the Sabbath, we have a general rule in one place, and a specific statement in that same regard in another setting. With regard to idolatry, by contrast, we have both the general rule and the specific statement side by side. He said to him, and is it not written, for you shall worship no other God? Whoever sacrifices to any god, save to the Lord only, shall be utterly destroyed. Here are in which you have a generalization in one place, and a specific reference to the matter in another place. He said to him, since you derive the rule from a statement right alongside, even if you have a case in which the generalization is in one place and the specific reference in some other dot. Associates say, it makes no difference whether there is a generalization in one place and a specific reference in another, or a generalization and specific explication are both located in exactly the same verse. In regard to the Sabbath, however, you have a generalization and then a specific exemplification, while in regard to idolatry, you have a specific exemplification and only afterward a generalization. Aryase said, it makes no difference whether you have the general rule and only afterward the specific explication thereof, or whether you have the specification and only afterward the general rule, or whether you have a generalization followed by a specification followed by a generalization. What you have in respect to the Sabbath is a generalization and a specification, and the generalization and the specification both pertain to acts of labor that take place in the same regard. When we come to idolatry, however, we have a generalization which refers to an act of labor with reference to the service of an idol, on the one hand, and specific references to acts of service done for the Most High, on the other hand. Said Armana, the specification of kindling a flame was not necessary, while the specification of bowing down was necessary to speak of itself, since is not a deed. This accords with the following teaching that Hezekiah taught as a Tanite statement: whoever sacrifices to any god, save to the Lord only, shall be utterly destroyed. The matter of sacrificing was mentioned in particular to speak of all sorts of acts of service. The act of bowing down was specified in particular to teach that it itself is prohibited, for it is not a concrete deed. Or perhaps matters are the opposite: something which is a concrete deed serves to teach, while something which is not a concrete deed does not do so. For our Jeremiah said, not kindling a flame was made specific on account of necessity, to indicate that courts should not go into session on the Sabbath. And what is the scriptural basis for that law? Here it is said, you shall kindle no fire in all your dwellings on the Sabbath day, said our Samuel bar Abedimah. Even if you say that it has been made explicit by necessity, it is as if it has been made explicit not for need, and something made explicit not on account of need in fact does impart its lesson to other matters. That is to say that if something was mentioned in particular on its own account, it does not serve to impose a distinction, while if it is made explicit not in its own regard, it does provide grounds for differentiation. If two things were specified as distinct from the general rule, what is the law as to their being divided? Let us derive the answer from the following, from where, he who offers up a piece of the meat of a sin offering, a piece of the meat of the guilt offering, a piece of the meat of most holy things, a piece of the meat of lesser holy things, a bit of the remnant of the omer, of the 2 loaves and the showbread and of the residue of meal offerings, or of leaven or of honey transgress a negative commandment. Scripture says, for you shall burn no leaven nor any honey as an offering by fire to the Lord. Lo, anything, part of which is offered on the altar fires, lo, it is subject to the prohibition against offering up. R. Eliezer asked R. Yohanan, do the 2 loaves of bread stand outside of the basic rule, so serving to teach that the holy things are not to be offered at all once part of them has reached the ramp in line with the following? Scripture says, on the altar. I know only that the first fruits are not to be placed on the altar. How do I know that the rule encompasses the ramp as well? Scripture says, but they shall not be offered on the altar. Is it possible to suppose that this is both for purposes of the sacred service and not for purposes of the sacred service? Scripture says, for a pleasing odor. I have stated the rule only with reference to the sacred service said to him, them, excluded. But as to other items just now listed, one is not liable on their account, should he bring them up to the ramp. It follows that it is because them is stated that one makes such a distinction. Lo, were it not written, them, one would then maintain that the rule governing the one does apply to the other. It then follows that if 2 items are made explicit in a scripture which deals with a generalization, they are treated as distinct from one another. Said R. Hananiah, son of R. Hillel, as to imposing a distinction, there is no such distinction. But as to imparting their own law upon other items, they most certainly do so. R. Yosei R. Bun did not maintain that view. Rather, R. Eliezer asked R. Yohanan, is the case of the 2 loaves treated explicitly so as to impart the ruling governing that case to all holy things, on the ramp? He said to him, on account of these people are liable should they be placed on the ramp. But as regards other holy things, people are not liable if they place them on the ramp would then imply that if a single item has been treated explicitly, as apart from the generalization that covers it, and it has been so treated in order to include its category under the generalization, it is not subject to a separate count. If it was not so as to include its category under the generalization, it is subject to a separate. But as to 2 items which have been treated explicitly, apart from the general rule, they are not subject to different counts. But in the view of our Ishmael, they may well be subject to different counts of culpability from one another. For our Bun Bar Haya, in the view of our Ishmael, two matters which have been treated explicitly, separate from the general rule covering them, may be subject to separate counts of culpability. For our Ishmael taught as follows: you shall not practice augury or witchcraft. Now are not augury and witchcraft subject to the same general prohibition? They have been treated as distinct so as to make distinctions therein. The general rule is stated with punishment of extirpation, and a specific instance likewise. In the view of our Yohanan, we deal with a generalization followed by a specification. For our Abahu stated in the name of our Yohanan, for whoever shall do any of these abominations, the persons that do them shall be cut off from among their people. Now was the man's sister not within the general principle? It was treated as a specific item in order to effect a differentiation among the various categories of prohibited unions contained within the generalization. Our Eliezer objected, and is it not written, you shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, you shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister? He said to him, they were specified explicitly for a specific purpose. It is to make the rule that one is liable for reaching even the first stage of sexual connection. For is it not written, if a man lies with a woman having her menstrual period and uncovers her nakedness, he has made naked her fountain? He said to him, they were specified explicitly for a specific purpose. It is to make the rule that one is liable for reaching even the first stage of sexual connection. You should not maintain that position that, since one is liable in the case of a menstruating woman only on the count of the uncleanness involved, even in the primary sexual connection, in such a case one should not treat the one who begins the sexual relationship as equivalent in guilt to the one who fully consummates it. On this account it was necessary to make the entire matter specific. And is it not written, if a man lies with his uncle's wife, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness? He said to him, they were specified explicitly for a specific purpose. It is to indicate the punishment of dying childless. As it is written, if a man takes his brother's wife, it is impurity, he has uncovered his brother's nakedness, they shall die childless, they shall live without children. He said to him, this is in line with that which our Judah said, in any place in which it is said, they shall be childless, it means that they shall bury their children. Said our Yase, reference to his aunt was necessary. It is stated explicitly, rather than as part of a general rule, in order to exclude the wife of his brother on his mother's side. What is the scriptural basis for that statement? Here his aunt is stated and there, either his uncle or the son of his uncle will redeem him. Just as his uncle to which reference is made later on refers specifically to the brother of his father on his father's side, so his aunt to which reference is made in this context refers to his father's brother's wife, on his father's side. Also the prohibition of the wife of his brother is to be derived by analogy to the prohibition of his aunt. Now just as the case of the aunt to which reference is made later means specifically the wife of the father's brother on the father's side, so the matter of the wife of his brother to which reference is made here refers to the wife of his brother on his father's side. Up to now of our Akaba. But what is to be said from the viewpoint of our Ishmael? For our Ishmael taught, here reference is made to the wife of his brother, and below, reference is made as follows, if a man takes his brother's wife, it is impurity. Just as, in the case of such an impurity, there is a point at which one is permitted after the woman has been prohibited from having sexual relations, so also with regard to the wife of one's brother there may be a period in which one may have sexual relations. Excluded from the rule, then, is the wife of his brother on his mother's side, in which there is no point at which one is permitted after the woman has been prohibited to him. And lo, our Yohanan must confront this same question himself, and how does he bring evidence for the stated proposition? Our Abahu, our Eliezer in the name of our Hashaya, in a case in which we have two negative commandments and a single penalty of extirpation, the specification of the negative commandments serves the purpose of treating the penalty of extirpation as divided and so applicable to each of the several negative commandments. What is the scriptural basis for this position? It shall not be poured upon the bodies of ordinary men, and you shall make no other like it in composition. And it is written, whoever compounds any like it or whoever puts any of it on an outsider shall be cut off from his people. Thus we have two negative commandments but only a single statement regarding extirpation. The function of the two explicit negative statements is to effect a differentiation within the penalty of extirpation and so to apply the penalty of extirpation to one who violates either one of the two negative rules. Why does Yohanan have? How does our Yohanan deal with this matter? Scripture speaks of men, and the reference to his sister serves the purpose of applying that same general principle to all cases involving women. Does not our Eliezer hold that same view? Indeed he does. You shall not draw near, it addresses both men and women. How does our Yohanan deal with the same matter? He interprets it, but his interpretation is not clear, and another interpretation is needed. Samuel b. Abba raised the question before Arzira, now peace offerings have been specified explicitly, and is the purpose to impose a distinction on all varieties of holy things eaten in a state of uncleanness? He said to him, it was made explicit for a distinctive purpose are mentioned explicitly in order to exclude holy things given for the upkeep of the Lord's house, and to make the point that people are not liable in the case of holy things given for the upkeep of the house on the count of violating the rules of refuse, remnant, and uncleanness. Now is that rule not stated explicitly in the Mishnah, as follows: things consecrated for the altar join together with one another the law of sacrilege, and to impose liability on their account for transgression of the laws of refuse, remnant, and uncleanness, which is not the case of things consecrated for the upkeep of the house. Since they do join together, they are not subject to the distinctions made above. Said Arhananah, for it was necessary to derive the stated proof. For otherwise why should they not be deemed distinct from one another and not to be joined together? Where we have a general rule stated affirmatively, and a specific instance of the rule expressed negatively. In the opinion of R. Eliezer, you have a case of a general rule followed by a specific explication of the general rule. R. Eliezer says, people receive a flogging on the count of plowing in the sabbatical year. R. Yohanan said, people do not receive a flogging on the count of plowing in the sabbatical year. What is the scriptural basis for the position of R. Eliezer? In the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land, a Sabbath to the Lord, a general rule. You shall not sow your field or prune your vineyard, a specific explication. Sowing and pruning were part of the general rule, and why are they explicitly stated? It is to build an analogy on them and to rule as follows: just as sowing and pruning are distinctive in that they represent work on the land and on trees, so I prohibit only acts of labor which represent work on the land or on trees. How does our Yohanan treat the verses? You have two distinctive acts of labor, and they are two matters which have been treated as distinctive as apart from the general rule which covers them. Is it for the purpose of making a distinction? In the opinion of R. Eliezer, are they treated as not making up distinctive acts of labor? But surely he should treat them as distinctive actions. They are not treated as distinctive acts, but they do serve to provide a lesson. In the view of R. Yohanan, do they not serve to provide further lessons? The rule is different here, for we have a case in which the general rule is expressed in affirmative language, while the specification illustrative of the rule is expressed in negative language, and a commandment stated in affirmative language does not serve to impart lessons concerning a commandment stated in negative language, nor does a commandment stated in negative language teach lessons concerning a commandment stated in affirmative language. Said R. Eliezer, a commandment stated in affirmative language does teach lessons concerning commandments stated in negative language, but a commandment stated in negative language does not teach lessons concerning a commandment stated in affirmative language. Now, in accord with the position of R. Yohanan, we have no problem. It is permitted in the sabbatical year to dig wells, caves, and caverns. But in the opinion of R. Eliezer, what is the law as to digging wells, caves, and caverns? Just as they do not teach lessons for one another for matters subject to a prohibition, so they do not provide lessons concerning matters which are permitted. Said Rba Cartesiana, the scriptural basis for the position of R. Yohanan is as follows: 6 years you shall sow your field, not in the 7th year, a general rule. 6 years you shall prune your vineyard and gather in its fruits, not in the 7th year. Any negative commandment which is derived from an affirmative statement is deemed itself to be an affirmative statement, and has violated an affirmative statement. R. Yase says, even the consideration of an affirmative commandment is not present in such a case. R. Jeremiah said, one thereby violates an affirmative statement. And is it not fully spelled out, there shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land, a Sabbath to the Lord? This serves the purpose of the negative rules of the Sabbath year. Is it possible that should be flogged on account of the additional period? R. Yohanan explains the teaching as follows: is it possible that people should be flogged on the count of plowing in the 7th year? R. Eliezer explains the teaching as follows: is it possible that people should be flogged for violating the prohibitions stated in the first 2 chapters? There is a Tannite authority who teaches, and 6 years you should sow your field, and 6 years you should prune your vineyard, and there is a Tannite authority who repeats the tradition, you should not sow, you should not prune. The one who said, 6 years, supports the position of R. Yohanan, and the one who said, your field you should not sow, supports the position of R. Eliezer. The following pericope differs from the position of R. Eliezer. Take heed stated as a negative commandment. Less stated as a negative commandment. And it is written, there you shall offer your burnt offerings. There you shall offer up, this refers to the offering up. And there you shall do, this refers to the act of slaughtering and sprinkling. Just as the act of offering up is stated in affirmative language, and lo, it also is subject to a negative commandment, so the act of slaughtering and sprinkling, which are stated in affirmative language, should be subject to a negative commandment as well. Since it is written, there you shall offer up, and there you shall do, lo, if it were not written, there you shall offer up and there you shall do, you would not have a case in which a religious commandment stated in affirmative language teaches concerning one stated in negative language. And one stated in negative language does not teach any rules governing one expressed in affirmative language. Now how does R. Yohanan deal with this same matter? So that you should not interpret the matter as you do in regard to the Sabbath law. If one has dug a hole, plowed a furrow, and dug a ditch, he should be liable on only a single count. And similarly, if one has slaughtered, sprinkled, and offered it up, he should be liable on only a single count. Accordingly, it was necessary to state matters as they are stated, so that one will be liable on each count by itself. In any instance in which we learn that there are generative categories, there also are secondary and derivative ones. There we have learned, there are 4 generative causes of damages: ox, pit, crop-destroying beast, and conflagration equals MBQ1:1a. An ox refers to damage done by the horn. Arhiatot, biting, lying down, and pushing are secondary categories of horn. There we have learned, the generative categories of uncleanness are, the creeping things, semen. What are the derivatives of the creeping thing? Ar Judah in the name of Ar Nahum, the indirect contact. What kind of indirect contact? Touching. A generative category of uncleanness has the power to impart uncleanness to everything. A derivative of such a generative category of uncleanness imparts uncleanness only to food, drink, but not to clay utensils. Food, drink, and clay utensils cannot become unclean as generative sources of uncleanness, so as to impart uncleanness. Now here we have learned, generative categories of labor are 40 less 1. And is plowing a generative category? Arhiatot, digging a hole, digging a ditch, and piercing a hole are secondary derivatives of plowing. All the generative categories of forbidden labor have been derived from the sanctuary. What sort of plowing was done in the sanctuary? They plowed so as to plant herbs. For how much plowing is one liable? Ar Matina said, sufficient for planting 1 leek. Ar Ahabar Rab, sufficient for planting a seed of wheat. There we have learned, 2 cucumber seeds, 2 gourd seeds, 2 seeds of Egyptian beans. It has been taught, as to meat and wheat, 2. R. Samuel in the name of R. Zira, since wheat seed is especially valuable, they treated it as equivalent to all other garden seed that is not itself eaten. On account of any sort of action which is for the benefit of the ground, one is liable on the count of plowing, digging, cutting a trench, cutting a wedge-like ditch, manuring, making a corral for animals, adding fertilizer, sweeping, sprinkling, crumbling clods, thinning out choked patches, burning out closely packed reeds or a palm field in which the palm roots must be cleared, and, in accord with the view of R. Zira in connection with clearing out a water channel, doing so it prepares the sides of the canal for sowing. Removing stones, building steps, filling the holes under olive trees, making circles of dirt around the roots of vines, doing any sort of thing which is for the benefit of the land produces liability on the count of plowing. R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, he who cooks carrion on a festival day is not subjected to a flogging, for is permitted under the general principle that cook on the festival. R. Simeon b. Lakish says, he is flogged, for not permitted under the general principle that cook on the festival, and that covers cooking only what in fact one is permitted to eat. Rba Bar Mammal objected to the view of R. Yohanan, if that is the case, then he who plows on the festival day should not be flogged, for it is permitted on the general principle that it is permitted to plow on the festival. R. Yase in the name of R. Ila. Plowing in the normal way has not been permitted. R. Shimei said before R. Yase, R. Aha in the name of R. Ila, follows the view of R. Simeon. For R. Simeon said, only if one had need for that act of labor itself. R. Yase dealt with R. Aha. He said to him, you have said this matter. But did not R. Yohanan say, in the view of R. Meir, there are 24 matters in which the house of Shammai take up the lenient position and the house of Hillel the strict position, and this is one of them? But should we not say that there are 23? But R. Meir and R. Simeon hold the same view. But did we not maintain earlier that R. Simeon and R. Yase maintain the same view? Should we not say R. Meir, R. Yase, and R. Simeon all maintain the same view? But are matters which are troublesome to rabbis self-evident to you matters that are self-evident to rabbis? If one cut herbs for the sake of collecting herbs, is he liable on the count of harvesting, but not liable on the count of improving the ground? It is not a problem to settle the matter if he did not cut down the grass in order to improve his field. What is the law as to his being liable on the count of harvesting and also on the count of harvesting so as to improve his field? Are you prepared to say that the law is R. Simeon's, while in the view of rabbis, in any event the man actually has plowed the field, likewise here, the man actually has harvested? Said R. Mana, the views of rabbis support the position of R. Yase. For R. Haya said in the name of R. Yohanan, in the case of a salted fish that one pressed out, if he did so for its own sake, he is exempt, but if he did so in order to get the brine out, he is liable. So even if you say that this accords with the view of R. Simeon, but in accord with the position of rabbis, lo, in any event, the man has pressed out the fish, in any event he has extracted the brine. On account of any action that serves to improve the produce, one is liable on the count of sowing, bending, grafting, trimming, nipping shoots, cutting, tying up wounds on a tree, stripping, covering with powder, fumigating, removing wormy parts, cutting, anointing, watering, perforating, preparing a covering, and doing any sort of deed which improves the produce liability on the count of sowing. Zira, R. Hayabar Ashi in the name of Kahana, he who plants something on the Sabbath is liable on the count of sowing. R. Zira said, he who trims vines is in the category of him who plants. If one planted and trimmed a vineyard on the Sabbath, in the view of Kahana, he is liable on 2 counts. In the view of R. Zira he is liable on only 1 count. But did R. Zira not say, he who trims a vine is in the category of him who plants? Perhaps trimming is regarded as equivalent to planting? Both acts were subject to the same, single generalization, namely, sowing. But trimming vines was singled out in order to impose on that action a more stringent rule. Because trimming a vine was singled out to impose a more stringent rule on that action, do you now declare it to be exempt on the count of sowing? In point of fact, there is no difference between planting on the Sabbath and trimming a vine on that day. In the view of both our Kahana and our Zira, one is liable on 2 counts. He who reaps, our Haya taught, he who pulls up, reaps, cuts grapes, harvests olives, cuts dates, and hoes, these are all deemed a single type of forbidden labor. He who cuts pieces of coral is liable on the count of reaping and on the count of planting. He who cuts coriander, leeks, parsley, berries, endive, and other vegetables is liable on the counts both of harvesting and of sowing. Ar Yase B Ar Bun in the name of Ar Simeon B. Lakish, he who places a perforated pot on top of a perforated pot is liable on the counts both of harvesting and of sowing. Ar Yase B Ar Bun in the name of Ar Simeon B. Lakish, he who cuts down a sycamore beam is liable on 3 counts. Said Ar Yase B Ar Bun, there is no point of difference among these several statements in the name of Ar Simeon B. Lakish. He who cuts down is liable on the count of reaping and on the count of sowing. He who blots out is liable on the count of a hammer striking an anvil. And rabbis of Caesarea say, he who seeks out a beehive or anything which you may separate from the source that sustains it is liable on the count of harvesting. He who binds sheaves, Ar Samuel bar Sisarda asked, what are the derivatives of sheaf binding? Ar Yase, I heard some sort of logic in this matter from Ar Simeon in the name of Ar Aha, but I don't know what I heard. How am I to differentiate the case of pounding rice, barley, or beans, in which instance one is liable on the count of threshing, and the case of laying out for drying dates, raisins, or brittle cakes, in which instance one is liable on the count of binding sheaves? Whatever touches in regard to food, one is liable on the count of binding sheaves. In regard to a shell, he is liable on the count of threshing. As to a woman, when she mixes wheat, she is liable on the count of winnowing. When she husks the heads of garlic, the liability is on the count of threshing. For breaking them open at the sides, liability is on the count of selecting. For cutting it in slices, it is on the count of milling. For sifting, it is on the count of winnowing. When she completes the act of labor, it is on the count of smiting the hammer on the anvil. As to him who works in flax stalks, he is liable on the count of threshing. He who beats flax using a rolling pin is liable on the count of grinding. If he works on flax stalks with a rake, he is liable on the count of winnowing. If he works them with a shovel, he is liable on the count of selecting. As to him who grinds garlic, when he strips the heads, he is liable on the count of threshing. When he sifts the garlic in a sieve, he is liable on the count of selecting. When he grinds it in the pestle, he is liable on the count of milling. When he puts liquid on it, he is liable on the count of threshing. When he completes the labor, he is liable on the count of the hammer striking the anvil. When the sausage maker selects from the scraped meat or from the garlic, he is liable on the count of selecting. When he chops up the mixture in the meat chopper, he is liable on the count of threshing. When he pounds it in the pestle, he is liable on the count of grinding. When he puts water on it, he is liable on the count of kneading. When he puts stuffing into the sausage, he is liable on the count of building. When he cuts off slices with a knife, he is liable on the count of cutting. When he completes the labor, he is liable on the count of the hammer striking the anvil. Arhaya in the name of Ar Yohanan, fish which one pressed out if it was so as to eat the flesh of the fish itself, he is exempt. If it was to get at the brine, he is liable. Rab said, pickled vegetables which one pressed out if it was so as to eat the vegetables themselves, he is exempt. If it was to get at the juice, he is liable. As to steamed, whether it is to get at their substance or at their juice, it is forbidden. Samuel said, all the same are pickles and steamed, whether it is to get at their food substance or at their juice, it is forbidden. Said Ar Hezekiah, this statement of Rab stands at variance with the one of Ar Yohanan. Said to him Ar Mana, why? Because this one uses the language of prohibited and permitted, while that one has said liable and exempt. Said RBA bar mammal, an onion which one chopped, if it was to use it for flavoring, it is forbidden. If it was to remove the juice, it is permitted. Arzira in the name of Arhuna, as to a radish, one may dip it in salt, so long as he not keep it there an appreciable length of time. Arzira in the name of Arhuna, as to clothing from the craftsman's shop, one puts them on, and if they happen to rip, they rip. Arzira in the name of Arhuna, if one's garments got caught in brambles, lo, in a discreet place he should remove the brambles, so long as he does not tear. Said Arzira in the name of Arhuna, if mud fell on one's clothing, he should smooth it off with one of his hands, on condition that he not rub it in. Arzira in the name of Arhuna, as to mint grains individually, it is permitted, but not 3. As to 2, it is subject to doubt. As to bathing oneself, Arhuna and Arjuta, one said, one time is permitted, doing so back and forth is forbidden. The other said, one way or the other, it is forbidden. Abba bar Zamana went in to take a bath with Arzira, and he did not permit him to do so one way or the other. If water fell on one's clothing, Arhuna and Jeremiah, one said, shaking it off is permitted, but wringing it off is forbidden. The other reverses the ruling. Rba bar Haya bar Ashi, one who spits may put it into his garment and need not scruple. Rba in the name of Haya bar Ashi, there was a dispute between Arhaya the elder and Simeon b. Rabbi. One said, one may spit and crush it into the dirt, and the other said, one may not spit and crush it into the dirt. Where they dispute, it is in a place in which there is no mosaic floor, but if there is a mosaic floor, one may indeed spit and crush it into the floor. If one spit and the wind picked it up, he is liable on the count of sowing. And anything which is brought about by the wind, he is liable on the count of sowing. Selecting fit from unfit produce, said Aryudan, there is he who may choose pebbles all day long and will not be liable. There is he who takes no more than a fig's bulk and forthwith is subject to liability. What would be a practical illustration of this paradox? If one was sitting on a mound of pebbles and selecting pebbles all day long, he will not become liable. If he took as much as a fig's bulk of pebbles into his hand, however, and selected, he is liable on that account. Arjuna asked, if one did so on the Sabbath, in the view of the house of Shammai, what is the law as to his being liable? Said to him Aryase, and why not? If he had done so on the Sabbath in the view of the house of Hillel, would he not be liable? And here likewise he is liable. Said Armana, well did Arjuna, my father, say. The question he raised follows only from the position of the house of Shammai. Why? Because, from their position, a form of selection has been permitted on the festival day, but that form of selection has not been permitted on the Sabbath. If one selected one kind of food from some other kinds of food, Hezekiah said, he is liable. Yohanan said, he is exempt. The following Tannaitic teaching differs from the view of Hezekiah, for it has been said, one makes his selection of food and eats it right away, or makes his selection of food and leaves it on the table. Bun bar Haya in the name of Samuel bar Isaac, interpret the rule to apply to a case in which there were guests who were eating, one by one. And has it not been taught, and this is on condition that one not cull out all of a particular sort? And if one has done so on the Sabbath, he is liable. In the view of Hezekiah, that he who selects on the Sabbath is liable. In the view of Yohanan, he who selects food in the normal way in another location is liable. In the view of Hezekiah, even if one selects one circle of dried figs from other circles of dried figs, or one pomegranate from other pomegranates. If so, then would one be liable for selecting one sort of person from among other people? What is the upshot of the matter? All parties concur with the statement of Rmi. The view of Rmi, if guests come, one places before them lupins, a secondary food. He says to them, pay attention that in eating you leave the artichokes for the end. It is taught, they do not select, grind, or sift. He who selects, grinds, or sifts on the Sabbath is stoned, and on a festival day incurs 40 lashes. And lo, we have learned, he makes his selection in his usual way, putting it down using his lap, a basket. Said Hananiah of Antonia, the former represents the view of Rabban Gamaliel, who has said, he swills and separates the husks, and lo, it is taught, the members of the household of Rabban Gamaliel would crush pepper in their pepper mill. It is permitted to grind, but prohibited to make a selection. Yase in the name of Ilah, it is not permitted to grind in the usual way. How do we know that one may not select, grind, or sift? Yase in the name of Simeon b. Lachish, no work shall be done on those days, but what everyone must eat, that only may be prepared by you. And you shall observe the feast of unleavened bread. It has been taught, Yase raised the question, did they derive from this, regarding a cooked food? Yase did not state the matter in this way. Rather, Yase in the name of Simeon b. Lachish, but what everyone must eat, that only may be prepared by you. And you shall observe the feast of unleavened bread. The verse permits the activities required for making unleavened bread, from soaking onward. Differing from the foregoing position, Hezekiah taught, the language, but he alone, serves as exclusionary, meaning that one should not harvest grain, grind it, or sift it on the festival. Arzira, Arhiah bar Ashi in the name of Samuel, he who strains is liable on the count of selection. Said Arzira, it is surely more reasonable that it is on the count of sifting. Jonah and Yase both say, at first we were inclined to say that Arzira has spoken well. Just as in sifting, the grain falls to the bottom and the chaff raises to the top, so with straining wine, the wine goes to the bottom and the lees flow to the top. And why left over from the category of selection and left over from the category of straining? It has been removed from the general prohibition regarding selection, he makes his selection in his usual way, putting it down using his lap, a basket. And it has been removed from the general prohibition regarding straining, since on the festival day they may also pour wine into a strainer that has been spread out, as stated in Shab 20:1. But it has not been removed from the general prohibition regarding sifting. For Hananiah b. Yakat in the name of Judah said, one may not sift flour a second time on a festival, but they sift it on the outer side of the sieve. Now if you maintain that is comparable to sifting, then it should be prohibited. Said Yase b. Bun, this is not in accord with the view of Judah. For it has been taught in the name of Judah, but as to making use of utensils used for preparing food, they have permitted doing so. The question, however, was, what is the law as to sifting the flour a second time on the outer parts of the sieve, in accord with the view of rabbis? Grinding, one who crushes salt or pulverizes pepper is liable on the count of grinding. One who sifts powder of gypsum is liable on the count of winnowing. One who kneads gypsum, powder for collyrium, or spices is liable on the count of kneading. He who kneads, tears a lump of dough into pieces to form cakes, lays out dough, all of them are subject to the single count of kneading. Rba bar Mammal asked, there the law states, and they are liable on account of leaving in connection with kneading it, rolling it, and baking it? And here you say this. The reason is that, in that case, there are grounds for treating as distinct from one another, on account of which one may incur liability on each count, while here, one is liable on only a single count. So you see that baking is a derivative of cooking, and you phrase matters in this way. But since we learn the actions involved in making bread, that item has been so phrased as to be taught along with the others. He who heats wax dust, he who casts crystal, he who dissolves pitch lining, he who dissolves an infusion of grapes. Arabau in the name of Yase bar Hananiah, he who chops up a limb into small pieces is liable on the count of cooking. He who roasts, fries, steams, smokes, all of them are liable on the count of cooking. What is the status of cooking in the hot springs of Tiberias? Hezekiah said, it is forbidden. R. Yohanan said, it is permitted. Said R. Mana, I went to Caesarea, and I heard R. Zerakin in the name of Hezekiah. So far as Hezekiah is concerned, he has a question as to the status of an animal designated as a Passover offering which was cooked in the hot springs of Tiberias. There were two Amoraic teachers who ruled on this matter, one maintaining that it is forbidden, the other that it is permitted. The one who maintains that it is forbidden invokes the following verse of scripture, do not eat any of it raw or boiled with water. The one who maintains that it is permitted invokes this verse, but roasted, its head with its legs and its inner parts. As to all of these measures as to food, the bulk of a fig. As to food for a beast, enough to fill the mouth of a lamb. As to cooking, sufficient time over the heat to cook an egg lightly. As to weaving, sufficient to weave the breadth of a sit, doubled over. As to spinning, sufficient to spin the length of a sit, doubled. He who shears wool, if one sheared without further specification of purpose, what is the law? Let us derive the answer from the following, he who brought out from private to public domain some ink, if it was in a pen, it is culpable if it suffices to write 2 letters, if it was merely to correct what was written, it is culpable if it suffices to correct the formation of a single letter. There we have learned, R. Yaseh ben Meshullam says, he who slaughters a firstling makes a place with the hatchet on either side and pulls out the hair so as to clear a place for the slaughtering cut, and this is on condition that he does not remove the wool from its place. And so he who pulls up the hair to examine the place of a blemish. R. Ila in the name of R. Simeon b. Lachish, he who pulls up a hair from a beast in the status of holy things is exempt. Said R. Jacob bar Aha, R. Simeon b. Lachish is consistent with views held elsewhere. For there is the following dispute, he who pulls a hair out of an animal designated as holy things R. Yohanan said, he is liable. R. Simeon b. Lachish said, he is exempt. R. Jeremiah raised this question, are not the opinions of R. Simeon b. Lachish inconsistent? For there is the following dispute, he who pulls out a feather of the wing of a fowl, trims it, or plucks the down is liable on 3 counts. Said R. Yaseh by R. Bun, and there is no dispute. He who pulls out a feather is liable on the count of shearing. He who trims it is liable on the count of removing it. He who finally plucks the down is liable on the count of the hammer striking the anvil. The cases are not parallel. In the case of fowl, to which shearing does not really apply anyhow, plucking the feather is tantamount to shearing. But here, one is liable only if he will actually shear the animal. You should know that this is the case, for it has been taught, if one plucked a hair from a dead beast, he is liable, for in this case, plucking the hair is tantamount to shearing. He who washes it, he who pitches wood for vessels or ropes for a windlass. So too a woman who makes up her face with bluing or other cosmetics. A tailor who puts a thread in his mouth. R. Cohen in the name of rabbis of Caesarea, one who prepares amiant is liable on the count of washing it. He who beats it. He who hatchels baste, down, or papyrus is liable on the count of beating. He who dyes it, what sort of dyeing was there in the tabernacle? They would make a red spot on the hide of the beast. Said R. Yaseh, that then implies that he who makes a wound, in which the blood congeals, is liable. He who makes a red mark on the lip is liable. He who draws blood is liable on the count of removing the soul located in that place. He who makes a mark on the first count, he is liable for writing, and on the second, for dyeing. If he left off a piece and someone else came along and completed it, the latter is liable on the count of a hammer smiting an anvil. He who launders and he who wrings out it is a single type of forbidden labor. It is taught, R. Ishmael b. R. Yohanan b. Barakah says, in the case of dyers in Jerusalem did they deem wringing out as an act of labor unto itself. In the view of R. Ishmael, son of R. Yohanan b. Barakah, there are 40 generative categories of labor. Then why should that not be included in the formulation of the Mishnah? Their intent in formulating the Mishnah is to include only those items about which all parties are in agreement. He who makes ropes and he who makes cord are liable on the count of weaving. He who on the Sabbath makes knotted webs, sieves, and mats is liable on the count of weaving. If a woman begins to arrange the threads for weaving a knitted mat, she is liable on the count of weaving. When she puts on the hem, the liability is on the count of making loops. When she completes them, it is on the count of building. When she joins the pieces, she is liable on the count of weaving. When she trims the protruding threads, she is liable on the count of chopping. When she completes her work, she is liable on the count of a hammer smiting an anvil. He who makes a straw basket when he weaves the straw, he is liable on the count of weaving. When he sews the pieces, it is on the count of sewing. When he makes the container part, on the count of building. When he cuts off the rough edges, on the count of chopping. When he completes the work, on the count of a hammer smiting the anvil. He who does girthing work for a bed on the Sabbath, if he does it lengthwise, he is liable on the count of weaving. If he does it breadthwise, it is on the count of weaving. If he makes the network, it is on the count of making a loop. When he trims it, it is on the count of chopping. When he completes the work, it is on the count of smiting with a hammer on the anvil. There will be 2 knots for the border of a web, or 2 borders of a web for 1 knot. He who makes 2 loops, weaves 2 threads, separates 2 threads, ties, unties. What sort of tying was done in the tabernacle? They tied the hangings. But was this not merely temporary? Said Aryase, since they encamped and broke camp on the instructions of the word, was it as if temporarily? No, because they had no reason to know they would again be told to move. Said Aryase, since the Holy One, blessed be he, had promised them that he would bring them into the land, was it as if permanent? Said Arphinius, from the tying of the knots of the veils. If a thread tore, one would tie it up. If it again separated, it was not possible to repair it again and again, but one would go and untie and retie the original knot. Hezekiah said, an expert tailor can meld 2 heads of threads as one. Then whence does one derive? Said Aryase br Hanana, they derived the law from those who wove the veils. Whence do we know? It is written, the length of one veil, that the whole of it should appear to be one. If then it was torn, the weaver would tie it together again. Once he reached the woven part, he would leave it off and bring the thread back up. Tanhuma said in the name of Arhuna, even the woof in it gave no mark of a knot or a double thread. Hashaya taught, wicker baskets for dates and plated baskets for dates does one untie and retie, on condition that he not tie a knot. But is this not untying a knot? It is treated as tantamount to breaking a jar to eat the figs therein. The flaps of a saddlebag one ties and unties. It is treated as tantamount to opening and closing a door on the Sabbath. Hanana said, that rule applies if the thread and the needle pass entirely through the entire breadth of the 2 fabrics. Said Aryane, they said to Hanana, go and proclaim. For lo, we have learned, if one put both ends on a single side, even with a single stitch, it is regarded as connected. But should not the same rule be applied here, that the stitch be carried through to the bottom of both fabrics? And, further, have we not learned, Judah says, the above rules apply only if he makes 3 fastenings? Here too, should not the same rule be invoked, that the stitch be carried through to the bottom of both fabrics? But in fact the rule is as stated above. A thread which one threaded through a needle, even if tied on both sides, is not regarded as connected to the needle. If one sewed the thread into a garment, the thread is deemed joined to the garment, but it is not regarded as connected to the needle. Arjona and Aryase both maintain the view that that is the case when the thread is knotted on both sides. The position of rabbis differs, for Rba, Jeremiah in the name of Rab said, he who pulls the thread of a seam tight on the Sabbath is liable on the count of sewing. On the count of sewing and tying. The language of tearing is used with reference to garments, and of ripping apart for leather or hides. Tearing takes place at the middle of garments, and ripping in leather hides is at the side. There are those who reverse matters, tearing applies to hide, ripping to garments. Tearing applies to hides, in the case of those that are soft, ripping to garments, in the case of felt garments. He who captures a mollusk and crushes it, there is a Tannite authority who teaches, he is liable on 2 counts. And there is a Tannite authority who teaches, he is liable on only 1 count. He who holds that one is liable on 2 counts sees 1 count as hunting, the other as taking life. As to the one who holds he is liable on only 1 count, which one is it? It is on the count of taking a life. Then does he not take into account the matter of hunting? He does not take into account the matter of hunting. That view accords with R. Eliezer b. R. Yasseh, R. Abahu, R. Simeon b. Lachish in the name of R. Meir, the Holy One, blessed be he, created for Moses in the wilderness a kind of wild animal that was clean. When the work of the tabernacle was complete, the beast was hidden away. R. Abun said, it was called Kirsh. R. Hoshea taught, it was a unicorn, this will please the Lord more than an ox, or a bull with a horn and hoofs. Note that a horn is written. He who slaughters it, Simeon b. Lachish said, there should be no reference to slaughtering here. For slaughtering is a derivative of inflicting an injury. And why has it been taught in that way here? It is because we are here learning the laws covering the procedures of preparing a meal that the language of slaughtering is used alongside in this same context. He who cures its hide, what sort of curing of hides was done in the tabernacle? They would make a mark on the hides. What does it mean to make a mark? They traced outlines on them. This accords with that which R. Samuel said in the name of R. Abahu, it is permitted to make a tent out of the hide of an unclean domesticated beast. He who scrapes it, what sort of scraping was in the tabernacle? Zerah bar Hananah in the name of R. Hananah, they would rub the hide on a pillar. He who rubs a hide on a pillar is liable. On what count is he liable? R. Yasseh in the name of R. Judah b. Levi, R. Aha in the name of R. Judah b. Levi, on the count of scraping. That which you have said applies to a newly, but in the case of an old, there is a dispute between R. Eliezer and sages, for they have the following debate, he who sweeps the floor, he who sprinkles it, he who curdles milk or cheese. And he who takes out a loaf of honey, on the Sabbath, is liable for a sin offering if he does so on a festival day, he is given 40 stripes, the words of R. Eliezer. And sages say, his liability is only because of the principle of Sabbath rest. Said R. Yasseh b. R. Bun, no dispute in a case in which one sweeps the floor or sprinkles it, in which case one is liable on the count of threshing. He who curdles milk or cheese is liable on the count of kneading. He who milks a cow or removes loaves of honey is liable on the count of harvesting. He who presses olives while on the tree is liable on the count of harvesting. To whom is it an issue? It is to R. Eliezer. R. Hiah in the name of R. Yohanan, he who planes the tops of posts is liable on the count of chopping off. He who smooths a poultice is liable on the count of rubbing. If one blotted out a single large letter, in the space of which there is sufficient area to write 2 ordinary letters, he is liable. If he wrote one very large letter, even though there is in the space occupied by it sufficient area for writing 2 ordinary letters, he is exempt. R. Menahem b. R. Yasseh says, the following rule is stricter in the case of erasing than in the case of writing a letter, for he who erases in order to correct the writing is liable, while he who writes in order to spoil the writing is exempt. There is he who writes a single mark and turns out to be liable on that basis on the count of writing and on the count of erasing, and there is he who erases a single mark and turns out on that account to be liable on the count of writing and on the count of erasing. What would be a practical case? If there was a dalet and one turned it into a resh, and he turned it into a dalet, he is liable both on the count of writing and on the count of erasing. What sort of building was involved in the tabernacle? They would put the boards on top of the bases. But was this not merely temporary? Said R. Yasseh, since they would encamp and journey on the instructions, was it as if it was temporary? Said Ar-Yase B. Arbun, since the Holy One, blessed be he, had promised them that he would bring them into the land, was it as if it was permanent? That then would imply that what is only temporary falls into the category of building. That would imply that building involves even placing at the side. That would imply that building is even when one puts something on top of something else. That would imply that building on top of utensils is regarded as an act of building. The bases are equivalent to the ground. It has been taught, if one party brings the stone, and the other party brings the mortar, it is the one who brings the mortar who is liable. Ar-Yase says, both of them are liable. Ar-Yase maintains the view that placing a stone without mortar constitutes an act of building. All parties concur that if one put on the mortar first and then laid the stone, he who lays the stone is liable. The builder who set the keystone is liable. To whom is such a matter an issue? To rabbis. One who makes walls and one who makes the line of stones are liable on the count of building. He who destroys, that pertains in particular to one who does so on account of need. Ar-Hama bar Ukba in the name of Ar-Simeon b. Lakish, he who increases the size of a utensil made of wicker is liable on the count of building. Ar-Ila in the name of Ar-Simeon b. Lakish, he who blows up a glass utensil is liable on the count of building. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of Ar-Simeon b. Lakish, there are things which are near and yet quite far. And there are things which are far and yet quite near. He who increases the size of a wicker basket, he who blows up a glass utensil, and he who makes a utensil in the mold, all of them are all liable on the count of building. All are liable on the count of transporting the refuse. Each is subject to liability on its own. And why is the matter of stretching out not taught along with the list? Ar-Simon in the name of Ar-Joshua b. Levi, it is because of the dispute of Ar-Akiba and sages. Ar-Hezekiah, Ar-Judah b. Levi, Ar-Joshua b. Levi in the name of Rabbi, in addition to those is stretching out. And why has it not been included in the formulation of the Mishnah? All the other forms of labor are completely done by an individual, while this one may be done only by two people. All other forms of labor have derivatives, while this one has no derivatives. 7:3 And a further general rule did they state. Whatever is suitable for storage, which people generally store in such quantity as one has taken out on the Sabbath, he is liable to a sin offering on its account on the Sabbath. And whatever is not suitable for storage, which people generally do not store in such quantity as one has taken out on the Sabbath only, he is liable on its account who stores it away. Ar-Huna in the name of Ar-Eliezer, this speaks of something which has been used for idolatry. Ar-Yohanan said, it speaks of things from which one may not derive benefit. Ar-Hisda said, it refers merely to minute quantities of materials. There is a Tanite authority who repeats, one is liable to a sin offering. There is another Tanite authority who teaches, one is liable for transporting any quantity at all. The Tanite authority who formulates the matter he is liable to a sin offering supports the view of Ar-Hisda. The Tanite authority who teaches, in any quantity at all, concurs with the position of Ar-Eliezer and Ar-Yohanan. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of Ar-Yase b. Ar-Hanana. It would, for example, be such as the batting that a woman has set aside for her menstrual period. 7:4 He who takes out a quantity of straw sufficient for a cow's mouthful, pea stalks sufficient for a camel's mouthful, ears of grain sufficient for a lamb's mouthful, grass sufficient for a kid's mouthful, garlic or onion leaves, dry, sufficient for a kid's mouthful, and they do not join together with one another, because they are not subject to equivalent measures. He who takes out foodstuffs in the volume of a dried fig is liable. And they do join together with one another, because they are subject to equivalent measures, except for their husks, kernels, stalks, coarse bran, and fine bran. Ar-Judah says, except for the husks of lentils, which are cooked with them. Ar-Jonah, Ar-Yase of Galilee in the name of Ar-Yase b. Hananah. What is subject to a stricter rule completes the requisite volume for a less severe ruling, but what is a less severe ruling does not complete to a more severe ruling. Herbs complete the volume required of straw, but straw does not complete the volume required of herbs. There we have learned, cloth and sacking, sacking and leather, leather and matting, join together with one another. Our Simeon says, that is because all of them are suitable to be made unclean as something used for sitting with moshav uncleanness. Our Jeremiah raised the question, that poses no problems as to their joining together in the matter of forming a seat, for they are subject to the same minimum measure as to a seat, which is a square handbreadth. But hear how. Said our Zyra before our Mana, the reason is that they are subject to the same minimum measure in respect to kindling a flame for heating food. He said to him, we are seeking a principle covering transporting these things from private to public domain, and you speak to us about warming food with them. Said our Eliezer bar Yaseh before our Yaseh, the reason is that they are subject to the same minimum measure in respect to kindling flame for heating food. He said to him, then we should repeat the formulation, if or he has taken out a small twig. Said our Hananiah, meat may serve as a complement to bread, but bread cannot serve as a complement to meat. Herbs may serve as a complement to straw, but straw may not serve as a complement to herbs. Our Hoshea taught, if one took out straw for a cow in the volume sufficient to fill the mouth of a cow, if one took out straw for a lamb in the volume sufficient for a mouthful for a lamb, he is liable. Our Isla said our Yohanan asked, if so, then if one took out food for a sick person, if it is enough to fill the mouth of a sick person, he should be liable. Our Hoshea concurs that if one took out straw for a cow, sufficient to fill the mouth of a lamb, he is exempt. That is stated so that you should not draw the false conclusion that just as he maintains the rule to impose a strict ruling, so he does to provide a lenient ruling. Our Bun Bar Haya asked, but what if the dish the man took out was not of a fig's bulk? And is a fig's bulk of spices needed to spice a dish of no more than a fig's bulk? Zyra bar Hananiah, in the name of our Hanana, that which you have said applies to red lentils, but as to black ones, which are easily separated. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 8. 8:1 He who takes out wine enough to mix a cup, milk enough for a gulp, honey enough to put on a sore, oil enough to anoint a small limb, water enough to rub off an eye salve, and of all other liquids, a quarter log, and of all slops, a quarter log. Our Simeon says, all of them are a quarter log. And they have stated all these measures only with reference to those who store them away. Our Zyra asked our Josiah, what is the minimum measure of the cups? He said to him, let us derive what is not explicated from what is made explicit. For our Haya taught, the 4 cups of which they have spoken are to contain a quarter according to the Italian measure. There we have learned, they may clear away 4 or 5 baskets. Our Zyra asked our Josiah, what is the measure of such a basket? He said to him, let us derive what is not explicated from what is made explicit. For we have learned there, in 3 baskets, each holding 3 seahs, do they take up the heave of offering of shekels out of the shekel chamber. Our Yaseh b our Bun, in the name of our Yohanan, this represents the view of our Judah. For it has been taught, water enough for a swallow. Our Judah says, enough to rub off an eye salve. He who takes out wine enough for a gulp. Our Judah says, enough for mixing a cup 1/4 of a 1/4 log, if it is already mixed, what is the relevant minimum volume? Let us derive the answer from the following, water enough for a swallow. Our Judah says, enough to rub off an eye salve. Wine, he who takes out wine enough for a gulp. Our Judah says, enough for mixing a cup of wine, that is to say, in the case of what is mixed, even in the measure of a number of cups. What is the requisite measure of the cups of wine? Our Abin said, a tetartan, that is, a quarter. What is the law on drinking all 4 cups in a single span? On the basis of what our Yohanan has said, in the case of the Hallel Psalms, if one has heard them in the synagogue, he has carried out his obligation, that is to say that even if one drank all 4 cups in a single span, he has carried out his obligation. What is the law on drinking them bit by bit? Have they maintained that one should get drunk, not drink? If one drinks the wine in widely separated gulps, will he not get drunk? What is the law on carrying out one's obligation to drink 4 cups of wine with wine that has been produced in the 7th year? Our Hashaya taught, they carry out the obligation to drink 4 cups of wine with wine that has been produced in the 7th year. What is the law on carrying out one's obligation with spiced wine? On the basis of what Bar Kappara has taught, spiced wine is in the category of wine, that is to say that they do carry out the obligation with spiced wine. What is the law on carrying out one's obligation with mixed wine? On the basis of what our Haya has taught, as to the 4 cups of which they have spoken, they carry out their obligation whether the wine is straight or mixed, so long as the liquid has the taste and appearance of wine. Said our Jeremiah, it is the religious duty to carry out the obligation with red wine. What is the scriptural basis for that view? Do not look at wine when it is red, when it sparkles. What is the law on carrying out one's obligation with boiled wine? Arjuna said, they carry out the obligation with boiled wine. Arjuna is consistent with his views expressed elsewhere, for Arjuna drank 4 cups on the night of Passover and had a hangover until Pentecost. Arjuna Bar Ila drank 4 cups on Passover and had a hangover until Tabernacles. A matron saw him with his face glistening. She said to him, old man, one of these 3 things explains your condition. You are a wine drinker, or you lend money on interest, or you raise pigs. He said to her, may that woman explode. None of these 3 things relates to me at all. But my learning is at hand, as it is written, a man's wisdom makes his face shine. Our Abba went down to Tiberias. Disciples of our Yohanan saw that his face was glowing. They reported before our Yohanan that our Abba had found some sort of treasure. He said to him, how do you know? They said to him, his face is glistening. He said to them, perhaps he has learned some new teaching of the light. He went up to him and said to him, what new teaching in the light have you heard recently? He said to him, an ancient passage of a supplement to the Mishnah, and he recited in this regard, a man's wisdom makes his face shine. Said our Hanana, the log to which the Torah refers is an eighth of the old measure used in Sephoris for muris. Said our Jonah, I know it, for the house of our Yane would measure honey in it. It has been taught, a half of the old eighth measure of Tiberias. Said our Yohanan, this was our. Why did he not call it old? Because it existed in his time. There is he who maintains that it was small and it increased in size, and then diminished, but not to so small a size as it had been in the beginning. What is the measure of a cup? Ar Yase in the name of Ar Judah Bar Pazi, Ar Yase B Ar Bun in the name of Samuel, 2 finger breadths by 2 finger breadths by a finger breadth and a half and a third of a finger breadth. It has been taught, in the case of dry wine, and olives bulk the words of our Nathan. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of Ar Yase B Ar Bun in the name of Ar Yohanan, the view of our Nathan accords with the position of our Simeon. Just as our Simeon says, a quarter log, so our Nathan holds, with a quarter log, so that, when it is dehydrated, it will be of the volume of an olive's bulk. Our Simon in the name of our Joshua B. Levi, there was the case of a mule, belonging to the household of Rabbi, which died. They declared its blood insusceptible to uncleanness on the count of carrion. Our Eleazar asked our Simon, to what extent? But the latter did not respond. He asked our Joshua B. Levi, who said to him, up to a quarter log, the blood is clean. A larger volume than that is unclean. Our Eleazar was distressed that our Simon had not answered him with an appropriate tradition. Our Bibi was in session and repeating the tradition of the story. Said to him our Isaac Bar Kahana, up to a quarter log is insusceptible to uncleanness, and a greater volume than that is unclean. He kicked him. Our Zerakan said to him, because he asked you a question, do you then kick him? He said to him, it was because I did not have my wits about me. This accords with that which our Hananiah said, your life shall hang in doubt before you. This refers to someone who purchases wheat for a whole year in advance. And night and day you shall be in dread. This refers to one who buys bread from the wholesaler. And have no assurance of your life. This refers to one who buys bread from the corner baker. What is the upshot of the matter? Our Joshua b. Beterid testified that blood of carrion is clean. What is the meaning of clean? It is clean so far as imparting susceptibility to uncleanness is concerned. But as to imparting uncleanness, it most certainly does so. There we have learned, the blood of a creeping thing is like its flesh. It imparts uncleanness, but it does not impart susceptibility to uncleanness, and we have nothing that is like it, in that blood is deemed equivalent to flesh. As to the requisite volume for imparting uncleanness, but its blood imparts uncleanness just as does its flesh. Said our Joseph, he who holds that it is unclean accords with the view of our Judah, and clean takes the view of our Joshua b. Beterah. Our Abijamah, the emigre, and well has our Judah ruled, for he was the teacher of the household of the patriarch. It has been taught, blood enough for eye shadow for one eye. Our Yasebi are bun in the name of our Yohanan. This teaching refers to the blood of a bat. Milk, Tihat which you have said speaks of milk of a clean domesticated beast, but as to milk from unclean domesticated beast, it must be enough to provide eye salve for one eye. Honey, that which you have said speaks of the old kind. But as to our kind, it must be sufficient for cooking with a small egg. Oil enough to anoint a small limb, that refers in particular to the small limb of a one-day-old baby. Water enough to rub off an eye salve, said our Eleazar, that which you have said applies to water that comes from dew. But as to our sort of water, it must be sufficient to rinse the surface of a mortar and of all other liquids, a quarter log, and of all slops, a quarter log. RBA in the name of our Hisdah, the Mishnah speaks of slops poured from one house to another. Our Simeon says, all of them a quarter log. Sages reply to our Simeon, surely it is not possible to speak of honey in the measure of a quarter log, or vinegar in the measure of a quarter log. He replied to them, just as you maintain that all sorts of foodstuffs join together to form the volume of a dried fig, so we maintain that all liquids join together to form the volume of a quarter log, and they have stated all these measures only with reference to those who store them away. Said our Mana, so far as people who store them away are concerned, any volume at all will be culpable. And so it has been taught against the view of our Simeon, these measures have been stated only with reference to people who find these quantities of fluids. Lo, as to those who store them away, any volume at all. And so it has been taught against the view of rabbis, all of these measures have been stated only with reference to those who store these things away. Lo, with regard to those who found liquids in these volumes, the standard measure of a quarter log applies. 8:2 He who takes out rope enough to make a handle for a basket, reed cord enough to make a hanger for a sifter or a sieve. Our Judah says, enough to use it to take the measure of a shoe for a child, paper enough to write on it a receipt for a tax collector. And he who takes out a receipt for a tax collector is liable. Used paper enough to wrap around a small perfume bottle. That which you have said refers to soft rope. But as to hard rope, it must be sufficient to kindle a fire capable of cooking a small egg. Reed cord enough to make a hanger for a sifter or a sieve, that which you have said refers to rope used for the inner side of the sifter or a sieve. But as to rope used for the outer side, it must be sufficient to tie 2 loops to a sifter or a sieve. It is taught, palm sprouts enough to make a handle for a twig basket. That which you have said refers to soft ones. But as to hard ones, it must be sufficient to make a border. If one took out a utensil made of twigs, he is liable. Strings made of the fibrous bast of the palm too. A root for planting too. For a beast a lamb's mouthful. If it is for use as wood, in the measure of wood. He who takes out 2 hairs of a horse's tail or of a cow's tail, lo, this one is liable. Because he makes them into hunting traps. As for the stiff bristles of a pig, there is a Tannite authority who teaches, 2. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, 1. He who teaches that the measure is T-wo speaks of soft ones. He who teaches that the measure is 1 speaks of hard ones. Seeds for planting, 2, for a beast, a pig's mouthful. How much is a pig's mouthful? 1. Others say, for counting, 5. Bundles of hyssop, savory, and thyme, which one put into storage, if it was for eating a dried fig in volume, for a beast, a lamb's mouthful, for wood, in the measure of wood, for sprinkling, in the measure of sprinkling. R. Judah says, enough to use it to take the measure of a shoe for a child, but that refers to a child who knows how to lace up a sandal. He who takes out paper enough to write on it a receipt for a tax collector, it has been taught, he who takes out a receipt of a tax collector before he has shown it to the tax collector is liable. After he has shown it to the tax collector, he is exempt. R. Judah says, also, after he has shown it to the tax collector, he is liable, because he keeps it to show it to the tax farmer. He who takes out a bond, before he has shown it to the creditor, is liable. After he has shown it to the creditor, he is exempt. R. Judah says, also, after he has shown it to the creditor, he is liable, because he may be able to show it to another creditor as well. Used paper, it is taught, if there is open space sufficient to contain 2 letters, he is liable. 8:3 Leather enough to make an amulet. Superior parchment enough to write a small pericope for the tefillin on it, which is Hear, O Israel. Ink enough to write 2 letters. Eyeshadow enough to shadow 1 eye. Pitch or sulfur enough for making a small hole. Wax enough to put over a small hole. There is a Tannite authority who repeats the version, enough to put on an amulet. He who formulates the matter as, enough to make an amulet, speaks of soft leather. And he who formulates the matter as, enough to put on an amulet, speaks of hard leather. Superior parchment enough to write a small pericope for the tefillin on it, which is, Hear, O Israel, that which you have said applies to the better surface of the hide, but as to the inferior surface of the hide, it is sufficient to write 2 pericope that go into the mezuzah. As to ink, if one took out ink with a quill, it is sufficient to write 2 letters. If it is taken out with a utensil, it must be of somewhat larger volume. There we have learned, how much must there be in the purification water for one who has been sprinkled to be regarded as clean. Said R. Jeremiah, is it not reasonable that if it was located in a utensil, there has to be somewhat more? Eyeshadow enough to shadow 1 eye, said R. Bun Bar Haya, for a woman puts eyeshadow on one of her eyes and goes out to the market. Said R. Abun, even the most hardened of hookers would not do such a thing. Rather, a woman may feel pain in one of her eyes and put eyeshadow on the other one and go out into the marketplace. Said R. Mana, does the Mishnah speak of a case of a woman who feels distress? But rather, a woman puts eyeshadow on one of her eyes and covers up her other eye and goes out into the market. You have ravished my heart, my sister, my bride, you have ravished my heart with a glance of your eyes. Rabbis of Caesarea, in the name of Arbun Bar Haya, a woman blind in one eye puts eyeshadow on the other and goes out into the market. Pitch or sulfur enough for making a small hole, R. Yase Bar Hanana said, they have taught this rule with reference to these things in liquid state. Wax enough to put over a small hole, R. Haya taught, enough to put over a crack. 8:4 Glue enough to put on the head of a lime twig. Clay enough to make the hole of the crucible of a goldsmith. R. Judah says, enough to make a prop. Bran enough to put on the mouth of the crucible of a goldsmith, quicklime enough to smear the little finger of a girl. R. Judah says, enough to make a hair crown. R. Nehemiah says, enough to make side curls. What is clay? It is white powder clay. Samuel said, as to dirt, enough to cover up the blood of a small bird. Samuel taught, as to dust and ashes, enough to cover up the blood of a small bird. It has been taught, as to pottery, any amount, and as to reed rope, any amount, is it permitted to carry in the house? Arzira in the name of Samuel, so long as it is designated in advance. So it has been taught, as to the stopper of a jug and its sherds, it is permitted to carry them about in the house. If one tossed them into the garbage, however, it is forbidden to touch them. Said Rabbi, the opinion of our Judah appears to me preferable when it is of the volume of an egg, and the opinion of our Nehemiah when it is mashed. 8:5 Earth for clay enough to make a seal for a large sack, the words of our Akaba. And sages say, a seal for a letter. Manure or fine sand enough to manure a cabbage stalk, the words of our Akaba. And sages say, enough to manure a leek. Coarse sand enough to cover a plasterer's trowel, reed enough to make a pen. And if it was thick or broken, enough to cook the smallest sort of egg, mixed and put in a pen. Arhaya in the name of our Yohanan, that is to say, a pen which reaches up to the joints of the fingers. Arzira asked, is it suitable up to here? Perhaps it should be to here. There we have learned, a stylus whose stylus point was taken away is susceptible to uncleanness of the eraser. If the eraser is taken away, it is susceptible because of the stylus. Arzira asked, is it suitable up to here? Perhaps it should be up to here. Said Aryase, every reference to an egg which we have learned with reference to Mishnah Tractate Kelim refers to an actual egg. But in Tractate Shabbat, the volume of a fig is equivalent to that of an egg. 8:6 Bone enough to make a spoon. Our Judah says, enough to make a tooth with it. Glass enough to scrape the end of a shuttle. Pebble or stone enough to throw at a bird. Our Eliezer B.R. Jacob says, enough to throw at a beast. What is the meaning of a tooth? It means a key word. There we have learned, if there were teeth and gaps, it is susceptible to uncleanness. If the teeth were removed, it is unclean because of the gaps. If the gaps were blocked up, it is unclean because of the teeth. The opinions of our Judah are inconsistent. There he treats a tooth as a key bit, and here he treats the tooth as a key word. Glass enough to scrape the end of a shuttle, there we have learned, fragments of a glass vessel into which one may pour oil are regarded as useful, and here you say this? Ar Aha, Ar Mayasha, Ar Cohen in the name of rabbis of Caesarea. Here of thick, there of thin. There is he who proposes to explain, here we speak of handling the glass, there we speak of taking it from private to public domain. Pebble or stone enough to throw at a bird, Simeon Barbier in the name of our Yohanan, sufficient in weight to throw at the back of a bird and the bird will feel it. And along these same lines, sufficient to throw at the back of a beast, and the beast will feel it. It has been taught, a rounded and smooth pebble the size of an olive, the size of a nut, or the size of an egg, one takes it and dries his feet off with it. Our Ishmael B.R. Yase says in the name of his father, one the size of his hand. Our Judah said, by Tosbi. Zonan was in session and repeating the matter before Rabbi. He said, thus do we rule, one must be seated, and the size of his hand. He said to him, any sort is permitted, except for one shaped like a small valise. Our Ila in the name of Aryane, subject to the rule that one may carry a stone about is one the size of the foot of a small pestle used for crushing a spice. Said Aryase, they have stated only, for spice. Lo, as to one large enough for crushing various spices, it is not permitted. Our Ila in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish, a pebble on which grass one grew is permitted to take and use for drying off his feet. And he who plucks such a stone on the Sabbath is liable to a sin offering. Our Haya taught, a sherd of any character at all it is forbidden to wipe oneself therewith. Said our Yase B. R. Bun, it is not the end of the matter that prohibition applies to a sherd, but even the handles of jugs to anything that goes into the kill and is taken out. Our Yase B. Yase said, a pebble used by his fellow for wiping himself and water of a volume of less than 40 c's is it forbidden to use for wiping oneself. Our Hananiah in the name of Armana, water which a dog has licked it is forbidden to use for wiping oneself. And so has it been taught, they do not wipe themselves either with a dog's mouth or before a dog or with water a dog has licked or with water of less than the volume of 40 cs. And that water which one has perspired and that which one has rinsed in the bath is bad for the health. Ar Yasabi Ar Bun in the name of Arhuna, 5 rules have been stated with regard to the point of a reed. They may not slaughter a beast with it, perform a rite of circumcision with it, use such a thing for picking the teeth, cut meat with it at the table, or dry oneself with it, because an evil spirit rests on it. 8:7 Pots heard enough to put between one board and another, the words of Ar Judah. Ar Meir says, enough to scoop up fire. Ar Yaseh says, enough to hold a quarter log. Said Ar Meir, even though there is no proof for the proposition, there is at least a hint for it, and there shall not be found among the pieces of it assured to take fire from the hearth. Said to him Ar Yaseh, from that same verse there is proof, or to scoop up water withal out of the cistern. A potsherd of any size Ar Yohanan said, they consecrate with it? Ar Simeon b. Lakish says, they do not do so. Ar Eliezer asked, in the view of Ar Simeon b. Lakish, why do they not consecrate with it? It is because it is not susceptible to receive uncleanness. Lo, then, there are utensils made of dung, stone, and dirt. Lo, they are not susceptible to uncleanness, and yet they may mix purification ash and water in them. Rather, it is because it cannot contain a quarter log of liquid. But does Ar Simeon b. Lakish not concur that if a clay utensil is whole, if it is of any size whatsoever, they do make the mixture in it? It must follow that his reason can only be because it is not a distinctive object. Now there is this problem to present to Ar Yohanan, its contents at that volume do not have the power to invalidate the body, and yet will a utensil of such a volume suffice for consecrating with it? Rather, the rule accords with that which Ar Yaseh has said, even in the case of a sherd, any volume at all suffices. But did Ar Yaseh speak only of a whole one? Do we not deal with a broken one? There is a teaching of Ar Haya in support of the view of Ar Yohanan, and a teaching of Ar Simeon b. Yohei in support of the view of Ar Simeon b. Lakish. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 9. 9:1 Said Ar Akaba, how do we know of an idol that it imparts uncleanness when it is carried as a menstruating woman? Since it is said, you shall cast them away like a menstrual thing, you shall say to it, get thee hence. Just as the menstruating woman imparts uncleanness when she is carried, so an idol imparts uncleanness when it is carried. Abomination is written in connection with the menstruating woman, abomination is written in connection with dead creeping things, and abomination is written in connection with an idol. In connection with the menstruating woman, for whoever shall do any of these abominations that do them shall be cut off. In connection with idolatry, and you shall not bring an abominable thing into your house. In connection with dead creeping things, you shall not eat any abominable thing. But I do not know to which matter an analogy is to be drawn. Ar Akaba said, it is to be compared to the abomination stated with reference to the menstruating woman, just as a menstruating woman imparts uncleanness to the one who carried her, so an idol imparts uncleanness to the one who carries it. Or perhaps, just as a menstruating woman imparts uncleanness on top of a stone under which there is a cavity, so an idol imparts uncleanness when located on top of a stone under which there is a cavity containing objects even if they are not in contact with objects underneath the stone. Ar Zerakan in the name of Ar Judah, and there is he who holds he said it in the name of Ar Hisda. Ar Akaba concurs with sages that an idol does not impart uncleanness to a stone under which is a cavity. And rabbis state to the abomination stated with regard to dead creeping things. Just as a dead creeping thing imparts uncleanness to the one who merely shifts its position, so the idol imparts uncleanness to the one who merely shifts its position. Or, just as a dead creeping thing imparts uncleanness when it is merely of the size of a lentil, so an idol should impart uncleanness when it is so small as a lentil. Ar Zira, Ar Isaac bar Naaman, Ar Eliezer, Ar Abahu in the name of Ar Yohanan, then they attached themselves to the Baal of Peor, and ate sacrifices offered to the dead. Just as a corpse imparts uncleanness through the size of an olive's bulk, so an idol will impart uncleanness when is the size of an olive's bulk. Or perhaps, just as a corpse imparts uncleanness once one has brought in the tips of its fingers, also an idol should impart uncleanness when one has brought the tips of its fingers. The word tear down is used both with reference to an idol and with reference to a house afflicted with plague. From the matter of the house afflicted with plague. Just as in the case of a house afflicted with plague, once one has poked in his head and the greater part of his body, so in the case of an idol, once one has poked in its head and the greater part of its body. Said Ar Hananah, that is to say that the uncleanness imputed to an idol is not clear. For if that were not so, would one compare it to a lesser, and not compare it to a more severe? Said Ar Mana, it is clear. Now why does one compare it to a corpse and to a dead creeping thing? To derive evidence therefrom for the minor which apply to. This is in line with the following, to an idol which is broken, but in the case of an unbroken idol, whatever size it is. This is in line with that which Arhuna, Arhama Bargurian in the name of Rab, said, in the shape of the head of a penis, and there was one in the shape of a bean. Now what is the scriptural basis? And they made as their God the master of the mark of circumcision. What is the scriptural basis of our Akaba? You shall abhor it like menstrual uncleanness. What is the scriptural basis of the rabbis? You shall utterly detest like a dead creeping thing. How do the rabbis interpret the language adduced in evidence by our Akaba? Treat it like excrement or carrion. And how does our Akaba interpret the language adduced in evidence by rabbis? Detest it means deface it. And how do the rabbis provide scriptural proof, that one must deface an idol? Our Samuel, our Abahu in the name of our Eleazar, you will say to them, begone. Call it excrement. Treat it like excrement. Make it abominable. The one which they call, face of God, face of dog. Spring of the well, spring of the thorn. Fortune do they call heap. Hr10 Huma in the name of Arhuna, Ai, which is near Bethaven, east of Bethel. Formerly they called it Bethel, but now they call it Bethaven. It was taught in the name of Eleazar, did not want to call it by Amda, then call it Amida. Our Abba Bar Kahana said, there they call wages Amla and they call Epispot Amida. Now how does our Akaba interpret? You will say to them. Ar Yasebi. Abun, Arhuna in the name of Ar Joseph. From here that one does not say to a person, get out, before he pokes in his head and the greater part of his body. There is a version of the Mishnah tradition which states, an idol is like a menstruating woman, and the appurtenances of an idol are like a menstruating woman. And there is a version of the Mishnah tradition which states, an idol is like a menstruating woman but its appurtenances are like a dead creeping thing. For the one who maintains, an idol is like a menstruating woman and the appurtenances of an idol are like a menstruating woman, poses no problems. But the one who says, an idol is like a menstruating woman, but the appurtenances of an idol are like a dead creeping thing, the very essence of the cited verse refers as a menstrual thing only to the appurtenances of the idol. Then you will defile your silver-covered graven images and your gold-plated molten images. Interpret the verse to refer to that which is hammered into the body. For our Jacob of Kfar Hanan said, interpret the statement to apply to a case in which one prostrates himself to the ephod, as it is said, and Gideon made an ephod. The Mishnah follows the opinion of the one who rules, an idol is like a menstruating woman and its appurtenances are like a menstruating woman, and thus have we repeated the Mishnah pericope, the stones, wood, and mortar deriving from impart uncleanness in the status of a dead creeping thing. Interpret the statement to apply to one's prostrating himself to the house itself, and only afterward did he build it. And lo, we have learned, there are three kinds of houses. Interpret the statement to apply to one's prostrating himself to the house, and only afterward did he make some new feature to the house. For Arzira, Arhuna in the name of Rab, he who prostrates himself in worship to a house has prohibited. Arzira, Arabahu in the name of Ar Yohanan, he who sanctifies a house, the laws of sacrilege do apply to it, are Zira interpreted, rabbis differ. He who said, the laws of sacrilege apply to it, the one who has worshipped it has rendered it forbidden for Israelite use or benefit. He who says the opposite holds it is not subject to the laws of sacrilege. Our Haggai objected before our Yase, and lo, the Mishnah takes a position at variance with that of Rab, a trough which is hewn in the bedrock they do not draw with it. The reason is that one has hewn it out and afterward attached it to the bedrock. If one attached it to the bedrock and afterward hewed out a container, no. And that house, is it not like that one has attached and afterward hewed out? How does Rab deal with this? Interpret the matter. Hewing stones is the completion of the act of manufacturing them. Now does this statement not stand at variance with that which are Yohanan? How do we know of a garden bed, 6 handbreadth square, that may be sown in it, 4 on the sides and 1 in the middle? Since it says, for as the earth brings forth her bud and as the garden causes seed sown in it to spring forth. Its seed is not said, but its seeds. May one not derive the same fact from the analogy to the sea itself? That is to say, just as the sea is insusceptible to uncleanness, so the ship is insusceptible to uncleanness. And may one not derive the same fact from the analogy to sacking? While sacking serves on both sea and land, a boat serves only on the sea and not on the land. Rabbis of Caesarea say, this refers to a boat made of clay. Just as sacking does not provide rules governing whatever is stated in the passage in which it appears, so excluded is a clay utensil, which is not included in the passage, so that the rules for sacking will govern it. Its seeds, the smallest number of its seeds is 2 varieties. Said R. Samuel bar Sisreda, from 2 you may then derive 4. In the case of 2 varieties of seeds, you plant at the outset rows 6 handbreadths long and then proceed to plant progressively shorter rows, and likewise, in the case of 4 varieties of seeds, you plant rows of 6 handbreadths and progressively shorten the rows. Is it then not possible that there will be an empty space available for the planting of the in the middle? Said R. Jonah, the work area for one species will impinge on the work area of another, but one variety of seeds will not impinge upon another and so create a case of mixed seeds. R. Joshua B. Levi said, seed, its seeds. And from the viewpoint of R. Judah, who maintains that there may be 6 seed, its seeds. R. Haggai said, its seeds refers to 5 varieties. Wherever I find such a case, I shall then blot out. The question was addressed to R. Huna, scribe of the school, and he said, its seeds is written out full. R. Yohanan in the name of R. Yaneh, all of them are to be within the 6. Kahana in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish, all of them outside of the 6. If all of them are to be outside of the 6, then we should repeat the tradition as referring to 9. Said R. Tanhum of Basrak, and that is the meaning of the passage of the Mishnah which speaks of a furrow among other furrows. 9:3 How do we know of her who emits semen on the 3rd day that she is unclean? Since it says, and be ready against the 3rd day, come not near a woman. How do we know that they bathe the child on the 3rd day after circumcision, even if this coincides with the Sabbath? Since it says, and it came to pass on the 3rd day when they were sore. How do we know that they tie a red thread on the head of the scapegoat? Since it says, though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Said R. Yohanan, it was from the procedure at Sinai that they derived the rule. Moses came down on Tuesday, saying to them, be ready against the 3rd day, do not come near a woman. Now whoever ceased to have sexual relations on the 3rd day then may count Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday, and as to Thursday night and Friday, if a woman emitted semen on Thursday night, she is unclean, but if it was on Friday, she is clean. As to whoever ceased to have sexual relations on Wednesday, we may then count Wednesday night, Thursday, and as to Thursday night and Friday, if a woman emitted semen at night on Thursday night, she would be unclean, while if it was on Friday by day, she is clean. Said R. Yohanan, this is the arrangement at Sinai. but for future generations, 4 or 6. Our Akiba says, there must always be 5 such spans, even in the generations to come. There we have learned, she who discharges semen on the 3rd day after having intercourse is clean, the words of our Eliezer b. Azariah. Our Ishmael says, sometimes there are 4 spans, sometimes 5, sometimes 6. Our Akiba says, they are always 5 spans. If part of the first span had passed, they reckon that part of the 6th span completes it. Lo, our Ishmael treats a day as a span and a night as a span. Our Akiba treats a day as a span and a night as a span. Then what is at issue between them? It is whether spans serve to complete. Our Ishmael treats part of a span as the whole of it, and our Akiba does not treat part of a span as the whole of it. It has been taught contrary to the view of our Akiba, therefore if part of the first season has passed, they reckon that part of the 6th season completes it. It has been taught, our Eliezer b. Azariah says, a day and a night constitute a span, and part of a span is equivalent to the whole of it. And thus has it been taught contrary to the view of our Eliezer b. Azariah, there are occasions in which there is a day and any small amount of time in addition, and yet is clean. There may be 2 days lacking a amount of time, and the woman will be unclean. A day and any small amount of time in addition, and she will be clean. What would be a practical illustration of such a case? If the woman had sexual relations on the eve of the Sabbath prior to sunset, and she emitted semen at the end of the Sabbath after sunset, lo, we have a full day and just a bit more time, and yet she is clean. 2 days less any amount of time, and she will be unclean. What would be a practical illustration of such a case? If a woman had sexual relations on the eve of the Sabbath after sunset, and she emitted semen on Sunday prior to sunset, lo, we have 2 days lacking only a small amount of time, and yet she is unclean. Said our Yohanan, in accord with the views of all parties, it was in the status of people who had immersed the Israelites received the Torah. That which you have said applies perfectly well to women, but the men already had completed the rites of purification, did they not? What is the scriptural basis for that view? Consecrate them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their garments. Said our Yohanan, this represents the view of our Eliezer b. Azariah, our Ishmael, and our Akiba. But in the view of sages, the semen remains valid for 3 days. From that point onward it putrefies. This accords with that which our Zirah said, in the name of our Yohanan, this is the law for the Zab and for him who has an emission of semen, becoming unclean thereby. Just as the law for the Zab applies for 3 days, so the law for the one who emits semen applies for 3 days. We have learned, they bathe the child, a Tanite authority of the house of Rabbi, they wash the mark of circumcision. Our Abahu in the name of our Yohanan, the law follows the view of him who says, they wash the child. Said our Yaseh, of necessity you must rule, they wash the child. Samuel taught, under no circumstances do they withhold oil or hot water from a wound on the Sabbath. Said our Yaseh, every hour did our Zirah, my teacher, say to me, repeat your tradition, including these words, and not only so, but they also splash hot water on a wound on the Sabbath. If you maintain that the proper reading is, they wash the mark of circumcision only, then what is the difference between a wound affecting an adult and one affecting a minor? Our Abahu in the name of our Eliezer, the law accords with the view of our Eliezer b. Azariah. Our Abun in the name of our Abahu, the scriptural basis for the view of our Eliezer b. Azariah is here, on the 3rd day, when they were sore. When it was sore is not written here, but rather, when they were sore. Thus Scripture speaks of a time at which all of the limbs were sore for them. Our Jacob bar Aha said our Eliezer and our Yohanan instructed the midwives, any sort of potions which you administer on an ordinary day you may administer on the Sabbath. It was necessary to give this instruction for the 3rd day when it coincided with the Sabbath. Samuel said, it is because of danger to life. Our Yaseh asked, if it is because of danger to life, may they then heat water for him? Ar Yasabi ar bun in the name of rabbis over there, they may heat water for him on the Sabbath. And so too has it been taught, one may heat a sheet and put it on a wound on the Sabbath. A person should not take a trough full of hot water and put it on his belly on the Sabbath. Ar Joshua b. Levi said, the sole valid reading here is, it is permitted. At first they would tie a crimson thread onto their windows. In the case of some of them it turned white, and in the case of some of them it remained red. The result was that these became ashamed before those. So they went and tied it at the door of the temple. There were years in which it turned white, and there were years in which it remained red. They went and tied it to a rock. It is written, Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. It has been taught, our Eliezer says, though your sins are like scarlet, like the years it takes to go from heaven and earth. They shall be as white as snow, more than this, they shall be as white as wool. Our Joshua says, though your sins are like the first two patriarchs. They shall be as white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, they shall become like wool. Said Ar Yudan bar Pazi, though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow the first time one sins. Though they are red like crimson, they shall become like wool the second time one sins. And rabbis say, when the sins of a man are as many as the years he has lived, they shall be whiter than this, like wool. Said Ar Yudan of Antiochia, when sins are as light as snow, they will turn white. When they are heavy, they shall be like wool. 9:4 How do we know that on the Day of Atonement anointing is tantamount to drinking? Even though there is no direct proof of the proposition, there is a hint at it, since it says, and it came into his inward parts like water and like oil into his bones. There is the following pertinent statement, on the Sabbath, anointing with oil whether for enjoyment and otherwise is permitted. On the Day of Atonement, anointing whether for enjoyment and otherwise is forbidden. On the 9th of Ab and on any other fast day of the community, anointing for enjoyment is forbidden, but that which is not merely for enjoyment is permitted. It has been taught, anointing is equivalent to drinking so far as a given prohibition is concerned, and so far as making up for what has been consumed is concerned, but not so far as the penalty. And as to the Day of Atonement, they are equivalent so far as being subject to the same prohibition, but not so far as being subject to the same penalty. And lo, it has been taught, shall not profane the. This verse serves to encompass both anointing and drinking. Ar Yohanan said, one should not include the matter of anointing in the foregoing statement. Said Ar Abamari, if you maintain that the matter of anointing does not pertain here, then one should not include the matter of drinking. If not, you have a matter which is subject to two separate negative prohibitions, which nonetheless is joined together. How do we know that is subject to an affirmative commandment? Ar Eliezer in the name of Arsami, or offered any of it to the dead. How shall we explain that matter? If it means that it is prohibited to provide for a corpse a bier and shrouds put of the proceeds of oil in the status of second tithe, indeed it is forbidden to do so for a living person, all the more so for a corpse. What sort of matter is permitted for a living person but forbidden for a corpse? You must say, this refers to anointing. 9:5 He who brings out wood enough to cook a small egg, spices enough to spice a small egg, and they join together with one another. Nutshells, pomegranate shells, woad, and dyer's matter enough to dye a garment as small as a hair net, urine, soda, soap, chimoli and earth, or lion's leaf enough to launder a garment as small as a hair net. Ar Judah says, enough to spread over a blood stain. There is a problem. Do cinnamon and salt join together? Ar Ila in the name of Ar Eliezer, they have taught this law concerning sweeteners. There we have learned, the prohibited measure is for bleachers, hacklers, dyers, and spinners, and yet you say this. There we speak of dyeing, while here we speak of taking out matter for dyeing. Soda is carbonate of soda, soap is sulfur, chimoli and earth is alkaline ashes. Lion's leaf Ar Yasabi Ar Bun said, stones of wind. 9:6 Pepper in any quantity at all, tar in any quantity at all, various sorts of spices and metal tools in any quantity at all. Stones of the altar, dirt of the altar, worn out holy scrolls, and their worn out covers in any quantity at all. For they store them away in order to hide them. R. Judah says, also, he who takes out any of the appurtenances of an idol in any quantity at all, since it says, and there shall cleave not of the devoted thing to your hand. It has been taught, also of anything that smells bad any quantity at all. Said R. Ila, also, R. Simeon will concur in this matter. R. Simeon concurs in those matters which are subject to prohibition against an Israelite's deriving benefit from them. 9:7 He who takes out a peddler's basket, even though there are many different sorts of things in it, is liable only for a single sin offering. Garden seeds less than a dried fig's bulk. R. Judah B. Bederah says, 5. 2 cucumber seeds, 2 gourd seeds, 2 Egyptian bean seeds, a clean, live locust in any quantity whatsoever, a dead one the size of a dried fig, a vineyard bird whether alive or dead in any quantity at all, for they store it away for a remedy. R. Judah says, also one who takes out a living unclean locust in any quantity at all, for they store it away for a child to play with it. M 9:7a's specification that there is only liability for a single sin offering hardly requires specification. So there is this problem: if the man had taken out over and over again various things, in a single spell of inadvertence, would he not be liable only for a single sin offering? Why was it necessary then to specify? It was to deal with the position of our Eliezer, so that one should not maintain, in the case of many different varieties, they are treated as tantamount to many distinct spells of inadvertence, in consequence of which one is liable on many counts. On that basis it was necessary to specify, he is liable only for a single sin offering. Garden seeds less than a dried fig's bulk. R. Judah B. Bederah says, 5. What is the reasoning of R. Judah B. Bederah? That is the way seeds usually are sown in a furrow. 2 cucumber seeds, 2 gourd seeds, 2 Egyptian bean seeds, it has been taught, meat and grain seeds too. R. Samuel in the name of R. Zirah, seeds for wheat, since they are especially prized, are treated in the category of other garden seeds which are not going to be eaten. A live locust in any quantity whatsoever, a dead one the size of dried fig, that which you have said applies to a clean locust. But as to an unclean one, the appropriate minimum is enough to fill the mouth of a dog. A vineyard bird, whether alive or dead in any quantity at all, for they store it away for later use as a remedy, said R. Aha, a woman having a pustulate face sucks on such a locust and is healed. There they say, he who wishes to separate from sexual should eat half and leave half. It is forbidden to eat only the left half of that sort of locust, but it is permitted to eat the right half. If part of the locust was lost, or lacking in any amount at all, there can never be a remedy for such a person. What should he do? Said R. Yaseh B. R. Bun, he should put the other part in a flask of honey. R. Judah says, also one who takes out a living unclean locust in any quantity at all, for they store it away for a child to play with it, lo, may we then conclude, in the case of a clean one whether it is alive or dead, the requisite measure is a fig's bulk. R. Judah is consistent with principles expressed elsewhere, for R. Judah says, as to clean foodstuffs, people may not make a game of them. Lo, it is written, will you play with him as with a bird, and that which is not released from the governing principle of being prohibited is what is at issue here. And lo, it is written, like a bird? Said R. Matina, so long as the bird has not yet been subjected to proper slaughter, it is as if it is unclean. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 10. 10:1 He who put away for seed, for a sample, or for a remedy, and took it out on the Sabbath is liable for any amount whatsoever. But any person is liable on its account only for the specified measure pertinent to it. Went and put it back, he is liable only for the specified measure pertinent to it. R. Jeremiah said R. Yaseh B. R. Hananah asked, may we say that this law of the Mishnah represents the view of R. Judah, who has said, a man will be liable on account of the tools of his trade. Came Ar Judah Bar Pazi in the name of Ar Yaseh Bar Hanana, it does represent the view of Ar Judah. Said Ar Yaseh Bar Hanana, the part of the passage which accords is the sample, in which case the purchaser has already agreed. But as to something put away for seed, or for a remedy, even the smallest volume will incur liability. If one party put the substance away and another one took it out, the latter is exempt. R. Simeon b. Eliezer declares him liable. How shall we interpret this dispute? If we deal with a case in which one took it out at the instance of the second party only, then all parties concur that he is exempt. If we deal with a case in which one took it out at the instance of the first party, then all parties concur that he is liable. Accordingly, we have to interpret the passage to speak of a case lacking further specification. And rabbis take the view that we assume that it is at the instance of the second party that he took out. R. Simeon b. Eliezer takes the position that we assume that it is at the instance of the first party that he took out. 10:2 He who takes out food and put it down on the threshold, whether he then went and took it out, or someone else took it out, is exempt, for he has not performed his act of labor at one time. A basket which is full of produce, which one put on the outer threshold, even though the larger quantity of the produce is outside, he is exempt unless he takes out the entire basket. Hezekiah said, the Mishnah speaks of a basket of cucumbers or gourds, in which case part of the food is inside and part out. But in the case of a basket full of produce, once one has taken a dried fig's bulk of food outside, he has incurred liability. They said that a statement of Ar Yohanan differs from this view. For Ar Haya said in the name of Ar Yohanan, a frame with shelves, part of which is standing inside and part outside, if one took something from one part and put it into the other part, he is exempt. If he took it up, only when he takes up the whole thing at once. Said Armana before Ar Yaseh, interpret the case to involve a frame which is open. He said to him, and lo, we have learned, a basket. Can you here claim to speak of a basket which is open in one direction? What is the upshot of the matter? There exists nothing that is carried in public domain and treated as in neutral domain except for man alone. Hezekiah said, if one removed a bundle from private domain to public domain, if before he put it down in public domain, the top of the bundle was above 10, since the whole of it has not come to rest in public domain, the man is exempt. Said R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, if one took a beam from private domain to public domain, if before he put it down in public domain, the beam went into a different private domain, since the whole of it has not come to rest in public domain, he is exempt. Said R. Yohanan, a stone located in public domain, 10 high and 4 broad, he who takes something in it into public domain, or from public domain to the stone, is liable. Samuel said, a basket full of produce located in public domain 10 high and 4 broad, he who takes produce from it to the public domain, or from the public domain to the basket, is exempt. Do they then differ? Here we deal with a basket that one turned on its side, and there he has not turned it on its side. Arbun bar Haya asked, if one uprooted a rock in public domain 10 high and 4 broad, how do you deal with such a case, tantamount to taking something from the stone into public domain or from public domain to the stone? Or to transporting from the public domain to some other public domain? Rabbis of Caesarea say Ar Yohanan asked, if one put something 5 tall on top of 5 tall, how do you treat the two, taking something from private domain to neutral domain, from neutral domain to private domain, from private domain to another private domain? 10:3 He who takes out, whether in his right hand or in his left, in his lap or on his shoulder, is liable, for so is the manner of carrying by the children of Kohat. Or in his wallet with its mouth downward, between his wallet and his cloak, in the hem of his cloak, in his shoe, in his sandal, he is exempt. For he has not carried out the way people carry out. Ar Yaseh raised the question, if so, if one took as much as a fig out on his shoulder, he is liable. But is this the sort of way in which the children of Kohat carried an object? And it is written, and Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest shall have charge of the oil for the light, the fragrant incense, the continual cereal offering, and the anointing oil. The oil for the light in his right hand, the fragrant incense, in his left hand, the continual cereal offering for that day suspended from his arm, and as to the anointing oil, where was it located? Arabun in the name of Eleazar, he had a kind of small flask in his wallet. If you say that he personally was small, Joshua b. Levi said, it is written, and Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest was to be chief over the leaders of the Levites. He was the greatest among those who went up on the platform. Judah b. Rabbi said, he was counselor. Hiah taught, and why was he called Markel? Because he was master over all. But one should not grate in the palace of the king. Said Levi, it is written, and the priest shall put on his linen garment and put his linen breeches upon his body, and he shall take up the ashes. But one should not show oneself great in the palace of the king. 10:4 He who intends to carry out something in front of him, and it slipped behind him, is exempt. Behind him and it slipped in front of him, he is liable. Truly did they say, a woman who wore drawers, whether in front of her or behind her, is liable, for they are likely to be moved around. Judah says, also, letter carriers. There we have learned, Simeon Chazuri and Simeon say, they did not dispute about something that falls into a single category, that he is liable. Concerning what did they dispute? Concerning something that falls into two distinct categories. For Eleazar declares him liable for a sin offering and Joshua exempts. Ilah in the name of Eleazar, we deal with something which falls into two categories, and he is exempt. If he intended to carry it out behind him and it slipped in front of him, he is liable. This accords with the view of him who said, they dispute about something which falls into two categories. But in accord with him who said that they disputed something which falls into a single category, here it is a single category, and he is liable. Ilah in the name of Eleazar, it is subject to a dispute among Tanite authorities. He who said there, he is liable, also here holds that he is liable. He who said there, he is exempt, maintains here too that he is exempt. Truly, said Eleazar, every place in which the language, truly, is used, represents a law revealed to Moses at Sinai. 10:5 One who carries out a loaf of bread into the public domain is liable. Two people carried it out, they are exempt. One person could not carry it out, but two people carried it out, they are liable. And Simeon declares, one who carries out food in a volume less than the specified measure in a utensil is exempt even on account of the utensil, for the utensil is secondary to it. A living person in a bed is exempt even on account of the bed, for the bed is secondary to him. A corpse in a bed, he is liable. And so an olive's bulk of corpse matter and an olive's bulk of carrion and a lentil's bulk of a dead creeping thing is liable. And Simeon declares exempt. By doing, an individual who performed is liable, while two or three who performed it are exempt. Yoshia, from the south, said before Yase in the name of Aha, as to the canes of a weaver Rabbi declares them exempt. Eleazar b. Simeon declares them liable. Rabbi said to, that is what I heard from your father. He said to him, I served father while standing up, you served him seated in your sessions. Now was Rabbi the disciple of Simeon b. Yohei? Was he not the disciple of Jacob bar Kodshi? But this is what he said to him, I served father standing up, you served your master seated in your sessions. When Eleazar b. Simeon entered the council house, the face of Rabbi would darken. His father said to him, and that is well and good. This one is a lion, son of a lion, while you are merely a lion, son of a fox. After Eleazar died, Rabbi sent and sought his widow. She said to him, will a vessel used for what is holy now be used for what is ordinary? Said Samuel bar Isaac, that which you have said addresses a case in which they needed the utensils, for instance, in the case of berries. But if they did not need the utensils, one is liable also for taking out the utensil. A living person in a bed is exempt even on account of taking out the bed, for a living person bears his own weight. If he carried out a corpse in a bed, he is liable. This represents the view of all parties, for has it not been taught, a bad smell, in any volume at all? So R. Ila said, even R. Simeon will concur in this ruling. And does R. Simeon concur with regard to the transportation of things which are forbidden to be used for benefit? Said R. Yudan, interpret to speak of a Gentile corpse, or, a case in which does not produce a bad smell but someone took out for his dog. It has been taught, a half olive's bulk of corpse matter, a half olive's bulk of carrion, and less than a lentil's bulk of a dead creeping thing, he is liable. And R. Simeon declares him exempt. What is the reason for the position of R. Simeon? The source of uncleanness is too small in volume to impose liability for uncleanness. What is the reason for the view of rabbis? It accords with the statement of R. Yudan, interpret to speak of a Gentile corpse, or one which does not produce a bad smell, but someone took out the corpse matter for his dog. 10:6 He who pares his fingernails with one another, or with his teeth, so too his head, mustache, or beard, and likewise she who dresses her hair, puts on eyeshadow, or rouges her face. R. Eliezer declares liable. And sages prohibit because of he who picks from a pot which has a hole is liable. Which has no hole, he is exempt. But R. Simeon exempts him both in this case and in that case. R. Abahu in the name of R. Yasebi R. Hanana, where do they differ? It is when the person has pared his own nails, but if someone else did so, they are repulsive. And as to the view of sages, R. Aha, R. Nahum in the name of Rab. Under no circumstances is one liable unless he removes into a basket. R. Abahu in the name of R. Yasebi. Hanana, she who does up hair is liable on account of building. And that view accords with what R. Yohanan said in the name of R. Benaiah, in our locale they call one who braids hair a builder. Said R. Zira, is it not more logical that it is on account of weaving? The views assigned to R. Zira are inconsistent. For elsewhere R. Zira said, R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, he who braids 3 hairs on a man is liable on account of weaving. Said R. Zira, is not weaving also spinning? And here he has said this. Here we speak of a case in which the hair is abundant, and there we speak of a case in which the hair is sparse. That which you have said applies to man, but as to a domesticated beast, this is clean. Accords with the following, which has been taught, he who makes a band to beautify, to tie around an animal's chest, or for the neck of a beast it is clean. That which you have said applies to those that are laid out flat. But as to those that are doubled up, whether man or beast, such a thing is susceptible to uncleanness. She who puts on eyeshadow is liable on account of writing. She who rouges her face is liable on account of dyeing. Isaac bar Orion said, where do they dispute? Only in a case in which one did not pull up the plant at the point of perforation. But if one pulled up the plant at the point of perforation, even R. Simeon concurs. R. Jeremiah asked, if the hole of the pot was in the land, but the hole in the bottom was outside of the land. One is able to say that, what is a problem to R. Jeremiah is simple for Isaac b. Orion. Are these the points at issue? Lo, you have others, a pot with a hole in it serves to sanctify the vineyard, and one without a hole does not sanctify the vineyard. A pot with a hole does not impart susceptibility to seeds, and one without does so. He who picks something from a pot with a hole is liable, and he who does so from a pot with no hole is exempt. R. Yase said the following without citing an authority. R. Hananiah produced it in the name of R. Samuel b. R. Isaac. The Torah has provided abundant rules to preserve the insusceptibility of seed. What is the scriptural basis for this view? And if any part of their carcass falls upon any seed for sowing that is to be sown, it is clean. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 11. 11:1 One who throws from private domain to public domain, from public domain to private domain, is liable. From private domain to private domain, and public domain intervenes, our Akaba declares liable. And sages exempt. Throwing is a derivative of transporting an object. Despite the dispute at M1:1 BD, there is no difference between the view of and the view of rabbis, that the object must come to rest from public domain into the private domain. In the view of rabbi, even if it did not come to rest. In the view of rabbis, if it came to rest. Said Rba Barhuna, in the name of Rabbi imposed liability only in a case in which there was a private domain that was roofed over. A statement of R. Yohanan indicates that even if the area is not roofed over. For Rmi, in the name of R. Yohanan, that law when the writ has fallen into the airspace of the partition. Rmi raised the question before R. Yohanan. The Mishnah follows the view of Rabbi. For Rabbi treats the contained airspace of a partition as materially present. He said to him, here, with regard to writs of divorce, it represents the opinion of all parties. But they objected. Rabbi says, we deal with roofed over, and here you say that it is not roofed over. What is the difference between the law governing writs of divorce and the law governing the Sabbath? Said Arila, with regard to the Sabbath, it is written, you shall not do any labor, and this happens by itself. With regard to the present matter, however, and he shall place it in her hand, you can formulate exempt or liable. Lo, you must say that it speaks of clean or unclean. It must follow that we should not read exempt, here, but rather, permitted / 11:3 He who throws 4 cubits toward a wall above 10 handbreadths, it is as if he threw it into the air. Below 10 handbreadths, it is as if he threw it onto the ground. He who throws 4 cubits on the ground is liable. He threw within the space of 4 cubits and it rolled beyond 4 cubits, he is exempt. Beyond 4 cubits and it rolled back within 4 cubits, he is liable. The Mishnah speaks of which has no niche. But if there is a niche, then there is a dispute between our Meir and sages. Our Meir holds the view that whether or not is 4 cubits by 4 cubits, you regard the wall as if the hole is enlarged. Rabbis hold that view that if is 4 by 4, one regards the wall as raised, and if not, one does not regard the wall as raised, but as closed up. Our Histah said, we deal with a wall that slopes downward toward the earth. But will the object not in the end come back down to the earth? Our Haya, in the name of Ar Yohanan, interpret to involve a fat fig, which stuck to the wall. Our Haggai asked before Ar Yase, is that not to say that the sloping side of the terrace is regarded as part of the ground beneath? He said to him, in that case the seeds derive benefit from the terraces, while here, people generally walk along the wall, and the fig will fall off. Had he said, we deal with a case in which there was a niche in the wall, and it derives benefit from the niche in the wall, just as the seeds derive benefit from the furrow, that would have been well. Ar Yase, Ar Abau, in the name of Ar Yohanan, we deal with a case in which the wall was sloping downward. This is in line with the following, which we have learned, beyond 4 cubits and it rolled back within 4 cubits, he is liable. Ar Hezekiah, Ar Abau, in the name of Ar Yohanan, and a case in which the object has come to rest. 11:4 He who throws 4 cubits into the sea is exempt. If it was shallow water and a public path passed through it, he who throws into it 4 cubits is liable. And what is the measure of shallow water? Less than 10 handbreadths in depth. Shallow water, and a public path passed through it, he who throws into it to a distance of 4 cubits is liable. It is not the end of the matter that one throws the object only 4 cubits into the sea. But even if he should throw it over the entire sea, he would be exempt, for the entire sea is regarded as neutral domain. And why have you repeated the same statement twice? Ar Hananah, in the name of Ar Phineas, it deals with 2 different shallow areas, one in which the public go, the other in which the public go only in case of dire necessity. That you should not say, in this latter instance, since the public use this path only in a case of dire necessity, it does not fall into the category of public domain, but rather private domain. Accordingly, it is necessary to say that it is public domain too. 11:5 He who throws from the sea to dry land, or from dry land to the sea, or from the sea to a boat, or from a boat to the sea, or from one boat to another, is exempt. Boats are tied together, they move. If they are not tied together, even though they lie close together, they do not move from one to the other. Abba Bar Arhuna said, it is a case in which they are tied together by reed. Ar Yaseh Br Bun said, and applies to a case in which they prepared a meal of commingling. Both Ar Haya and Ar Imma, both in the name of Ar Eliezer, one said, when there is a space no greater than 4 cubits between. The other said, that is so even when there is a space of 4 cubits between. And we do not know which one held this opinion and which one held that. On the basis of what Ar Yaseh, Ar Jacob Bar Zabadi, Ar Haya in the name of Ar Eliezer, said, even if they are not 10 handbreadths high, it follows that he is the one who has said, that is the case when there is a space no greater than 4 cubits between. They proposed to rule, he who said, that is the case when the space between is no greater than 4 cubits, even if they are not 10 handbreadths high. And he who said, they must be 10 handbreadths high, even when the space between the boats is greater than 4 cubits. Said Ar Hananiah son of Ar Hillel, and that is the case when the whole of the airspace of the neutral domain lies within 10 handbreadths. A boat in the sea, 10 handbreadths high, they do not carry from to the sea or from the sea into it. Ar Judah says, 10 handbreadths deep but not 10 handbreadths high, they do carry from it to the sea, but not from the sea to it. Ar Abahu said. Ar Yohanan asked, and why is it permitted to carry from within to the sea? Is it because it is not 10 handbreadths high? If so, then even from the sea to the boat. And why is it prohibited to carry from the sea to the boat? Is it because it is 10 handbreadths deep? If so, then even from the boat to the sea. Said Arabun, and why is it permitted to carry from within the boat to the sea? It is because of danger. A rock in the sea 10 handbreadths high, they do not carry anything from it to the sea or from the sea to it. Less than the specified dimensions, lo, this is permitted. So long as it is equivalent in area to a space sufficient for the sowing of 2 seahs of seed. What is the difference between a rock and a ship? A ship rises and falls, while the rock remains in place. But, is it not in the status of neutral domain? Is it not permitted to carry in neutral domain only in an area of 4 cubits? Said Ar Ila, it is concerning the opening clause, a rock in the sea 10 handbreadths high, they do not carry anything from it to the sea or from the sea to it. If it is larger than the specified dimensions, it is treated as a partition surrounded by seeds, in which case it is permitted to carry within it only 4 cubits. If it is less than these dimensions, they carry from it to the sea, and from the sea to it, and they carry in it. Arbun Bar Haya asked, if so, then if there are 2 neutral domains adjacent to one another, may they carry from one to the other? Said Ar Hananiah, son of Ar Hillel, since the sea surrounds on all sides, it is as if the whole forms a single neutral domain. Ar Hamnana said, a plank which protrudes from a ship, and is less than 4 cubits in breadth, it is permitted to sit on it and to utilize it for one's bodily needs on the Sabbath. Said Ar Mana, if he had referred to a broken down box, it would have been preferable. Said Ar Abun, he who wants to provide a remedy for a ship, so that he may pour out slops from it on the Sabbath, puts a board out for 3 cubits, in the case of a board which is 4 cubits broad, and you regard the partitions as if they ascend. Ar Jacob Bar Aha in the name of Ar Hamnana. For the entire space, 3 cubits within the partition is regarded as an extension of the partition. Ar Isaac Br Eliezer instructed Ar Hashaya Br Shimei, who would go out on the sea, to make for himself a broken down basket. 11:6 He who throws and realizes after it leaves his hand, another person caught it, a dog caught it, or it burned up in a fire, he is exempt. He threw it intending to inflict a wound, whether on a man or on a beast, and realizes before it inflicted the wound. He is exempt. This is the general principle. All those who may be liable to sin offerings in fact are not liable unless both at the beginning and the end, there is done inadvertently. if the beginning of there is inadvertent and the end is deliberate, the beginning deliberate and the end inadvertent, they are exempt unless both at the beginning and at the end there is inadvertent. The meaning of the Mishnah is that the man then acted deliberately. And this poses a problem, for if someone shot an arrow to kill a living being, and people admonished him, and he repented, does that fact mean a thing? In the end one must rule that he has acted deliberately. Aryase b. Hananah said, if the man acted inadvertently, this means, in ignorance of the fact that he violates a negative commandment, and if he acted deliberately, this means, in full awareness of the fact that he violates a negative commandment. R. Joshua b. Levi said, if the man did the deed inadvertently, this means, in ignorance of the fact that the penalty is extirpation, and if he did it deliberately, it is in full awareness of the fact that the penalty is extirpation. R. Simeon b. Yohei presented a teaching which supports the position of R. Joshua b. Levi, reviles the Lord, and that person shall be cut off. Note that even if he did the deed deliberately, knowing he is subject to extirpation, admonish him, and he is flogged and brings a sin offering. R. Abahu in the name of R. Yohanan, if one is deliberate in respect to forbidden fat, but he is inadvertent is to bring a sin offering, admonish him, and he is flogged, and he brings an offering. It has been taught, people should not engage themselves in forbidden fat or forbidden sexual connections. He who engages himself in a matter involving the Sabbath is exempt, while if he does so in a matter involving forbidden fat or forbidden marital connections, he is liable. What would be a practical instance? He said, Lo, I shall harvest a half fig, and then he harvested a whole fig, he is exempt. Lo, I shall eat a half olive's bulk, and he ate a whole olive's bulk, he is liable. Lo, I shall merely warm myself up beside her, and he began an act of sexual relations with her, he is liable. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 12. 12:1 He who builds, how much must he build so as to become liable? He who builds in any measure at all. He who hews stone, strikes with a hammer or adds, bores in any measure at all is liable. This is the governing principle, whoever on the Sabbath performs a forbidden act of labor and his act of labor endures is liable. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, also, he who hits with a hammer on an anvil when he is performing an act of labor is liable. For he is tantamount to one who improves act of labor. What sort of building was involved in the tabernacle? They would put the boards on top of the bases. But was this not merely temporary? Said Aryase, since they would encamp and journey on instructions, was it as if it were temporary? Said Aryase b. Arbun, since the Holy One, blessed be he, had promised them that he would bring them into the land, was it as if it were permanent? That would imply even at the side. That would imply even putting something on top of something else. That would imply that building on top of utensils building. The bases are equivalent to the ground. It has been taught, if one party brings the stone, and the other party brings the mortar, the one who brings the mortar is liable. Aryase says, both of them are liable. Aryase maintains that a stone without mortar building. All parties concur that if one put on the mortar first and then laid the stone, he is liable. The builder who set the keystone is liable. To whom is such a matter an issue? To rabbis. One who makes walls and one who makes the doorposts are liable on the count of building. He who hews out stones or pillars or millstones, who cuts mosaics or who hews clods are liable on the count of hewing. R. Jeremiah in the name of Rab, he who assembles a folding couch on the Sabbath is liable on the count of building. Said R. Zira, he is merely in the status of one who takes a brick and places it on top of other bricks on the Sabbath. R. Hamnana instructed the exilarch to disassemble a folding table on the Sabbath. R. Huna bar Hiah was with him. R. Judah heard and said, he who gave such instructions has never learned nor served. Said R. Shimei, he who gave those instructions gave instructions in accord with the view of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel. For it has been taught, the boards of a ship or a crib, the legs of a bed, the feet of a table, and the handle of a knife at its head lo, one should not put any of these back into place, but if he did so, lo, he is exempt. But if he hammered them in, lo, he is liable. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, if they were loose, he may take them out and put them back. It has been taught, if they are fully attached, there is a connection so far as concerns uncleanness or sprinkling. If they are affixed, there is a connection for uncleanness, but no connection for sprinkling. If they can be removed and replaced, there is no connection either for uncleanness or for sprinkling. And here you say this, there it is usual to affix. If one has not affixed them, there is no connection. But here when one fully attaches the part, that completes the manufacturing of. It has been taught, R. Simi says, he who assembles a curved horn is liable. And a flat one he is exempt. R. Eliezer b. R. Simeon says, the branches of a candelabrum is liable, and of a plasterer's pole is exempt. On what count is he liable for the branches of a candelabrum? Both are abou in the name of R. Yohanan and R. Huna say, it is on the count of building. On what count is he exempt if the joint of a plasterer's pole? It is because it goes from above to below. They objected, lo, he who digs in sandy ground, lo, this is from above to below, and yet you rule that he is liable. Said R. Samuel bar Yudan, in this case, it is because it is only temporary, while in that case, it is permanent. Samuel says, he who puts up the shutters of a shop is liable on the count of building. Now there is a problem, is it possible that in regard to a matter which, done on the Sabbath, incurs liability to a sin offering the house of Hillel will permit the replacing on a festival day? R. Hananiah in the name of R. Yohanan they permitted at the end because of at the outset, for if you maintain that he may not replace the doors, then he will not even open. Then let him not open? Then he will diminish the enjoyment of the festival. Said R. Aha, he may replace the doors, on condition that he not do so as completely as is necessary. Said R. Yase bar Bun, when there is no door, but if there is a door, let him use what is near the door. The Mishnah accord with the view of R. Simeon, for it has been taught, he who digs, scrapes, or cuts thorns in any measure at all, lo, this one is liable. R. Simeon says, unless he digs the whole of it, unless he scrapes the whole of it, unless he cuts thorns off the whole of it. He who paints a picture unless he paints the whole of it. He who tans a hide unless he tans the whole of it. But R. Jacob bar Aha said, it accords only with the view of R. Simeon, for R. Simeon has said, does not treat part of an act of labor as tantamount to the whole of it, while rabbis treat part of an act of labor as tantamount to the whole of it. Now there is this problem with the view of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, if one had taken in order to harvest grain, but did not in fact harvest any grain, does this amount to anything? Said R. Ada, the view of R. Simeon b. Gamaliel accords with the view of R. Judah, for it has been taught, R. Judah says, he who closes up the web and he who beats the woof, lo, this one is liable, because it is as if he smooths things out with his own hand. Here he is liable because it is as if he smooths things out with his own hand. 12:2 He who plows in any measure whatsoever, he who weeds, he who cuts off dead leaves, and he who prunes in any measure whatsoever, is liable. He who gathers branches of wood if to improve in any measure at all, if for a fire in a measure sufficient to cook a small egg. He who gathers herbs if to improve in any measure at all, if it is for cattle in the measure of a lamb's mouthful. What sort of plowing was done in the sanctuary? They plowed so as to plant herbs. And how much plowing renders one liable? R. Matina said, sufficient for planting one leek. RBA in the name of Rab, sufficient for planting a seed of wheat. There we have learned, 2 cucumber seeds, 2 gourd seeds. It has been taught, as to meat and wheat, 2 seeds. R. Samuel in the name of R. Zira, since wheat seed is especially valuable, they treated it as equivalent to all other garden seed that is not itself eaten. Why do I need, if it is to improve the field in any measure at all, if it is for cattle to eat in the measure of a lamb's mouthful? 12:3 He who writes two letters, whether with his right hand or with his left, whether the same letter or two different letters, or with two pigments, in any alphabet, is liable. Said Aryase, they imposed liability to letters only because of making a mark. For so did they write on the boards of the tabernacle, to determine which was paired with which. Said Judah, we find that a short name comes from a long name, Shem from Shimeon or from Shemuel, Noah from Nahor, Dan from Daniel, Gad from Gadiel. Who stands behind the view that merely making a mark incurs liability? It is Aryase. What is the meaning of, in any language? Even if he wrote Aleph as Alpha. And should one not take account of the possibility of putting what belongs below above, and what belongs above below? The boards were cut like pens. But should one not take account of the possibility of putting what belongs on the inside outside, and what belongs on the outside inside? There were rings which indicated the outer side. And should one not take account of the possibility that one may exchange? Said Aha, the marks were written diagonally, so they could not exchange them. Said Imi, and you shall erect the tabernacle according to its judgment. Now is there such a thing as judgment for pieces of wood? But whichever beam has gotten the merit of being placed at the north, let it be placed at the north, and whichever had the merit of being placed at the south, let it be placed at the south. Members of the households of Arhashiah and of Barpazi would go up and greet the patriarch every day. And the members of the house of Barhashiah went in first and came out first. The house of Barpazi went and married into the house of the patriarch. Then they came and sought to go in first. So they appealed to Imi. Rabbi said to them, and you shall erect the tabernacle according to its judgment. Now is there such a thing as judgment for pieces of wood? But this beam has gotten the merit of being placed at the north, so let it be placed at the north, the other had the merit of being placed at the south, let it be placed at the south. Two families in Sephores, Bulvadi and Pagani, would go up and greet the patriarch every day. And the Bulvadi family would go in first and come out first. The Pagani family went and acquired merit in learning. Then they came and sought the right to go in first. So they appealed to Simeon b. Lachish. Simeon b. Lachish asked Yohanan. Yohanan went and gave a talk in the schoolhouse of Benaiah, but if the mamzer was a disciple of a sage and a high priest was an ignoramus, the mamzer who is a disciple of a sage takes precedence over a high priest who is an ignoramus. Now they considered interpreting the Mishnah passage to refer to the matter of redemption, or to providing clothing or food. But to status in the session it should not apply. Said Arabun, also to status in the session of the court. And what is the scriptural basis for this opinion? She is more precious than jewels. And even than this who enters the Holy of Holies. It has been taught, and Gad from Gadiel. They replied to Judah, and are not these, written full length while the others are written bent? It has been taught in the name of Judah, if one wrote the same letter twice, but it forms a word, he is liable, for instance SHSH, TT, GG, RR, HH. And rabbis say, if one wrote two letters under any circumstances. It turns out that there are lenient rulings and strict rulings. In the view of Judah, you have given a lenient ruling and a strict ruling, and in the viewpoint of rabbis, you have given a lenient ruling. In the view of Judah, if one wrote the same letter twice, and they form a word, in the view of Judah, one is liable. In the view of rabbis, he is exempt. The lenient ruling as against the viewpoint of rabbis is this: if one wrote two letters under any circumstances, even though they do not form a name, in the view of rabbis, he is liable. In the view of Judah, he is exempt. The opinions attributed to Judah are inconsistent. For it has been taught, is it possible that one is liable only for writing the entire name, for weaving the entire garment, for sifting the entire contents of the sieve? Scripture therefore says, part of one, any one of them. If part of one of these actions, is it possible that he is liable for having written only a single letter, woven only a single thread, preparing only a single sifting with a sieve or a sifter? Scripture says, and does any? How so? One is liable only if he does an act of labor, the like of which endures. And here he has said thus: he who closes up the web and he who beats the woof, lo, this one is liable, because it is as if he smooths it out with his own hand. 12:4 He who writes 2 letters during a single spell of inadvertence is liable. He wrote with ink, caustic, red dye, gum, or copperas, or with anything which leaves a mark on 2 walls, or on 2 leaves of a tablet, which are read with one another, he is liable. He who writes on his flesh is liable. He who scratches a mark on his flesh, our Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering. And our Joshua declares him exempt. If one wrote with ink on vegetable leaves, with liquids or fruit juice on a proper tablet, he is exempt unless he writes with something which lasts on something which lasts. Our Jacob bar Aha, our Yaseh in the name of our Eliezer, if one wrote 1 letter in Tiberias, and another letter in Sephores, he is liable. And lo, have we not learned, if they are not read together, he is exempt? Said Rba bar Mammal, in the proper order. In the case of witnesses who do not know how to sign their names, are Simeon b. Lachish said, one makes a mark before them in ink, and they sign in red paint, or in red paint, and they sign in ink. Said to him our Yohanan, because we are engaged in a discussion of the laws of the Sabbath, shall we make a law regarding the release of a man's wife? Rather, one brings a blank piece of paper and cuts the letters before them, and they then sign their names. But is this not the handwriting of the first party? But rather one broadens the tier before them. Armana raised the question, and why do we not rule that he makes an outline before them in water? If one comes and attempts to blot out, the erasure still is visible. He who cuts an inscription in leather in the form of writing it is a valid writ of divorce. He who marks a mark on leather in the form of writing the writ is invalid. Said our Eliezer to them, now did not Ben Satra learn only in such wise? They said to them, because of one fool shall we impose liability on all intelligent folk. And he writes her and not incises. And he writes, and not when he forms letters by dropping. And he writes, not when he powers. And he writes, not when he incises. There are Tanaim who teach that he may even incise it. Said Arhisda, one who said he may not incise it to digging out the place of the letters, as in the case of a dinar. He who said one may incise the letters points to a writing tablet. And he writes, and not when he drops. Our Yudan bar Shalom and our Matino one said, that is when he does not join the dots together, and the other said, even if he join the dots. And he writes, not when he powers. Said our Hayabar Ba, the Easterners are very clever. When one of them wants to send a confidential letter to his fellow, he writes it in a solution of gallnut, and the recipient of the letter powers over it untanned ink which settles on the writing. If one has done so on the Sabbath, what is the law? Both our Yohanan and our Simeon b. Lachish say, and that AP plies when he has written in ink on top of ink, or in red paint on top of red paint. But if he wrote in ink on top of red paint or red paint on top of ink, he is liable. Our Isaac bar Mesher Shiaya in the name of the rabbis over there, he is liable on 2 counts, on the count of blotting out and on the count of writing. 12:5 One wrote with fluids, fruit juice, dirt from the street, writer's sand, or with anything which does not leave a lasting mark, he is exempt. He wrote with the back of his hand, with his foot, mouth, or elbow, he wrote one letter alongside a letter already written, he wrote a letter on top of a letter, he intended to write a het and wrote 2 zayins, one on the ground and one on the beam, he wrote on the 2 walls of the house, on the 2 sides of a tablet, so that they cannot be read with one another, he is exempt. He wrote one letter as an abbreviation, our Joshua b. Betera declares him liable. And sages declare him exempt. If one was supposed to write the divine name and instead intended to write, Judah, but forgot and did not write the D, lo, the divine name stands blotted out, and he then confirms it in the status of sanctification. R. Judah says, he passes the pen over it and confirms it. They said to him, then he does not do it in the best possible way. The theories assigned to R. Judah are at variance. There he says, it is not regarded as writing, and here he says, it is regarded as writing. It is in accord with his own theory that they replied to him, in accord with your theory, for you maintain that it is proper writing, it is not really of the best sort of writing. R. Jacob Bar Zabadi in the name of R. Abba did not maintain this view, but held that the positions assigned to R. Judah are at variance. There he says, it is not the best way to do things, so lo, the writing is indeed valid. But here he has said, if one writes on top of writing, it is not valid writing at all. What is the meaning of writing on top of writing? One above the other. What is the theory of R. Joshua B. Bidera? On the basis of a single letter, you may reconstruct the intention expressed by a number of letters. 12:6 He who writes two letters in two distinct spells of inadvertence, one in the morning and one at twilight, Rabban Gamaliel declares him liable. And sages declare him exempt. Now there is this problem with the position of Rabban Gamaliel. If one harvested about a fig's bulk of produce in the morning and then about a fig's bulk of produce at twilight in a single spell of inadvertence, is it possible to suppose that he is not liable? Just as two spells of inadvertence are not deemed distinct from one another in that case, so too they should not be deemed joined together. Armana said the following without specifying an authority, R. Abun in the name of R. Yohanan, the reason for the position of Rabban Gamaliel is this, in that case, there is no possibility of an act of knowing about only half of an act of labor. And along these same lines, is there no such thing as a deliberate violation of the law in the case of merely a half olive's bulk? If one ate half an olive's bulk of forbidden fat deliberately, and half an olive's bulk inadvertently, what is the law as to their joining together? Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 13. 13:1 R. Eliezer says, he who weaves three threads at the beginning, or one onto that which is already woven, is liable. And sages say, whether at the beginning or at the end, its measure is two threads. Said R. Ola, the reason for the view of R. Eliezer is that it is by means of adding the third thread that the act of labor is made permanent. Does R. Eliezer concur with R. Judah? For we have learned there, R. Judah says, that is the case only if he makes three fastenings and a sack and a basket that are bound together and patched with wool and linen, respectively, are joined together so as to fall under the law of diverse kinds. Said R. Simon, the reason for the view of R. Eliezer there is that it is by means of adding the third thread that the act of labor is made permanent. But here if there are less than 3 stitches, the hem may readily be separated. You may turn out to say that, in the view of R. Eliezer, there are times at which the requisite measure is 3, specifically, when it is at the beginning, sometimes there are 2, when it involves adding to a thread woven the preceding day, sometimes 1, when it involves adding to 2 woven the preceding day. Rabbis of Caesarea ask, what is the law in the case of one thread woven onto an already woven piece, one added to 2, one added to 3? Rabbis here say, if one thread is added to 2 already woven ones. If there was a large cloak, at the outset, only if he weaves 2 threads, and at the end even if any further thread at all. He who weaves 2 threads on the hem and on the border, lo, this one is liable. He who weaves 3 threads at the beginning, lo, this one is liable. To what is this likened? To a small belt 2 threads over the breadth of 3 meshes. And to the body of the woven material the requisite measure accords with the rule applying to weaving at the outset of the fabric. And as to single threads, even if it is at the end of the fabric, it is in the status of that which is already woven. And as to the veil, even if it is at the end, it is as if it is already woven. All concur in the case of him who writes the divine name on the Sabbath that he is liable only if he will complete. If one wrote 1 letter and thereby completed the writing of the whole name, or 1 letter and thereby completed the writing of the book, he is liable. If one wrote a single letter on an ordinary day, and a letter on the Sabbath, our Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering. And our Joshua declares him exempt. Why? It is either because the consideration of the lasting effect of the act of labor, or because it is not a case in which the second letter may be joined together with the first. Now see here. If someone wove one thread on an ordinary day, and the other thread on the Sabbath, is it possible that he would not be exempt from all liability? Is it possible, nonetheless, that the thread cannot be regarded as joined together? Therefore the reason is that the consideration of the lasting effect of the act of labor. This is in line with that which our Jacob bar Aha, our Yase in the name of our Eliezer, said, if one wrote one letter in Tiberias and the other letter in Sepphoris, he is liable. Otherwise then accords with our Eliezer. If one wrote one letter on this Sabbath, and another letter on the next Sabbath, our Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering. And our Joshua declares him exempt. Now look here. If one wrote one letter on an ordinary day and the other letter on the Sabbath, our Eliezer declares the man liable to a sin offering. If the issue then is doing so on one Sabbath and then on the next, is it not an argument of fortiori? No, it is necessary to state the matter on account of the position of sages, who declare him exempt. 13:2 He who makes two meshes for the heddles or the sleigh, in a sifter, sieve, or basket, is liable. He who sews two stitches. And he who tears in order to sew two stitches. The Aramaic words for heddles and sleigh are given in place of the Hebrew of M13:2a. RBA, R. Jeremiah in the name of Rab. He who tightens the sides of a thread on the Sabbath is liable on the count of sewing. We may say it is on the count of both sewing and tying. 13:3 He who tears because of his anger or on account of his bereavement, all those who effect destruction, are exempt. But he who destroys in order to improve the measure his is the same as for him who improves. They ask before RBA, in accord with that which you have said there, he who slaughters his sin offering on the Sabbath has effected atonement, but he must bring another one, and so too here, the rule should be that the man has not carried out his obligation to make a tear in his garment. But the rule should accord only with the theory of our Simeon, for our Simeon has said, one is liable only if he has demonstrated need for the deed done unto itself. Said to them, there the man has himself been the cause of the action, while here another 4.e is what has caused him to carry out the deed. Said our Yase, and even there, you may say, that an outside force has caused him to do the deed, since had someone not told him to bring a sin offering, how would the animals have attained expiation in his behalf? And you must conclude that the entire matter accords only with the theory of our Simeon. Associates asked before our Yase, did not our Yohanan state in the name of our Simeon b. Yasedek, as to stolen unleavened bread, may one not carry out his obligation through that unleavened bread for Passover? He said to them, in that case, the unleavened bread itself is subject to transgression, but in this case, it is the man that is subject to transgression. For do we maintain, if one has carried unleavened bread from private domain to public domain, he does not thereby carry out his obligation on Passover. It has been taught, as to stolen unleavened bread, it is forbidden to say a blessing over it. Said our Hoshea, this is on account of the following verse, for the wicked boasts of the desires of his heart, and the man greedy for gain curses and renounces the Lord. Said our Jonah, that which you have said applies at the outset, but, as to the end of the matter, is it not the case that the man merely owes the owner of the unleavened bread repayment for it? Our Jonah said, an act of transgression can never become an act in fulfillment of religious duty. Our Yase said, an act in fulfillment of religious duty can never become an act of transgression. Our Ila said, but if you will not hearken to me, and will not do all these commandments. The meaning is that if you have done them in accord with the religious requirement, they indeed are commandments, and if not, they are not commandments. 13:4 The measure for one who bleaches, hackles, dyes, or spins is a double sit. And he who weaves two threads his measure is a sit. There we have learned, he who carries out pieces of wood is liable if he takes out enough to cook a small egg, and here you say this? There we speak of taking out the dye for doing the work of dyeing, while here we speak of actually dyeing. 13:5 Arjuta says, he who hunts a bird into a tower trap, or a deer into a house, is liable. And sages say, a bird into a tower trap, or a deer into a house, into a courtyard, or into a corral. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, not all corrals are the same. This is the governing principle, it yet lacks further work of hunting, he is exempt. It does not lack further work of hunting, he is liable. Said Arhinana, the Mishnah does not accord with the view of Arjuta. For we have learned, he who hunts a bird into a tower trap or a deer into a house is liable. Lo, if one should hunt in a garden or a vivarium, one is exempt. The opinions assigned to Arjuta are inconsistent. For we have learned there, they do not catch fish in a vivarium on a festival day. And they do not cast food for them. Lo, as to a garden or a vivarium, one is exempt. Indicates that this is Judah's view. Yet at Mshab 13:5, Judah declares such a person liable. The opinions assigned to rabbis are inconsistent. For we have learned, he who drives a bird into a tower trap or a deer into a house, into a courtyard or into a corral, is liable. There we have learned, but they do catch a wild beast or fowl from a vivarium, and they do cast food for them. Lo, with regard to a garden or a courtyard, that is not permitted. Here an enclosed courtyard, and there we deal with a courtyard that is not enclosed. And lo, we have learned that we deal with a garden as well. Have you got the possibility of saying that a garden is enclosed? But here we deal with a large area, and there we deal with a small area. Arola said, they asked before our aha, shall we learn whatever lacks some phase of the process of hunting, one is liable, but whatever does not lack some phase of the process of hunting, one is exempt? He said to them, and are we not dealing with a case in which the beast is locked up in the courtyard or vivarium? Thus, whatever lacks some phase of the process of hunting is prohibited, but whatever does not lack some phase of the process of hunting is permitted. Said our Samuel, brother of our Berechiah, whatever must be caught by snares falls into the category of that which lacks some phase of the process of hunting, and whatever does not have to be caught by snares does not fall into the category of that which lacks some phase of the process of hunting. They slaughter animals kept in enclosures, but not those kept in hunting nets or bins. Ar Yase Barbun in the name of Ar Imi, this refers to a very large trap of the trappers. Samuel said, one may trap fish in a barrel. Rab said, it is permitted to do so at a fish dam in the river. Said Ar Yudan, that is so in the case of a dam which closes off the river entirely with a fine net. 13:6 A deer which entered a house, and someone locked it in, he is liable. Two people locked it in, they are exempt. One person could not lock the door, and two people did so. They are liable. And our Simeon declares them exempt. In doing it, an individual who does is liable, and 2 or 3 people who do are exempt. Arhuna said, if one person was strong and one weak, if the sick person locked the door as much as was required, and the healthy person did not lock the door as much as was required, the sick person is liable, and the healthy person is exempt. Ar Yase B Arbun in the name of Arhuna, if the deer was running in the normal way, and one had the intention of locking the door for himself, and he locked the door for himself and the deer, it is permitted. Ar Yase B Arbun in the name of Arhuna, if one saw a child struggling in the river and he had the intention of pulling him out, and to pull out a net full of fish with him, it is permitted. Ar Yase B Arbun in the name of Arhuna, if one was digging up a mound of stones and had the intention of bringing up and to bring up a sack of gold coins with the person, he still is permitted. 13:7 If one of them sat down at the doorway and did not completely fill it, but a second person sat down and finished filling it, the second person is liable. The first person sat down at the doorway and filled it up, and a second one came along and sat down at his side, even though the first one got up and went along, the first remains liable, and the second exempt. Lo, to what is this equivalent? To one who locks his house to shut it up, and a deer turns out to be shut up inside. Yerushalmi asked, what is the law as to putting food before them? The answer accords with that which we have learned there: they may not place water before bees or before pigeons in a dovecot, for they do not provide a remedy before something which was not ready in advance for use on the Sabbath. And here too the same law applies. Yerushalmi asked, what is the law on turning a utensil over on? The answer accords with that which our Simeon Br Yanai said, I did not hear this teaching from father. My sister reported to me in his name, an egg born on the festival they lean a utensil against it to keep it from rolling, but they do not turn a dish over on it. Samuel said, they may even turn a dish over on it. Yerushalmi asked, what is the law as to tying it with a rope? The answer accords with that which our Simeon B. Eliezer said, it is permitted to make use of the sides of a beast on the Sabbath. Lo, the same rule applies to the sides of a beast and the sides of a tree. In any case in which it is permitted to make use of the sides of a beast, it is permitted to tie up. In any case in which it is not permitted to make use of the sides of a beast, it also is forbidden to tie. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 14. 14:1 The 8 creeping things mentioned in the Torah, he who hunts them or wounds them is liable. And as to all other abominations and creeping things, he who wounds them is exempt. He who hunts them for use is liable. Not for use is exempt. A wild beast and a bird which are in his domain, he who hunts them is exempt. He who wounds them is liable. Arzarakan in the name of Imi, there was a dispute between our Yohanan and our Simeon B. Lakish. One said, represents the opinion of all parties. The other said, it is subject to dispute. Now we do not know which one has said this, and which one has said that. Said Arzira, let us sort out the respective positions of the rabbis on the basis of their statements, which we have learned there. In the case of the following, their skin is deemed tantamount to their flesh, the skin of man, the domestic pig. Ar Yaseh says, the skin of a wild pig also. Ar Yohanan said, they have taught this rule only in respect to the prohibition and to the matter of uncleanness. But as to flogging, the skin is regarded as hide, and they do not administer a flogging on its account in respect to the prohibition against eating carrion. Our Simeon B. Lakish said, Rabbi has formulated a seamless pericope of the Mishnah. Whether it is as to a prohibition or as to flogging or as to uncleanness, there is a Tannaitic teaching in support of the position of this party, and a Tannaitic teaching in support of the position of that one. The following Tannaitic teaching supports the view of Ar Yohanan: 8 creeping things have hides. Said Ar Yohanan B. Nuri, therefore I maintain, 8 creeping things have hides. The following Tannaitic passage supports the view of Ar Simeon B. Lakish: he who makes an injury in creeping things in the case of those that have hides, he is liable, and in the case of those that do not have hides, he is exempt. Ar Yohanan B. Nuri says, therefore I maintain, all creeping things have hides. Ar Yaseh B. Arbun in the name of Rab, it is a hide, and people are not flogged on its account in respect to the prohibition against eating carrion. And it is in accord with that which Ar Yohanan said. He who hunts flies and mosquitoes is liable. Ar Judah declares him exempt. And so did Ar Judah say, people are liable only on account of something which is ordinarily hunted. He who hunts locusts in the time of dew is exempt. In the time of heat, he is liable. Eliezer B. Mahabai says, also in the time of the heat, if they come on in dense columns, he is exempt. He who hunts a lame deer, a sick one, or a young one, is exempt. He who hunts an old one is liable. He is liable, for the beast closes one and opens another. Said Ar Yanai, it is permitted to kill a hornet on the Sabbath. And so it has been taught, these 5 may be killed on the Sabbath: the Egyptian fly, hornet of Nineveh, scorpion of Adiabene, snake in the land of Israel, and a mad dog anywhere. There was a case in which a snake fell in, and a Nabatean went and killed it. Said Rabbi, the snake was killed by its counterpart. But is this not one of the things that may be killed on the Sabbath? Interprets that statement to apply to a case in which these creatures have come to do harm. It has been taught, R. Jacob says, he who sees a snake or a scorpion within 4 cubits of himself was meant to die by their action, but the mercies of the Omnipresent are abundant. Said Rabban Simeon, under what circumstances? When he did not kill them. But if he killed them, then they came to him only so that he would be in a position to kill them. And sages say, one way or the other, they did not appear to him because of his merit. It is written, hear this, all peoples. Give ear, all inhabitants of the world. Ar-Aha said, R. Abahu and rabbis once said, why is everyone in the world compared to the weasel? Because whatever there is on dry land, there is in the sea. But there are many species in the sea which do not exist on dry land, and there is no counterpart to the weasel in the ocean. And the other said, why is everyone in the world compared to the weasel? Because just as the weasel drags things and leaves them without knowing to whom it leaves them, so all those who are in the world drag things and leave them, but they do not know for whom they leave them. Heaps up, and knows not who will gather. A wild beast and a bird which are in his domain, he who hunts them is exempt. He who wounds them is liable. The rule has been stated only with reference to the domain of man. Lo, if they were not within the domain of man, one is liable. Said Aryase, that is to say, an ox which rebelled, he who traps it on the Sabbath is liable. Rabbis of Caesarea, in the name of Arabitan, as to the hide of fowl, it is permitted to write a mezuzah on it. 14:2 They do not make pickling brine on the Sabbath. But one makes salt water and dips his bread in it or puts it into cooked food. Said Aryase, now is that not pickling brine, whether it is large quantity or small quantity? What is the sort of salt water which is permitted? One first puts oil into water or into salt. What is the difference between pickling brine and salt water? Pickling brine has to be prepared by an expert. Salt water does not have to be prepared by an expert. Arhuna said, anything into which one puts salt and the salt dissolves, this is salt water, but any in which the salt does not dissolve right away, this is pickling brine. Said Arabahu, any into which one puts an egg and the egg sinks down, this is salt water. And any into which the egg does not sink down, this is pickling brine. They prepare honeyed wine on the Sabbath. Aryase, in the name of Aryohanan, it is a mixture of wine, honey, and spices. Aryase, in the name of Aryohanan, it is permitted to mix these ingredients but forbidden to grind them up. Aryase, in the name of Aryohanan, that which is on the count of mixing is permitted, that which is on the count of grinding up is forbidden. Now here are we not dealing with something which is on the count of mixing? Arjuda b. Titus, Arjuda b. Pazi, Simeon bar ba, in the name of Aryohanan, the case here is different, for it constitutes the completion of the preparation of the mixture. Arabahu, in the name of Aryohanan, it is permitted to break up but forbidden to bring together. Arabahu, in the name of Aryohanan, as to garlic which one crushed, if it still lacks crushing, it is forbidden, but if it is to mix the oil of the garlic into the batch, it is permitted. There we have learned, garlic, unripe grapes or ears of green corn, which one was pressing while it was yet still day on Friday. R. Ishmael says, he may finish pressing them after nightfall. And R. Akaba says, he may not finish pressing them. R. Jacob bar Aha, R. Simeon bar Abba, in the name of R. Hanana, the dispute pertains only to unconsecrated food. As to heave offering food, the priests acted in accord with the position of R. Ishmael. 14:3 They do not eat Greek hyssop on the Sabbath, because it is not a food for healthy people. But one eats pennyroyal or drinks not grass water. All sorts of foods a person eats healing, and all such drinks he may drink, except for palm tree water or a cup of root water, because they are for jaundice. But one may drink palm tree water his thirst. And one anoints with root oil, not for healing. Somebody asked our Simeon bar Karsna, what is the law about drinking on the Sabbath water mixed with wine flavored with resin of cedar? He said to him, if it is for sheer enjoyment, it is permitted. If it is for healing, it is forbidden. But does it not affect the area within the lips? Interpret the to apply in particular to healing something which causes danger. But one eats pennyroyal, it is maidenhair. And drinks not grass water, that is what its name implies. RBA asked our Jeremiah, do we repeat the passage as purgative water or palm tree water? He said to him, purgative water, because it serves as a purgative for the esophagus. Said our Jonah, is it not more reasonable to read, palm tree water, which exudes from between two palm trees? Simeon bar Ba in the name of our Hananah, he who whispers puts oil on the head and whispers, but this is on condition that he not put the oil on by hand or with a utensil. Our Jacob bar Edi, our Yohanan in the name of our Yane, one may put it on whether by hand or by a utensil. What is at issue between them? Oil. He who says that one may put it on whether by hand or with a utensil holds that the oil is repulsive. He who says that one may put the oil on his head maintains that it is not repulsive. Said our Jonah, at issue between them is oil in the status of second tithe. He who said one may apply it whether by hand or by a utensil maintains the view that it is forbidden to use oil in the status of second tithe for the present purpose. He who maintains that one may apply oil on one's head and whisper regards doing so with oil in the status of second tithe as permitted. Said our Yase, and is it the case that whatever may be done on the Sabbath may be done with produce in the status of second tithe, and whatever is forbidden on the Sabbath is also forbidden with produce in the status of second tithe? And lo, it has been taught, a woman may rinse herself or her child off with wine on account of sweat, but as to doing so with heave offering, it is forbidden. Now the same rule applies to heave offering and to produce in the status of second tithe. What is the upshot of the matter? That is the case so long as the deed not be done on the Sabbath as it is done on an ordinary day. They whisper for the eye and the intestines, for snakes and scorpions, and they pass over the eye on the Sabbath. There was the case of our Akaba, who had eye trouble on the Sabbath, and they passed a utensil over it on the Sabbath. Both Rab and Arhiah say, 99 die of eye, and one at the hands of heaven. Our Hananah and Samuel both maintain, 99 die of cold and one at the hands of heaven. Rab rules in accord with his own theory, and so does our Hananah. Since Rab lived over there, where the evil eye is everywhere, he maintained, 99 die on account of eye, and one at the hands of heaven. Since our Hananah lived in Sephores, which is cold, he maintained, 99 die of cold, and one at the hands of heaven. Our Samuel bar Naaman in the name of our Jonathan, 99 die of heat prostration, and one at the hands of heaven. Rabbis say, 99 die on account of transgression, and one at the hands of heaven. Our Honiah, Jacob of Ephrata in the name of Rab, and the Lord will take away from you all sickness. This refers to burning. Our Hunah, and it is taught in the name of our Eliezer b. Jacob, and the Lord will take away from you all sickness. This refers to ambition. For our Eliezer said, he will put an iron yoke on your neck. This refers to greed. Said our Abun, and the Lord will take away from you all sickness. This refers to the evil impulse. For in the beginning it is sweet, but at the end it is bitter. Our Tanhuma in the name of our Eliezer, and our Menema in the name of Rab, and the Lord will take away from you all sickness. This refers to bile. For our Eliezer said, 99 die of bile, and one at the hands of heaven. They may bathe in the great sea and in the waters of Tiberias, even though one has the intention of finding healing, but not in steeping water or in the waters of Sodom. Under what circumstances? When one is seeking to find healing. Lo, if it is to rise up from the status of uncleanness to the status of cleanness, it is permitted to do so. Said our Samuel, brother of our Berechiah, but that is on condition that he not tarry in the water. It has been taught, they may anoint a sick person on the Sabbath with aromatic water. Under what circumstances? When one has made the mixture on Friday. But if one did not make the mixture on Friday, it is forbidden to do so. They do not mix wine and oil for a sick person on the Sabbath. Said R. Simeon b. Eleazar, R. Meir permitted to mix wine and oil and to anoint a sick person on the Sabbath. And once he fell ill, and we wanted to prepare so for him, but he did not let us do so. We said to him, Our master, will you nullify your own opinion during your lifetime? He said to us, Even though that happens to be my opinion, my heart has never been so puffed up in my whole life as to let me violate the opinion of my colleagues. 14:4 He who is pained by his teeth may not suck vinegar through them. But he dunks in the normal way, and if he is healed, he is healed. He who is pained by his loins may not anoint them with wine or vinegar. But he anoints with oil, not with rose oil. Princes anoint themselves with rose oil on their wounds, since it is their way to do so on ordinary days. R. Simeon says, all Israelites are princes. It is written, like vinegar to the teeth, and smoke to the eyes, and yet you say this? Said R. Simeon bar Ba, the Mishnah speaks of vinegar deriving from fruit. Said R. Eleazar bar Yase, and you may even maintain that Mishnah, what is good for what is sick is bad for what is healthy. It has been taught he may not suck wine and vinegar through them and spit it out. But he sucks and swallows. The Mishnah indicates that one is prohibited to suck the vinegar and to swallow it, for we have learned, he who is pained by his teeth may not suck vinegar through them. How then? It accords either with the view of Rabbi or with the view of all parties. It deals with the case of one who sucks on vinegar after it has been rendered liable to the separation of heave offering. R. Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, he who chews grains of wheat in the status of heave offering is flogged. R. Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, he who sucks vinegar in the status of heave offering is flogged. He who sucks vinegar in the status of heave offering pays back the value of the principal, but need not pay the added fifth. He who chews on pieces of wheat in the status of heave offering pays the value of the principal but does not pay back the added fifth. Rabbi says, I maintain that he pays both the principal and the added fifth. R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Imi, sages concur with Rabbi in the case of one who swallows vinegar in the status of heave offering after it has been rendered liable to the separation of tithes and heave offering, that he has to pay the principal and the added fifth, for vinegar restores the soul. Associates in the name of Rba bar Zabeda, any which is located from the lips and inward do they heal on the Sabbath. R. Zira objected, Lo, we have learned in the Mishnah, he who is suffering from his teeth may not suck vinegar through them. Now are not the teeth interior to the lips? R. Zira did not rule as has been stated, but R. Zira in the name of R. Abba bar Zabeda, whatever is located from the throat and inward do they heal on the Sabbath. R. Zira, Rba bar Zutra, R. Hananah in the name of Rabbi, they raise up the bone of the head on the Sabbath. R. Haya bar Mareya, R. Jonah, R. Zira, Rba bar Zutra, R. Hananah in the name of Rabbi, they remove swollen glands of the throat on the Sabbath. There they say in the name of R. Yohanan, an eye which became inflamed do they treat on the Sabbath. R. Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, to hands and feet are a danger. R. Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, reddening is a danger. Said R. Abun, they remove the stinger of a scorpion on the Sabbath. Rab said, wine may be placed outside of the eyes, but may not be placed inside of the eyes. Samuel said this, it is prohibited to put tasteless spit into the eye on the Sabbath. From this case you learn the rule as to treating scabs. Rabbis of Caesarea say this, in the shape of a frog is a danger. R. Hezekiah Achaia said in the name of rabbis of Caesarea, a wound from a spider's bite is a danger. R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, a burn is a danger. Said R. Jeremiah, on the Passover they apply to it leavened. This choking object one takes it out on the Sabbath. Said R. Yase, the Mishnah itself has made the same point, a sewing needle to take out a thorn. Now if you do not concur, then you must explain the difference between removing a thorn and removing the swallowed. As to an eye which grew dim, they asked R. Jeremiah. He said to them, Lo, Rba is before you. They asked Rba and he permitted them. Said to them, also I permit. Rabau in the name of Yohanan, scurvy is a danger to life. Yohanan had, and he was receiving treatment from the daughter of Domitian in Tiberias. On Friday he went to her. He said to her, do I need to be treated tomorrow? She said to him, no. But if you should need something, put on seeds of date palm split in half and roasted, and pounded together with barley husks and a child's dried excrement, and apply that mixture. But do not reveal to anyone. The next day he went up and expounded in the study house. She heard about it and choked on a bone. From this story you learn 3 lessons. You learn that scurvy is a danger. You learn that any wound which is located from the lips and within do they heal on the Sabbath. You learn that which R. Jacob bar Aha said in the name of R. Yohanan, if was an experienced physician, it is permitted. R. Joshua b. Levi had colic. R. Hananiah and R. Jonathan instructed him to grind cress on the Sabbath and put old wine in it and drink it, so that he not be in danger. Had a grandson, who swallowed. Someone came along and whispered over him in the name of and he recovered. Said to him, what did you say over him? He said to him such and such a word. He said to him, it would have been better for him if he had died and thus. It was as an error that went out from before the ruler. R. Jacob in the name of R. Yohanan, with all sorts of things do they effect healing, except for an idol, fornication, or committing murder. R. Pinhas raised the question, certainly the law applies when he said to him, bring me leaves from an idol, and he brought them to him. But if he said to him, bring me leaves, without further specification, and he brought them from an idol. Let us infer the answer to the question from this, R. Jonah had chills and fever. A medicinal drink prepared of the phallus of Dionysian revelers. But he drank it? They brought it to R. Aha and he did not drink it? Said R. Mana, now if R. Jonah my father had known what it was, he would never have drunk it. Said R. Huna, the Tannaitic teaching says likewise, they do not accept healing from something which derives from an act of fornication. And so it has been taught, the Sabbath has been removed from the category. But a betrothed girl has not been removed from the category. The Sabbath has been removed from the category, is it not, as regards accepting healing, and similarly, a betrothed girl has not been removed from the category, is it not, as regards bringing about healing? And it is not the end of the matter that, bring me a married woman, but even if to hear the voice. This teaching accords with the following, in the days of R. Eleazar, a man so loved a woman that he was in danger of dying. They came and asked R. Eleazar, what is the law governing her passing before him so that he may live? He answered them, let him die but in such a way. What is the law as to his merely hearing her voice, so that he may live? Let him die, but in such a way. Now what was the character? R. Jacob bar Edi and R. Isaac bar Naaman, one maintained that she was a married woman, and the other maintained that she was unmarried. Now so far as the opinion of the one who maintained that she was a married woman, there are no problems. But as to the one who maintained that she was unmarried? Now, lo, Bar Kia Nigra so loved a woman in the days of R. Eleazar, that he was in danger of dying. And he permitted him to her in the former case with a married woman, in the latter with an unmarried woman. Now even if you maintain that both cases deal with an unmarried woman, interpret the case to apply to one who formed a desire for the woman while she was still married. There are some who would explain because she was a woman of high station, and she would not marry, so whatever might do would be done in violation. On that account he prohibited. Said R. Hananiah, the Tannaitic teaching said thus, that one may not attain healing through bloodshed. For we have learned in the following Mishnah passage, the greater part had gone forth, they do not touch it, for they do not set aside one life on account of another life. It is not the end of the matter that someone said to a person, kill so and so, but even if he said, do violence to so and so. It has been taught, a Gentile doing so regarding an Israelite, it is prohibited. An Israelite regarding a Gentile, it is permitted. Arhisda raised the question, what is the law as to saving an adult at the sacrifice of the life of a child? Responded Jeremiah, and has it not been taught in the Mishnah, its greater part has gone forth, they do not touch it, for they do not set aside one life on account of another life. Yase bar Bun in the name of Levi, that case is different, for it is not known who will be responsible for the death of whom. There was a case in which a snake bit Eleazar b. Dama. Jacob of Kfar Sama came forward to heal him in the name of Jesus Pantera. But Ishmael would not allow him to do so. He said to him, I shall bring proof that it is permitted for him to heal me. But he did not suffice to bring proof before Ben Dama dropped dead. Said to him Ishmael, happy are you, O Ben Dama, for you left this world in peace and did not break through the fence of sages, that which has been written, a serpent will bite him who breaks through a wall. And did not a snake already bite him? But a snake will not bite him in the age to come. And what did he have to say? You shall therefore keep my statutes and my ordinances, by doing which a man shall live. Rba bar Zabeda in the name of Rab, the law accords with Simeon. For if not, who has ever given rose oil to a poor person, who did not anoint with it? Said Zira to Yase, does the rabbi know bar Pedaya, that you cite a tradition in his name? He said to him, Yohanan said it in his name. Zira said to Rba bar Zabeda, does master know Rab, that you cite a tradition in his name? He said to him, Ada bar Awaz said it in his name. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 15. 15:1 On account of what sorts of knots are liable? A camel driver's knot, and a sailor's knot. And just as one is liable for tying them, so he is liable for untying them. Meir says, any knot which he can untie with one hand they are not liable on its account. What sort of tying was done in the tabernacle? They tied the hangings. But was this not merely temporary? Said Yase, since they encamped and broke camp on the instructions of the word, was it as if they tied the knots on the hangings temporarily? Said Yase br Bun, since the Holy One had promised them that he would bring them into the land, was it as if permanent? Said Phinehas, from the tying of the knots of the veils. If a thread tore, one would tie it up. If it again separated, it was not possible to repair it again and again, but one would go and untie and retie the original knot. Hezekiah said, an expert tailor can meld two heads of threads as one. Then whence does one derive? Say the following, said Yase br Hanana, they derived the law from those who wove the veils. Whence do we know, the length of one veil, that the whole of it should appear to be one? If then it was torn, would tie it together again. Once he reached the woven part, he would leave it off and bring the thread back up. Tanhuma said in the name of Arhuna, even the woof in it gave no mark of a knot or a double thread. Hashaya taught, as to a wicker basket for dates or a woven basket for dates, one may rip it open and tie it up again, on condition that he not tie a permanent knot. 15:2 You have knots on account of which they are not liable, like a camel driver's knot and a sailor's knot. A woman ties the slit of her shift, the strings of her hair net and of her belt, the thongs of a shoe or sandal, bottles of wine or oil, and a cover over meat. Eliezer b. Jacob says, they tie a knot before a domestic beast so that it will not go forth. They tie a bucket with a belt but not with a rope. Judah permits. A governing principle did Judah stale, on account of any sort of knot which does not last they are not liable, said Hezekiah, applicable to opening the hem which adheres to the shift. Said Yase, the law speaks of opening the shift, if it is made of two separate patches. If the thongs came out of his shoe or sandal, one may take them and put them back, so long as he does not tie them up. If the nose of the sandal was removed, there is a Tanite authority who teaches, it is permitted to put it back. And there is a Tanite authority who teaches, it is forbidden to put it back. They propose to say that he who maintains it is permitted to put it back speaks of a case in which there is a single perforation, while he who holds that it is forbidden to do so speaks of a case in which there were two perforations. Said R Yaseh Br Bun, one way or the other, all parties accord with the view of him who has said, it is a case in which there are two perforations. Then what is the? He who says it is permitted to restore the thongs speaks of a case in which they are loose, and he who says it is forbidden to do so speaks of a case in which they are tight. Do differ from R Eliezer B. Jacob. The answer will be found on the basis of the following teaching. Sages concur with R Medir in the case of knots which are on the ground, that one may loosen, untie and unravel them, but they may not cut them. And on the Sabbath they may loosen, but may not unravel or cut them. And in the case of utensils on the Sabbath, it is permitted, and, it goes without saying, on the festival. This indicates that they do not differ from R Eliezer B. Jacob. RBA says, the Mishnah speaks of a rope drawn through a loop. If a loop rope is meant, they tie up the broken rope with a belt but not with a rope, and R Judah permits. Would this imply that the rabbis do not allow it? Since we have formulated the first part of the tradition in accord with the view of R Judah, also the one before us is to be formulated in accord with R Judah. A governing principle did R Judah state, on account of any sort of knot which does not last they are not liable. R Samuel in the name of R Zira, this is the meaning of the Mishnah, on account of any sort of knot which does not last for it is temporary they are not liable. 15:3 They fold up clothing even 4 or 5 times. And they spread beds on the night of the Sabbath for use on the Sabbath, but not on the Sabbath for use after the Sabbath. R Ishmael says, they fold clothes and lay out beds on the Day of Atonement for the Sabbath. And fat pieces of the Sabbath offering are offered on the Day of Atonement. But the fat pieces offering of the Day of Atonement are not offered on the Sabbath. R Akiba says, those of the Sabbath are not offered on the Day of Atonement, and those of the Day of Atonement are not offered on the Sabbath. The members of the house of R Yaneh say, folding up clothing by 2 people is forbidden. R Haggai in the name of R Samuel bar Naaman, people working in pairs may not fold up garments on the Sabbath. And one who folds up garments on a bench is in the status of doing so on the part of 2 people. R Haggai in the name of R Samuel bar Naaman, Sabbaths and festivals have been given only for eating and drinking. Since the mouth is weary, they also permitted people to be engaged on them in the study of Torah as well. R Berechiah in the name of R Haya bar Ba, Sabbaths and festivals have been given over only for people to be engaged on them in studying Torah. There is a Tannaitic teaching which supports the views of both parties. What does a person do? He either sits and eats or he sits and engages in study of Torah. One verse of scripture says, it is a Sabbath to the Lord. And another verse of scripture says, there shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord your God. How so? Set aside part of the day for the study of Torah and part of the day for eating and drinking. Said R Abahu. It is a Sabbath to the Lord, observe the Sabbath as does the Lord. Just as the Holy One, blessed be He, observed a Sabbath in regard to speech, so you should observe a Sabbath in regard to speech. There is the story of a certain pious man, who went to take a stroll in his vineyard on the Sabbath. He saw a hole in a wall and thought of fencing it up at the end of the Sabbath. He then said, since on the Sabbath I gave thought to fencing it up after the Sabbath, lo, I shall never fence it up. What did the Holy One, blessed be He, do for him? He arranged a tabernacle consisting of a caper bush to grow up there, and it grew and filled in the fence. The man derived sustenance from the caper bush and gained benefit from it his entire life. Said R Hanana, it was only with difficulty that permitted greetings to be given on the Sabbath. Said R Haya bar Ba, when R Simeon b. Yohei would see his mother talking up a storm, he would say to her, Mother, it is the Sabbath. It has been taught, it is forbidden on the Sabbath to beseech the things one needs. R Zira asked R Haya bar Ba, what is the law as to saying, Our beloved, support us? He said to him, the fixed form of the blessings are thus. It has been taught, they rinse cups, dishes, and plates how so? One ate in them on the night of the Sabbath, he may rinse them to eat in them in the morning. In the morning, he may rinse them so to eat in them for the main meal. If he ate in them for the main meal, he may rinse them to eat in them at the afternoon meal. If he ate in them at the afternoon meal, he may not rinse them from that time forth. The cups does he rinse all the day, for there is no time as to drinking. Our Jeremiah, our Zira in the name of our Bar Ashi, a smart woman will rinse off a cup here, a dish there, a plate there, and so turn out to sprinkle her floors on the Sabbath. Our Zira in the name of our Hisdah, as to a day of atonement which coincided with the Sabbath, they do not sound the shofar. After the Sabbath they do not say the Havdalah prayer. Now this accords with our Akabah. But in the view of our Ishmael, one does say the Havdalah prayer, for, fat pieces of the Sabbath offering are offered on the Day of Atonement. Said our Zira before our Mana, even in accord with the view of our Ishmael, he should not say the Havdalah prayer. For does one not say the Havdalah prayer only so as to permit one to do something which on the Sabbath is forbidden to him? But if one offered up the fat pieces of the Sabbath on the Sabbath day, is it possible that it is not permitted? Said our Samuel, brother of our Berechiah, but let him say the Havdalah prayer, for in that way he permits rinsing pickled and steamed produce. Said our Yaseh, but is he not permitted to rinse off pickled and seethed produce only from the time of the afternoon offering and onward? Then let him say the Havdalah prayer from the afternoon offering onward. How can you propose that, since there is no cup of wine or candle? Accordingly, with what is he going to say the Havdalah prayer anyhow? Said our Abban, with prayer. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 16. 16:1 All holy scriptures they save them from fire, whether they read in them or do not read in them. And even though they are written in any language, they require storage. And on what account do they not read in them? Because of the neglect of the study house. What is the meaning of the phrase, whether they read in them or do not read in them? Whether they contain mistakes or do not contain mistakes. And lo, it has been taught, as to a scroll which contains 2 or 3 errors on every column, one corrects that scroll and reads in it. If there are 4, he does not read in it. On the basis of that which we have learned, and on what account do they not read in some of them? Because of the neglect of the study house, that is to say, the law applies both to books of the Pentateuch and also to prophetic writings and holy writings. They do not save them from a fire. He who maintains that the scrolls impart uncleanness to the hands also holds that they may save them on account of a fire, and he who holds that do not impart uncleanness to the hands holds the view that they may not save them on account of a fire. They objected, lo, Hebrew but written in an Aramaic version, or in Hebrew script, does not render the hands unclean, and yet they do save it from a fire. On the basis of that which we have learned, and even though they are written in any language, they require storage and are not to be burned, that is to say, that they are to be saved on account of a fire. The Mishnah's rule accords with our Simeon, for our Simeon has said, no matter prohibited on grounds of Sabbath rest stands against the requirements of preserving the sanctity of the sacred scriptures. Now is there really a point of difference? There on account of preventing disgraceful, while in the present case, all parties will concur that they do save them from fire. From whose viewpoint is it necessary to make that specification? It is important from the viewpoint of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel. Even though Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel has said, as to sacred scrolls, they have permitted them to be written only in Greek, still, here he concurs that they may save them from fire. There is the case of Rabban Gamaliel, who was supervising the builders on the Temple Mount. They brought to him a scroll of Job, written in Aramaic translation, and he told the builders to hide it under the stones. Even though they have said, they do not read in holy scriptures except from the afternoon offering and onward, still, they do review what they have read in them and they do expound what is in them. One has a need to check something, he takes the holy scripture and checks it. There was the incident in which Rabbi Arhiah the elder, and our Ishmael b. our Yaseh were in session and reviewing the scroll of Lamentations on the eve of the 9th of Ab, which coincided with the Sabbath. doing so from the time of the afternoon offering and onward. They omitted one alphabetical chapter, saying, "Tomorrow we will go and complete it." Now when was leaving for his house, he fell and injured his finger, and he recited in his own regard the following verse, "Many are the sufferings of the wicked." Said to him Arhiah, "These things happen to you on our account, for so it is written, the breath of our nostrils, the anointed of the Lord, was caught for their corrupt deeds." Said to him Ishmael br Yaseh, "Even if we had not been studying this very passage, it would have been appropriate for us to say so. How much the more so is it appropriate since we have been studying this passage," went home and put on his finger a dry sponge, and he wrapped reed grass around it, on the outside of the sponge. Said Ishmael br Yaseh, "From this matter we have learned 3 rules: a sponge does not bring healing, but only protects the sore; reed grass is regarded as made ready in advance for its purpose; it is permitted to read in the sacred writings only from the afternoon offering onward. If that is the case, then in a locale in which there is a study house, they should not read, but in a place in which there is not a study house, it should be permitted to read. You may not take the position, for there is only that which our Nehemiah has taught. For our Nehemiah has taught, on what account did they rule, they do not read in Holy Scriptures except after the afternoon offering? Because of ordinary documents. For if you tell him that it is permitted, he may even say, "What does it matter if I am engaged in my documents?" Because you say to him that it is prohibited, he will then say, "Holy Scriptures are prohibited, ordinary documents all the more so." That is to say that study of the Mishnah takes precedence over study of Scripture. That supports what our Simeon b. Yohei has taught. For our Simeon b. Yohei has taught, he who is engaged in the study of Scripture, it is a trade which is not a trade. He who engages in the study of the Mishnah, it is a trade from which one takes his reward. He who engages in the study of you have no measure greater than that one. One should always pursue the study of Mishnah more than the study of the Talmud. Said Yaseh br Bun, that which you have said refers to the time before Rabbi had embodied and abridged most of the Mishnah traditions in his edition, but since Rabbi had done so, at all times run after the Talmud rather than the Mishnah blessings in which are written many citations of the Torah, they do not save them. On this basis they have stated, those who write blessings are burn the Torah. There is this case: a certain person would write blessings, and Ishmael went to examine him. Was climbing the ladder, he sensed his coming. He took the sheaf of blessings and threw it into a dish of water. And in accord with the following statement did Ishmael address him, "The punishment for the latter deed is harder than that for the former." Said Joshua b. Levi, as to an Agadic passage, one who writes it down has no share in the world to come, he who preaches it will be burned, and he who hears it will receive no reward. Said Joshua b. Levi, "In my entire life I never looked into a book of Agadah, except one time I looked, and I found 175 sections of the Torah, in which there occurs an expression of speaking, saying, or commanding, correspond to the number of years of the life of Abraham, our father. For it is written, you have received gifts for the sake of the man. And it is written, the greatest man among the giants." The 147 psalms included in the book of Psalms correspond to the number of years of the life of Jacob, our father. This teaches that all the praises which Israel offered to the Holy One, blessed be He, correspond to the number of years of the life of Jacob, our father. What is the scriptural basis for this view? "Yet you are holy, O you that are enthroned upon the praises of Israel." The 123 times that Israel respond with Hallelujah correspond to the number of years of the life of Aaron. What is the scriptural basis? Hallelujah, praise God in His holiness, meaning, with His holy man, that is, Aaron, the holy man of God. Nonetheless, I was afraid at night. Arhiah Barbier saw a book containing Agadic writings. He said, if what is written in that book is correct, let the hand of the one who wrote it be cut off. Said to him the father of the one who had written it. He said to him, indeed that is what I have said, let the hand of the one who wrote it be cut off. It was like a mistake that proceeds from before the ruler. As to the books of evangelists and the books of the minim, there is a Tanite authority who teaches, one tears out the mentions of the divine name and burns them. There is a Tanite authority who teaches, they and the references to the divine name which are in them. Said Artarfon, may I bury my sons, if such things come into my hands and I do not burn them, even the references to the divine name which are in them. And if someone was running after me, I should go into a temple of idolatry, but I should not go into their houses. For idolaters do not recognize the divinity in denying him, but these recognize the divinity and deny him. And about them Scripture states, behind the door and the doorpost you have set up your symbol. Said Ishmael, now if to bring peace between a man and his wife, the Omnipresent declared that a scroll written in a state of sanctification should be blotted out by water, the books of the minim, which bring enmity between Israel and their Father who is in heaven, all the more so should be blotted out, they with the references to the divine name in them, and concerning them has Scripture stated, do I not hate them that hate thee, O Lord? And do I not loathe them that rise up against thee? I hate them with perfect hatred, I count them my enemies. Just as they do not save them on account of fire, so they do not save them from a ruin, a flood, or anything which will destroy them. 16:2 They save the case of a scroll with the scroll and the case of tefillin with the tefillin, even though there is money in them. And whither do they save them? To a closed alley. Ben Betera says, also, to one which is open. The Mishnah speaks of a case in which the is not joined to. But if it is joined to it, then it is deemed tantamount to the object itself. There is no problem in understanding why that should be the case for the case of a scroll with the scroll. But as to the case of tefillin with the tefillin, our Haggai in the name of our Zirah derives the rule from the following. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him and delivers them. And so it says, then these men were bound in their mantles, their tunics, their hats, and their other garments. Even though there is money in them, this accords with what our Jacob bar Aha said, Hinana Cartagena in the name of our Hashaya, a saddlebag which contains money one puts a loaf of bread on it and carries it about. And whither do they take them to save them? To a closed alley, lo, as to bringing the objects to an alley open on both sides, one may not do so. In all other contexts you maintain that carrying an object is not equivalent to setting it down, while here you treat carrying the object as tantamount to setting it down. Rather, tosses. There you maintain that one who tosses an object is exempt, while here you hold that he who tosses an object is liable. Our Hezekiah in the name of our Aha, here we deal with a case in which the joint holders of the alleyway did not prepare a meal of commingling. Ben Betera accords with the view of our Judah, for we have learned there, as to viaducts which are not closed off. 16:3 They save food enough for 3 meals. What is suitable for human beings, what is suitable for cattle. How so? A fire broke out on the night of the Sabbath, they save food for 3 meals. In the morning, they save food for 2 meals. In the afternoon, 1 meal. Our Yase says, under all circumstances they save food for 3 meals. Our Bun Bar Haya in the name of our Ba Bar Mammal, the passage before us accords with the view of our Nehemiah, for he has said, may be moved about only in a case of need. Said our Yase, the reasoning of the rabbis there is that whatever is located in the house is regarded as readied in advance for use on the Sabbath. But here if you say so, he will end up saving food today for use tomorrow. The passage before us accords with the position of our Handiks, who has said, under all circumstances they save food for 3 meals. You may interpret the Mishnah to speak of a case in which the fire broke out on the night of the Sabbath before the people had eaten anything. What is there to say about the Day of Atonement? In the view of rabbis, perhaps one should not save any food at all. All parties concur that one may save food for a meal, because of the danger. It has been taught, they save enough food for a sick person or for a child in accord with an average measure, but for a person of large appetite, they save enough food for him to eat. they prepare a meal of commingling for a sick person or for a minor in accord with the actual food such a person would eat, but for a person of large appetite they set up a symbolic meal in accord with the appetite of the average person. It has been taught, they do not practice deception in this matter. Aryase bar Arjuda said, they do practice deception. There is a Tanite authority who teaches, they save the food, and afterward they issue an invitation to a meal. There is a Tanite authority who teaches, one invites and afterward saves. He who maintains that, one saves and afterward needs to invite guests accords with the position of him who has said, they may practice deception. And he who has said, one invites and afterward saves the food accords with him who has said, they do not practice deception. It has been taught, they put out a fire in order to save. The statement just now cited accords with the view of R. Simeon, for he has said, nothing prohibited in general on grounds of Sabbath rest stands against the obligation to save Holy Scriptures. It has been taught, they also impart uncleanness in order to save. And has it not been taught, she shall not touch any holy thing serving to encompass even heave offering. What is the upshot of the matter? It is on condition that one does not do on the Sabbath as one does on an ordinary day. It has been taught, just as they save from a fire, so they save it from Gentiles, from a flood, from a ruin, and from anything which causes the loss. 16:4 They save a basket full of loaves of bread, even if it contains enough food for 100 meals, a will of pressed figs, and a jug of wine. And one says to others, come and save for yourselves. Now if they were intelligent, they come to an agreement with him after the Sabbath. Whither do they save them? To a courtyard which is included within an Arab. Ben Bidera says, also, to one which is not included within an Arab. The Mishnah's rule accords with the principle of Aryase, for he has said, under all circumstances they save food for 3 meals. Since the whole forms a single entity, it is as if the whole constitutes food for 1 meal. And one says to others, come and save what you can for yourselves as well, for so it is usual to invite guests for the Sabbath. Now if they were intelligent, they come to an agreement with him after the Sabbath, there we have learned, one leaves his cloak with him and makes a reckoning with him after the Sabbath. There you say that one leaves a pledge with him, and here what do you say? Said our Abamari, on that account we have learned that is called intelligent. 16:5 And to that place one takes out all his utensils. And he puts on all the clothing which he can put on, and he cloaks himself in all the cloaks he can put on. Aryase says, 18 items of clothing. And he goes back, puts on clothing, and takes it out, and he says to others, come and save with me. Aryase says, 18 items of clothing. And these are they, cloak, undertunic, hollow belt, linen tunic, shirt, felt cap, cotton shirt, pair of trousers, pair of shoes, pair of socks, shoes, hat on his head, girdle around his loins, and scarf around his neck. And he says to others, come and save with me. For so it is usual to lend clothing on the Sabbath. 16:6 R. Simeon B. Nanos says, they spread out a lamb's hide over a chest, box, or cupboard, which have caught fire, for it will singe. And they make a partition with any sort of utensils, whether filled or empty, so that the fire will not pass. Aryase prohibits doing so with new clay utensils filled with water, for they cannot take the fire, so will split open, and will put out the fire. The meaning of the Mishnah's rule is that one may do so once they have caught fire. Rba bar mammal in the name of Rab, a scroll which has caught fire on one side one puts water on the other side, and if the fire goes out, it goes out. If the scroll caught fire on both sides, one unrolls it and reads in it, and if the fire goes out, it goes out. A cloak which caught fire on one side one puts water on the other side, and if the fire goes out, it goes out. If it caught fire on both sides, one takes it and puts it on, and the fire goes out, it goes out. R. Samuel in the name of Arzira, represents the view of Aryase. For Aryase said, we considered ruling, where our Yaseh and rabbis differ, it is only in a case in which one may make a partition of utensils. But as to making a partition of water itself, there is no dispute at all. But on the basis of what our Samuel has said in the name of our Zirah, this represents the view of our Yaseh, it follows that even if one has made a wall of water against the fire, there still is a dispute. 16:7 A Gentile who came to put out a fire, they do not say to him, put it out, or do not put it out, for you are not responsible for his Sabbath rest. But a minor who came to put out a fire, they do not hearken to him, because his Sabbath rest is your responsibility. In the time of Arimi, a fire broke out in the village. Arimi issued a proclamation in the marketplace of the Aramaeans, saying, whoever does will not lose out. Said our Eliezer b. our Yaseh before our Yaseh, it was a matter of danger. If it was a matter of danger, then even Arimi should have put the fire out. Is it not taught, in any matter of danger, they do not say, let the matter be done by Gentiles or minors, but even by adults, and even by Israelites? There was a case in which a fire broke out in the courtyard of Yaseh b. Simai in Cheyenne, and the soldiers of the camp of Sephores came down to put it out. But he did not let them do so. He said to him, let the tax collector come and collect what is owing to him. Forthwith clouds gathered, and rain came and put the fire out. After the Sabbath he sent a selah to every soldier, and to their commander he sent 50 dinars. Said sages, it was not necessary to do so. There was a Nabatean who was Arjonah's neighbor. A fire broke out in the neighborhood of Arjonah. The Nabatean came and wanted to put it out, but Arjonah did not let him do so. Said to him, will my property be by your merit? Said to him, yes. And the whole area was saved. Arjonah of Kfar-Ami spread out his cloak over the grain, and the flames fled from it. But a minor who came to put out a fire, they do not hearken to him, but has it not been taught, if they saw going out and collecting herbs, you are not responsible for him? There the one who saw him has no need of the herbs, but here, he has need of having the fire put out. 16:8 They cover a lamp with a dish so that it will not scorch a rafter, and the excrement of a child, and a scorpion, so that it will not bite. Said our Judah, a case came before Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai in Arab, and he said, I suspect a sin offering accords with that which our Simeon b. our Yanai said, I did not hear the following from father. My sister heard it and told me in his name, an egg born on a festival they put a dish near it so that it will not roll away. But they do not turn a dish over on it. Samuel said, they may even turn a dish over on it. And the excrement of a child. But is this not food for chickens? Said our Ukban, interpret the law to speak of the soft kind, so that it will not make a smell. And a scorpion, so that it will not bite. Said our Judah, a case came before Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai in Arab, and he said, I suspect he is liable for a sin offering. Arola said, he spent 18 years there in Arab, and only these two cases came before him. He said, O Galilee, Galilee, you have hated the Torah. You will end up working for tax farmers. 16:9 A Gentile who lit a candle. An Israelite may make use of its light. But for an Israelite, it is prohibited. Drew water to give water to his beast, an Israelite gives water to his beast after him. But for an Israelite, it is prohibited. A Gentile made a gangway by which to come down from a ship, an Israelite goes down after him. But for an Israelite, it is prohibited. Mshb, Rabban Gamaliel and elders were traveling by boat, and a Gentile made a gangway by which to come down off the ship, and Rabban Gamaliel and sages went down by it. What is the law if a Gentile did so for himself and also for an Israelite? Let us derive the answer from the following. Samuel was received as a guest by a Persian. The lamp went out. The Persian went and wanted to light it. Samuel turned his face away. But when he saw working on his business papers, knew that it was not for him that he had lit the lamp, and Samuel turned his face back. Said R. Jacob bar Aha, that is to say that if it was done both for the Gentiles' need and also for the Israelites' need, it is forbidden. Said R. Jonah, that case is different, for they do not trouble a person to leave his house. Said R. Eliezer, if the consideration is that they do not trouble a person to leave his house, then why did Samuel find it necessary to turn his face away? They said to him, is it all right for us to disembark? He said to them, since he did not make it in our behalf, we are permitted to disembark. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 17. 17:1 All utensils may be handled on the Sabbath, and their doors along with them, even though they were detached on the Sabbath. For they are not equivalent to doors of a house, for they are not prepared. The doors of the house makes its new point, and the doors of utensils makes its new point. The doors of the house makes this new point, even though they were detached on the eve of the Sabbath, it nonetheless is forbidden to move them about on the Sabbath. The doors of utensils makes this new point, even though they were detached on the Sabbath it is permitted to move them about on the Sabbath. For the latter are not prepared in advance of the Sabbath to be used, for they are utilized only when on the ground. R. Abahu in the name of R. Eliezer, in the beginning, all utensils might be moved about on the Sabbath. When people became suspect of profaning festivals and Sabbaths. This is in line with that which is stated in the following verse, in those days I saw in Judah men treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in heaps of grain and loading them on asses. Accordingly, they prohibited them. But once they had begun to observe the limitations of the law, they continued ruling leniently for them, until they had permitted them everything, except for a large saw or plowshare. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, also, the anchor of a boat. R. Yasseh says, also a large spade. A mortar, if there is garlic in it, they may handle, and if not, they may not handle it. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, a small mortar which is put onto a table, lo, it is equivalent to a dish, and they may move it about. R. Yasseh, R. Ila in the name of R. Eliezer, R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Eliezer, this rule was taught prior to the time when they permitted carrying utensils. There we have learned, as to a door bolt, R. Joshua says, one may draw it off this door and suspend it on another on the Sabbath. R. Tarfon says, lo, it is like all utensils and may be carried in a courtyard. The members of the household of R. Yaneh say, this teaching applies even to a courtyard for which people did not prepare a meal of commingling. If it applies to a courtyard in which people did not prepare a meal of commingling, can this be the reference of the passage, when it states, lo, it is like all utensils and may be carried in a courtyard? R. Yasseh in the name of R. Jeremiah, R. Hananiah produced the teaching in the name of R. Eliezer. This rule was taught prior to the time when they permitted carrying utensils. Is this in line with that which we have learned, lo, it is like all utensils and may be carried in a courtyard? It is in the status of those three utensils which may be carried about in a courtyard, and these are they, a small knife, a fig cake knife, and a soup ladle. As to the trumpet, one sounds the third note on the rooftop and then leaves it in its place. Now is this not a utensil? Said R. Yudan, this rule was taught prior to the time when they permitted carrying utensils. R. Zira in the name of R. Eliezer, the rule governing reeds and staves was taught prior to the time when they permitted carrying utensils. They do not move boards of a ship on the Sabbath. But if the boards were suitable to serve as a cover for a utensil or for food, lo, they are in the status of covers of utensils, and may be carried about on the Sabbath. R. Ila said, even though you may say, they are in the status of covers of utensils, that rule applies if they have the name of a utensil. A utensil that is carried by 2 people they may carry by means of 3 people. But they may not carry such an object by means of 4 or 5 people. Said R. Zira, since you say that it is permitted by 2 people, then even by 4 or 5 people, it should be permitted. What R. Mana said, in the days of R. Yasseh the children were carrying a bench for R. Judah bar Pazi, and the elders helped them. R. Eliezer in the name of R. Hananah, there was the case in which they carried the wagon on the Sabbath. But was this not a utensil? So that you should not say that since these objects are used only in their proper place, they may not be carried on the Sabbath. R. Judah in the name of Samuel, large baskets and large containers do they carry on the Sabbath, so that you should not say that since these objects are used only in their proper place, they may not be carried on the Sabbath. R. Abba in the name of Samuel, as to a press for beds, they may carry it about on the Sabbath. Rba in the name of Rab, they may carry the upper and the lower piece of the press, except for the standing parts at the side. Said Rba, that which you have said applies to the pillars there, but as to the pillars which are here, it is permitted. R. Zirah in the name of R. Judah in the name of Rab. The webs and the ropes of a loom one may move about on the Sabbath. That which R. Yaseh said, R. Yohanan asked R. Judah b. Levi, what is the law as to moving the parts of a loom on the Sabbath? He said to him, they may move them about. R. Judah b. Pazi did not say so, but R. Yohanan asked R. Judah b. Levi, what is the law as to moving the parts of a loom on the Sabbath? He said to him, they do not move them about. He said to him, why? He said to them, because they do not move them about. 17:2 One handles a hammer to split nuts, an axe to chop off a fig, a saw to cut through cheese, a shovel to scoop up dried figs, a winnowing shovel or a fork to give something thereon to a child, a spindle or a shuttle staff to thrust into something, a sewing needle to take out a thorn, a sack maker's needle to open a door. Lo, if it is not to split nuts, one may not handle such a tool. It must follow that the Mishnah's rule follows the principle of R. Nehemiah, for R. Nehemiah said, tools are not handled except when needed. Rba, R. Judah, R. Hananah bar Shalemiah in the name of Rab, sages concur with the view of R. Nehemiah in the case of a dyer's pins, tubs, and beams, a dyer's pin, with which one closes, a tub, in which one beats, and a beam, with which one breaks up. A utensil which serves a distinctive purpose prohibited on the Sabbath may be handled only in the case of a need, while one which serves a distinctive purpose permitted on the Sabbath may be handled both in the case of a need appropriate to the Sabbath and otherwise. Said R. Yaseh, take note of the full extent to which have applied lenient rulings in the case of the Sabbath. For even in the case of things which are not usually used for purposes appropriate to the Sabbath, they have permitted to be utilized for the sake of purposes that are legitimate to the Sabbath. R. Eliezer said, why is a three-legged table susceptible to uncleanness? Because the waiter eats his food from it. Why is its stand susceptible to uncleanness? Because the waiter leans on it. See, then, to what extent sages have imposed a strict law in matters of uncleanness, for even on account of uses of the table which are not normal uses of the table, sages have declared the table susceptible to uncleanness in connection with its use. A winnowing shovel or a fork to give something thereon to a child, a spindle or a shuttle staff to thrust into something. Said R. Simon, R. Abba permitted me to take eye salve off on the Sabbath with it. Rba bar Cohen in the name of R. Sheshet, the Mishnah itself has made that same point, a sewing needle to take out a thorn, for if it is not so, then what is the difference between a thorn and this? Rba asked before Armana, what is the law as to kneading on a festival? He said to him, it is not food for a living creature. 17:3 A reed for olives, if it has a knot on its top, is susceptible to uncleanness. And if not, it is not susceptible to uncleanness. One way or the other, it is handled on the Sabbath. Members of the householder of Aryane say, a reed which one adapted for inspecting the status of olives. How so? If it came up covered with liquid, one may be certain that the processing in the press is finished. And if not, one may be certain that the processing in the press is not finished. Said to him Armana, Samuel taught only that with such a tool one may draw out the oil. A reed which a householder set up with which to open and shut a door, if it was tied on and suspended, they open and shut the door with it, and if not, they do not open and shut the door with it. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, it is set up, even though it is not tied on, and even though it is not suspended. And did not our Yohanan state, Hilpai took me and showed me a door bolt in the house of Rabbi, which was tied on even though it was not suspended, said our Yudan, since one takes it and puts it into his hand, it is regarded as equivalent to a key. 17:4 Our Yase says, all utensils are handled, except for a large saw or plowshare. All utensils are handled in case of need and not in case of need. Our Nehemiah says, they are handled only in case of need. Our Judah in the name of Rab, the law accords with our Nehemiah, who has said, they are handled only in case of need. Our Yohanan and rabbis from over there, one said, for need refers to the need of using the object in itself, and not for need refers to not needing to use the object in itself. Our Nehemiah says, they are handled only when they are needed for use in themselves. And the other said, for need refers to the need to use either the object itself or the space in which the object is located. And not for need means not for using the object itself and not for using the space in which the object is located. Our Nehemiah says, they may be moved about only in the case of one's needing to use the object itself or the place in which the object is located. It has been taught, said our Yudan, the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel concur that they may bring full utensils when needed, and empty ones when one intends to fill them. Concerning what did they dispute? Concerning bringing empty ones which are not intended to be filled. For the house of Shammai prohibit, and the house of Hillel permit. Now the house of Shammai is consistent with the view of our Nehemiah, and yet you have said that the law accords with our Nehemiah, and not that the law accords with the house of Shammai. 17:5 All utensils which are handled on the Sabbath, fragments deriving from them may be handled, on condition that they perform some sort of useful work, fragments of a kneading trough to cover the mouth of a barrel, glass fragments to cover the mouth of a flask. Our Judah says, on condition that they perform the sort of work which they did, fragments of a kneading trough to pour porridge into them, glass fragments to pour oil into them. There we have learned, glass enough to scrape the end of a shuttle, and here you say this. Our Aha, our Mayasha in the name of rabbis of Caesarea, here we speak of thick sherds, there of sharp ones. And there is he who proposes to state, here we speak of handling the objects only, there we speak of taking them out of storage. 17:6 A stone in a gourd shell, if one can draw water in it and it does not fall out, they draw water with it. And if not, they do not draw water with it. A branch tied to a pitcher, they draw water with it on the Sabbath. We have learned with a stone in it. It has been taught by the household of Rabbi, food with a stone in it, Jacob bar Zabadi in the name of our Abahu, Haya bar Joseph and Yohanan. Haya bar Joseph accorded with the rule of the Mishnah. Yohanan accorded with that which has been taught by a member of the household of Rabbi. The Mishnah stands at variance with the position of Yohanan, a stone in a gourd shell used for weighing it. If they draw water in it and it does not fall out, they draw water with it. Since the stone is tightly affixed to the gourd, it is treated as tantamount to the body of the gourd itself. The end differs from the view of our Haya bar Joseph, and if not, they do not draw water with it. Said our Yudan, since it is used to weigh down the gourd, it is treated as if the gourd is handled on account of the stone. How does our Yohanan treat the matter? He holds that it is treated as if the gourd itself is handled. The following passage of the Mishnah stands at variance with the position of our Yohanan. A man may take up his son with a stone in his hand, a basket with a stone in it. And it has been taught by a member of the household of Rabbi, a stone and food that is in. Our Cohen in the name of rabbis from over there, they have treated a child as equivalent to food. There they say, they have treated a stone in the hand of the child as equivalent to a tested amulet in the hand of the child. 17:7 Our Eliezer says, the window shutter when it is tied on and suspended, they shut with it. And if not, they do not shut with it. And sages say, one way or the other, they shut the window with it. All utensil covers which have handles are handled on the Sabbath. Said our Yase, under what circumstances? in the case of lids over openings in the ground. But as to lids of utensils, one way or the other, they are moved about on the Sabbath. What is a bolt that is dragged on the ground? Said R. Yohanan, it is one that is fastened, even though it is not suspended. Said R. Yohanan, Hilpai took me and showed me a bolt in the house of Rabbi, which was tied, even though it was not suspended. Said R. Yohanan, the view of an individual here accords with the unattributed ruling there, and the view of an individual there accords with the unattributed ruling here. R. Yaseh asked before R. Jeremiah, how shall we decide the case? He said to him, on the basis of what R. Yohanan has said, Hilpai took me and showed me a bolt in the house of Rabbi, which was tied, even though it was not suspended, that would indicate that it is in accord with the view of R. Judah that we decide the case. R. Huna in the name of R. Samuel produced the ruling, the law accords with R. Judah in a case in which the bolt was attached to the door. R. Yanei Rmi said, in a case in which the bolt was attached to the door. That is the case with something that can hold it up. The bolt of R. Eliezer was bound up with reed grass. If the bolt fell out, it is forbidden. If it fell out but not wholly so. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of rabbis, one may stretch with his fingertips. All utensil covers, etc., Abba bar Kahana, R. Haya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, the law accords with the position of R. Yaseh. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 18. 18:1 They clear away even 4 or 5 baskets of straw or grain on account of guests, or on account of neglect of the house of study. But not a storeroom. They clear away clean heave offering, doubtfully tithed produce, first tithe whose heave offering has been removed, second tithe and consecrated produce which have been redeemed, and dried lupin, for it is food for goats, but not produce from which tithes have not been removed, first tithe whose heave offering has not been removed, second tithe and consecrated produce which have not been redeemed, arum, or mustard. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel permits in the case of arum, because it is food for ravens. R. Zira asked R. Josiah, what is the measure of these baskets? He said to him, let us derive the law for an unspecified item from that at which it is spelled out. For we have learned there, with 3 baskets, each holding 3 seahs in volume, they take up the heave offering of the coins collected in the shekel chamber. There we have learned, transferring enough wine to mix a cup. R. Zira asked R. Josiah, what is the measure of volume in such a cup? He said to him, let us derive the law for an unspecified item from that at which it is spelled out. For R. Haya taught, the 4 cups of wine for Passover should be of the volume of a quarter log of wine according to the Italian measure. What is the law as to clearing out the storage room following this order? Let us derive the answer from the following, but concur that one may not touch a storage room at all, but he may make some sort of a path in it and go in and come out. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, they may handle produce in which heave offering has accidentally been mixed. There is a Tannite authority who teaches, they may not handle. Said R. Eliezer, he who holds that they may handle produce into which heave offering has been mixed of heave offering that is clean. And he who holds that they may not handle it of a mixture of unclean heave offering. When there is sufficient to neutralize. But in the case of a mixture in which there is insufficient, one may not. Who stands behind the view that one may handle? It is R. Eliezer, for we have learned, for I say, the sea which fell into the unconsecrated produce is the same sea that is raised up. R. Eliezer said, a man may stand on the eve of the Sabbath and say, lo, this is made heave offering tomorrow, but a man may not stand on the Sabbath and say, lo, this is heave offering tomorrow. R. Yaseh b. Arbun says, a man may not stand on the eve of the Sabbath and say, lo, this is heave offering tomorrow. The following passage of the Mishnah stands at variance with the view of R. Yaseh b. Arbun, a flagon which is in the status of T-Bulyam which one had pulled from a jar containing first tithe which was yet untithed. If he said, lo, this will be heave offering of tithe once it gets dark, lo, this is heave offering of tithe. If he said, lo, this is Arab, however, he has said nothing. he may interpret the passage to speak of what may be done only after the fact, and has it not been taught, Arhaya says, can you say that this deals only after the fact? Aryase B. Arbun retracted his position. How does one make such a stipulation? From now, once I shall actually separate the part designated as heave offering. But what if it is clean heave offering? He should say, already once I shall have eaten. And what if it is unclean heave offering? He should say, already. It has been taught, they may handle both clean heave offering and unclean heave offering alike. Said Arzira, that is to say, the untithed but liable produce, which is in the mixture. It has been taught, it is permitted to carry it about. How so? One sets his eyes on part of it, and then he eats the remainder. It has been taught, they handle mustard, because it is food for doves, and cistus, because it is food for gazelles, and fragments of das, for it is food for ostriches. Said R. Nathan, if so, let them handle bundles of twigs, because it is food for elephants. This is the governing principle, whatever is set aside for its distinctive purpose do they handle, and whatever is not set aside for its distinctive purpose they do not handle. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel permits in the case of Aram, because it is food for ravens. How shall we interpret the matter? If we deal with a case in which the householder has that particular species, and also that species is found in the marketplace, then all parties must concur that it is permitted. If we deal with a case in which the man does not own that particular species, and that particular species also is not found in the marketplace, then all parties must concur that it is forbidden. So we must interpret the case to address the situation of a man who owns that particular species, while that particular species is not found in the marketplace. Rabbis hold that, since that particular species is not found in the marketplace, it is as if the man himself also does not own that particular species. But Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel holds that since the man owns that particular species, it is as if that particular species is found in the marketplace. 18:2 Bundles of straw, branches, or young shoots, if one prepared them for food for cattle, they handle them. And if not, they do not handle them. They invert a basket for chickens, so that they may go up and down on it. A chicken which fled they drive it along until it goes back. They pull calves or young asses along the public way. A mother drags along her child. Said Arjuda, under what circumstances? When lifts up one foot and puts the other down. But if he drags, it is forbidden. Said Arzira, this passage accords only with the view of Arhanana, for he said, we were going up with Rabbi to the hot springs at Gerar, and he would say to us, choose for yourselves pieces of stones, and you are permitted to handle them tomorrow. Said Aryase, this case is different, for serves as a kind of stool. R. Eliezer objected, and lo, have we not learned, bundles of straw? Now is straw not regarded as scattered about? The Mishnah stands at variance with the position of him who has said, whatever sort of object has been designated for a purpose prohibited on the Sabbath by the householder himself is prohibited. For we have learned, a stone which is over the mouth of a jar, one tilts the jar on its side and the stone falls off. RBA in the name of Arhaya Bar Ashi interprets the passage to speak of one who has forgotten. The Mishnah stands at variance with the position of him who has said, whatever sort of object has been designated for a purpose prohibited on the Sabbath is prohibited. For we have learned, they invert a basket for chickens, so that they may go up and down on it. In this regard it has been taught, if the chickens ran up the basket on their own, it is forbidden to move it. Said Arbun Bar Haya before Arzira, interpret the passage to speak of a case in which is repulsive. He said to him, and has not Arhashaya taught, even if it was a CS volume or a Tarkab S volume. Now can you say that baskets of such size are repulsive? 18:3 They do not deliver cattle on the festival, but they help out. And they do deliver a woman on the Sabbath. And they call a midwife for her from a distant place, and they violate the Sabbath on her account. And they tie the umbilical cord. Aryase says, also, they cut it. And all things required for circumcision do they perform on the Sabbath. How do they help out? They bring wine and blow into its nose and put a teat into its mouth and hold up the offspring so that it not fall down. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, we would make a beast take an interest in the offspring on the festival. What does one do? He puts a clump of salt on its womb, and it will want to give suck to the offspring. And they call a midwife for her from a distant place. That accords with the following, which we have learned there, and not only this, but a midwife who comes to help a delivery. And they violate the Sabbath on her account, Samuel said, they make a fire for her, even in summer. And they tie the umbilical cord, this accords with the following, a servant girl of Bar Kappara went and brought forth a child on the Sabbath. A woman came and asked Rabbi. He said to her, go and ask the midwife. She said to him, there is no midwife. He said to her, go and follow your usual practice. She said to him, there is no established practice. He said to her, go and cut the umbilical cord. In line with the view of Aryase, the Mishnah means to say that all that is necessary for a woman in childbirth do they carry out on the Sabbath. It has been taught, as to the disposition of the afterbirth on the Sabbath, rich people cover it with oil, and poor people cover it with straw and dirt. Both sorts of people then bury it in the ground, so as to hand over a pledge to the earth. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 19. 19:1 R. Eliezer says, if one did not bring a utensil on the eve of the Sabbath, he brings it openly on the Sabbath. And in the time of the danger, one covers it up in the presence of witnesses. And further did R. Eliezer state, they cut wood to make coals to prepare an iron utensil. A governing principle did R. Akiba state, any sort of labor which it is possible to do on the eve of the Sabbath does not override the Sabbath, and circumcision which it is not possible to do on the eve of the Sabbath does override the Sabbath. Said R. Yohanan, we originally supposed that in all matters, R. Eliezer takes a position different. But since R. Eliezer found it necessary to provide an exegesis to that effect in the repeated usage of the word, first fruits, just as the reference to first fruits in the case of the cereal offering, means that the rite overrides the restrictions of the Sabbath, so the reference to first fruits in regard to the 2 loaves of showbread also means that preparation of the bread overrides the restrictions of the Sabbath. That is to say that it is not with regard to all matters that R. Eliezer takes a position different. Said R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, with regard to all matters R. Eliezer takes a position. And why is it necessary for R. Eliezer to provide an exegesis of the repeated references to first fruits? It is to indicate that while the principle of making these offerings is a matter of Sabbath rest, making ready things that assist the doing of the religious duty, forbidden labor. They objected, and lo, it has been taught, the lolab and its appurtenances override the restrictions of the Sabbath. Said R. Jonah, this has to do with bringing from the top of the palm tree. And has it not been taught, preparing the ram's horn and its appurtenances overrides the Sabbath? This encompasses bringing the ram's horn from outside of the Sabbath limit. And so it has been taught, they do not smooth, plane, or tie. It has been taught in the name of R. Eliezer, a lolab and its appurtenances override the restrictions of the Sabbath. Said R. Jonah, this is distinct from our passage of the Mishnah. It has been taught, there was a case, and Rabbi decided it in accord with the view of R. Eliezer. Said R. Yohanan, the association raised this question, why did Rabbi leave the view of sages and act in accord with R. Eliezer? Said R. Hoshaya, we asked Rabbi Judah the circumcisor about the conditions of this case of circumcision, and he told us, it took place in an alleyway that was not open on both sides. It is in accord with what we have learned, it is forbidden to carry objects from such an alleyway into the surrounding houses, or from the surrounding houses into the alleyway. Said R. Abahu, I interpret the case to involve an infant and a knife located in the alleyway when the Sabbath began. But is it not forbidden to carry the objects throughout the alleyway? They asked before Aryase, is it the case that, just as it is said, in the case of utensils that were located anywhere in a courtyard, it is permitted to carry them throughout the courtyard, so it is the law that, in the case of utensils located in an alleyway at the time that the Sabbath came, they may be carried about anywhere in the alleyway throughout the Sabbath on the Sabbath. They asked him, but he did not respond to them. For Aryase would state a matter only in its correct context. Now when they reached the study of the laws of meals of commingling, he said to them in the name of Yohanan, utensils which were located in the alleyway when the Sabbath began may be carried throughout the alleyway. And along these same lines, utensils which were located in a courtyard when the Sabbath began may be carried throughout the courtyard. Rab said, they may carry them only within 4 cubits. Said Aryase Br Bun, Rab is consistent with views expressed elsewhere, and Yohanan is consistent with views expressed elsewhere. Yohanan, who maintains that the presence of a crossbeam suffices without the preparation of a meal of commingling, also maintains that they may carry utensils throughout the alleyway. Rab, who maintains that the presence of a crossbeam without the preparation of a meal of commingling does not serve to unify the alleyway into a common domain, also holds the position that they may carry such objects about only within the space of 4 cubits of their original location. In the view of Yohanan, for what purpose do they prepare a meal establishing joint ownership throughout the alleyway? Said Aryase, it does serve to make all of the private domains into a single domain. Simon in the name of Joshua b. Levi, as to a knife for use for a circumcision, one makes a line handed. Bar Maranah had a case, and he asked Simon, who permitted doing it that way. He asked Imi, who prohibited it that way, and Simon was angered. But has it not been taught, if one has asked a sage, who permitted a deed, he should ask another sage, for he might prohibit it? Said Yudan, this is how the case was, he asked Imi, who forbade him, and then he asked Simon, who permitted it. Then Imi got angry. It is in line with that which has been taught, if one has asked a sage, and he prohibited, he may not then ask another sage, hoping that he will permit the same matter. In the time of Jeremiah they forgot the key of the great synagogue, and they came and asked him. He said to them, when you see a crowd of people going by, bring the key through a line. The full extent of the degree to which Jeremiah is prepared to carry the same principle is seen in that case. Every line which is made, whether knowingly or unknowingly, lo, this is a valid line. Judah bar Pazi gave a decision permitting people to bring through closed, Hinana bar Papa gave a decision to make a line and to bring even through locked courtyards. Samuel bar Abidami had a case in which it was necessary to circumcise of Shizhiah, his son, but people forgot to bring the knife. He asked Mana, who said to him, let the matter be postponed until tomorrow. He asked Isaac bar Eleazar, who said to him, as to crushing the spices, that you did not forget. But as to bringing the knife, that you forgot. So let the matter be postponed until the next day. Aryase Br Bun in the name of Huna, the Mishnah has indicated that it is forbidden to make a line. For we have learned, Eliezer says, if one did not bring a utensil used for circumcision on the eve of the Sabbath, he brings it openly on the Sabbath. Now if you maintain that it is permitted to make, someone then will not find to make such a line, and will he not then bring the knife? They asked Hillel the elder, what should the people do who have not brought their knives with them? He said to them, I have heard but then forgotten. But let the people of Israel be. If they are not prophets, they are disciples of prophets. Forthwith whoever had for his Passover offering a lamb stuck the knife into the wool, and if it was a sheep, he tied the knife to the horns of the sheep, so it turned out that the Passover offerings brought along the knives for the owners. When saw what they had done, he remembered the law. He said to them, this is what I heard from the instruction of Shemaiah and Abtalion. Zirah in the name of Eleazar, any teaching of Torah which is not attached to the authority of a named source is not a valid teaching of Torah. There we have learned, if one rode upon, leaned upon it, suspended something on its tail, crossed the river on it, doubled up its leading rope, placed his cloak upon it, it is unfit. The foregoing rule may be derived from the present one and, the present one from the foregoing one. The foregoing rule may be derived from the present rule. If one suspended a knife upon it to slaughter the beast, it is valid. And the latter ruling may be derived from the present one. Any act of labor which is for the sake of preparing holy things is not an invalidating act of labor. Now why should not have permitted them to transport the knife through a line? He accords with the position of R. Imi. But even if you maintain that he accords with the principle espoused by R. Simon, one may say that, just as this rule was forgotten, so the other rule also was forgotten. Said R. Abin, and is it not the case that it is not possible for the 7 years of a septennate to go by without having the 14th of Nisan coincide with the Sabbath? Accordingly, how could they have forgotten a law? It was so as to magnify the greatness of Hillel. It has been taught, R. Eliezer says, just as slaughtering overrides the Sabbath, so things done to make possible the slaughtering of the animal should likewise override the Sabbath. A governing principle did R. Akiba state, any form of labor which it is possible to carry out on the eve of the Sabbath does not override the Sabbath. And that which it is not possible to carry out on the eve of the Sabbath overrides the Sabbath. Said to him R. Eliezer, the sacrificial parts of the public offering will prove. For they are suitable at the end of the Sabbath, but they nonetheless override at their proper time. Now what difference does it make to me whether we speak of things done to make possible the slaughtering of the animal carried out after the actual act of slaughter and the things done to make possible the slaughtering of the animal carried out before the actual act of slaughter? Said to him R. Akiba, now in the case of things done to make possible the slaughtering of the animal carried out after the slaughter of the animal, the actual act of slaughter has indeed overridden. But will the things done to make possible the slaughtering of the animal which are carried out before the actual act of slaughter override the Sabbath? For as yet the act of slaughter will not actually have overridden the Sabbath. Furthermore, perhaps some point of invalidation will befall, in which case one turns out to have profaned the Sabbath and not actually carried out the Passover sacrificial rite at all. Now with regard to an infant, what consideration is there? Perhaps the infant will fall ill, and it will turn out that one overrides the prohibitions of the Sabbath without a consequent rite of circumcision. They objected, lo, there is the case of an altar which fell down on the Sabbath. Surely the altar is something that can be built on the preceding day. What if it produced a wart? Lo, it is not appropriate to cut on the Sabbath. A wart is something that one can appropriately cut on the previous day. That if the 7th day after one has been made unclean, on which occasion one must be sprinkled with purification water, should coincide with the 14th of Nisan and the Sabbath. Now in this case, one is not going to be sprinkled on the Sabbath. For there are sorts of sprinklings which may be done on the preceding day. 19:2 They do prepare all that is needed for circumcision on the Sabbath, they cut, tear, suck. And they put on it a poultice and cumin. If one did not pound it on the eve of the Sabbath, he chews it in his teeth and puts it on. If one did not mix wine and oil on the eve of the Sabbath, let this be put on by itself and that by itself. And they do not make a bandage in the first instance, but they wrap a rag around. If one did not prepare on the eve of the Sabbath, he wraps around his finger and brings it, and even from a different courtyard. Circumcising, he shall be circumcised. The repetition of the same word represents a decree that there should be two aspects to the act of circumcision, one which serves for the circumcision, the other which serves for trimming the crown, one for circumcision and one for trimming the shreds of flesh. Up to this point the matter has been interpreted in accord with the principle of R. Akiba, who has said that when a word is repeated, it is for the purpose of encompassing yet a second matter. But in accord with R. Ishmael, who has said that where words are repeated, it is merely because the Torah is speaking in its usual way, and now you have gone away because you longed greatly, for I was indeed stolen. How does he know? Said R. Judah bar Pazi, then it was that she said, surely you are a bridegroom of blood, because of the circumcisions. On this basis, we know that there are two acts of circumcision, one for circumcision, the other which serves for trimming the crown, one for circumcision and one for trimming the shreds of flesh. Rab said, circumcising, he shall be circumcised. On the basis of this verse, we know that one who is born circumcised has to be circumcised again by the drawing of a single drop of blood to mark the covenant. Circumcising, he shall be circumcised. On the basis of this verse, we know that an uncircumcised Israelite may not perform the rite of circumcision unless he will first circumcise himself, and, it is hardly necessary to say, the same applies to an uncircumcised Gentile. Our Levi said, it is written, as for you, you shall keep my covenant. The meaning is to encompass you and all who are like you. It has been taught, an Israelite may circumcise a Samaritan, but a Samaritan may not circumcise an Israelite, because the Samaritan is circumcised for the sake of the mountain of Gerizim. The words of our Judah said to him are Yaseh, and where do we find that circumcision has to do so with the right attitude? But let continue to perform the rite of circumcision for the sake of Mount Gerizim until he drops dead. The one whose mark of circumcision has been covered over should not be circumcised, so as not to come into danger. The words of our Judah said to him are Yaseh. Now there were many whose mark of circumcision was covered over in the time of Ben Kozeba, and all of them afterward were circumcised, and they lived and fathered sons and daughters. He whose mark of circumcision was covered over, one who was born circumcised, and one who had been circumcised prior to conversion, in all instances, it is necessary to produce a drop of blood from him as a mark of the covenant. It has been taught, our Simeon b. Eleazar said, the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel did not dispute concerning the case of one who was born circumcised, that one must draw a drop of blood as a mark of circumcision, because in this case, the foreskin has been pressed back. Concerning what did they dispute? Concerning a proselyte who converted while already circumcised, for the house of Shammai say, it is necessary to draw from him a drop of blood to mark the covenant, and the house of Hillel say, it is not necessary to draw from him a drop of blood to mark the covenant. Our Isaac bar Naaman, in the name of our Hashiah, the law accords with the opinion of the disciple. A case came before Rab, and he ruled, on the basis of that which is taught, because it is a foreskin that has been pressed back, that is to say, that it most certainly is a foreskin, and on that account they set aside the restrictions of the Sabbath. Our Abbau said, they do not override the restrictions of the Sabbath on that account, and one has to draw a drop of blood in observance of the covenant from him. Our Adda bar Abba had a son who was born in this way with his penis mashed, and he died. Said our Abban, in the rite of circumcision he had his testicles crushed, and prayed concerning him that he die. The rabbis of Caesarea say, in the rite of circumcision he had his penis clipped off, and his father prayed for him that he might die. Our Yohanan bar Mary asked, if they were mixed together at the bottom, what is the law as to going and stirring them up at the top? 19:3 They wash off the infant, both before the circumcision and after the circumcision, and they sprinkle him, by hand but not with a utensil. Our Eleazar b. Azariah says, they wash the infant on the third day after circumcision coincides with the Sabbath. Since it says, and it came to pass on the third day when they were sore doubt, or bears the sexual traits of both sexes, they do not violate the Sabbath on his account. And our Judah permits in the case of an infant bearing the traits of both sexes. We have learned, they bathe the child. A Tanite authority, they wash the mark of circumcision. Our Abbau, in the name of our Yohanan, the law follows the view of him who says, they wash the child. Our Abbau, in the name of our Yohanan, the law follows the view of him who says, they wash the child. Said our Yaseh, of necessity you must rule, they wash the child. Samuel taught, under no circumstances do they withhold oil or hot water from the wound on the Sabbath. Said our Yaseh, every hour did our Zirah, my teacher, say to me, repeat your tradition, including these words, and not only so, but they also splash water on the wound on the Sabbath. Now if you maintain that the proper reading is, they wash the mark of circumcision only, then what is the difference between a wound affecting an adult and one affecting a minor? R. Abahu in the name of R. Eliezer, the law accords with the view of R. Eliezer b. Azariah. R. Bun in the name of R. Abahu, the scriptural basis for the view of R. Eliezer b. Azariah is here, on the third day, when they were sore. When it was sore is not written here, but rather, when they were sore. Thus Scripture speaks of a time at which all of their limbs were sore for them. R. Jacob bar Aha said R. Eliezer and R. Yohanan instructed midwives, any sort of potions which you administer on an ordinary day you may administer on the Sabbath. It was necessary to give this instruction for the third day when it coincided with the Sabbath. Samuel said, on account of the danger to life, they may heat water for him. R. Yaseh b. R. Bun in the name of rabbis there, they may heat water for him on the Sabbath. And so too has it been taught, one may heat a sheet and put it on a wound on the Sabbath. A person should not take a trough full of hot water and put it on his belly on the Sabbath. R. Joshua b. Levi said, the sole valid reading here is, it is permitted to do so. As to infants that may or may not fall into the category of the androgyne, they do not violate the Sabbath on his account. And R. Judah permits in the case of an infant bearing the traits of both sexes, there we have learned, all are liable for an appearance offering, except for a deaf-mute, idiot, minor, one without pronounced sexual characteristics, one who exhibits the sexual traits of both sexes. How does R. Judah deal with this issue? Let us derive the answer from the following. R. Yohanan b. Dahabai said in the name of R. Judah, also the blind person. Now a person does not say, also, unless he concurs with that which has gone before. It follows that the opinions assigned to R. Judah are at variance with one another. There he has treated to exclude, while here he has interpreted as inclusive. R. Judah and rabbis interpret the same verse. R. Judah expounds male. And rabbis interpret the verse, any circumcised. Why does Scripture find it necessary to say male? It is to indicate that the whole of the person to be circumcised must be male. R. Judah interprets the word, male. Why does Scripture say, uncircumcised? It is to include someone who is only partially uncircumcised. But here he understands the following verse in a different way. All your males. This excludes the person with the sexual traits of both male and female. 19:4 He who had two infants, one to circumcise on the eve of the Sabbath and one to circumcise on the Sabbath, and who forgot and circumcised the one to be circumcised on the eve of the Sabbath, is liable. One to circumcise after the Sabbath and one to circumcise on the Sabbath, and he forgot and on the Sabbath circumcised the one to be circumcised after the Sabbath, R. Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering. And R. Joshua exempts him. Said R. Yohanan, accords with the view of what is at issue as presented by R. Meir. For he has said, a matter, the doing of which involves the accomplishment of a religious duty, will be exempt, and a matter the doing of which does not involve the accomplishment of a religious duty, will be subject to dispute. R. Simeon says, as to both a matter the doing of which involves the accomplishment of a religious duty, so producing liability, and as to a matter the doing of which does not involve the accomplishment of a religious duty, so being exempt from punishment, there is a dispute. R. Yaseh in the name of R. Yohanan, as to the view of R. Meir, it applies to a case in which we deal with an unblemished sheep, a year old, presented under the rules governing peace offerings, and suitable for exchange for the purpose of a Passover offering. You may derive from that statement three rules. The type of offering under discussion is one which is not subject to a numerical limit, with something which is commonly exchanged, a matter the doing of which accomplishes a religious obligation. How can you amplify this matter of our dealing with something not subject to a numerical limit? R. Jeremiah reasoned, the Torah has not applied a numerical limit to the number of Passover offerings that will override the restrictions of the Sabbath in any given year. R. Yaseh reasoned, you cannot find out how many they really are. When R. Yaseh would reach the matter of the infants subject to doubt, he would remark, well did R. Jeremiah say, can you say that at issue is that you cannot find out how many they really are, that the Torah has not applied a numerical limit to the number of Passover offerings that will override the restrictions of the Sabbath in any given year? Our Histah said, as to the view of our Simeon in which there was a single association formed for the purpose of sacrificing a lamb for the Passover offering, which had not yet slaughtered its lamb. Said our Zira, a statement of our Yaneh indicates that we deal with a case in which has forgotten and on the eve of the Sabbath circumcised the child to be circumcised on the Sabbath. If one circumcised the infant at dawn, our Zira said, our Yaneh thought to say, he is exempt. Our Ba said, he is liable. For what purpose then was it necessary to supply the position of our Yaneh? It is to show you the full extent to which, in his view, it is likely for infants to be confused with one another. The view of our Zira accords with the case as specified by our Yaneh, and the view of our Ba accords with the case as interpreted by our Meir. Said our Mana before our Yaseh, that which our Histah has said accords with the interpretation of what is at issue presented by our Simeon, and what our Yaneh has said accords with the view of our Meir. And do they provide a reply in accord both with the view of our Meir and with the position of our Simeon? Rather, do we find that there is a dispute between our Meir and our Simeon regarding a leftover? As to these infants who are subject to doubt, how do you treat the case? Is it equivalent to a case in which there is a limited number of, or to one in which there is an unlimited number of? If you treat it as equivalent to a case in which there is a limited number of possibilities for error, then one must impose the qualification that there is at hand another infant who requires circumcision. Said our Yaseh, in accord with the position of the rabbis, it is to be inferred that the case is treated as one in which there is not a limited number of possibilities, with the qualification that there is at hand another infant who requires circumcision / see here. If one pushed up the time of an infant, he is exempt, while if he delayed the time of the circumcision, and did it too late, he is liable. Our Hunah said, the Mishnah has things reversed. For it has been taught, said our Simeon, our Eliezer and our Joshua did not dispute concerning him who had an infant to circumcise after the Sabbath and who circumcised him on the Sabbath, that he is liable. About what did they dispute? About him who had an infant to circumcise on the eve of the Sabbath and who circumcised him on the Sabbath. For our Eliezer declares him liable to a sin offering. And our Joshua exempts him. Said our Yaseh br Bun, but it was on the basis of the same question that our Yaneh made his qualification, and that is the case in which one forgot and circumcised on the eve of the Sabbath the one who was to be circumcised on the Sabbath. Our Adda bar Abba said, this is the picture of matters in accord with the positions of our Meir and our Simeon. But in the view of our Yaseh, even in the case of a matter in the accomplishment of which no religious duty whatsoever is involved, since one has made an error in such a case because he was intending to do a religious duty, he is exempt from all penalty. But once he has ceased, he may go back only over those shreds of flesh which, if left, invalidate the circumcision. Said our Yohanan, in the view of our Yaseh, even if one left off the operation, he still may go back and cut even those shreds of flesh which, if left, do not invalidate the rite of circumcision at all. Which our Yaseh is at hand? It is the one whose view we have learned there. Our Yaseh says, if the first festival day of the feast coincided with the Sabbath, and one forgot and brought out the lulab into the public domain, he is exempt, since he took it out with the intention of carrying out a permitted action. The rule is the same both for transporting the knife to be used for a rite of circumcision, and also for the law of unleavened bread. On the basis of that which our Yohanan has said, in the view of our Yaseh, even if one left off the operation, he still may go back and cut even those shreds of flesh which, if left, do not invalidate the rite of circumcision at all, that is to say, the rule is the same even for carrying the knife for circumcision, and even for the law of unleavened bread. 19:5 An infant is circumcised on the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th days, never sooner, never later. How so? Under normal circumstances, it is on the 8th day. He was born at twilight, he is circumcised on the 9th day. At twilight on the eve of the Sabbath, he is circumcised on the 10th day. In the case of a festival which falls after the Sabbath, he will be circumcised on the 11th day. In the case of 2 festival days of the new year, he will be circumcised on the 12th day. An infant who is sick, they do not circumcise him until he gets well. There may be an infant who is circumcised on the very day of his birth. What would be a practical illustration of that theory? If the mother gave birth and afterward on the same day converted to Judaism, the child will be circumcised on the day of his birth. But if the mother converted and only afterward gave birth, the child is circumcised on the 8th day. Jacob of Kfar Nebareya asked our Haggai, why not rule, if the child was born at twilight, he is to be circumcised at twilight. He said to him, if you and I were able to go through a single gate, would we be able to do it exactly? Samuel said, he caught a fever, they wait on him for 30 days. As to that 30-day period, what is the law on giving him nourishment deriving from produce in the status of heave offering? What is the law as to anointing him with oil in the status of heave offering? Let us derive the answer to that question from the following: an uncircumcised priest and all unclean priests do not eat heave offering. Their wives and slaves do eat heave offering. Ar-aha, in the name of Ar-Tanhum B'Arhaya, the status of uncircumcision applies only from the 8th day and onward. It has been taught, for the entire 30-day period it is forbidden to feed nourishment in the status of heave offering, and it is forbidden to anoint him with oil in the status of heave offering. As to the night prior to the 8th day, how do you deal with it? On the basis of the following teaching, on the night of the 8th day it enters the fold to be tithed. That is to say, the night prior to the 8th day is equivalent to the 8th day. And so it has been taught, for the entire span of 7 days it is permitted to feed nourishment in the status of heave offering, and it is permitted to anoint with oil in that status. 19:6 These are the shreds which render the circumcision invalid, flesh that covers the greater part of the corona, and such a one does not eat heave offering. And if he was fat, one has to fix it up for appearance's sake. One circumcised but did not trim the circumcision, it is as if he did not perform the act of circumcision. These are the shreds which render the circumcision invalid, flesh that covers the greater part of the corona. Ar Abana, in the name of Ar Jeremiah, that is the flesh that covers the greater part of the height of the corona. Ar Yasebi. Hananiah said, it means that covers the greater part of the height of the corona. Ar Tabi, in the name of Samuel. They examine it when it is erect. If he circumcised but did not trim the circumcision, it is as if he did not circumcise at all. It has been taught, he is subject to punishment by extirpation. Ar-aha, in the name of Ar-Abahu, that which you have said applies in a case in which there is not sufficient time left in the day to trim the flesh. But if there is sufficient time in the day to do so, one trims it and need not scruple. It has been taught, so long as the person performing the rite is yet doing the work, he may return to incomplete aspects of it, whether to remnants which would invalidate the circumcision or to remnants which, if left, would not invalidate the rite of circumcision. Once he has left off the work, he may resume the work only as to cutting off the fringes of flesh which if left would invalidate the rite of circumcision. Said Ar Yohanan, in the view of Ar Yase, even if he has left off the work, he may resume it so as to cut off the fringes of flesh which if left would not invalidate the rite of circumcision. To which Ar Yase. It is the one represented in the following, which we have learned there. Ar Yase says, if the first day of the festival coincides with the Sabbath, if one forgot and brought his lulav out into the public domain, he is exempt, because he brought it out intending to do what is permitted. Is the rule the same for carrying the knife for use for circumcision and in respect to unleavened bread? On the basis of what Ar Yohanan said, in the view of Ar Yase, even if he has left off the work, he may resume it so as to cut off the fringes of flesh which if left would not invalidate the rite of circumcision. That is to say that the same rule applies to carrying the knife for use for circumcision and in respect to unleavened bread. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 20. 20:1 Our Eliezer says, on the festival they spread out a filter, and on the Sabbath they pour into one which is spread out. And sages say, on the festival they do not spread out a filter, and on the Sabbath they do not pour into one which is spread out. But on the festival they pour into one which is spread out. It has been taught, sages concede to our Eliezer that they do not put up tents to begin with on the festival day, and it goes without saying, on the Sabbath. Concerning what did they differ? Concerning adding. For our Eliezer says, they do not add to them on the festival, and it goes without saying, on the Sabbath. And sages say, they add to them on the Sabbath, and it goes without saying, on the festival day. Now here do we not deal with adding? Said our Abin Bar Kahana, interpret the Mishnah to speak of spreading out a new filter, which one will prepare for use as a utensil. All the more so, then, do we have an inconsistency in the views of our Eliezer. Now if there, in which instance one prepares the object to serve as a utensil, you have said it is permitted to do so, here, in which one does not prepare the object to serve as a utensil, is it not an argument of fortiori? Said our Hinana, the view of our Eliezer accords with the position of our Judah, for it has been taught in the name of our Judah, also have permitted handling things that serve to make food ready. Our Aha in the name of our Ba, it accords with the view of him who said that one may make something ready, on condition that it is from above. This accords with the following case, in the time of our Judah B. Pazi there was a place for lying down in the schoolhouse, and they would spread out the hangings on the preceding day to the extent of 4 cubits, and then on the next day they would spread the remainder. They supposed that this was in accord with the view of our Judah B. Pazi, but they looked into the matter and found out that it accorded with the view of our Judah B. Pazi only if one spread out the greater part of the bedding. Our Haya in the name of our Yohanan, he who spreads out a tent on the Sabbath is liable on the count of building. Said our Zira, he is only in the status of one who spreads them out and doubles them up on the Sabbath. Our Ba Bar Cohen asked before our Yase, what is the law in regard to the veil on the ark? He said to him, since it has been spread out on the preceding day, one is in the status of opening and closing it on the Sabbath. Our Zira, our Haya Bar Ashi in the name of Samuel, he who strains is liable on the count of selection. Said our Zira, it is surely more reasonable that it is on the count of sifting. Both our Jonah and our Yase say, at first we were inclined to say that our Zira has spoken well. Just as in sifting, the chaff falls to the bottom and the grain rises to the top, so with straining wine, the wine goes to the bottom and the lees flow to the top. And why left over from the rule applicable to the Sabbath and left over from the category of straining? It has been removed from the general prohibition regarding selection. He makes his selection in his usual way, putting it down using his lap, a basket, or a dish. And it has been removed from the general prohibition regarding straining, since on the festival day they may also pour wine into a strainer that has been spread out. But has not the general prohibition regarding sifting been removed? For our Hanana Baraka in the name of our Judah said, one may not sift flour a second time on a festival, but they sift it on the outer side of the sieve. Now if you maintain that is comparable to sifting, then it should be prohibited to strain. Said our Yase B. Arbun, this is not in accord with the view of our Judah. For it has been taught in the name of our Judah, but even as to making use of utensils used for preparing food, they have permitted doing so. The question, however, was, what is the law as to sifting the flour a second time on the outer parts of the sieve, in accord with the view of rabbis? 20:2 They pour water over wine dregs so that they will be clarified. And they strain wine in cloths or in a twig basket. And they put an egg into a mustard strainer. And they prepare honeyed wine on the Sabbath. Our Judah says, on the Sabbath in a cup, and on a festival day in a flagon, and on the intervening days of a festival in a barrel. Our Sadok says, all depends on the number of guests. Our Ba in the name of our Judah in the name of Rab, is on condition that one not make it like a receptacle. This question then was raised, what is the law about forcing down so that they form a receptacle on their own? Our Matina said, one places on its side, so long as one does not do things on the Sabbath as he does them on an ordinary day. The meaning of the Mishnah is that they may mash an egg into a mustard strainer. As to a clump of mustard, Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Eliezer, one crushes it by hand but not with a utensil. Ar Jacob bar Aha, Ar Yohanan in the name of Ar Yaneh, one crushes it whether by hand or by a utensil. Said to him Ar Yohanan, and is it not the case that even the most brutish people do not do it that way? Ar Hezekiah came, Ar Abahu in the name of Ar Yohanan, one may crush it whether by hand or by a utensil. They prepare honeyed wine on the Sabbath, Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Yohanan, wine, honey, and pepper. 20:3 They do not soak asafoetida in warm water, but one puts it into vinegar. And they do not soak vetches or rub them, but one puts them into a sieve or a basket. They do not sift chopped straw in a sifter, nor does one put it on a high place so that the chaff will fall out. But one takes it in a sieve and pours it into the crib. Said Armana, the meaning of the Mishnah is that one places it before himself into vinegar. Arhuna said, they have referred only to warm water. Lo, as to cold water, that is permitted. Ar Yohanan in the name of Ar Yaneh, even to do so in cold water is forbidden. Said to him Ar Yohanan, now have they not formulated the tradition only with reference to warm water? But have we labored for nothing? Arhuna said, as to asafoetida water, it is permitted to drink it on the Sabbath. Samuel said, asafoetida itself is food only for healthy people. Arhuna said, he who eats a zoo's weight of it falls into danger as to his life, and his flesh creeps. Rba ate a zoo's weight of it and jumped into the river. They do not soak vetches, this is on the count of not selecting. And they do not rub them, this is on the count of not threshing. They do not sift chopped straw in a sifter, nor does one put it on a high place so that the chaff will fall out, this is on the count of winnowing. 20:4 They clean out before a stall ox, and they sweep aside on account of a grazing animal, the words of Ardosa. And sages prohibit. They take from before one beast and put it before another beast on the Sabbath. What the fat ox leaves over, the grazing animal eats. The following is a question, what is the law as to taking fodder from before one beast and putting it before another on the Sabbath? Is there not a Mishnah passage that says explicitly, one may take from one beast and put it before another beast? The Mishnah speaks of doing so from one species of beast for another of the same species. The question is whether one may do so from one species for another that is not of its species. It has been taught, one may take food from before an ass and put it before a cow, from before a beast with an insensitive mouth and place the food before a beast with a sensitive mouth. 20:5 The straw which is on the bed one should not shift it with his hand, but he shifts it with his body. And if it was food for a beast, or if there was a cushion or a sheet on it, he may shift it with his hand. A press of householders do they loosen but do they not tighten. And one of laundrymen one should not touch. Ar Judah says, if it was untied on the eve of the Sabbath, one may untie the whole thing and remove it. The Mishnah speaks of a case in which one had not slept on it previously. But if he had slept on it previously, it is like the thing itself. Said Ar Jacob bar Edi, the earlier authorities asked, what is the law as to his shifting the straw with his knuckles? Said Ar Yaneh, bald one who is bald. Rob one who has been robbed. Pour cold water on him who is cold. His house falls, rebuild it. Ar Haya taught, that law is the law to the poor. Has it not been taught, sages concur with Ar Meir in the case of knots which are on the ground, that one may loosen, unravel, and untie them, but they may not cut them. And on the Sabbath they may loosen and untie, but may not unravel or cut them. And in the case of those on utensils on the Sabbath it is permitted, and, it goes without saying, on the festival. That is to say that they have treated the press as equivalent to the ground. Said Ar Yaseh, the Mishnah has made that point, a press of laundry men one should not touch. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapters 21 through 24. 21:1 A man takes up his child, with a stone in hand, or a basket with a stone in it, and they handle clean heave offering along with unclean heave offering or with unconsecrated food. R. Judah says, also, they take out the one part of heave offering that has fallen into 100 parts of unconsecrated food. 21:2 A stone which is over the mouth of a jar one tilts on its side and falls off. It was among jars, one lifts it up and turns it on its side, so that it falls off. Coins which are on a pillow one shakes the pillow, and they fall off. There was a spot on it, one wipes it off with a rag. It was of leather, they pour water on it until it disappears. 21:3 The house of Shammai say, they take up bones and shells from the table. And the house of Hillel say, one removes the entire table and shakes it out. They remove from the table crumbs less than an olive's bulk in size, pods of chickpeas, and pods of lentils. Because it is food for a beast. A sponge, if it has a handle. They wipe with it. And if not, they do not wipe with it. And sages say, one way or the other, it is handled on the Sabbath. And it does not receive uncleanness. 22:1 A jar which broke they save from it enough sustenance for 3 meals. And one says to others, come along and save some for yourself on condition that one not sponge it up. They do not squeeze pieces of fruit to get out the juice. And if the juice came out on its own, it is prohibited. R. Judah says, if for food, what exudes from it is permitted. And if for drink, what exudes from it is prohibited. Honeycombs which one broke on the eve of the Sabbath and exuded on their own they are prohibited. And R. Eliezer permits. 22:2 Whatever is put into hot water on the eve of the Sabbath they soak it in hot water on the Sabbath. And whatever is not put into hot water on the eve of the Sabbath they rinse it in hot water on the Sabbath, except for pickled fish, small salted fish, and Spanish tuna fish, for rinsing them is the completion of their preparation. 22:3 A person breaks a jar to eat dried figs from it, on condition that he not intend to make it into a utensil. But they do not pierce the plug of a jar, the words of R. Judah. And sages permit it. And they do not pierce it on the side. And if it was pierced, one should not put wax on it. Because he would spread it over. Said R. Judah, a case came before Rabban Yohanan ben Zakkai in Arab, and he said, I fear on his account that he should bring a sin offering. 22:4 They put a cooked dish in a cistern so that it may be preserved, and fresh water into foul water to keep it cool, and cold water into the sun to warm it up. He whose clothing fell into water on the way goes along in them and does not scruple. He reaches the outer courtyard, he spreads them out in the sun. But in front of people. 22:5 He who bathes in cave water or in the water of Tiberias and dried himself, even with 10 towels, may not then carry them in his hand. But 10 men dry their faces, hands, and feet with a single towel and bring it along in their hand. 22:6 They anoint and massage. But they do not have it kneaded or scraped. They do not go down to a muddy wrestling ground. And they do not induce vomiting. And they do not straighten a child or set a broken limb. He whose hand or foot was dislocated should not pour cold water over them. But he washes in the usual way. And if he is healed, he is healed. 23:1 A man asks for jugs of wine or oil from his fellow. Provided that he does not say to him, lend to me. And so a woman loaves of bread from her neighbor. And if one does not trust the other, he leaves his cloak with him and settles with him after the Sabbath. And so is the case on the eve of Passover in Jerusalem when that day coincides with the Sabbath, one leaves his cloak with him and takes his Passover lamb and settles with him after the festival. 23:2 A man may count the number of his guests and the savory portions orally, but not by what is written down. And he casts lots with his children and the members of his household at the table, on condition that he not intend to offset a larger portion, against a small one, because of dice. And they cast lots on a festival day for holy things, but not for the portions. 23:3 A man should not hire workers on the Sabbath. And a man should not say to his fellow to hire workers for him. They do not wait at twilight at the Sabbath limit to hire workers, or to bring in produce. But one may wait at the Sabbath limit at twilight to guard he brings back the produce in his hand. A governing principle did Abba Saul state, whatever I have the right to say, on that account I have the right to wait at twilight at the Sabbath limit. 23:4 They wait at the Sabbath limit at twilight to attend to the business of a bride, and the affairs of a corpse. To bring it a coffin and wrappings. A Gentile who brought wailing pipes on the Sabbath, an Israelite should not make a lament with them, unless they came from a nearby place. They made for him a coffin and dug a grave for him, an Israelite may be buried therein. But if this was done for an Israelite, he may not ever be buried therein. 23:5 They prepare all that is needed for a corpse. They anoint and rinse it, on condition that they not move any limb of a corpse. They remove the mattress from under it. And they put it on sand so that it will keep. They tie the chin, not so that it will go up, but so that it will not droop. And so in the case of a beam which broke they support it with a bench or the beams of a bed, not so that it will go up, but so that it will not droop further. They do not close the eyes of a corpse on the Sabbath, nor on an ordinary day at the moment the soul goes forth. And he who closes the eyes of a corpse at the moment the soul goes forth, lo, this one sheds blood. 24:1 He who was overtaken by darkness on the road gives his purse to a Gentile. If there is no Gentile with him, he leaves it on an ass. He reaches the outermost courtyard, he removes those utensils which may be handled on the Sabbath. And those which are not to be handled on the Sabbath, he unloosens the ropes, and the bundles fall by themselves. 24:2 They loosen bundles of hay in front of cattle. And they spread out bunches, but not small bundles. And they do not chop up unripe stalks of corn or carobs before cattle, whether large or small, our Judah permits in the case of carobs for small beasts. 24:3 They do not stuff food into a camel or cram it. But they put food into its mouth. And they do not fatten calves, but they put food into their mouths. And they force feed chickens. They put water into the bran, but they do not need it. And they do not put water before bees or doves which are in dovecots. But they do put it before geese, chickens, and Herodian doves. 24:4 They cut up gourds before cattle, and carrion meat before dogs. Our Judah says, if there it was not carrion on the eve of the Sabbath, it is prohibited, because it is not something which has been made ready. 24:5 They abrogate vows on the Sabbath. And they receive questions vows which are required for the Sabbath. They stop up a light hole. And they measure a piece of stuff and an immersion pool. There was this case. In the time of the father of our Sadok and of Abba Saul b. Botnet, they stopped up the light hole with a pitcher and tied a pot with reed grass to know whether or not there was in the roofing an opening of a handbreadth square. And from their deed we learned that they stop up, measure, and tie up on the Sabbath.